An examination revealed that the jade was indeed damaged. Of course, Comrade Luo Fan, please state your request. If it can be met, I will do my best to fulfill it. Master Wenhao seemed very accommodating. A rule-type ghost artifact. I need a ranged weapon that I can use, whether it's a bow and arrow, a crossbow, or a firearm, anything will do. Second, I need you, Master, to announce on the forum that I have given you my rule-type ghost crystal. Since you, Master, know I have a rule-type ghost crystal, naturally many others also know. To be frank, Master, too many people have tried to add me as a friend recently, and among them, there are many with ulterior motives. A simple act from you, Master, could help me avoid many potential threats. Luo Fan put forward his two requests. The second request is no problem, it's just a small favor. However, for the first request, I will need some time, Master Wenhao replied. Alright, then contact me when you found it, Master. Thus, the two had tentatively agreed on the terms of the transaction. Okay, I will search for it as soon as possible and contact you then. Master Wenhao seemed quite satisfied with this outcome. With that, both parties ended their communication. Luo Fan, you're really bold to ask for that. It's already difficult to get a rule-type ghost artifact, and you're asking for a ranged one. Zhao Chunfeng said with some emotion as he watched Luo Fan put away his phone. There's no other way. My first skill for my specialization sequence is consecutive shot, so it can only be used with ranged weapons. If it were multi-hit, then I wouldn't have any weapon type requirements. Luo Fan shrugged, also expressing helplessness. Zhao Chunfeng nodded in understanding. Indeed, while Luo Fan's consecutive shot is terrifyingly powerful, it also has weapon restrictions. Therefore, it was perfectly reasonable for Luo Fan to request a ranged rule-type weapon. For the next 2 days, Luo Fan enjoyed his rare downtime within the convoy. The 500 yuan sign in gold every night increased Luo Fan's balance to over 1800. Of course, even though he was resting, Luo Fan wasn't slacking off. These 2 days, whenever Luo Fan had free time, he would hold a ghost crystal in his palm and absorb it. Thus, late on the third night, after successfully absorbing all the energy from a ghost crystal, Luo Fan's aura fluctuated uncontrollably. This made Luo Fan secretly delighted. Sequence level increased, LV12. It wasn't easy. After advancing to Demon Hunter, he first killed the anomaly-chasing ace, then killed a second-tier aberration, and then absorbed an entire ghost crystal. Only then did he finally increase one level? After becoming a specialization sequence, Luo Fan could clearly feel that leveling up seemed more difficult. Unlike when he was a basic sequence, where a casual battle and some fierce beast meat could lead to an upgrade. Sign-in successful, gained 1000 yuan. Balance, 2,820 yuan. Just as Luo Fan was immersed in the joy of leveling up, a prompt quickly flashed across Luo Fan's vision shortly after. This made Luo Fan smile. Before, he always leveled up after signing in, but this time he was lucky, he leveled up first and then signed in. Moreover, at LV11, the sign-in gold was 500, but at LV12, it increased to 1000? So, with a specialization sequence, he gains an additional 500 yuan in sign-in gold every time he levels up? After much effort, his balance finally reached over 2,800. Luo Fan took out the sphere-sized precious jade from his warehouse space. The treasure left behind by the deceased second-tier sequencer had an appraisal fee as high as 2,500 yuan. He had waited so many days, and finally, he had enough for the appraisal fee. Today, he would see what effects this precious jade had. 2,500 of his balance quickly disappeared, and Luo Fan's balance immediately dropped to only 320. At the same time, in the treasure appraisal function, the relevant information about the fist-sized precious jade was appraised and appeared before Luo Fan's eyes. True damage jade, forged from a powerful anomaly core and wondrous materials. When released at a target, the jade causes true damage that ignores defense upon hitting the target. Requirement 1 requires a spell-type sequence. Requirement 2 requires a sequence level of LV11 or higher. Usage cost: when using the precious jade, the damage taken by the user is doubled. Ghost artifact rating, 115. That powerful? Is it truly a ghost artifact from a second-tier sequencer? Looking at the appraisal result, Luo Fan was greatly surprised. His double eyebrow only had a rating of 36, but this true damage jade had a rating as high as 115? No wonder the appraisal fee was 2,500, and no wonder the second-tier sequencer used the true damage jade as his weapon, even intending to use it against rule-type anomalies. Was the double eyebrow really just a basic sequence ghost artifact? Its rating was several times lower than the true damage jade. However, the usage requirement for this ghost artifact is a spell-type specialization sequence? No wonder after he got the true damage jade, he tried to use it but got no response at all. His demon hunter sequence doesn't belong to the spell-type specialization sequence, does it? If he can't use it, it seems only Ace and Xiao Ran in the team meet the usage conditions? Ace's blazing mage sequence already has extraordinary attack power, so giving him this precious jade would merely be adding flowers to brocade. But Xiao Ran is different. Her Holy Light Angel sequence has no offensive means, so giving her this precious jade would be like sending charcoal in the snow, making up for her lack of attack power. After all, Brother Zhao's prophecy sequence has no attack power, but he still carries a pistol for self-defense. As for the damage taken being doubled when using the true damage jade? As a support, she is inherently everyone's protected target, and her safety factor is the highest in the team. Therefore, this true damage jade is indeed very suitable for Xiao Ran. Counting the time, the 70 hours of safe stay were almost up. Luo Fan gently patted Xiao Ran awake. Brother Luo Fan? Is it time? And Xiao Ran's clear, big eyes were filled with confusion, clearly just woken up, her mind a blank. Mei-chan, almost. I have something good here for you. If this precious jade were for Ace, it would naturally be a trade, but for Xiao Ran, it could only be a gift. After all of Xiao Ran's possessions, including the distribution of supplies after battle, were managed by him. Even the truck they were in, including the supplies initially inside, were in Xiao Ran's private property. And Xiao Ran looked at the true damage jade Luo Fan was holding, her eyes lit up slightly, then she took it and held it in her hands. How is it? Do you like it? Luo Fan asked with a smile. I like everything Brother Luo Fan gives me, and Xiao Ran said with a sweet smile. Try injecting your power into it and see if you can use it, Luo Fan followed up. And Xiao Ran heard this and tried to inject her power into the precious jade. The master's trick is ready. At night, the Hope Squad once again set up camp on a desolate patch of land. A robust, turtle-shaped weird entity with a massive shell quickly launched an attack on the Hope convoy. Although it was afflicted with the weakened state from holy light descends, its aura remained extraordinary. Block. Nyo Dagon stood in front of the weird entity and activated the block skill. Although this turtle-shaped weird entity was extremely powerful, Nyo Dagon easily withstood the creature's charge using the block skill, which grants 90% damage immunity. Luo Fan executed Lingshu step, arriving before the weird entity's head with ghostly speed, and lightly tapped the creature's skull with the blood blade in his hand. The sap skill activated, moving faster than Luo Fan's own strike speed. This strike successfully hit the weird entity's head, causing it to fall into a stunned state. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, right at that moment, a jade orb the size of a soccer ball slammed toward the weird entity. The soccer ball-sized jade orb glowed faintly, appearing to transition from solid to ethereal, turning into a spherical, illusory shadow. Under Xiao Ran's control, the true damage jade slammed directly into the weird entity. The shell, which was as hard as steel plate, was bypassed by the true damage jade. Awoo! After hitting the target, the true damage jade quickly returned to Xiao Ran's hand, reverting to its solid form, the size of a soccer ball. At the same time, the weird entity let out a shrill scream. The outer shell appeared undamaged, but the ghost body beneath the shell suffered unspeakable, terrifying harm. Subsequently, the weird entity immediately collapsed onto the ground motionless, its head drooping down. That's incredible. That jade orb is a perfect counter against high defense weird entities like this. Ace, standing nearby, did not attack, but seeing the destruction caused by an Xiaoran strike, he couldn't help but offer a compliment. It wasn't that Ace didn't want to attack, it was just that his explosive fireball would be blocked by that turtle shell and wouldn't cause any substantial damage. Didn't you see that even Luo Fan didn't bother using triple shot? The defense of this turtle-shaped weird entity was terrifyingly strong. However, the true damage jade's attack ignores defense effects, making it a complete counter to this weird entity's defense. TSK, I didn't expect it. The strongest attacker in our squad is neither the specialized sequence mage nor the specialized sequence assassin, but rather the specialized sequence support. If I were you, I'd seriously want to find a hole to crawl into. After the battle ended, Zhao Chunfeng came closer, shaking his head and sighing mockingly at Luo Fan. Luo Fan did not respond to Zhao Chunfeng's teasing, he merely rolled his eyes at him before returning to the small truck with an Xiaoran to rest. Check-in successful. Received 1,000 yuan. Balance, 8688 yuan. The corresponding prompt flashed past the corner of Luo Fan's eye, but Luo Fan felt nothing in his heart. 9 days had passed since he was promoted to LV-12 that day. He had checked in 90 yuan during this time, but Luo Fan spent very little, saving his balance to over 8,600. Luo Fan felt he needed to continue saving. He had no choice. Master Wenhao was trying to find a rule-based shooting weapon for him, but 10 days had passed without contact. It seemed that rule-based shooting weapons were not easy to find. However, since the appraisal price for the true damage jade was 2,500, if he actually acquired a rule-based shooting weapon, its appraisal price certainly wouldn't be low. Therefore, saving as much money as possible in preparation for the appraisal was very necessary. These days, the distance the Hope convoy migrated was significantly shorter than before. This was mainly because recently, if they encountered first-tier weird entities or first-order fierce beasts, the Hope convoy no longer avoided them, but instead actively sought them out for hunting. Consequently, they naturally didn't need to flee such long distances. In these past days, they had successively killed 5 first-tier weird entities and 7 first-order fierce beasts. Luo Fan glanced at his small balance, paid no mind to it, and continued to close his eyes and rest, slowly absorbing the ghost crystal he held in his hand. Luo Fan could feel that after fighting fierce beasts and weird entities and absorbing ghost crystals over the past 10 days, his strength had increased again, and he should not be far from LV-13. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that Niu Dagang and Xiaoran had both successively advanced to LV-12 in the last few days. Beep beep. Just as Luo Fan was resting with his eyes closed, his phone suddenly played the notification sound for an exclusive friend message. Hearing the sound, Luo Fan immediately opened his eyes and brought the phone up to check it. Comrade Luo Fan, where are you? It was a message sent by Master Wenhao. Asking for his location clearly meant that Master Wenhao had found the rule-based shooting ghost artifact and wanted to arrange a transaction. East of Hongchang, about 70 kilometers. Luo Fan estimated his location and replied. All right. If nothing unexpected happens, someone should come to find you for the transaction tomorrow afternoon. The master's reply was very quick. Okay, I'll wait for your people. Luo Fan was delighted and quickly sent a reply. They can trade tomorrow afternoon? Could it be? Was the master's location not very far from him? Because of the master's message, Luo Fan didn't sleep well all night. What kind of ghost artifact was the master's? What kind of power did it possess? Luo Fan was extremely curious and excited, so much so that he didn't rest well the entire night. The next day, Luo Fan spoke to Zhao Chunfeng, and Zhao Chunfeng was also very excited. Brother Zhao, I told you this news because I wanted you to perform a divination reading for good or bad fortune, not for you to get excited. Seeing Zhao Chunfeng's excited expression, Luo Fan rolled his eyes and complained. Divination? You don't even trust Master Wenhao? Luo Fan's words stunned Zhao Chunfeng, who asked in surprise. However, Zhao Chunfeng's movements were quick. He took out a few coins, shook them vigorously, and threw them on the ground, interpreting the divination reading based on the coin's orientation and sides. What's the result? Luo Fan asked, watching Zhao Chunfeng carefully interpret the reading. No major issues. Zhao Chunfeng explained. No major issues means there are still some minor issues, right? Upon receiving Zhao Chunfeng's answer, Luo Fan did not completely relax, instead pondering inwardly. Then, Luo Fan called Niu Dagang and Ace over as well. Someone will come to the Hope Convoy for a transaction this afternoon. I'm worried they might try to rob us, so be prepared when the time comes. Luo Fan told Niu Dagang and the others. At the same time, he told Xiao Ran to stay alert. Hearing this, Niu Dagang and the others nodded seriously. After eating lunch, Luo Fan kept waiting. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, Rose suddenly pointed toward the horizon and exclaimed in surprise, "Look, what is that? Invisibility cloak as an add-on?" A room, extremely cluttered, with various documents piled up like mountains. A man in a white lab coat stood by the window of the room, with white clouds occasionally drifting by outside. In front of him was a firearms, its body mostly black, but the stock and magazine were made of light purple crystals, and the gun body was entwined with many vine-like tendrils, integrated with the entire firearms. P.S. There's an illustration at the end of the chapter. Remember this site's domain name. For good books, visit Taiwan Novel Network, it's super convenient. Is this a rule-type weapon? What are its specific effects? The man asked. Professor Yuan, the complete information for this weapon is here. A man in military uniform next to him handed over a transcribed intelligence report. The man took it and frowned tightly. The rule effect of this ghost artifact is indeed very strong, but the side effect? To exchange this for someone else's rule-type ghost crystal, isn't that a bit too much? Professor, we mobilized all our resources and searched for 10 days, only to find this one rule-type shooting ghost artifact. If you're not satisfied and want us to keep looking, who knows how much longer it will take? Listening to the man in military uniform, Professor Yuan sighed helplessly. He understood that the other party had a point. It was already very difficult to find this one. After all, rule-type ghost crystals are inherently rare, and even fewer are willing to use them to forge ghost artifacts. And it has to be a shooting-type ghost weapon? That's like searching for a needle in a haystack. To find this one was indeed a stroke of luck. Alright then, let's go with this. However, I don't think Luo Fan is an easy person to deal with. How about this, pick another ghost artifact suitable for him and send it over as compensation. The professor nodded helplessly, adding. Since he specifically requested a shooting-type ghost weapon, there's a 90% chance it's based on the assassination sequence. I'll select a suitable ghost artifact for him. After thinking for a moment, the man in military uniform didn't deny it. Although this ghost weapon is powerful, its side effects are indeed too great. If not for that, its previous owner probably wouldn't have let go of it so easily. By the way, who are you sending for the transaction? The professor asked, as if he had thought of something. I'm planning to send Shangnan. Her strength is about to advance to the third-tier sequence, the man in military uniform replied. No, according to my recent research on the strange hunting behavior pattern theory, sending Shangnan is not the optimal choice. Send Yaoing instead, he's more suitable, Professor Yuan said, shaking his head. Understood, Professor. The man in military uniform thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, then left with the ghost weapon. Look, what's that? Rose suddenly pointed at the horizon, exclaiming in surprise. Following the direction Rose was pointing, Luo Fan looked into the distance. He saw a black dot rapidly enlarging on the horizon, clearly something was approaching quickly. The black dot also showed crimson flames. Seeing this, Luo Fan and the others immediately became alert, watching the target warily. Soon, the black dot descended from the sky, and only then did Luo Fan and the others clearly see the true appearance of the visitor. It was a man of about 30 years old, but his entire body emitted a metallic luster. More importantly, flames spewed from the man's legs, which was how he soared through the sky just now, looking like rocket boosters. Is this some new high-tech product? Or is it completely a robot? Looking at his feet, then his face, Nyo Dagang said in surprise that his complexion didn't resemble the flesh and blood of a carbon-based life format. All, but rather that of a robot. Hello, you're the Hope Convoy, right? Which one is Comrade Luo Fan? The man, who seemed to be a robot, asked after scanning Luo Fan and the others. Hello, I am Luo Fan. Hearing this, Luo Fan stepped forward. Hello, Comrade Luo Fan, I was sent by Professor Wen how to conduct a transaction with you. Have the transaction details all been settled? Shall we start now? The robot man said. His tone of voice was natural, without any mechanical quality. Yes, this is my rule-type ghost crystal. Luo Fan took out his rule-type ghost crystal. Besides the strange power swirling around it, there was also an obscure and hard-to-understand rule power coiling around the ghost crystal. Yes, this is indeed a rule-type ghost crystal. This is the rule-type ghost artifact that Professor Wen asked me to bring. The robot man took out a firearms from his mustard seed pouch. This is the relevant intelligence information for the rule-type ghost artifact. These are the 10 second-tier strange crystals that were agreed upon in the transaction. Finally, Professor Wen also asked us to give you an additional ghost artifact. In addition to the rule-type ghost artifact firearms, the robot man also took out 10 second-tier strange crystals, and then a cloak-like item. Seeing an extra ghost artifact beyond the originally agreed-upon transaction, Luo Fan didn't feel happy. Instead, his brows furrowed slightly. Anyone in business knows that when a deal's price is settled, if the other party suddenly offers more good things, it can make one feel uneasy. What does this mean? Luo Fan didn't rush to accept, but stared at the other party and asked. Comrade Luo Fan, please first look at the detailed information for that ghost artifact. This ghost artifact is considered corresponding compensation, the robot man replied. Hearing this, Luo Fan picked up the corresponding intelligence for the ghost artifact and read it. A firearms based on the Type 88 sniper rifle, fused with rule-type ghost crystals and corresponding materials. Its attack power aside, this ghost artifact primarily has two rule-type effects. One is that under certain conditions, it can ignore 50% of defense. This is an attack-type armor-piercing effect. The other is that under certain conditions, it can steal 30% of the opponent's speed. Simply put, it reduces the target's speed by 30%, and this 30% speed reduction is added to one's own speed. These effects are indeed very good. Isn't the combat style of an assassination sequence about high burst and high agility? Both of these rules fit. However, looking at the side effects, Luo Fan's face completely darkened. The side effect is simple: after each battle, this ghost artifact will enter a 15-day cooldown period. Can it only be used once every half a month? This cannot be used as a conventional weapon, it can only be used as a strategic weapon in critical moments? No, I cannot accept the side effect of this rule-type ghost artifact. Although it wasn't a terrifying side effect, Luo Fan truly couldn't accept a 15-day cooldown after each use. Comrade Luo Fan, don't jump to conclusions yet. Would you like to look at the intelligence for this invisibility cloak? Luo Fan's reaction seemed to be expected, and the robot man then handed over the intelligence recording the cloak ghost artifact to Luo Fan. No matter what ghost artifact, Wait, what did you say? This one is called invisibility cloak? Luo Fan originally wanted to flatly refuse, but hearing the cloak's name, his heart stirred slightly, and he took the corresponding intelligence for this ghost artifact. I found a bargain. This is the true nature of rule-based magical artifacts? Invisibility? I have to say, for anyone belonging to an assassin sequence, abilities like invisibility and instantaneous movement are completely irresistible. Therefore, when Luo Fan first met Lian Zichong, he was practically drooling over her invisibility ability. Even after he later advanced to the Demon Hunter sequence and gained the high-burst skill triple shot, he still couldn't hide his yearning for invisibility. Now, as a bonus item for the rule-type weapon, the other party sent an invisibility-type ghost artifact? His previously firm intention to refuse wavered slightly. Luo Fan took the intelligence information recording the invisibility cloak and glanced at it. The information on it was very simple. That is, wearing this cloak grants an invisibility effect. Although it was only the simplest optical invisibility, which couldn't hide footsteps, scent, or sound, being able to achieve optical invisibility was still quite good. As for the side effect, it wasn't major. While invisible, his movement speed would simply decrease by 50%. I have to say, this invisibility cloak truly tempted Luo Fan. Although the abilities of the strange entities and ferocious beasts varied, using their eyes to capture targets was still the method employed by the vast majority of the strange entities and ferocious beasts. Therefore, the invisibility cloak was very practical. Exchanging one rule-type ghost crystal for an invisibility cloak would naturally be a loss, and exchanging it for that rule-type ghost weapon with major side effects would also be a loss. However, exchanging it for these two items, plus 10 second-tier strange crystals, seemed like it wasn't a loss after careful calculation. Originally, the terms offered by Master Manhwa were full of sincerity. Now, he clearly felt that the ghost artifact they found had too great a side effect, so he added an invisibility cloak as compensation? Comrade Luo Fan, what do you say? Are you willing to trade? After waiting a few minutes without receiving a definite reply from Luo Fan, the man, who resembled a robot, spoke up and asked. I suppose so. A strategic weapon is a strategic weapon. This invisibility cloak and the ghost crystals are very important, and if they truly encounter an unmanageable danger, this rule-type weapon isn't unusable. After pondering for a moment, Luo Fan reluctantly nodded in agreement. Wait, send the items over first. Seeing the other party reach out asking for the ghost crystal, Luo Fan hesitated. The robot man paused briefly but raised no objection, delivering all the items in one go. Should I commit a double cross? Eliminate him? Then I wouldn't have to give the ghost crystal, and everything would be mine? Seeing that the robot man had genuinely handed over all the items, this thought reflexively popped into Luo Fan's mind. However, as soon as the thought emerged, Luo Fan immediately suppressed it and simultaneously tossed the rule-type ghost crystal in his hand across. It really felt awkward to proactively commit a double cross. More importantly, since they could find a rule-type ghost artifact within 10 days, the consequences of a genuine double cross would be unpredictable. There was no need to place the entire Hope convoy in unknown danger for a moment of greed. The transaction is complete. Until we meet again. Taking the rule-type ghost crystal handed over by Luo Fan, the man resembling a robot turned and left decisively. Wait. Seeing the other party turn around, Luo Fan suddenly called out. Is there anything else? The man asked, turning back around. Looking at your appearance, you seem to be a robot? What is your situation, can you tell me? Luo Fan couldn't help but ask curiously. Steel Robot Warrior Sequence, LV-23. The man replied, and immediately, the thrusters beneath his feet burst into crimson flames, and he shot up into the sky. A sequencer? Transforming his body into a robot form? That really is an eye-opener. Luo Fan, having received the answer, was secretly astonished. Furthermore, LV-23? A second-tier sequencer? If they were to truly fight, the consequences would be hard to predict. Luo Fan, what are the effects of these two ghost artifacts? After the transaction was complete, Zhao Chunfeng stepped forward and asked curiously. At the same time, Niu Dagong and the others also wore looks of curiosity. Luo Fan had no intention of hiding anything. He directly tossed the information detailing the firearms and the cloak to Zhao Chunfeng, then turned and returned to his truck, with Xiaoran, who was holding the jade, naturally following him closely. Although both ghost artifacts acquired through the trade came with intelligence, Luo Fan felt that for the specific details, he still needed to use the treasure appraisal service in the mall to feel secure. Just like the double eye bow, he originally thought the side effect was simply being blind for a period of time. Only after using the treasure appraisal function did he realize that the settlement period was 10 days, and that firing one arrow resulted in 1 minute of blindness. Whether it was the gun or the cloak, he would definitely use them in the future, so naturally, he needed to fully understand them to feel at ease. However, looking at the 2 ghost artifacts before him, Luo Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Originally, the main transaction involved this gun, and the invisibility cloak was just an extra bonus. But now, it seemed to Luo Fan that the invisibility cloak was what he truly wanted, and the gun was unimportant by comparison. A cooldown period of up to half a month after a single use was too long. After all, only less than half a year had passed since the apocalypse broke out, and it hadn't even been a month since he awakened his sequence. Luo Fan's gaze first fell on the cloak. The appraisal fee was 1,200. It couldn't compare to Xiaoran's true damage jade, but it should still be quite good. After spending 1,200, the corresponding appraisal information quickly appeared before Luo Fan. Invisibility cloak, no usage requirement. A ghost artifact crafted by an outstanding artisan. Wearing it grants an optical invisibility effect. Taking damage exits the invisibility state. Side effect, movement speed minus 50% while invisible. Rating, 53 points. The displayed information was similar to what was recorded in the intelligence report. His double eyebow had a rating of 36, and the true damage jade had a rating of 115. This score of 53 looked pretty good. After all, it was just simple optical invisibility, it neither increased attack power nor defense. Luo Fan curiously draped the invisibility cloak over Xiaoran, who was standing nearby. The feeling was like erasing a drawing from a blackboard with an eraser, and Xiaoran, who was right in front of him, completely vanished. Although he got close, Luo Fan could still hear Xiaoran's breathing. But in Luo Fan's view, the ability of this invisibility cloak was still extremely powerful. It can't eliminate footsteps? His Lingshu step already achieves leaving no trace in the snow. As long as he controls his breathing, he believes no one would be able to discover him, even within a 1-meter radius, right? After trying it out, Luo Fan was quite satisfied with the invisibility cloak. Following that, Luo Fan looked at the other gun, the rule-type ghost artifact, and then put it in the treasure appraisal function room to check. Good heavens, the appraisal fee was as high as 5,800? Although it hurt a bit, he would definitely need this ghost artifact in the future. Luo Fan gritted his teeth, paid the 5,800, and the information regarding this firearms ghost artifact subsequently emerged. Looking at the information that appeared, Luo Fan abruptly stood up. Incorrect. The side effect of this firearm was completely different from what was written on the intelligence paper. Did they make a mistake? Or did they actually not know what the true side effect of this firearm was? In short, he scored a bargain, a huge bargain. Rules, and the real side effects. Hybrid-driven Type 88 sniper rifle, requires a physical attack specialized sequence. A ghost artifact forged by fusing a rule-type ghost crystal. A 5.8mm small-caliber sniper rifle with high lethality and accuracy. Can use physical DDP-88 heavy bullets or crystal energy bullets converted from ghost crystals. Aiming at a target with a psionic bullet can trigger a twin curse effect. Curse 1, if the target's weight is greater than the user's, the attack ignores 50% of the opponent's defense. Curse 2, if the target's weight is less than the user's, it can steal 30% of the opponent's movement speed, lasting for 120 seconds. Side effect, after each battle, the barrel must be wiped with panties to cool down, otherwise, it will take 15 days to cool naturally. Note, only effective with second-hand panties from a beautiful woman. Ghost Artifact Declaration, after fighting for half a lifetime, am I still not allowed to enjoy myself? Ghost Artifact Rating, 108 plus C rank. This was the appraisal result that appeared before Luo Fan's eyes. First, from the perspective of the sniper rifle's power itself, the Type 88 sniper rifle is not very strong, it can even be said to be among the lowest tier of sniper rifles. If the power of sniper rifles were divided into 4 tiers from high to low, the highest would be anti-material heavy sniper rifles. This category is represented by the Barrett, which was not designed to kill carbon-based lifeforms but to destroy armored vehicles. Its muzzle energy can reach 18,000 joules. The next tier is large-caliber sniper rifles, followed by medium-caliber sniper rifles. These two categories can be considered mainstream on the battlefield. Small-caliber sniper rifles, naturally, have less power, such as the Type 88 sniper rifle in Luo Fan's hand. This type of sniper rifle is mainly used by police or for entry-level military use. The muzzle energy doesn't even reach 2,000 joules, only about a tenth of a Barrett's. But even so, this sniper rifle has a range of 800 meters. Moreover, at the cost of kinetic energy, this gun possesses very high accuracy. For Luo Fan, this level is already sufficient, as the shooting distance is much greater than his double eyeball. Of course, what Luo Fan cared about most was not the gun's basic destructive power, but its ability as a ghost artifact. It can use physical bullets, and also use ghost crystals to charge and fire crystal energy bullets? This ghost artifact even plays with a hybrid mode? Is it that trendy? In addition, there's its rule-type nature, where the judgment standard is actually his own weight compared to the target's. If the target being shot weighs more than him, the crystal energy bullet will ignore half of their defense. And if the opponent's weight is less than his, it steals 30% of their movement speed? In Luo Fan's opinion, this effect is very practical. After all, targets heavier than himself are easier to aim at, especially when shooting massive targets. What he needs most is attack power. If the target is lighter than himself, then it's naturally harder to aim, and there's a high probability that the opponent will have a speed advantage. Then, stealing 30% of the opponent's movement speed is equally very practical. Burst and speed are also the two attributes most needed by assassination-type sequences. Of course, these rules were already clearly stated in the intelligence, and Luo Fan already knew them. What truly concerned Luo Fan was the side effect. The intelligence stated that the side effect was a 15-day cooldown after one use, but what about the actual appraisal result? It turned out that wiping the barrel with a beautiful woman's. That was the real side effect. Otherwise, if its demands aren't met, it goes on strike for 15 days? Good heavens! Is this ghost artifact a proper ghost artifact? To be honest, this side effect is not serious, and it can even be easily satisfied, but if this were to be spread, it would have a huge impact on his reputation, wouldn't it? Also, Luo Fan was more concerned about the ghost artifact rating, a rating of 108 plus C rank, compared to the true damage jade, which had a rating of 115. So, 108 should refer to the rating of the gun itself, right? As for the C rank, if he wasn't mistaken, it should refer to the rules level. However, how this is judged, this is the first time Luo Fan has obtained a rule-type ghost artifact, so he doesn't know. He probably won't know until he encounters a few more rule-type ghost artifacts and has something to compare them to, right? It can use physical bullets, and indeed, a good number of bullets were included when the firearms were delivered. After all, since they were willing to give an invisibility cloak, Master Wenhao certainly wasn't stingy with some bullets. The magazine capacity is 10 rounds. Luo Fan didn't rush to load the physical magazine but instead put a first-order Gui Jing in to try it out. The ghost crystal could be loaded directly, and then a number popped up on the firearms, 2. Does this 2 refer to the number of crystal energy bullets? A first-order Gui Jing only allows 2 shots? Luo Fan's eyes widened, feeling a bit of a headache. Was this ghost gun firing bullets? It was practically a crystal-devouring monster. He took out the first-order Gui Jing, then picked up a second-tier strange crystal and put it in to try. 18. A second-tier strange crystal could be exchanged for about 10 first-order Gui Jings, but here it only yielded 9 times the amount? Does this ghost gun even charge a 10% handling fee? Luo Fan silently grumbled in his heart. Then, he took out the ghost crystal again, loaded a magazine, and pushed it in. There's no man who doesn't like firearms, right? Since he had this firearms now, he naturally had to give it a good try. Besides, without the accuracy of the double eyeball, Luo Fan felt that he still needed to spend a lot of time practicing with this sniper rifle. Luo Fan completed his exchange, and the Hope convoy continued its journey. After several hours, as dusk approached, they set up camp in a dense forest. According to Zhao Chunfeng, they could rest here for 2 hours, after which danger would strike, but it should be a danger that the team could handle. Alright, Brother Zhao, Xiaoran and I will go deeper into the forest to practice shooting. We'll be back within 2 hours. Luo Fan said to Zhao Chunfeng. Okay. Hearing Luo Fan say he was going to practice shooting, Zhao Chunfeng's expression was a bit strange. Didn't the intelligence say that this ghost artifact would have a half-month cooldown after one use? He's actually going to practice shooting? But on second thought, that rule only triggers when using ghost crystals. A hybrid-driven sniper rifle is just an ordinary sniper rifle when not using ghost crystals. So, as long as he doesn't use crystal energy bullets, it won't enter a cooldown state? Luo Fan and Xiaoran walked for about 20 minutes into the dense forest and saw a rabbit. However, this rabbit had glowing green eyes, and its claws gleamed with a cold light. Luo Fan set up his sniper rifle, aimed at the rabbit, and estimated the distance to be about 70 or 80 meters. He adjusted his breathing, staring at the rabbit through the sniper scope. It was a mysterious feeling. When aiming at prey with the gun in his hand gave him a sense of bloodline fusion. Is this the demon hunter sequence, naturally possessing extremely high affinity for hunting firearms like this one? After locking onto the rabbit through the sniper scope, Luo Fan then pulled the trigger. Second order, a special type of weirdness. A gunshot rang out in the dense forest, and then the abdomen of the rabbit-like fierce beast was struck by a bullet. The powerful kinetic energy of the bullet directly killed the fierce beast. Luo Fan lowered the sniper rifle he was holding and looked down, his expression a little strange. He had clearly aimed at the rabbit's head just now, but how did the shot hit its abdomen? Sure enough, my marksmanship still needs a lot of practice. However, hitting the target on my first shot, my talent is still pretty good, right? Practice for a month or so, and the day I become a sharpshooter shouldn't be far off. Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, for smooth and hassle-free reading. Silently cheering himself on, Luo Fan continued deeper into the dense forest within Xiaoran. Whenever they encountered a living creature, Luo Fan would shoot it. And it's true, even though he had only fired a dozen shots, Luo Fan felt his gun becoming more and more comfortable to use. Demon hunter, me holding a hunting rifle, secretly hunting in the dense forest, it's quite fitting, isn't it? With another shot, a sparrow was instantly blown to smithereens. Luo Fan nodded silently, clearly feeling his own growth. Originally, at a distance of 70 or 80 meters, he couldn't hit a rabbit's head. Now, he could hit a little bird over 100 meters away. His accuracy had clearly improved by a notch. As for whether using a sniper rifle to shoot birds was overkill? Anyway, his purpose was just to practice shooting. After killing the bird, Luo Fan raised his sniper rifle's scope again and scanned the dense forest, seeing no other living creatures. They had been out for about an hour and a half. Luo Fan called out to Xiaoran, and the two turned back towards the convoy. According to Brother Zhao, the convoy would be attacked in 2 hours. In the past, the convoy would definitely have continued to migrate. But now, in Luo Fan's opinion, they were simply prey delivered to their doorstep. After walking for about 10 minutes, Luo Fan suddenly grabbed Xiaoran's hand and shook his head at her. The Demon Hunter sequence's specialization was not just a comprehensive improvement in attributes like strength and speed. Luo Fan's perception in this dense forest had also received a terrifying boost. Even 100 meters away and in the dark, Luo Fan could sense some movement ahead. And Xiaoran was already someone who didn't talk much, so when Luo Fan stopped her, she didn't speak either and obediently halted her steps. Luo Fan used Lingshu step to approach, walking about 20 or 30 meters, then raised his sniper rifle to check the movement ahead through the scope. It turned out to be the spot where he had just shot the rabbit-like fierce beast. The corpse had been left there in the dense forest, but now there was movement. Through the scope, Luo Fan could see a figure, lying on the ground like a wild dog, gnawing on the rabbit. Looking at this figure, although it still had a human form, its hair was almost all gone, its skin was a sickly grayish white, and its hunched posture made it more like a wild beast. If he had to describe it, this image was somewhat similar to Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. An anomaly? With a human-like appearance, it couldn't be a fierce beast. Luo Fan reflexively wondered if it was an anomaly. If it was an anomaly, he would have to switch to ghost crystals. But after scrutinizing it for a moment, Luo Fan shook his head. No, that wasn't an anomaly, it didn't have that feeling of an anomaly. It was a human, or more accurately, a mutated human. Tiered fierce beast meat could be eaten, and not only could it quickly increase a sequencer's strength, but it also benefited ordinary people, helping to recover from minor illnesses and hidden injuries. However, non-tiered fierce beast meat could not be eaten, consuming it would lead to mutation. The consequences of mutation were like grotesque deformities caused by terrible nuclear radiation. And the figure gnawing on the rabbit-like fierce beast was clearly a person who had mutated from eating non-tiered fierce beast meat. Judging by its appearance, it seemed to have completely degenerated into a wild beast, with no trace of a civilized person's demeanor in its actions. Sigh. Realizing it was just a mutated person, Luo Fan sighed silently and put away his sniper rifle. In this messed up apocalypse, if they had a choice, who would eat non-tiered fierce beast meat? Let's go. Putting away his sniper rifle, Luo Fan motioned for Xiaoran to continue forward, with no intention of taking a detour. Hearing Luo Fan and Xiaoran approaching, the mutated person turned its head, its mouth covered in blood and shredded meat, and looked at Luo Fan. It glanced at the sniper rifle Luo Fan carried, its expression fearful, then quickly turned and scurried away on all fours, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. According to Luo Fan's goal for this shooting practice trip, all living creatures along the way couldn't escape a shot from him. However, Luo Fan ignored the mutated person who had run off. Although it no longer looked like a human, seeing that he had a gun and knowing to escape, it probably recognized firearms. Perhaps, it still retained a trace of its memories from before the mutation? After walking for a while longer, Luo Fan and Xiaoran returned to where the Hope convoy was stationed. Back at the convoy, Luo Fan sat on the roof of his small truck. At the same time, he took out the firearms magazine and inserted a ghost crystal. With the ghost crystal loaded into the magazine, a 2 appeared on the firearm. One ghost crystal could only fire 2 shots. Come on, I want to see which unlucky soul pops out looking for death. Luo Fan held the sniper rifle in his arms, silently anticipating it. Bearing a deadly weapon, the intent to kill arises naturally. Ing ing ing. Not long after, suddenly, a faint sound of a little girl crying rang out, seemingly present yet elusive. What's going on? I think I heard a little girl crying. Did you hear it? Nyo Dagong asked. Luo Fan raised the sniper rifle in his hand, carefully scanning the surroundings with the scope, his expression also becoming a bit more serious. Regardless of tier, anomalies are categorized into 3 levels based on their terrifying nature. T0 level is naturally the rule-type anomaly, terrifying enough to disregard sequence levels. Next are special-type anomalies, which possess special abilities or even completely defy the laws of physics. The easiest to deal with are physical-type anomalies. From a gaming perspective, if rule-type anomalies are equivalent to bosses, then special-type anomalies are probably elite monsters. The anomaly hasn't appeared yet, but they're already hearing a little girl crying? This likely means a special-type anomaly has appeared, right? Here it comes. As a demon hunter sequencer, Luo Fan had the highest perception in the squad. He shouted loudly, pointing his sniper rifle into the distance. Nyo Dagong and the others also looked in the direction Luo Fan was pointing his gun. Indeed, a massive anomaly was approaching. Is that a second-tier anomaly? Or a second-tier special-type anomaly? Nyo Dagong's face darkened as he watched the approaching anomaly. Pursuit. Triple shot from the stealthy gun. Old Zhao, didn't you say that this attack wouldn't be a problem and we could handle it? This is a special type of second-tier aberration, Nyo Dagong said, speaking to Zhao Chunfeng beside him. Yes, a few days ago, that silver-white skeleton abnormality only suddenly advanced to a second-tier aberration at the last moment, almost causing the entire Hope convoy to overturn. At that time, everyone exerted tremendous effort, and it was only when Luo Fan finally used triple shot that they managed to deal with the opponent. But this time? It's a special type of second-tier aberration? This must be even harder to deal with than last time, right? But old Zhao actually said that this aberration wasn't a big problem? My divination reading shouldn't be wrong, after all, my divination reading has never been wrong. Zhao Chuanfeng's expression was also a bit bewildered, but he still trusted his divination reading more. No matter, with this venerable one here, mere aberrations can only turn to ashes under divine fire. Ace acted as boastful as ever, raising his hand as he spoke. Azure flames burned in his hand, then transformed into a giant explosive fireball, which he hurled towards the aberration. The second-tier aberration looked like a giant spider, lying on the ground. It appeared as large as a small car. However, the spider's head bore a human face, and the human face emitted sounds of crying. Ah! Facing the explosive fireball thrown by Ace, the human face on the spider's head suddenly changed from crying to screaming. The sharp scream made everyone instinctively cover their ears, feeling goosebumps all over their bodies. The sound was like steel needles scratching on tin. The explosive fireball that was hurled towards the aberration shattered in mid-air. After shattering the explosive fireball's attack, the aberration's scream did not stop, it continued. Visibly, waves of sound spread rapidly, centered around the aberration's body. This scream made everyone feel as if a heavy stone had been pressed upon them, making them feel very heavy. Seeing that its scream had completely controlled everyone, the spider-type aberration quickly moved its 8 spider legs and rushed towards Luo Fan and the others. This aberration, a sound wave ability? And it has a crowd control AoE effect? Luo Fan, covering his ears, dared not lower his hands. His intuition told him that if he did, his ears might become completely deaf. Buzz. However, just as the spider aberration's sound waves seemed to completely control everyone, suddenly, the void cracked open, and a holy white beam of light descended, completely enveloping the spider aberration. This is? Xiao Ran's holy light descends? Although surprised by why Xiao Ran was not controlled, Luo Fan reacted extremely quickly. After falling into a weakened state, the aberration's soundwave control was significantly weaker. Luo Fan raised the firearms in his hand and quickly locked onto the aberration. The distance was only a few tens of meters, and it was as large as a car. With Luo Fan's current skill of hitting a sparrow at 100 meters, locking on was not difficult. Bang! A brilliant light flashed from the muzzle. This spider aberration's weight was clearly greater than Luo Fan's. The effect of the firearms was to directly ignore 50% of the opponent's defense. As the trigger was pulled, the number 2 on the ghost gun immediately jumped to 1. The crystal energy bullet landed on the aberration's body, immediately piercing a hole as thick as a thumb. At the same time, the aberration's soundwave howling also came to an abrupt halt, feeling as if its vocal cords had been directly pinched. Luo Fan understood. Was this triggering a silence effect? A 20% chance. Was his luck really that good? This shot directly ignored 50% of the defense, and the crystal energy bullet caused a large amount of damage to the aberration. Luo Fan could clearly feel that the aberration glanced in his direction, then quickly turned and actually fled. Trying to run? This was the first time Luo Fan had encountered an aberration that would flee, but Luo Fan reacted extremely quickly, holding up his sniper rifle, locking the scope onto the aberration's escape direction, and adjusting his breathing. Bang! The second shot was fired, and the number 1 on the gun body turned into 0. At the same time, the light of the pale purple crystal that had been blooming also dimmed. This shot almost grazed the aberration's body and hit a large tree nearby, directly piercing the tree's trunk. This made Luo Fan's face darken. After all, it ran a bit far, and it was a high-speed moving target, so this shot missed? Then, the aberration quickly rushed into the forest. It was already seriously injured. If it got away, not only would he gain nothing, but he would also lose a ghost crystal, right? Luo Fan executed Lingshu step, chasing in the direction the aberration fled. It was, after all, a second-tier aberration. Even if it wasn't a speed type, its escape speed was very fast. Others could only watch it run away. In the entire Hope convoy, only he could keep up. Luo Fan fully unleashed Lingshu step, feeling as if his whole body was floating. His feet on the ground didn't feel like solid ground at all, but rather like stepping on water, and the surrounding scenery rapidly receded. With Luo Fan's current Demon Hunter LV-12 sequence level, the speed of executing Lingshu step was completely different from when he used it with the basic assassination sequence. Its 8 spider legs pulsed frantically, and the spider aberration's speed was even faster than a car on the highway. Behind it, Luo Fan used Lingshu step, quickly catching up. Looking at the injured and frenzied aberration, Luo Fan did not approach rashly, merely trailing far behind. After about 20 minutes of running, the spider aberration finally slowed its escape speed and then settled down in a hollow beneath a tree root. Luo Fan saw it from a distance, slowed his steps, put on his invisibility cloak, and cautiously approached. When he was about 200 meters from the aberration, it seemed a bit restless, looking around. Luo Fan understood that, after all, it was a second-tier aberration, and its perception was very keen. Getting within 200 meters should be the limit. He could hit a sparrow at about 100 meters, so hitting this aberration at about 200 meters should not be a problem. His ghost gun had an effective firing range of 800 meters. After looking around for a while and finding nothing amiss, the aberration settled down to rest. Luo Fan also secretly set up his ghost gun, directly placing a second-tier strange crystal into the magazine, and the number 18 immediately appeared on the gun body. Through the scope, he locked onto the ghost crystal 200 meters away. Luo Fan pulled the trigger, fearing that he would alert the enemy and it would escape, so Luo Fan directly activated triple shot. Bang! The gun fired, but the crystal energy bullet shot from the muzzle completely surpassed the speed of sound. Bang bang! Immediately after the first crystal energy bullet was fired, Luo Fan continuously pulled the trigger, firing 3 shots in 1 second. We'll encounter second-order anomalies quite often in the future. Ignoring 50% of the defense, the first shot landed on the spider-type aberration, and the crystal energy bullet directly pierced through its body. The physique of a second-tier aberration is extremely powerful, but ignoring 50% of its defense was enough to gravely wound it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so scared after taking a shot from Luo Fan that it immediately turned and fled for its life. Shot it, the aberration reacted quickly, wanting to escape, but the triple shots attack, 3 shots in 1 second, was too fast. Before the spider-type aberration could even fully straighten up, the next second bullet arrived. The double-damage crystal energy bullet directly pierced through the aberration's body. It wasn't over yet, the third shot followed immediately. A dazzling light flashed, swift as a teleport, powerful as a thunderbolt, fiercely striking the aberration's body. It felt like a red-hot iron rod being hurled from afar at a snowman. Under the fourfold attack of this crystal energy bullet, coupled with the effect of ignoring 50% defense, the spider aberration's body was directly pierced, creating a fist-sized hole. From one side of the hole, one could completely see through the aberration's body to the other side. Before it could even let out a scream, the aberration, pierced by a huge gunshot wound, slumped to the ground motionless. So powerful. It's also a triple shot, but the destructive power of this ghost gun far surpasses the double eyeball. This was Luo Fan's first time using triple shot with a ghost artifact. Comparing it to when he used triple shot with his double eyeball before, Luo Fan could clearly feel how astonishingly destructive it was. Even a second-tier aberration couldn't withstand his triple shot. After killing the aberration with triple shot, Luo Fan approached it and simultaneously put away his invisibility cloak. While the invisible state was good, its drawback was that it reduced movement speed by half. Therefore, Luo Fan would not keep himself in an invisible state unless absolutely necessary. Taking out his blood blade, Luo Fan directly cut off the human face on the aberration's head. Additionally, he dug out a second-tier strange crystal from the aberration's body. After putting these items into his warehouse space and finding no other gains, Luo Fan turned to go back. Honestly, after being promoted to the Demon Hunter sequence, Luo Fan's pursuit of the aberration this time really felt a bit like a hunter. Trailing the prey from a distance, waiting for it to tire, then secretly taking potshots from afar, isn't that how poachers operate? Luo Fan quite liked this combat style. After all, if you can hide in the dark and shoot arrows from a distance, killing aberrations by challenging those beyond your level, who would want to rush up and fight them in close combat? After safely storing all the spoils, Luo Fan turned back to the Hope Convoy. Fortunately, he hadn't gone far from the Hope Convoy and didn't get lost, returning smoothly. Luo Fan, are you alright? Seeing Luo Fan return, Nyo Dagon carefully scrutinized him. After all, chasing a second-tier aberration alone? Luo Fan was truly too bold. As expected of the man this deity acknowledges, chasing a second-tier aberration and returning unscathed. Luo Fan, this deity acknowledges you. Ace also looked at Luo Fan and nodded. How is it? How is Xiao Ran? Without directly answering Nyo Dagon, Luo Fan walked straight towards the small truck, asking anxiously. When everyone else was controlled by the spider aberration's sonic waves, Xiao Ran was able to counterattack, casting holy light descends on the spider aberration. Xiao Ran was only LV-12, so she couldn't have been completely unharmed, right? Don't worry, Luo Fan, Xiao Ran's eardrums were pierced by the sonic waves, but thankfully, she recovered with her own healing spell. Seeing Luo Fan's concern for Xiao Ran, Nyo Dagang explained. Hearing this, Luo Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. At the same time, a realization dawned on Luo Fan. That's right, Xiao Ran can remain calm even when facing death, and she seems completely indifferent to pain. So, when everyone else was controlled, she could probably cast skills without changing her expression, even with pierced eardrums? Fortunately, she could heal her injuries with a healing spell afterwards. Returning to the small truck, Luo Fan carefully inquired about Xiao Ran's condition, and only after confirming she was completely fine did he relax. Afterward, several sequencers gathered together. Here, these are the spoils of war. Luo Fan took out the second-tier strange crystal and the human face part of the aberration. There's nothing to see here. These spoils are yours alone. I imagine everyone has no objections, right? After all, to kill this aberration, you used your ghost gun. Your ghost gun won't be usable for the next half-month, so the cost is not small. Seeing that Luo Fan had actually chased and killed a second-tier aberration, with this human face as proof, Zhao Chunfeng and the others were startled, but then Zhao Chunfeng shook his head, indicating that these spoils did not need to be divided. Yes, if Luo Fan hadn't pursued it, we wouldn't have been able to stop this aberration from escaping. Nyo Dagon nodded. This deity didn't exert much effort, so naturally, this deity won't shamelessly claim these spoils. Ace also spoke up to state his position. Alright, since everyone said so, Rose could only nod in agreement. Thus, Luo Fan unceremoniously accepted the second-tier strange crystal and the human face material. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. Thank you all. Tomorrow, I'll give each of you a few caddies of apples. Although Luo Fan also felt it was reasonable for him to keep them, he thought about it and still offered to give everyone a few caddies of apples as a gesture. Hearing that they could receive apples, Nyo Dagon and the others were naturally happy. However, he had previously shown them the information about the invisibility cloak and ghost artifact. So, Zhao Chunfeng and the others all thought his ghost artifact needed a half-month cooldown before it could be used again? Luo Fan had no intention of explaining proactively. If they misunderstood, then so be it. Amazing. Although it requires a 15-day cooldown, being able to let you chase and kill a special second-tier aberration, it's truly powerful. I originally thought old Zhao's divination was wrong. His divination result for a special second-tier aberration was that it could be dealt with? Now, looking back, sure enough, old Zhao's divination is as stable as ever. Nyo Dagang said with some emotion. The special second-tier aberration tonight truly startled everyone. For the next half-month, Luo Fan won't have his ghost gun, so there shouldn't be any more situations where we actively engage a second tier aberration. Zhao Chunfeng nodded. Listening to Niu Dagang and Zhao Chunfeng going back and forth, Luo Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Cough cough, I actually think that in the future, our encounters with second-tier aberrations might not be few. Luo Fan cleared his throat, thinking it best to offer a reminder. A thief who stealthily steals underwear. The Hope convoy kept moving. Luo Fan spent a small amount of supplies to hire a middle-aged woman to drive for him. She thanked him ecstatically. Luo Fan sat on the roof of the small truck's cab, his ghost gun in hand, solid bullets already chambered. As the vehicle rolled forward, he spotted a vicious beast several hundred meters away, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck a rock beside the beast and shattered it. Startled, the beast bolted in panic. Can't be helped, the cab keeps shaking, so hitting the mark isn't easy. My marksmanship still needs work. After the miss, Luo Fan gave himself a passable excuse. When dusk fell, the Hope convoy pulled into a park on the outskirts of the city and stopped. Visui Bay Wetland Park. Reading the sign at the gate, every survivor in the convoy broke into delighted smiles. A wetland park, meaning there had to be water inside, right? Maybe even a rare, luxurious bath? Zhao Chuanfeng's SUV led the way into the park. Following Luo Fan's example, Ace climbed from the fuel tank truck up onto the tank itself. The two long-range fighters cleared out any beasts drawn by the noise before the rest arrived. 10 minutes later, the convoy halted beside a lake inside the park. After checking the area and killing a few aquatic beasts, Zhao Chunfeng produced a water test pen, pronounced the water drinkable, and nodded approval. The survivors cheered and rushed forward to fill every container they had. Luo Fan, aren't you getting water? Niu Dagang came over and asked. No need, although the lake water was potable, Luo Fan preferred the purity of bottled water. With 1,000 yuan available daily for check-in and bottled water costing only 1 yuan in the mall, he could drink it freely. Your shooting's improved a lot these past 2 days. On our route, even a stray dog gets a bullet, Niu Dagang added. Can't be helped, daily practice is the only way. Although the demon hunter sequence gave him innate talent with firearms, becoming a crackshot still required relentless repetition. Once everyone had filled their containers, the whole convoy hooped and dashed into the lake. Luo Fan, come on, bath time. The 2-meter-tall, powerfully built Niu Dagang stripped to his boxer shorts and called out. You go ahead, I'm not in the mood yet. Luo Fan shook his head. After fleeing for so long, a rare chance to bathe was pure joy. The men stripped off shirts, the women wore tighter dresses. The lake was vast, room for 200, let alone 20. Xiaoran, want to go? Off you go. Luo Fan glanced at Xiaoran beside him. If big brother Luo Fan doesn't go, I won't either. And Xiaoran shook her head. Be good, you go first, I'll come later. Luo Fan coaxed her. I'll wait for you. Still, Xiaoran refused. At that moment Luo Fan saw Rose, now in a swimsuit, heading for the lake and raised an eyebrow. Good girl, go on. I'll give you an extra box of milk tonight, 2 in total. His tone turned serious. Oh, okay then. After a slight hesitation, Xiaoran nodded, climbed down, and walked toward the water. Xiaoran, I'll take you. Seeing her join, Rose stepped forward with a smile. Rose really is good to Xiaoran, Luo Fan mused. When the skeleton abnormality had advanced to Tier 2, its skulls had swarmed Xiaoran. Rose, nearly basic sequence, had shielded her, something Luo Fan hadn't expected. Brother Niu had also said that while Luo Fan was away, after Xiaoran finished her first day's milk, Rose somehow found fresh milk for her every day. At first Luo Fan thought Rose only wanted to stay on Xiaoran's good side for protection in battle. But seeing her step in front of Xiaoran that day, he knew it wasn't strategy. Rose genuinely liked the girl. And no wonder, cute, well-behaved, and support sequence. Everyone's heals, shields, and holy light descends buffs depended on her. She was the team's darling. Shaking his head, Luo Fan watched Xiaoran and Rose enter the water, then pulled out his invisibility cloak and vanished into optical camouflage. Silently he opened his door, slipped out, and headed for Rose's van. With most of the 20-odd convoy members in the lake, Luo Fan, invisible, avoided every gaze. When no one was looking, he tugged the van's door. Thankfully, Rose hadn't locked it. The Hope Convoy's atmosphere was relaxed. No survivor would dare steal from a sequencer, so Rose, like Luo Fan, rarely bothered locking up. He eased the door open a crack, slipped inside, and closed it behind him. It was his first time sneaking into the van. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The moment he entered, frantic squeals erupted inside Rose's money rat. Though optically invisible, the opening and closing of the door had alerted the creature. Guilt-ridden, Luo Fan drew his blood blade and tapped the rat on the head with the hilt, triggering sap. At his current specialized sequence level, the harmless money rat would stay stunned for quite a while. He swept his gaze through the van, clothes and supplies everywhere. Soon he spotted a small box crammed with Rose's underwear. Take them all? 7 or 8 pairs enough for 7 or 8 shots with his ghost gun? Half a second later he dismissed the idea. If all of them vanished, Rose would notice, so he pocketed just 2. Surely she wouldn't miss 2 pairs? But as he turned to leave with the underwear, he glanced through the window and saw Rose heading back. What the she'd finished bathing in under a minute. Crap, if I open the door now she'll spot me. What do I do? Panic. We ran into other racing teams again. Rose led in Xiaoran into the lake. The water covered both of them, and the feeling of being completely submerged was incredibly comfortable. Although winter had arrived and the lake water was very cold, it wasn't a big problem for sequencers. After all, if they didn't bathe this time, they didn't know when they would get another chance. As for the survivors, they were all thinking to themselves that they had exchanged some beast bones from the sequencers earlier. These first-order fierce beast bones were very nourishing when made into soup. At most, they would just drink a bowl of hot soup after getting ashore. Xiaoran, your skin is so good, it's practically glowing. Where's little brother Luo? Why didn't he come along? Oh, right, Xiaoran, do you like small animals? In the lake, Rose used soap to wash in Xiaoran's hair first, proactively striking up a conversation with her. And Xiaoran was like a delicate porcelain doll, letting Rose do as she pleased, but she didn't speak. However, when Rose mentioned small animals, Xiaoran's expression clearly changed. Xiaoran? You like small animals? Noticing the change in Xiaoran's expression, Rose quickly asked. Although she still didn't speak, and Xiaoran nodded, giving a positive response. Seeing Xiaoran respond, Rose was very happy. Wait here, I'll go get the money rat for you. It's time for it to get a wash too. After getting Xiaoran's affirmative answer, Rose rinsed the shampoo from her hair, then immediately went ashore and walked towards her van. What to do? This is bad. Luo Fan, inside the van, watched Rose approaching. If she found him secretly hiding in her car, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths, right? He didn't know why Rose came back, but she returned after only a minute or 2 of washing. She probably hadn't finished bathing. Did she forget something, or what? Luo Fan quickly put on the invisibility cloak and then shrank into the corner as much as possible. He couldn't be discovered. Even if his invisible state was detected, it would still expose him. After all, he was the only one in the entire convoy with the ability to be invisible. The van door was pulled open. Rose saw her money rat lying motionless. Her brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Is it asleep? Rose picked up the money rat, feeling puzzled. It was fine when she went to take a bath, wasn't it? How could it fall asleep so quickly? Perhaps the stun duration of the sap had ended, or Rose's movements caused the stunned money rat to wake up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In Rose's hands, the money rat cried out anxiously. Luo Fan held his breath, looking at Rose who was so close, feeling his heart pound uncontrollably. The van's interior was only so big, and it was piled with many supplies. Even though Luo Fan tried his best to press himself against the supplies. However, he still felt like he was face to face with Rose, never having been this close before. Looking at the money rat in Rose's hand, Luo Fan secretly vowed in his heart, given the chance, he would kill this money rat. Let's go, I'll take you for a bath. Don't let Xiao Ran wait too long. Although she felt the money rat's reaction was a bit off, thinking that Xiao Ran was still waiting for her in the lake, Rose didn't delve deeper. Holding the money rat in her hand, she casually closed the van door and walked towards the lake. Even though Rose had walked far away, Luo Fan still maintained his posture of clinging tightly to the supplies, feeling as if his body had completely stiffened. After a long while, he finally moved his body, filled with lingering fear. He glanced out the window, and seeing no one paying attention, Luo Fan slowly pushed open the van door, slipped out, and then slowly closed the door behind him. Returning to his train's driver's cabin, Luo Fan took off his invisibility cloak and took out his ghost gun. What kind of cursed side effect is this? I'd rather the side effect be something else, anything but this. My whole life has been honorable, is my good name going to be ruined by this ghost artifact? Thinking about the first time he tried to steal Rose's underwear and almost got caught, Luo Fan felt a wave of lingering fear and, at the same time, furiously complained about the ghost gun. Although he was silently complaining, Luo Fan's actions were very honest. He placed the ghost crystal into the magazine, but the crystal-like magazine slot remained dim. Luo Fan took out a pair of underwear he had just stolen and carefully wiped the gun barrel with it. Why do my actions feel so lewd? Luo Fan muttered to himself as he wiped the gun barrel. He shook his head, shaking off all these jumbled thoughts. Visibly, as the underwear carefully wiped the gun barrel, the previously dull magazine slot slowly brightened. After wiping for about 5 minutes, Luo Fan saw a number appear on the gun body, 15. A second-tier strange crystal could fire 18 times, but after using the ghost gun for a triple shot to kill that spider-weird entity, the 18 crystal energy bullets had decreased to 15. The appearance of this number also indicated that the ghost gun's cooldown had finally ended. In the future, if it's just a first-tier weird entity, or a relatively easy-to-deal-with second-tier aberration, I'll still use the double eyeball. I'd rather be blind for a while. As for this ghost gun, I'll save it for when I encounter a more difficult second-tier aberration. This side effect is really troublesome. After he finished wiping, Luo Fan put the ghost gun into his warehouse space and simultaneously resolved to use this ghost gun as little as possible. In the future. Having to steal a pair of underwear every time he uses it? How can one stand by the river often without getting their shoes wet? If he were exposed one day, he would truly suffer social death. Humans are indeed strange. Originally, Luo Fan found the ghost artifact's side effect of a half-month cooldown unacceptable. However, now that there was a way to avoid the half-month cooldown, Luo Fan actively chose to use it less. Regardless of Luo Fan's inner thoughts, just as the majority of the Hope convoy were bathing in the lake, another convoy entered the Bishriwan wetland park. This was a convoy consisting of 1 bus and 2 trucks. Leading the way was a bus, and the driver seemed very familiar with the park, heading directly towards the lakeside. Wait! A few minutes after the convoy entered the park, a cold-faced man holding a long sword on the bus suddenly shouted. Hearing this, the bus stopped, and naturally, the convoy behind it also stopped. The cold-faced man got out of the car, walked into the nearby bushes, and picked up a dead fierce beast. This is? Shot dead? And the blood is fresh, it hasn't been dead long. Is there another convoy in this park? And they have high-damage firearms. Looking at the dead fierce beast, the expressions of the people on the bus became much more solemn. Let's go, let's take a look. After a brief thought, the sword-wielding man, seemingly confident in his convoy, spoke. Immediately, the convoy continued forward and soon arrived at the lakeside, where they could see the Hope convoy in the distance. They even have a fuel tank truck. The attention of several people on the bus was completely drawn to the fuel tank truck, and their eyes showed greed. Luo Fan's intimidation. The ghost gun's cooldown had ended, and Luo Fan was about to take off his clothes and wash himself in the lake. Suddenly, Luo Fan, feeling something, looked into the distance. 3 vehicles were driving towards them. Leading the way was a bus, followed by 2 trucks. This made Luo Fan's heart tighten. Had another convoy also come to this park? Luo Fan's heart tensed, and he took out the ghost gun again. In the apocalypse, when 2 unfamiliar convoys meet, there's a high probability they will test each other's strength before deciding how to interact. This is like in the animal kingdom. If 2 fierce beasts meet, and their strengths are similar, they will coexist peacefully only if they are not confident in defeating the other. Simply put, equal treatment is based on strength. This point is even more directly demonstrated in the apocalypse. Whoosh! Just then, the lake water suddenly surged violently, forming a giant whirlpool. Run, there's danger! Feeling the violent fluctuations of the lake water, the survivors who had jumped into the lake to bathe all looked terrified, desperately fleeing to the shore. Hadn't they specifically investigated before entering the water and even eliminated several fierce beasts hidden in the water? How could there be such a big commotion again? Was there an even bigger creature hidden in this lake? Even sequencers like Nyo Dagong, seeing the huge commotion in the churning lake, quickly fled to the shore. The 3 vehicles approached the Hope convoy without slowing down, showing this convoy strong confidence in its own strength. After all, when 2 convoys meet, they usually maintain a relatively safe distance and then probe each other, just like when the Hope convoy and the Luo Family Town convoy first met. However, this convoy approached without any hesitation, as if they didn't put the Hope convoy in their eyes at all. On the bus, 4 people were seated. Among them, a cold-faced man holding a sword looked towards the Hope convoy from afar, his eyebrows slightly raised. It seems we don't even need to make a move. This convoy has run into trouble on its own. This convoy actually has so many ordinary people? Carrying so many burdens, it's clear their convoy's strength isn't good. Another thin man, playing with several darts in his hand, grinned. Look, the fierce beast rushing out of the lake is so big. Is that a second-tier fierce beast? Besides the driver, a woman exclaimed as she looked at the fierce beast in the lake. Indeed, at this moment, a huge fierce beast poked its head out from the center of the lake's whirlpool. This was a large snake, its body covered with palm-sized scales. Its pair of vertical snake pupils were like lanterns, and its body was so thick that it would take 2 people to embrace it. As the head of this fierce beast emerged from the lake, and Xiaoran reacted very quickly, raising her hand and casting holy light descends. In the void, a beam of sacred light fell directly onto the fierce beast, immediately causing it to fall into a weakened state. Oh! I haven't seen this skill before. Does this convoy actually have a specialized sequence? The approaching bus in the distance looked at the commotion caused by holy light descends, slightly surprised. Not every convoy has a specialized sequence, so they had underestimated this convoy a bit. Whoosh! The lake water surged, and the giant snake's body charged fiercely towards Xiaoran in the water. Clearly, the effect of holy light descends had attracted the fierce beast's aggro to Xiaoran. Nyo Dagon reacted extremely quickly, directly blocking Xiaoran. Facing the giant python's charge, he used the block skill to stop the snake. On the bus, the several sequencers who had initially looked indifferent slightly tensed their expressions when they saw this scene. The impact of that second-tier fierce beast was comparable to a dump truck traveling at high speed, wasn't it? But someone actually blocked that impact without moving an inch? What kind of strength must that be? Another specialized sequence? They had already felt they underestimated the Hope convoy with one specialized sequence, and now a second specialized sequence appeared? Bang bang bang! However, before the sequencers on the bus could react, 3 gunshots rang out consecutively. The brilliant crystal energy bullets flashed through the air like lasers. With the third bullet's 4 times damage plus 50% defense ignoring effect, the second-tier fierce beast couldn't resist at all. Its head was directly pierced through by the third crystal energy bullet, leaving a large hole that went straight through. The second-tier fierce beast, which had just been full of momentum, collapsed in an instant, its blood staining a large area of the lake red. It was a dramatic start and a swift end, from its appearance to its demise, only a few short seconds passed. A second-tier fierce beast had just made its debut and immediately exited the stage. Phew, it seems practicing with the gun these past few days wasn't in vain. At the critical moment, Luo Fan silently let out a breath, displaying the Hope Convoy's strongest attack power. This triple shot was not just for cleanly killing the fierce beast, more importantly, it was to deter other convoys. Indeed, after his triple shot instantly killed the second-tier fierce beast, the convoy that had been driving straight towards them stopped at a distance of about 200 to 300 meters. Phew, Luo Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief, seeing the opposing convoy stop. Although the Hope Convoy's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes, Luo Fan would not become complacent. After all, strictly speaking, the highest-level member of the Hope Convoy was only Ace at LV-13. Luo Fan would not forget that when he encountered a rule-type anomaly before, there was a second-tier sequencer at the dining table. Moreover, the one who delivered the ghost gun and invisibility cloak to him was also a second-tier sequencer. Having encountered two recently, it indicates that while second-tier sequencers are not numerous in this apocalypse, they are not extremely rare either. What if, even after he specifically used triple shot to display the Hope Convoy's powerful side, the other party still didn't care? That would mean their convoy's strength far exceeded the Hope Convoy's by a large margin. Thankfully, the situation was at least not particularly bad. At this moment, even the second-tier fierce beast didn't hold much of Zhao Chuanfeng's attention. He merely instructed the ordinary survivors to retrieve the second-tier fierce beast's corpse. Brother Zhao, I'll go say hello. If they had already shown great strength but then hesitated to step forward at the crucial moment, wouldn't everything they had just done be in vain? Luo Fan said to Zhao Chunfeng and the others. Luo Fan, well done. Zhao Chunfeng nodded, affirming Luo Fan's actions just now. If he hadn't decisively fired his gun just now, it might not have deterred the opposing convoy. Zhao Chunfeng had also noticed the arrogance and disdain when the other convoy drove straight towards them. The opposing convoy was not simple. As for Luo Fan's ghost gun entering a half-month cooldown period, this was not the time to discuss it. Luo Fan walked towards the other party alone, carrying the ghost gun on his shoulder, with a feeling of facing the challenge single-handedly. The fusion of the dummy gun and the double-eyed bow. Luo Fan looked at the man walking towards him, observing how he held a sword, and wondered if he was a melee sequence or an assassination sequence. Elite Squad, Han Shanzhong. The stern-faced man also introduced himself. Why are you in this park? Luo Fan asked directly. We came to collect water along the way, Han Shanzhong replied. He paused, hesitated slightly, then glanced at the Hope Convoy's fuel tank truck and added, of course, if possible, it would be even better if we could trade for some gasoline. Trade? What can you offer? Once two convoys achieve equal standing for dialogue, mutual trade and exchange of resources become very cost-effective. It's just that many people have mobile phones now, otherwise, intelligence exchange would also be very necessary. It seems you don't need fierce beast meat. Our convoy has quite a few ghost artifacts. I wonder if you have any need for them? Han Shanzhong glanced at the second-tier fierce beast that Luo Fan had almost instantly killed. After a brief thought, he stated the most valuable items he could offer for trade. Ghost artifacts? So many that they can be traded? Are they spoils of war from killing many other teams, or does their squad have a corresponding sequence? Upon hearing this, Luo Fan's brows slightly raised as he muttered to himself. We don't have much gasoline, but our squad has plenty of fresh vegetables and fruits, Luo Fan replied after a moment of thought. Indeed, the fuel tank truck only had half a tank of oil before, about 1000 L. The convoy had been traveling for so many days, and there wasn't much oil left. If he couldn't buy gasoline from the mall system, Luo Fan wouldn't have been willing to sell a single drop. However, items and ghost artifacts were indeed what the squad urgently needed right now. Except for himself, the other companions were almost fighting barehanded. It would be good to exchange for some ghost artifacts or items. Also, Luo Fan paused slightly, then continued, our squad also has an advanced specialization in the support sequence. If there are any injuries, we can provide healing services. Luo Fan's words were actually a test. They had naturally seen Xiao Ran's holy light descends earlier, so having a support-type specialization was no secret. Bringing this up was a way to cast a brick to attract Jade, to see where their numerous ghost artifacts for sale came from. As expected, Han Shanzhong's eyes lit up slightly when Luo Fan mentioned fresh fruits and vegetables were available for sale. Upon hearing about the intangible service, Han Shanzhong was silent for a moment, then said, our squad also has an artisan sequence specialization, capable of forging and repairing various ghost artifacts. Indeed. Han Shanzhong's reply made Luo Fan realize that the other party's squad truly had an artisan sequence specialization. Alright then, you collect water first? And in about an hour, we'll each bring out our trade lists to discuss? Having understood what needed to be known, Luo Fan said. Immediately, the two returned to their respective convoys. How was it, leader? What's the word? On the elite squad's side, after Han Shanzhong returned, several members gathered around to ask. It seems they are willing to trade. Our ghost artifacts and fierce beast items are what they need. They don't have much gasoline, but they have fresh vegetables and fruits, so it seems they have an agricultural planting sequence. Judging from how easily they annihilated the second-tier fierce beast just now, their strength is not weak. Even though our entire squad consists of specialized sequences, if we were to truly fight, we might not gain an advantage, Han Shanzhong said, presenting his thoughts. The elite squad, as its name suggests, including himself, all 8 members were specialized sequences. They also had a powerful artisan specialized sequence, and the squad members were almost armed to the teeth. This lineup was considered luxurious in the apocalypse. This was also why the elite squad practically swaggered through the apocalypse. However, Luo Fan's triple shot from his ghost gun, which instantly killed the second-tier fierce beast, directly shattered the elite squad's pride. Their squad could handle second-tier fierce beasts with coordination, but they certainly didn't possess such terrifying destructive power. No one in their squad could have withstood that single shot that instantly killed the second-tier fierce beast. Moreover, the 3 who acted were all specialized sequences. The elite squad truly had no intention of killing for treasure. Then let's trade. Of course, one must always be on guard, and we must also be wary of any ill intentions from their side. The elite squad members discussed it and all agreed to prioritize trading. On the other side, after Luo Fan returned, he also explained the situation to Zhao Chunfeng and the others. Hearing that the other convoy had an artisan sequence specialization, and that they had many ghost artifacts and items available for sale, the members of the Hope convoy's eyes lit up slightly. This was indeed what the convoy needed. Then, they each compiled a list of resources they could offer for sale. Luo Fan and the others watched from afar. The elite squad didn't have many people, but they had a bus and 2 trucks. This squad indeed seemed to be taking the elite route. And with so many ghost artifacts and items available for sale, they were indeed not to be trifled with. Zhao Chunfeng used his divination skills to see how this trade would turn out. After the divination, Zhao Chunfeng interpreted the divination reading and gave a 4-character commentary, turned peril into safety. Hearing this commentary, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Turn peril into safety? Does that mean the other party was originally planning to attack? But Luo Fan's triple shot successfully deterred them, and now they can trade with peace of mind? The squad members admired Luo Fan from the bottom of their hearts. He almost immediately knew how to respond. Although they always complained about him being cunning and sly, in this apocalypse, cunning and sly could actually be considered complimentary terms. An hour passed quickly, and Luo Fan, Ace, Niu Dagang, and Xiaoran, the 4 specialized sequences, came forward to trade. On the elite squad side, 4 people also came over, bringing out 7 or 8 ghost artifacts. How much for this shield? Niu Dagang immediately took a liking to a shield and asked. As a shield warrior sequence, if he had a shield instead of fighting empty-handed, at least when performing block, he wouldn't have to use his own. body to block, right? Although 90% of the damage was exempted, the remaining 10% damage was still very unpleasant to take. Especially with the powerful force of second-tier fierce beasts but with a shield, it would be much better. This shield was forged from an oak tree demon's ghost. It can withstand most attacks from first-order fierce beasts and should endure a few hits from second-tier ones. If you want it, it's 200 L of gasoline, or 100 Jin of fruit, or 3 ghost crystals, Han Shanzhong quoted after a brief discussion. Upon hearing this, Niu Dagon's face fell slightly. He didn't have any of those things. Alright, we'll take this shield, Luo Fan, who was beside him, said directly. Immediately, Luo Fan looked at the other party and said, "Can you help forge, or perhaps modify, a few ghost artifacts?" As he spoke, he took out his ghost gun and double eye bow. If the strengths of the ghost gun and double eye bow could be combined. Rose, where are my underwear? The ghost gun's characteristics lie in its long attack range and high damage. Coupled with its triple shot, it can even instantly kill a second-tier fierce beast. And the characteristic of the double eye bow? It's a 100% hit rate, there's no way to dodge it. Even if it's dodged, the arrow will turn back on its own. Both the gun and the bow have very strong characteristics. If their strengths could be combined, that would be truly formidable. Hearing Luo Fan talk about modifying a ghost artifact, a man behind Han Shanzhong stepped forward, appearing to be in his 30s. His gaze first fell on the ghost gun. After all, the scene of the triple shot instantly killing a second-tier fierce beast was simply too astonishing. I'm Gung Dali, the repairman for the Experience Convoy. Are you Luo Fan, the leader of the Hope Convoy? The man who stepped out glanced at the ghost gun, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then asked Luo Fan. I am Luo Fan, but I am not the leader of the convoy. Our leader is still in the convoy and hasn't come over. I am fully responsible for this transaction. Luo Fan shook his head, indicating that he was not the leader of the Hope Convoy. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of several sequencers from the elite convoy suddenly changed. Good heavens, Luo Fan isn't even the leader of the Hope Convoy, yet he can kill a second-tier fierce beast in 3 shots? Just how profound is the strength of this Hope Convoy? What? Can these 2 ghost artifacts be fused? Not dwelling on his identity, Luo Fan steered the conversation back to the ghost artifacts. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Gung Dali shook his head. He then explained, I can forge ghost artifacts, and I can disassemble materials. However, fusing 2 ghost artifacts, I cannot do. It's like building a house. Tearing down a house is simple, and I can build a house too, but asking me to fuse 2 houses of completely different styles together, that's too difficult. And he paused slightly at this point, then Gung Dali glanced at Luo Fan's ghost gun and said, the forging technique of your ghost artifact is far superior to mine. This is beyond my capabilities. Alright, since the other party couldn't do it, Luo Fan sighed softly and didn't insist. He then took out several materials from his warehouse and asked Gung Dali to help him forge some ghost artifacts. Mainly, the skin of a gale wolf was to be used to forge a pair of shoes that could increase his movement speed. There was also that section of tree trunk, which could be used to make sharp arrows. According to Gung Dali, the arrows produced would have the characteristics of a silent arrow. Luo Fan was quite satisfied with being able to replenish some arrows, especially since he preferred the silent arrow's characteristic even more. The hunter's fighting style is stealthy. Although the ghost gun is powerful, its gunshot is too loud, almost completely exposing oneself once fired. In special circumstances, the double-eye bow paired with silent arrows would still be very effective. Having the ghost gun doesn't mean his double-eye bow is completely obsolete. Nodding in agreement to Luo Fan's request, Gung Dali then proactively mentioned, oh, by the way, the python you just killed, its snake scales seem to have good defensive power. I can conveniently help you make some snake scale armor. That would be great. How long will all these things take to make? Hearing this, Luo Fan's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded. A second-tier fierce beast. If it weren't for his ghost gun's armor-piercing effect, its defense wouldn't have been so easily broken. If these were made into snake-scale armor, it should be no problem to withstand the attacks of many first-order fierce beasts, right? All of these combined will probably take about 10 hours. After roughly estimating the workload, Gung Dali replied. Okay, for this labor fee, I'll give you 50 gene of vegetables, 50 gene of apples, 50 gene of fresh eggs, and another 100 L of gasoline. How about that? Luo Fan stated his price. The skill is indeed valuable. Luo Fan felt it was appropriate to give so many supplies for the other party forging so many items for him in one go. Deal. Hearing Luo Fan's offer, Gung Dali and Han Shanzhong exchanged glances, then nodded heavily. In this apocalypse, fresh eggs, fruit, and vegetables are all rare commodities. Not to mention the 100 L of gasoline, which the elite convoy currently needed. Although there were some dark thoughts when they first met, it's about actions, not intentions, especially in this apocalypse. Soon, the transaction between the Hope convoy and the elite squad was almost complete. Luo Fan handed over some forging materials to the elite squad. Additionally, for the second-tier aberration they had previously killed that had just entered the second tier, the squad had one second-tier strange crystal, which they exchanged for 10 first-order Gui Jing at the elite squad to forge the snake-scale armor. Luo Fan took out another second-tier strange crystal to be used for forging his shoes. Thus, the elite squad and the Hope convoy parted ways. Furthermore, the Hope convoy kept a close eye on the elite squad. Wealth moves hearts. Although the surface transaction went smoothly and the divination reading showed no problems, they had, after all, sent over so many materials in two second-tier strange crystals. If the elite squad ran off with the materials, there would be nowhere to cry. Second-tier strange crystals, the opposite convoy casually produced two. They are indeed wealthy. When our squad hunts second-tier aberrations, we have to be extremely vigilant. A single mistake could lead to casualties, or even a complete wipeout. But looking at Luo Fan, it seems he doesn't just have one or two second-tier strange crystals. Indeed, if he can easily kill a second-tier fierce beast, then he should also be able to easily deal with physical second-tier aberrations, right? Possessing so many fresh vegetables, apples, and even eggs? The other side definitely has a specialized sequence of the agricultural series. Constantly migrating, how does the other party manage to grow so many things? Looking at the Hope convoy, they don't seem to have any vehicles for planting. After parting ways, the elite squad discussed in low voices. The more they interacted, the more they realized the Hope convoy was not simple. That Luo Fan isn't even the leader of the Hope convoy? When interacting with our squad, their leader didn't even show up. This is too mysterious, isn't it? Han Shanzhong's face remained as cold as ever, but his brows showed even more solemnity. Old Han, there's something I must remind you about. Having successfully completed the simplest silent arrows, Gung Dali then picked up the Gale Wolf's fur and said, I carefully examined Luo Fan's ghost gun just now. If I'm not mistaken, it's a rule-type ghost artifact. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of several sequencers from the elite squad changed drastically. A rule-type ghost artifact? Whether it was obtained by killing a rule-type aberration themselves or by snatching it from someone else, it was enough to prove the terrifying strength of the Hope convoy, right? Regardless of what the members of the elite squad were discussing, Rose from the Hope convoy did not participate in the transaction. After all, she didn't have anything presentable, so she naturally wouldn't be able to exchange for any ghost artifacts. While Luo Fan and the others were listing items, she returned to her van to change clothes. However, when she opened the small drawer containing her underwear, Rose looked a bit bewildered. It seemed 2 pairs of her underwear were missing? Was she seeing things? Wolfskin boots incorporating second-order mystic crystals. The Hope convoy waited patiently for 10 hours, and the sequencers, Luo Fan and the others, gathered again. Luo Fan, about that shield. Nyo Dagon felt rather embarrassed, judging by the shield's price tag, he simply couldn't afford it. As he spoke, Nyo Dagang handed over the ghost crystals he'd been allocated. As for the shortfall, he'd have to owe Luo Fan for now. With that shield, brother Nyo, you'll boost not only your own strength but the whole squad's. 2 ghost crystals owed, pay me back later. Besides, I just used the ghost gun's destructive power to intimidate them. If word got out that you couldn't even produce 3 ghost crystals, wouldn't that blow our cover? So no matter how you look at it, we have to secure this shield, Luo Fan explained. Hearing this, Zhao Chunfeng and the other sequencers nodded, agreeing that Luo Fan's reasoning made sense. By the way, Luo Fan, isn't the ghost gun side effect a forced half-month rest after one use? Zhao Chunfeng asked, surprised. The real side effect isn't that. If you don't satisfy its actual requirement, it goes on a half-month cooldown. The intel paper got the side effect wrong. Since the secret was out, Luo Fan saw no need to hide it and explained. So that was it. Hearing Luo Fan's words, Nyo Dagang and the others saw the light. Still, Luo Fan didn't elaborate on what the ghost gun's real side effect was, and none of them pressed him. After all, someone who keeps even his skill effects secret would naturally conceal a ghost artifact's true drawback. The elite squad had brought out 7 or 8 ghost artifacts for trade, yet Nyo Dagang had his eye on only one shield. The other artifacts weren't very suitable. More importantly, ghost artifacts weren't cheap. Emptying your coffers for an ill-fitting one simply wasn't worth it. But everyone would soon have a set of snake-scale armor, still a fine gain. 10 uneventful hours passed, and by nightfall the elite squad had finished crafting everything. Gasoline, vegetables, fruit, eggs. Luo Fan had long since prepared the promised goods and sent them over. In return, the elite squad delivered 20 silent arrows, a pair of wolfskin boots, and 10 sets of snake-scale armor. The armor looked quite stylish, forged from second-tier fierce beast scales. Its defense should be solid. Luo Fan and Xiaoran, Ace, Nyo Dagang, Zhao Chunfeng, and Rose each took 1 set. The remaining 4 were kept as communal assets of the convoy, either for future recruits or for trade at the next exchange meet. With what he wanted in hand, Luo Fan first examined the silent arrows. Appraisal fee $120? Small change. Even after stocking up, he still had 1,600 in his maul. He paid the 120, and soon the silent arrow's details appeared before him. Silent arrow, crafted from the branch of a trend-type aberration, arrows fly without a sound. A consumable, so not counted as a ghost artifact, he mused. All ghost artifacts had side effects, yet these arrows had none. But that made sense, they lacked a ghost artifact score. He turned next to the snake-scale armor. All 10 sets should share identical stats. They were practically the uniform of the Hope Convoy sequencers. Appraisal fee $350, not too bad. After paying, the armor's details materialized. Snake-scale armor, forged from second-tier fierce beast scales infused with ghost crystals, slightly boosts defense. Side effect, coat with fierce beast blood every 10 days or it degrades. Score, 25. Only 25 points? Acceptable. His double eyebrow only scored 36, after all. As armor made from second-tier scales, its defense should be decent. Finally, Luo Fan looked at his wolfskin boots. Also made from second-tier beast hide, but he'd splurged by fusing in a second-tier strange crystal. Surely their quality would surpass the armor? Sure enough, appraisal cost soared to 880, far above the armor's. A steep fee, yet it hinted at superior quality. Without hesitation he paid, and the boot stats appeared. Gale boots, crafted from second-tier gale wolf hide fused with a second-tier strange crystal. Slightly increases movement speed, can activate gale acceleration for 5s of doubled speed, followed by 5s of halved speed. Score, 52. 52? Way above the double eyebrow. Not only passive speed, but also an active burst? Double speed for 5s, then half for another 5? He did the math. Overall he came out ahead. If normal speed was 100, 10 seconds meant 1000 distance. With gale acceleration, 5s at 200 covered 1000, the next 5s at 50 added 250. Net gain, 250 distance. And in crucial moments doubling speed could turn the tide. Worth it, no wonder, given the second-tier materials plus an infused crystal. He even regretted not infusing crystals into his and in Xiaoran's armor. The boost would have been huge. Still, what's done is done. The flexible scale armor, vest-shaped, could be worn under or over clothes. Dressed in snake-scale armor and wolfskin boots, plus an invisibility cloak and ghost gun, Luo Fan finally felt like a true hunter-type sequencer. Night deepened, he indulgently clutched a second-tier strange crystal and absorbed it. Soon an invisible ripple spread from his body. Luo Fan opened his eyes, delight flashing within. Demon Hunter, level 13. Honk! 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 At that moment, piercing horn blasts tore through the silent night. Luo Fan tensed and looked outside. The sound came from Zhao Chuanfeng's SUV. Weird tide. Brother Zhao, what's going on? Luo Fan poked his head out of the carriage and shouted toward Zhao Chuanfeng's SUV. Run! Zhao Chunfeng also poked his head out and yelled one word toward Luo Fan. Read the selection of Taiwan novels for super smooth reading. After that, the SUV started up, its headlights shooting out two beams of light, tearing through the darkness of the park, and quickly driving outward. Everyone in the Hope Convoy was startled awake by the sound of the car horn, and upon hearing Zhao Chuanfeng's words, the survivors of the Hope Convoy quickly got up. Everyone, get on the bus, hurry. Niu Dagang pulled open the door of his bus and shouted at the survivors. The Hope Convoy had traveled a long way and now only had about 20 people left. Excluding Luo Fan and the few sequencers, only a dozen or so people remained. If possible, Niu Dagang still wanted to take them along. The survivors of the Hope Convoy, having been filtered like gold panning in a great wave, were all qualified escapees who naturally understood the urgency of the situation. What about supplies? What about water sources? They had no time to pack. They grabbed whatever they could carry haphazardly and quickly ran toward the bus. The bus started up, its speed not fast, but slowly accelerating. These survivors desperately chased after it, climbing onto the bus through the door. Luo Fan also started the small truck and quickly followed the SUV. An Asus fuel tank truck quickly followed as well. Most of the survivors jumped into the bus, and a few survivors climbed onto the fuel tank truck. 2 survivors even jumped into Luo Fan's carriage. Luo Fan had no intention of driving them away. The Hope Convoy quickly set off, including Rose's van, following behind Zhao Chuanfeng's SUV. All the vehicles roared. What's going on? The elite convoy side was also startled awake by Zhao Chuanfeng's horn, seeing the Hope Convoy fleeing so frantically. After a moment of stunned silence, the elite squad quickly reacted. Their bus and 2 trucks also started up quickly, chasing in the direction of the Hope Convoy. Although they didn't understand exactly what had happened, seeing the Hope Convoy react so strongly, following them certainly wouldn't be wrong. Walala. However, just as the 2 teams started their vehicles and drove toward the park exit, suddenly, many dense black shadows appeared, blocking the Hope Convoy's path. The SUV in the very front squealed to a stop. Zhao Chuanfeng's headlights tore through the darkness, revealing many millstone-sized beetles on the ground, blocking his path. There appeared to be at least 60 or 70 of these beetles, each the size of a millstone. Scuttling sounds. It wasn't just the front. After the SUV stopped, all the vehicles halted. Sounds of crawling arose, and millstone-sized beetles densely surrounded them on all sides, like a black tide, encircling all the vehicles. These are all weird entities? Luo Fan's expression darkened as he looked at the hundreds of beetles surrounding them. Although they had the appearance of beetles, there was a fundamental difference between weird entities and fierce beasts. That is, weird entities clearly emanated a sinister aura from head to toe. From the elite convoy behind them, Han Shanzhong and the others also stepped out, their expressions extremely solemn as they watched hundreds of weird entities surround the convoy. Luo Fan was of the Demon Hunter sequence, so his perception was stronger than that of other sequencers. He could clearly see that hidden among the millstone-sized beetles were some larger weird entities. These weird entities appeared to be at least the size of water vats, and the weird chi emanating from them was even denser. Hundreds of beetle-type weird entities surrounded all the vehicles, and the circle slowly began to shrink. So many weird entities. It's over, it's over. Aren't there too many weird entities? How could this happen? How could so many weird entities appear? The dozen or so survivors of the Hope convoy watched the dense weird entities form a circle, clearly intending to capture everyone in one sweep. Despair appeared on many faces. Ace, you are responsible for protecting Xiaoran. Brother Nyo, you protect Brother Zhao. Luo Fan's expression was equally grim, but he spoke decisively, shouting at Ace and Nyo Dagang. After speaking, Luo Fan paused slightly, then told Ace, if a critical moment truly arrives, all the gasoline in the fuel tank truck can be abandoned. Ace naturally understood what Luo Fan meant by that sentence, and upon hearing it, he nodded heavily, indicating that he understood. Phew! Seeing that Ace understood his meaning, Luo Fan silently let out a breath. Luo Fan had specifically let Ace drive the fuel tank truck because he had long prepared for the possibility of using Ace's flames to ignite the fuel tank truck if the situation became critical. Now, it seemed this idea might have to be realized. Ace stood up, raised his hand, and azure flames gathered in his palm before he threw them directly toward the beetle weird entities. Boom! The explosive flame burst open like a high-explosive grenade, instantly shattering 3 to 5 beetle-type weird entities. At the same time, Ace moved closer to Luo Fan's small truck. Let's make our move too. At this moment, everyone was surrounded, and the only way to survive was to cooperate by any means necessary, Han Shanzhong shouted. As he spoke, the sword in Han Shanzhong's hand was drawn. He executed the Lingshu step, his figure moving like a phantom, and with swings of his long sword, one beetle after another was sliced open by his sharp blade. The long sword in his hand seemed to come alive, incredibly nimble. Following Han Shanzhong's command, the sequencers of the elite squad all took action simultaneously. One man raised his hand, and flying darts flashed through the darkness. Every dart shot out meant a beetle-type weird entity was pierced through the body. Another woman waved her hand, and several dead beetles actually started moving again under a mysterious power. Emerald green evil light surged, these resurrected beetle weird entities launched attacks against the other beetle weird entities beside them. There was also a muscular man wearing a pair of gloves. He charged up his right fist, then fiercely punched out, sending 7 or 8 weird entities flying directly. Furthermore, a man gripping a spiked club leaped high and smashed the club onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, sending 7 or 8 weird entities flying. Luo Fan glanced at the elite squad side. Including Gung Dali, 3 sequencers had not joined the fight. So, did the elite convoy have 5 combat-type specialized sequences? The millstone-sized weird entities were no match and were easily eliminated. However, the water vat-sized weird entities hidden among them had clearly reached the level of a first-tier weird entity. When they occasionally rushed out to counterattack, they caused considerable trouble for everyone. Luo Fan took a deep breath, put on his invisibility cloak, and his figure immediately vanished into thin air. Beheading. In the team, and Xiaoran is a support, so she is naturally the primary target for protection. Zhao Chunfeng is a prophecy sequence and also lacks combat power, so Luo Fan arranged for Ace and Nyo Dagang to protect the two of them. As for Rose? She is, after all, a spell sequence. Even without specialization, no one can protect her in this abnormality tide attack, she can only rely on herself. After Luo Fan put on his invisibility cloak, he moved with Lingshu step. In a completely invisible state, with the blood blade in hand, he furiously reaped these weird entities. Dealing with these basic weird entities, the gun's firing speed was too slow, as it wasn't a continuous fire weapon like a Gatling. As for arrows, he didn't have many. As I write this, I hope readers will remember our domain, Taiwan Novel Network, it's super practical for easy reading. So, Luo Fan used the blood blade to move through the abnormality tide. These weird entities often suffered fatal attacks before even seeing Luo Fan's shadow. Although the invisibility cloak's side effect was to have Luo Fan's speed in the invisible state, with the newly acquired wolfskin boots increasing his speed in the amplification of Lingshu step, Luo Fan's speed was still as swift as a phantom. Gale Sword Dance. Han Shanzhong held his long sword, watching 7 or 8 weird entities surrounding him. Suddenly, the long sword in his hand turned into a blur imperceptible to the naked eye. In a blink, all 7 or 8 weird entities were shredded. Then, Han Shanzhong locked onto a first-tier weird entity the size of a water vat, a dozen meters away. Gale Sword Flash. Whoosh! Han Shanzhong's speed turned into a shadow, flashing away in an instant, appearing behind that first-tier weird entity. At the same time, a crack appeared on the first-tier weird entity's body, slowly splitting open. These weird entities, aren't there too many? He had already killed dozens of weird entities, but the surrounding weird entities were still densely packed, showing almost no decrease. This made Han Shanzhong's heart heavy, and he gasped lightly. Whoosh! Just then, a first-tier weird entity the size of a water vat suddenly attacked from behind Han Shanzhong. Swish! Han Shanzhong was about to retaliate when an unseen sharp blade flashed, and this weird entity was also pierced in midair. Han Shanzhong? He hadn't even attacked, and the weird entity assaulting him was killed? Han Shanzhong was a bit bewildered. Then, Luo Fan pulled back his invisibility cloak, revealing his true form. Captain Han, there are a great many of these weird entities. Organize your people to form a defensive line and protect the non-combat sequences. I will go find the hidden leader. With so many weird entities forming an abnormality tide to surround us, there must be a commander in the shadows. After revealing himself, Luo Fan said to Han Shanzhong. A specialized assassination sequence? Seeing Luo Fan reveal himself, Han Shanzhong's face showed surprise. Being able to turn invisible and use Lingshu step, he was definitely of the assassination sequence. But, he was a specialized assassination sequence, yet he could still use long-range firearms and bows and arrows? This made Han Shanzhong secretly envious. He himself was a Gale assassin, a specialized assassination sequence, but he could only fight in close combat. Alright, you be careful. Although envious, Han Shanzhong understood the current situation and nodded in agreement. With invisibility and a rule-type ghost artifact that could instantly kill second-tier fierce beasts, if there really was a commander in the shadows, they could indeed only rely on Luo Fan's strength. Xiao Ran. Wielding the blood blade in his hand, and after killing several more weird entities around him, Luo Fan then shouted towards Xiao Ran. Then, Luo Fan tugged at his invisibility cloak, and his figure disappeared again. And Xiao Ran heard Luo Fan shout and saw him go invisible again, understanding Luo Fan's meaning. She waved her hand. Holy light descends. Light filled with a sacred aura descended from the sky, landing directly on Han Shanzhong. This amplification, what a powerful skill. Under the amplification of holy light descends, Han Shanzhong could clearly feel a comprehensive boost to his strength, speed, reaction, and even defense. This startled Han Shanzhong and filled him with joy. The Hope Convoy truly is extraordinary. The amplification effect of this support sequence is actually so terrifying? Shout Song, Fei, everyone form a defense and protect the non-combat sequence personnel as much as possible. Han Shanzhong directed his team members to move closer to the Hope Convoy. The elite squad had 5 combat sequences and 1 specialized potion sequence, possessing combat-type puppets, making it 5.5 combat sequences. Coupled with Nyota Gong and Ace, there were a total of 7 or 8 specialized sequence combat personnel, forming a circle to resist the surging abnormality tide around them. And Xiao Ran, meanwhile, raised her hand and cast healing spell and shield on these outer sequencers. Forming a circle, Han Shanzhong felt immense pressure, secretly muttering to himself, do these weird entities also know that his strength is the greatest? So, it was clear that although they formed a circle, there were particularly many weird entities on his side. Fortunately, the Hope Convoy's support sequence was strong, both the shield and amplification effects were evident. Indeed, Han Shanzhong's strength is truly formidable. Giving holy light descends to him was the right choice. After all, under the amplified state of holy light descends, his whole body glows. He's practically a firefly in the dark, attracting the most attention from the weird entities. No choice, the capable ones do more work. In his invisible state, Luo Fan glanced at the defensive circle and nodded silently. With such a powerful sequencer attracting more weird entities, naturally, the pressure on Nyo Dagon and Ace would be reduced. This was also why Luo Fan didn't ask in Xiaoran to cast Holy Light Descends on him. After all, glowing all over completely went against his assassination sequence. Collecting his thoughts, Luo Fan completely transformed into a god of death in the darkness, the blood blade furiously reaping the surrounding weird entities. With Luo Fan's LV-13 sequence, wielding the blood blade, even a first-tier weird entity couldn't withstand Luo Fan's attack if caught off guard. In a blink of an eye, the weird entities that died by Luo Fan's hand were at least 80, if not 100. Among them, 3 to 5 first-tier weird entities had already died. Where is the controller of this abnormality tide hiding? Although he had killed many weird entities, Luo Fan knew very well that his mission was not to kill weird entities, but a decapitation plan. So many weird entities forming an abnormality tide, even knowing how to flank and surround to say there was no commander? That was absolutely impossible. Thus, after patrolling around the battlefield for about 10 minutes, Luo Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Found it! On a high slope in a park, a giant beetle-like weird entity, as large as a small car, emitted visible fluctuations from the antennae on its head. And around this giant weird entity, there were 8 more first-tier weird entities, each the size of a water vat. This commander actually had guards around it? With such a lineup, even a second-tier sequencer would find it difficult to kill, right? However, he didn't need to get close. In his invisible state, Luo Fan approached within 200 to 300 meters, then set up his ghost gun and, through the scope, locked onto the giant weird entity's head. Han Shan felt deeply ashamed. The long sword in his hand was wielded so tightly that not a drop of water could pass through. Although the weird entities charging in were not too strong, there were simply too many of them. Often, as soon as he killed 2 or 3 weird entities with one strike, 4 or 5 more would rush forward. Han Shanzhong felt his breathing grow heavier, his chest heaving like a bellows. Even with the powerful amplification effect provided by the Hope Convoy, he still found it difficult to sustain the effort. It seemed as if the sword in his hand was also growing heavier. Time seemed to have lost all meaning. Han Shanzhong simply raised his blade and struck down, slaying weird entities one after another without blinking. Clatter. Finally, Han Shanzhong's stamina reached its limit. Several weird entities broke through Han Shanzhong's defensive circle and charged inside. Xiao ran. Rose reacted extremely quickly, immediately moving to Xiaoran's side while simultaneously activating her fire ring skill. A ring of flames violently erupted centered on Rose's body. Several millstone-sized weird entities that were rushing towards Xiaoran were instantly flung away by Rose. This is bad. Seeing a gap torn open in Han Shanzhong's defensive perimeter, Nyo Dagon and the others' expressions changed. Ah! Although only a few non-tiered, ordinary weird entities rushed through the gap, those inside the defensive circle had little fighting power. Especially the regular survivors. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 survivors were bitten to death, letting out miserable screams. Explosive fireball. At this critical moment, Ace narrowed his eyes, and a pale blue explosive fireball shot out. However, it didn't strike the weird entities, instead, it slammed directly into his own fuel tank truck. The enormous fireball hit the fuel tank truck, causing a terrifying explosion. Immediately afterward, the fuel compartment was violently ripped open by the blast, and hundreds of liters of gasoline ignited, instantly transforming into a towering inferno. The eruption of horrific flames instantly made the night as bright as day. All the frantically attacking weird entities paused for a moment due to the explosion of the sea of fire. A sequencer from the elite squad reacted quickly. Taking advantage of this moment, he shot several darts into the protected circle, instantly killing the few weird entities that had slipped through. Luo Fan, hidden in the darkness like a venomous snake waiting for its chance, raised his ghost gun and locked onto the car-sized weird entity leader. Through the sniper scope. The weird entity leader was enormous, but presumably, its strength was not particularly high, otherwise, it wouldn't need 8 first-tier weird entity guards surrounding it. But precisely because of this, the weird entity leader clearly possessed a level of perception that ordinary weird entities lacked. Not only could it remotely control the weird entities to launch attacks, but it also clearly sensed danger the moment Luo Fan's ghost gun aimed at it. The weird entity guards immediately moved, protecting it even more tightly in the center. Through the sniper scope, Luo Fan could only catch a glimpse of the weird entity leader's shape through the gaps between the first-tier weird entities. More importantly, the 8 first-tier weird entities surrounding the leader were constantly moving, so the viable sniping points were rapidly changing. With Luo Fan's current mediocre marksmanship, was it possible to accurately hit the leader through the gaps in the 8 weird entities' encirclement during such rapid movement? Absolutely not possible. But could his triple shot completely penetrate a first-tier weird entity guard and then thoroughly kill the second-tier weird entity leader protected inside? Luo Fan was not absolutely certain. Luo Fan knew very well that he only had one chance to shoot. If he failed to completely kill the weird entity leader, the guard's protection would become even tighter. With his current strength, trying to kill the weird entity leader from within the protection of 8 weird entity guards again would be impossible. I need a single hit, and ideally, it must strike vital points like the head. Luo Fan forcibly calmed his mind, bringing his focus to maximum concentration. With only one chance to shoot, he had to wait patiently. Wait for an opportunity. An opportunity where he was sure he could shoot and instantly kill the weird entity leader. Boom, boom boom, boom boom. In the darkness, wearing the invisibility cloak, Luo Fan's breathing was almost imperceptible. All sounds seemed to become clear, he could even distinctly feel the sound of his own heartbeat. Unease lingered in his heart, but having not been attacked for a long time, the weird entity leader slowly lowered its guard. Rumble. Just then, a sudden terrifying explosion occurred, accompanied by intense firelight that nearly illuminated the entire park, making Luo Fan's vision clearer. Under Luo Fan's gaze, the weird entity guards that had been constantly moving, and even the weird entity leader itself, paused for a moment, all looking simultaneously toward the place where the firelight soared into the sky. The continuous vibrations emanating from the weird entity leader's tentacles also stopped momentarily. Now is the time. Luo Fan did not turn his head to see what was happening. His mind remained forcibly locked onto the weird entity leader. This momentary pause was the opportunity Luo Fan had been waiting for. Triple shot. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in 1 second. 3 crystal energy bullets shot out rapidly, like laser beams. Through the gap in the protection provided by the weird entity guards, the first crystal energy bullet struck the weird entity leader's head, blasting open a thumb-sized hole. Almost simultaneously, the second crystal energy bullet hit the exact same spot, causing the weird entity to let out a short, truncated scream. Finally, the third crystal energy bullet slammed into the same location. The weird entity leader's scream abruptly stopped. A small portion of its head was directly blown off by this 4 times damage shot. This third shot was practically like an artillery shell. With half its head gone, the first-tier weird entity guards were all stunned, then quickly scattered. Not only the guards, but Luo Fan could also see that without the leader's control, the weird entities, which had previously advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion, scattered like headless flies. Luo Fan put away his ghost gun, still maintaining his invisible state as he approached the weird entity leader's corpse. Another second-tier strange crystal was acquired. Looking at the corpse, there were 2 tentacles on its head, one had fallen to the ground, and the other remained on its head, shining brightly. Presuming this was an important material, Luo Fan cut it off and stored it in his warehouse space. After completing this, Luo Fan finally looked back. Firelight soared into the sky. Had Ace detonated the fuel tank truck? It seemed the situation over there had been very urgent. Since the weird entities were scattering like headless flies, he no longer needed to be invisible. Putting away his invisibility cloak, Luo Fan's speed immediately doubled, and he approached the convoy's direction like lightning. The dense crowd of weird entities had scattered due to the lack of control. Han Shanzhong and the others showed no intention of pursuing them, all looking utterly exhausted. Luo Fan, I apologize. I couldn't withstand the impact of those weird entities, and a few people in your convoy died. Seeing Luo Fan approach, Han Shanzhong, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, stepped forward apologetically. He had specifically asked their powerful support sequence to amplify him, which meant Luo Fan must have trusted his strength, right? Yet, the defensive perimeter had been breached on his side. This filled the naturally proud Han Shanzhong with deep guilt. 2 new players have been added to the team to awaken their sequence awakening. A proud person naturally believes they are better than others, which is why they are proud. Otherwise, if one isn't even as good as others, how can they be proud? Han Shanzhong was a proud person, because his own strength was indeed extraordinary. Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain, Taiwan Novel Network, with its vast collection, twcan.com, always available for reading. Gale Assassin, LV-18. This sequence level, in the current apocalypse, definitely puts one in the ranks of masters. Luo Fan specifically had the support of the Hope Convoy apply a powerful buff to him, and Han Shanzhong felt that Luo Fan had good judgment, knowing that his strength was the greatest, so he buffed him. But what happened? The aberrations broke through the encirclement from his position, which was hard for Han Shanzhong to accept. Others thought so highly of him, but he delivered an unsatisfactory answer sheet? Old Han, actually, in that encirclement just now, you alone withstood the pressure of several people. It's not your fault, the man from the elite squad, who was holding hidden weapons, said, offering comfort. Luo Fan. Seeing Han Shanzhong walk up to him, apologizing, Luo Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Originally, Luo Fan had expected Han Shanzhong to rush up and question him, asking why he had applied the Holy Light Descends buff to him alone, making him like a firefly in the dark, attracting so many aberrant attacks. He never expected Han Shanzhong to feel guilty? Ahem, old Han, after fighting side by side this time, we're sworn brothers. It's such a small matter, no need to apologize. Clearing his throat, Luo Fan said with a very magnanimous expression. From now on, you, Luo Fan, are my, Han Shanzhong's, brother. Han Shanzhong nodded, acknowledging Luo Fan's words. Oh, right, all those aberrations retreated. Did you kill the anomaly leader in the shadows? Han Shanzhong asked Luo Fan, changing the subject to business. That anomaly leader should be a second-tier aberration, capable of commanding other aberrations of the same type. And, there were 8 aberrant guards around it. It took a bit of effort, but I finally dealt with it. Luo Fan nodded, specifically pointing out the difficulty of killing the anomaly leader. A second-tier aberration, and 8 guards? Solved it alone without a scratch? The sequencers of the elite squad exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Luo Fan's strength was truly unfathomable. At the same time, they felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, the second-tier Python Fierce Beast appeared during the day. Otherwise, if a conflict had truly erupted with the Hope Convoy, all the sequencers of the elite squad shuddered inwardly. Although tonight's abnormality tide was very dangerous, after the experience of fighting side by side, there was now some camaraderie between the Hope Convoy and the elite squad. If, at the beginning of the transaction, their relationship was 0 points, just a normal transaction between strangers, then now, their relationship had risen to 2 points. Mutual trust isn't easy, but it's still much better than being strangers. After this battle, the sequencers from both teams sat together, and the survivors, accustomed to death, helped collect materials. Untiered aberrations had nothing to collect, but first-order Gui Jing were found in tiered aberrations, and their carapaces, according to Gung Dali, were also somewhat useful. After collection, those materials were given to the elite squad. After all, Gung Dali could use those materials to make ghost artifacts, which could earn them a profit at future exchange meetings. In return, out of 36 first-order Guijing, the Hope Convoy took 24 as compensation. As for the most precious second-tier strange crystal, the elite squad members did not proactively mention it. After all, if Luo Fan hadn't killed the anomaly leader, everyone would have died. Since they didn't contribute to killing the second-tier aberration, how could they have the face to ask for a share of the second-tier strange crystal? Additionally, the Hope Convoy and the elite squad officially got to know each other. Luo Fan and Han Shanzhong exchanged forum friend IDs, and the elite squad did not linger, leaving the park. The Hope Convoy discussed the distribution of the 24 ghost crystals. Luo Fan proactively stated that he already had a second-tier strange crystal and hadn't participated in this defensive battle, so he didn't want any. Niu Dagang, Ace, and in Xiaoran, the 3 specialized sequencers, each received 6 ghost crystals. Rose and Zhao Chunfeng each received 3. Overall, everyone was quite satisfied with this distribution. High risk brings high reward. Holding her 3 ghost crystals, Rose was very happy, finally having a small fortune. Niu Dagong's shield was of good quality and only cost 3 ghost crystals. If they encountered an exchange meeting in the future, she might also be able to buy a suitable ghost artifact. As for An Xiaoran, her 6 ghost crystals were naturally all given to Luo Fan. And Niu Dagong, who owed Luo Fan 2 ghost crystals for the shield, also returned them to him. With the profit distribution mostly concluded, Zhao Chunfeng said with a somewhat solemn expression, "Next, let's discuss some more urgent issues. The fuel tank truck exploded, so we need to find a way to get more fuel." These words pulled everyone back to reality from the joy of their gains. Indeed, fuel was now the primary problem facing everyone. Sign-in successful, obtained 1,500 yuan, current balance 1,752 yuan. At this moment, the corresponding prompt flashed across Luo Fan's eyes. During the day, his sequence level had risen to LV13, and his sign-in gold had also increased to 1,500. Luo Fan opened his mouth, thinking he could mention that he still had several barrels of gasoline stored in his truck, and the convoy should be able to last a few more days. After all, with gasoline at 200 yuan a barrel, his current 1,500 sign-in gold could buy 7 or 8 barrels, which was over 200 liters. It was impossible for him to supply the entire convoy with gasoline every day, as he had many expenses. But buying some to support them for a few days was not a problem. However, just as Luo Fan opened his mouth, 2 people suddenly walked over. Brother Zhao, Brother Luo, Brother Niu. The 2 people who walked over, a man and a woman, greeted Zhao Chunfeng and the others one after another. "Is something wrong?" Zhao Chunfeng asked the 2. The man looked about 18 or 19, tall and robust, definitely the type favored by basketball teams before the apocalypse. The woman looked about 30, and her appearance was decent, but without makeup in the apocalypse and with dirty clothes, she naturally couldn't be considered beautiful. "Brother Zhao, my name is Morong Xian, and his name is Wu Xingyu. We've been with the convoy for quite some time now. This time, we were quite lucky, both of us awakened our sequences. So, we came over to tell you, Brother Zhao." The older woman was bolder and spoke to Luo Fan and the others. "Oh? What sequences did you awaken?" Hearing this, Luo Fan raised an eyebrow. "The convoy has 2 new awakened sequencers? Rose's promotion requirements." Luo Fan recalled the updated conditions for sequence awakening. I hope readers remember our domain, Taiwan Novel Network, with its vast collection, twcan.com, for your reading pleasure. One is to secrete adrenaline in fear, forcefully breaking the shackles of one's physical limits. Just like many news reports before the apocalypse, for example, to save her son, a woman could lift heavy objects that would have been impossible to lift normally. There are also ancient legends, like a certain general who mistook a rock for a fierce beast at night and shot an arrow, only to realize his mistake the next day. But if he were to be asked to shoot an arrow that could penetrate a rock by 3 points again, he would be unable to do so. And humans usually flee in fear when facing mad kittens or puppies, but in a true life or death crisis, they transform into terrifying bipedal apes, truly existing in the ranks of fierce beasts. All of this points to a special substance in the human body, adrenaline. It can be secreted in large quantities during a crisis, giving people superhuman evolution. This is also a necessary prerequisite for awakening a sequence. Additionally, there's the bizarre death. In the initial version of the awakening intelligence, it was believed that one had to secrete adrenaline in fear and then personally kill an abnormality to potentially awaken. After the update, it wasn't necessary to kill it personally, as long as an abnormality died nearby, it was sufficient. When an abnormality dies, its abnormal energy dissipates and is absorbed by the person who secreted adrenaline and broke through their physical limits, thereby awakening a sequence. For example, Rose's awakening was like this. Luo Fan also felt that this later updated version was the most accurate. Why? Because sequencers fighting, especially when slaying abnormalities, experience a very rapid increase in their sequence level. Doesn't this mean that sequencers themselves can absorb the aura emitted by killed abnormalities to grow stronger? And those who secrete adrenaline and break their shackles temporarily gain the conditions to absorb this aura? Regardless of Luo Fan's thoughts, when Zhao Chunfeng asked what sequence they had awakened, both spoke up. Brother Zhao, I awakened the melee sequence, and my first skill is heavy strike, Wu Xingyu replied, having awakened the melee sequence. I awakened the artisan sequence, and my first skill is repair, Morong Xian next to him also spoke. The melee sequence wasn't bad, a very typical combat-oriented sequence. However, Morong Xian's artisan sequence made Luo Fan and the others' eyes light up slightly. Gung Dali, from the elite squad, whose artisan sequence had promoted to a specialization, could directly craft ghost artifacts. Wasn't this an ability the Hope Convoy desperately lacked right now? Although it was unknown what kind of specialization sequence Morong Xian would promote to in the future, or even if she could promote. Overall, this type of sequence was indeed what everyone needed right now. Good, Aixing, in future battles, you'll participate against untiered fierce beasts and abnormalities. Let Di Gang and the others guide you, so you can quickly upgrade to LV10 and earn your own income. As for Xian Xian, if anything in the team breaks in the future, everyone will come to you for repairs. You'll earn your own rewards to improve your sequence level. Once you reach LV10 and unlock your promotion conditions, if we can help, everyone will assist you within their capabilities. Zhao Chunfeng spoke, addressing Wu Xingyu and Morong Xian separately. Okay, thank you, Brother Zhao, and thank you, everyone. Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Wu Xingyu and Morong Xian were both very happy. This was the treatment they received as sequencers after awakening their sequences. More importantly, for promotions after LV10, if they had the help of several specialization sequence seniors, it would be much better. Just this alone, the Hope Convoy's benefits for basic sequencers were too good. Especially for Wu Xingyu, transferring from the Luo family town squad to the Hope Convoy, he felt that the Hope Convoy was too humane. Luo Fan, Niu Dagang, and the others had no objection to the promises made by Zhao Chunfeng. After all, having a few more specialization sequences in the convoy, especially artisan types, was good for the entire convoy. If they could help, they were naturally willing to do so. After the interruption caused by Wu Xingyu and Morong Xian's sequence awakening, Zhao Chunfeng and the others redirected the conversation back to the fuel issue. Brother Zhao, fuel is indeed needed, but there's no need to be too nervous. I still have some stored in my truck, enough to supply the convoy for 3 to 5 days, which shouldn't be a problem, Luo Fan said to Zhao Chunfeng. And the others. Is that so? That's good. Hearing this, Zhao Chunfeng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, if that was the case, although the fuel problem was still urgent, it was at least not imminent. Following this, Luo Fan and the others discussed the abnormality tide from tonight. Zhao Chunfeng's divination reading hadn't warned them, so why did they encounter an abnormality tide tonight? This wasn't right. Although there were no sequencer casualties, 3 survivors had died. Perhaps my divination reading, turning ill fortune into good, referred to this abnormality tide? My divination focused on the fortune of trading with the elite squad, and the result was turning ill fortune into good. If we hadn't traded with the elite squad, and they hadn't stayed so long, if our squad had simply encountered the abnormality tide, we definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. Of course, perhaps without this incident, without this turning ill fortune into good divination reading, we wouldn't have stayed in this park for so long? Zhao Chunfeng thought for a moment and offered what he believed was a reasonable explanation. Luo Fan and the others pondered it, then silently nodded, feeling that Zhao Chunfeng's interpretation had some merit. Thus, it was already late into the night. Zhao Chunfeng performed another divination and confirmed that after the abnormality tide incident, they could still stay in this park for 2 more days. Everyone then went back to rest with peace of mind. However, after experiencing such an abnormality tide, no one could really sleep. First, Luo Fan glanced at Xiaoran, who was already asleep, then took out his ghost gun and wiped it with a pair of briefs. After wiping for a long time, there was no reaction, which made Luo Fan silently grumble. This ghost artifact is indeed picky. Briefs that have been used once can't be used a second time? A few days ago, after killing the spider-type abnormality, it cooled down, and he used a pair of briefs. Then, after killing the second-tier fierce beast python in the lake, he used another pair. This time, after killing the leader of the abnormality tide, the ghost gun entered a cooldown state, and there were no more briefs to use. Go steal again? As soon as this thought emerged, Luo Fan immediately shook his head. No. I only stole 2 pairs today. If I go again, I'll be discovered immediately. I'd better wait a couple of days. However, with the ghost artifact in cooldown and temporarily unusable, Luo Fan felt quite insecure. After all, after experiencing the ghost artifact's high burst damage, the double eyeball felt rather unsatisfying. Regardless of Luo Fan's troubles, on the other side, Rose was also quite troubled in the van. Of course, Rose's trouble wasn't about her missing briefs. After all, although it felt a bit strange, 2 pairs of briefs going missing really weren't worth dwelling on. Rose was troubled by her specialization sequence promotion conditions. After tonight's battle, she successfully promoted to LV10. Originally, this was good news. Brother Zhao had already told Wu Xingyu and the others that once they reached LV10, he would help them promote within his capabilities, and he would naturally be willing to help her too. However, her promotion conditions. Speculations on bizarre human hunting behavior patterns. After the abnormality tide, the park enjoyed 2 rare days of rest. Luo Fan didn't open his eyes until the sun was high on the 2nd day. Then he made breakfast and savored it slowly within Xiaoran. Meanwhile, Luo Fan silently took stock of his current wealth. First, 2nd-tier strange crystals, he still had 11 on hand. Next, first-order Guijing and Xiaoran's share had come to him. Niu Dagang had handed his over because of the shield, plus the few he'd already owned. So he now possessed 12 first-order Guijing. And then, naturally, there were the Maro fruits. This fruit can force a sequencer stuck at LV10 to advance into a specialized sequence. However, the resulting specialization is random. Put simply, if you're a spell sequence, after using a Maro fruit you might become a melee-type specialization instead. You'd end up with 3 skills, Flying Missile, Fire Ring, and Block. For anyone who loves their original sequence, the fruit isn't worth much. But to someone dissatisfied with their basic sequence, it's priceless, right? It's essentially a one-time random reroll of your sequence. Of course, there were plenty of other materials too, beast armor from looting, the 2 tentacles harvested from the anomaly leader last night, and so on. While eating, Luo Fan pulled out his mobile phone, scrolled the sequencer forums, and casually sent a couple of messages to Lian Zicheng and Han Shanzhong. After a few days to cool off, Lian Zicheng could chat with him again. But when she learned he'd one-shot a 2nd-tier anomaly leader in last night's tide, she fell silent once more. When Luo Fan pressed, Lian Zicheng suffered her usual mental collapse. When I first met you, I was already a specialized sequence who could hunt first-order fierce beasts, and you'd only just awakened. Now, a month later, I can still only chain-kill first-order fierce beasts, while you're out hunting second-tier leaders in the tide. The way you're going, it looks like I've spent the whole month standing still. Every line from Lian Zichong was a stab to the heart. By the law of conservation of happiness, when someone's unhappy, someone else must be delighted. Seeing how crushed Lian Zichong was, the corners of Luo Fan's mouth lifted involuntarily. Honestly, she had a point. Back when they first met the fire-wrought bird, she'd been a specialized sequencer with invisibility, practically a big shot in his eyes. And now, he'd already grown past her. That tangible sense of progress felt pretty satisfying. As for Han Shanzhong? After leaving the park, the elite squad had driven all night and finally stopped to rest in broad daylight. Without a prophecy sequence, convoys usually travel at night and rest wherever sunlight reaches during the day, completely reversed schedules. Hypotheses on the hunting patterns of aberrations toward humans. Enjoying the rare downtime, Luo Fan scrolled his phone and idly chatted with Han Shanzhong and Lian Zichong when a pinned post caught his eye. The poster, Master Wen Hao. Luo Fan straightened from his half-reclined position, tapped the thread, and read seriously. His expression soon turned grave. The entire post was Master Wen Hao's conjecture, based on countless observations of aberrations hunting humans. To illustrate, the master used a vivid metaphor. Humans were like small fish in a stocked pond, while aberrations were children fishing with nets. If a fish stays in one spot, naturally the kids aim for the motionless target first. Secondly, the larger the school of fish, the more likely it is to draw the children's gaze. Therefore, escape convoys with too many members attract aberration attacks more easily. Lastly, the bigger the fish, the quicker it grabs attention. To aberrations, sequencers, especially high-level ones, are the big fish. Then came the replies below. Master's theory makes sense. Whenever our convoy exceeds 30 or 40 people, we get attacked far more often. After most of us die and only a handful remain, attacks drop. We used to think aberrations kindly gave us a break, turns out this is the real reason. The master must be right. Before we had any sequencers, we mostly met non-tiered aberrations, only bad luck brought first-tier ones and heavy losses. But ever since several specialized sequences joined, first-tier encounters have clearly increased. Truly a master, humanity's beacon. If this conjecture is confirmed, it could save countless lives. After skimming the replies, Luo Fan slid open the door and found Zhao Chunfeng. Brother Zhao, look at this thread. He shoved the phone under Zhao Chunfeng's nose. Zhao Chunfeng, who'd been divining for fuel, paused his reading and took the phone. His brows knitted in thought. Because your prophecy sequence, our Hope convoy has rarely been attacked, that's not a useful reference. But these replies reek of survivor bias. How much truth do you think is in them? Luo Fan asked. Zhao Chunfeng stayed silent, mentally reviewing every divination along the way. What the readings looked like when the convoy was large, what they looked like when it was small, how they'd been when only he and Niu Dagong were sequencers, and how they'd changed now that several members had reached specialization. The master truly deserves his title, this conjecture. Sounds very convincing. After recalling and corroborating, Zhao Chunfeng nodded, affirming the hypothesis. Leaving aside how Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng discussed the master's post and planned future personnel arrangements for Hope Convoy. Elsewhere, Rose, who'd risen early, had simmered a pot of lean meat porridge and paired it with a plate of small green vegetables. She came to Niu Dagong's bus and called to Ace, who lived aboard. Ace, I cooked some congee and can't finish it alone. Come help me out, please. So, this is the type of woman Luo Fan likes? Before awakening her sequence, Rose was already a charming mature woman. With her figure and long legs in black stockings, she was definitely a super beauty, like a ripe peach. And this type of mature woman has an undeniable appeal to young men. Hearing Rose invite him to breakfast, Ace was stunned and initially felt too embarrassed to accept. However, when Rose said, please, the words of refusal got stuck in Ace's throat. Well, alright, then I'll help you. In this apocalypse, wasting food is indeed a shameful thing. Ace nodded, speaking with a slight stutter. Even his usual self-appellation of this deity was gone, replaced by I, and he offered a very suitable reason. Because the fuel tank truck was bombed last night, Ace no longer had a vehicle and could only temporarily stay in Neo Dagong's bus. Seeing Rose actually invite Ace to breakfast, even the slow-witted Neo Dagong understood what was happening, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. So, Rose has a crush on Ace? This older woman-younger man romance is quite something. Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng discussed the Hope Convoy's issues regarding the forum post. Currently, the Hope Convoy, including the newly awakened Morong Xian and Wu Xingyu, has a total of 8 sequencers. In addition, there are 9 ordinary survivors. Originally, after taking in the survivors from the Luo family town squad, the Hope Convoy had 30 to 40 people. But after traveling for some days, the number sharply decreased to the current 17 people. Judging from the replies to the post, ordinary squads of 30 to 40 people experience a significant increase in weird entity attacks. Therefore, our convoy members should preferably be kept under 30, Luo Fan stated his opinion. No, besides the quantity issue, there's also a quality issue. Our convoy now has 4 specialized sequences, which theoretically means we have 4 big fish, right? So, the number should be even smaller. Zhao Chunfeng slightly shook his head, taking the concept of big and small fish into account. But, Brother Zhao, you have to consider one thing, first-tier weird entities and fierce beasts are practically prey delivered to our convoy now, Luo Fan emphasized. That's true. So, regarding the specific number of people, we can't entirely rely on the forum replies as reference. We need to figure out a personnel configuration that suits our convoy ourselves. Thinking Luo Fan's consideration made sense, if a few first-tier weird entities came over every now and then, it would simply be delivering food. Right? However, our squad now has 4 specialized sequences. Ordinary first-tier weird entities might not dare to approach us anymore. This is also a problem to consider. Luo Fan's brows furrowed in thought, and he added another point. As the conversation reached this point, Luo Fan had a sudden realization. I was wondering, if forming a convoy means everyone looks out for each other, isn't that good? Yet, there are so many lone sequencers wandering around. It seems this is also due to this weird entity hunting mode. Although this post by Master wasn't public before, and we didn't know the reason, many must have understood that going solo significantly reduces the probability of encountering weird entities, right? Hearing Luo Fan say this, Zhao Chunfeng also nodded in agreement. In that case, yesterday's abnormality tide was most likely also due to this. We were with the elite squad, making a total of 12 specialized sequences. This is like 12 big fish being together. After Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng thoroughly discussed the content of the post, they naturally called over Neo Dagong and the others to share the situation with them. However, when calling Neo Dagong and the others, Luo Fan noticed Ace and Rose sitting together eating breakfast. This made Luo Fan frown slightly. Ace was a Chinibyu teenager. Although it was the apocalypse, he still seemed relatively innocent, like a high school student who hadn't left school yet. But what about Rose? Although things had been quite stable lately, Luo Fan never forgot her manipulative actions from back then. Only her recent selfless protection of An Xiaoran, despite the danger, made Luo Fan change his opinion of her slightly. But now, Rose and Ace seemed to be showing signs of getting together? Luo Fan wasn't particularly optimistic about their relationship. A manipulative woman and an innocent Chinibyu teenager, if these two got together, wouldn't Ace be the only one to suffer? Ace was, after all, brought into the Hope Convoy by him. However, matters of the heart were their private affair. Luo Fan opened his mouth but decided it was best not to interfere. The matter with Ace and Rose was just a small interlude. After sharing the contents of the post with everyone, Rose and the others nodded very seriously. Knowing some of the patterns of weird entities hunting humans was always a good thing. As for Neo Dagong, he seemed indifferent. I'm too lazy to think about these things. Anyway, whatever you say, I'll do. Neo Dagong's main point was that he wasn't smart, so he would listen to them completely. Oh, right, Brother Neo, my driving skills are pretty good. From now on, I can drive your bus for you, alright? After most of the discussion was done, Wu Xingyu suddenly spoke to Niu Dagang. The bus could barely fit 3 people without a problem. Luo Fan, Niu Dagang, and Little Wang were like that back then. Now with Niu Dagang and Ace, Wu Xingyu felt he could squeeze in. That works. Niu Dagang thought about it and nodded in agreement. Sequencers naturally needed the prestige of a sequencer, who would want to walk if they could ride in a car. Hearing Wu Xingyu proactively secure a vehicle, Morong Xian looked at Rose next to her. The fuel tank truck was bombed, so the Hope convoy still only had 4 vehicles. Luo Fan's and Zhao Chuanfeng's cars were occupied by men. If she wanted to get in a car, Morong Xian would naturally prefer Rose's car. It would be more convenient for 2 girls to be together, right? Xian, if you don't mind, get in my car. There's no problem for one person to live in my car's compartment. And Xiaoran also lived in the compartment when she was with the Luo family town convoy. It was Luo Fan who actually took the initiative to invite Morong Xian. Ah! Hearing Luo Fan's words, Morong Xian looked at him in astonishment, completely not expecting Luo Fan to actually invite her. Not just Morong Xian, but even Rose and Zhao Chunfeng looked at Luo Fan in surprise, then they looked at Morong Xian, and enigmatic smiles appeared on their faces. So, Luo Fan likes women like Morong Xian? Facing everyone's teasing and playful gazes, Luo Fan had no intention of explaining. After all, how could he explain? Should he say that he wanted Morong Xian to live in his car to make it easier to steal her, whatever? Although her looks couldn't compare to Rose's, Morong Xian was still a rather attractive beauty. Having one more target to steal from was always good. Before, as ordinary survivors, they all slept outdoors and carried their supplies with them, making it difficult to steal. If she lived in his car in the future, then naturally, being close to the water would allow him to get the moon first. Luo Fan, I'm such a sweet guy. Facing the teasing and playful glances of Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagang, Luo Fan was thick-skinned and showed absolutely no change in expression. Morong Xian, however, felt her cheeks flush slightly. She glanced at Luo Fan, and her heart couldn't help but beat much faster. Although the leader of the Hope convoy was Zhao Chunfeng, Luo Fan's prestige within the convoy was absolutely no less than Zhao Chuanfeng's. Taiwan Novel Network is super awesome, with a vast library. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Luo Fan was the #1 powerhouse of the Hope convoy. The second-tier fierce beast from yesterday was instantly killed. As for the abnormality tied last night, Luo Fan beheaded the enemy general amidst 10,000 troops, killing the anomaly leader who controlled the anomalies and saved everyone. Now, Luo Fan was actually expressing his interest in her? He proactively suggested that she stay on his train car? Well, Xian, do you agree? Seeing Morong Xian remain silent for a long time, Luo Fan pressed her, using the same address Zhao Chunfeng used, Xian. I do. Morong Xian nodded, answering softly. Yo-ho! Shouldn't I step forward and be your officiant? Hearing Morong Xian nod and say the 3 words, I do, Zhao Chunfeng chuckled and teased them. After Zhao Chunfeng said that, everyone truly felt that Morong Xian's response just now gave them déjà vu of accepting Luo Fan's marriage proposal. Following that, they all broke into anti-smiles. Sweet, so sweet. Who knew that even in the apocalypse, they could still witness such a sweet romance? After half a year in the apocalypse, there hadn't been any entertainment. Seeing this scene, wasn't it more interesting than binge-watching a show? Brother Zhao, you guys. Hearing the surrounding crowd burst into teasing laughter, Morong Xian's face grew even redder. She then ran off, jumped into the carriage of Luo Fan's train car, and hid. Ace looked at Morong Xian's obviously shy expression and thoroughly enjoyed the gossip about Luo Fan, a smile spreading across his face. In short, this gossip, the deity, loved to eat. However, at this moment, Ace suddenly felt something warm and soft in his palm. He lowered his head to look, and Ace's body immediately tensed up significantly, freezing slightly. Rose, she actually took his hand proactively? Luo Fan secretly rolled his eyes at the misunderstandings of the people around him and didn't say anything more. It was a rare period of rest. Having said what needed to be said, Luo Fan returned to his vehicle, grabbed a ghost crystal, and absorbed it properly, while also browsing the Sequence Forum on Idle. It was the only place where he could communicate with the outside world, so there was no choice, just like someone staying at home whose TV only has one channel. At night, Luo Fan took out a box of milk and handed it to Xiaoran. Seeing this, Xiaoran happily accepted it. What is that smell? However, after giving the milk to Xiaoran, Luo Fan suddenly covered his nose. Xiaoran tilted her head slightly, looking at Luo Fan with some confusion. Xiaoran, you went to bathe yesterday but ran back before you finished, right? Since we have nothing going on right now, why don't you go wash up again? You're a girl, and you need to be a fragrant girl, Luo Fan said to Xiaoran. Xiaoran thought about it and nodded in agreement. Indeed, yesterday when she was bathing in the lake, a second-tier fierce beast rushed out halfway through the wash. Since there was a place to bathe, she certainly had to take a good wash. She didn't know when the next opportunity would be. Right, ask Xian to go with you. She'll probably be staying on our vehicle for a long time, so it's good to get familiar early, Luo Fan added to Xiaoran. Before Xiaoran could refuse, Luo Fan added that if she went and bathed obediently, he would give her 2 boxes of milk tomorrow. Okay, the temptation of 2 boxes of milk swayed Xiaoran. She nodded and turned to the carriage to find Xian. Then, Xian held Xiaoran's hand and walked toward the lake with soap in hand. And Luo Fan? After the two of them walked far away, he used the invisibility cloak again, covering himself and slipping into the carriage of his small truck in invisible form. When he previously slipped into Rose's van, he felt guilty like a thief, but now that he was slipping into his own carriage, Luo Fan naturally didn't feel much tension. The small truck's carriage wasn't huge. Aside from some necessary supplies, there was only a single backpack, which was the only item Xian brought onto the vehicle. Without a mustard seed pouch, and having to migrate on foot, she naturally couldn't bring too many things. This backpack was pretty much Xian's entire wealth. He secretly opened Xian's backpack. Inside were some food, drinking water, knives, and, naturally, clothes. However, the only thing he pulled out was a single pair of Xian's panties. This made the corner of Luo Fan's mouth twitch slightly. If there was only one pair of panties, and he stole it, Xian would immediately know since she wouldn't have a change of clothes, right? Shaking his head, Luo Fan took out his ghost gun and then used the panties to wipe the ghost gun in his hand. Sure enough, as he rubbed it, the number on the ghost gun slowly appeared, 9. The spider-type anomaly, the second-tier fierce beast, and the anomaly leader were all eliminated using triple shot, requiring a total of 9 shots. Therefore, out of the 18 crystal energy bullets derived from the previous second-tier strange crystal, 9 shots remained. Seeing that the ghost gun could finally be used again, Luo Fan let out a long sigh of relief, feeling completely secure. After all, the next step was to collect fuel, right? Luo Fan felt that there was a high probability of fighting, and being unable to use the ghost gun truly left him feeling insecure. After eliminating the ghost gun's cooldown, Luo Fan, afraid of being discovered, put the panties back into Xian's backpack and returned invisibly to the driver's seat. Thump, thump, thump. Although this wasn't the first time he had done this, Luo Fan still felt his heart racing after returning, and he silently shook his head. No, Xian has too few panties. This is not good. When they go to collect fuel, if he gets the chance, he must collect over 100 pairs of panties for Xian, so she can change them every day. Wait, no, he shouldn't think like that. Thinking like that makes him sound too perverted. He should say that since winter has arrived, it is indeed time to properly collect some clothing. And panties are certainly necessary items to collect. There won't be a chance to bathe every day in the future. As a woman, shouldn't changing underwear frequently be guaranteed? He was also thinking about her feminine health. Thinking this way, he truly was a warm guy. 2 days passed in a flash. Luo Fan's mall balance reached over 4,000 yuan. On this day, Luo Fan spent 1,000 yuan to buy 5 barrels of gasoline and brought them out, trading them to Niu Dagang and Zhao Chunfeng, solving their fuel anxiety for the next few days. Beep, beep, beep. As the Hope convoy traveled, Luo Fan's mobile phone suddenly rang with a notification for a friend private message. Luo Fan curiously took out his mobile phone and looked. It was a message sent by Lian Zichong. Luo Fan, I have a business deal to introduce to you. Are you interested? Second tier weirdness, nightmare cat demon. Business? What kind of business? Reading Lian Zichong's message, Luo Fan's brows rose slightly, interest peaked. In short, a friend's son needs a specialization, and the condition is a 2-person team to kill a powerful second-tier aberration, the nightmare cat. The pay is pretty generous. Pick any 2 powerful ghost artifacts, and the aberration's ghost crystal is yours. They only want the nightmare cat use materials. Interested? Lian Zichong sent the details over, outlining the situation for Luo Fan. Reading her message, Luo Fan considered quietly. In short, he was to lead someone to kill a powerful second-tier aberration. The haul? Not just a second-tier strange crystal, but also 2 ghost artifacts. They'd supply the intel and location, he'd handle the fight, trading the aberration's materials for 2 ghost artifacts, definitely profitable. What about the nightmare cat use specifics? After a moment's thought, he asked. Lian Zichong quickly sent the data. It was a speed-type aberration. As a second-tier aberration it moved like lightning, even a second-tier assassination sequence couldn't catch the cat. The Supreme Convoy's sequencers had encircled it twice and failed, so now they wanted to hire a capable sequencer for a duo hunt. Location? Where is it? After pondering, Luo Fan inquired. That reply meant he accepted the job. About 10 kilometers north of Xinjian town, you should be close, right? Lian Zichong replied. Luo Fan pocketed his phone, found Zhao Chunfeng, and borrowed his map. He fixed his current position and estimated the Supreme Convoy's spot only about 40 or 50 kilometers away. By motorcycle, smooth ride, maybe just over an hour. Made sense, he'd bumped into Lian Zichong twice already, so their ranges shouldn't be far apart. A second-tier strange crystal was valuable, plus 2 chosen ghost artifacts, great pay. Brother Zhao, divine for me? Luo Fan casually tossed over a first-order Gui Jing as fee and asked with a grin. No problem, relax. Zhao Chunfeng happily took the crystal and began casting. From the coins' faces and positions he soon read the message. Auspicious. The divination reading is auspicious overall. Luo Fan, want a deeper interpretation? He looked utterly professional. A whole ghost crystal as fee's service had to match. No need, Brother Zhao. I'm off. If all goes well I'll be back tonight. Xian, Xiaoran is in your hands. I'll return tonight at the earliest, tomorrow by day at the latest. With an auspicious reading, Luo Fan wasn't worried. At the van he told Morong Xian. Alright, Luo Fan, rest easy. We'll wait for you. Luo Fan. Her tone felt odd, like a wife with kids seeing off her husband. Just then someone tugged his sleeve, breaking his thoughts. Xiaoran, be good. I'll be back soon, can't take you this time. The mission was a 2-person team, he couldn't bring in Xiaoran along. Taking the employer but leaving her with the Supreme Convoy? No thanks. Safer to leave her with the Hope Convoy. He pacified her with several cartons of pure milk. Then he mounted his motorcycle and headed for the Supreme Convoy. Solo, a motorcycle was most convenient. Currently his warehouse space was only about the size of a van's cabin, still a bit small. He figured once it upgraded he'd keep a motorcycle stashed inside. Blood blade at his waist, ghost gun on his back, he crouched low and thundered ahead. Ahead, a fierce beast bared its fangs and sprinted toward the bike. Screech, he braked beautifully, stylish stop. As an assassination sequence, speed was his forte, reflexes sharp, so the stop looked cool. He unslung the ghost gun, scoped the charging beast, and fired, bang. Hit in the leg, the beast tumbled from momentum. Need more practice, meant the head. He shook his head, re-aimed at the dazed beast's skull, and squeezed again. Bang, solid round, the head burst in a crimson bloom. Not bad, 6 out of 10? Passable. When I hit 8 or 9, every shot counts. 800-meter range? On triple shot I might kill past a kilometer. He scored himself, dreamed a bit, reslung the gun, and twisted the throttle onward. Lately it was prime gundrill time, any chance, he'd take a shot. As long as it wasn't a crystal energy bullet there was no cooldown. Ghost gun worked fine as plain firearms. Dual mix mode's pretty nice. On good roads the bike could hit 70 or 80, but mostly it crawled at 20 or even 10. Meanwhile, at Supreme Convoy, Lian Zicheng pocketed her phone and said to the captain, "Brother Hu, my friend's a top sniper, against something as fast as the nightmare cat you, only a long-range shot will do. A sniper who can one-shot a second-tier fierce beast should be no problem." Before her stood a hardy-looking man, eyes full of anticipation. Is Luo Fan's speed 3 times that of Lian Zicheng? After about an hour and a half, Luo Fan reached his destination. Luo Fan, we meet again. Lian Zicheng stepped forward, sighing with emotion. She was also a specialization of the assassination sequence, yet she couldn't handle the nightmare Katyu herself and had to let Luo Fan do it. Luo Fan's growth rate truly filled her with sighs. "Brother Lian, long time no see, you're as dashing as ever." Luo Fan parked his motorcycle and greeted her with a smile. Remember this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network, is your first choice for reading Taiwan novels. Visit twkan.com anytime. As dashing as ever? I think that's sarcasm, mocking me for standing still. Luo Fan's words made Lian Zicheng roll her eyes in annoyance. Be confident, drop the word think. Luo Fan replied. I really regret calling you here. The corner of her mouth twitching, Lian Zicheng added viciously, last time I said if we met again I'd bite you to death. Bite? That word doesn't suit you. If it were a beauty I might reluctantly oblige. Luo Fan shook his head, looking disgusted. Bite? Isn't that just one character? Lian Zicheng froze, then reacted. With a flip of her wrists a pair of ame piercers appeared and she stabbed fiercely at Luo Fan. Luo Fan instantly used Lingshu step, leaping backward. Brother Lian, calm down. I can't calm down. Lian Zicheng shouted, pouncing like lightning. Both were using Lingshu step, yet Lian Zicheng was noticeably faster. Both were specializations of the assassination sequence, sharing the basic skills sap and Lingshu step. Her superior speed told Luo Fan she hadn't wasted these days, her sequence level must be several tiers above his. Guess my taunt the other day really stung her, she's seizing this chance to test me. Luo Fan understood Lian Zicheng's intent. Partly she was venting anger at his teasing. Partly she wanted to show off in front of the Supreme Convoy. Since that was the case, Luo Fan didn't hold back. With a raise of his hand the invisibility cloak appeared, draping it over himself, he vanished. At the same time he activated gale acceleration, completely negating the cloak's 50% speed penalty. After all, gale acceleration doubles speed for 5 seconds. Within seconds, invisible Luo Fan had widened the gap from Lian Zicheng. Invisibility? A ghost artifact? Remembering Luo Fan's specialization skill was consecutive shot, Lian Zicheng realized he possessed an invisibility-type ghost artifact. So what if he can hide? He has an artifact, she has skills. Her shadow assassin sequence's first skill was stealth. Yet just as she focused and still couldn't locate him and was about to enter stealth, she suddenly felt heavier. It felt as if a heavy weight pressed on her body. What? A slowing skill? Don't tell me he's already LV-16? So soon? Feeling her body slow drastically, Lian Zicheng was shocked, instinctively blaming Luo Fan's specialization skill. Whoosh! Luo Fan now appeared in front of her, reaching out at lightning speed. Seeing this, Lian Ziqiang reflexively retreated. But Luo Fan's lips curved. Think you can dodge? 10 seconds had long passed. He cast Gale Acceleration again. Blindingly fast, almost teleporting, he appeared behind her. His hand clamped around her neck from behind. Clap clap clap. As Luo Fan seized her neck, the Supreme Convoy's leader applauded. Luo Fan, is it? Lian Ziqiang mentioned you, said you're a crack shot. I never expected your speed to be so insane. Just now you were nearly as fast as Animerecap. The Supreme Convoy had tried to surround and kill Animerecap, they knew its speed all too well. Luo Fan's burst just now had stunned him. On reflection, still a bit short of Animerecap, but already terrifyingly close. If speed wasn't even his forte, how monstrous must his signature sniping be? I lost just like that. Lian Ziqiang was stunned, her pride taking a heavy blow. Come on, both were assassination sequence specializations, speed their forte, yet Luo Fan had blitzed her before she could react. He crushed her this badly in speed? This Demon Hunter sequence is absurdly strong. As expected of a sequence promoted by slaying a rule-type anomaly? Phew, this high-edgy feeling is awesome. It was Luo Fan's first time fighting at ultra-high speed, and he felt exhilarated. Long-range sniping was his goal, but this close-range high-agility burst was exactly what he wanted too. Even he found the speed just now ridiculous. To put it simply, with Lingshu step and wolf-hide boots, his base speed was about 100 points. Lian Ziqiang's Lingshu step sat around 150, a big lead. Showing her sequence level was several tiers higher. But under the invisibility cloak he'd aimed his ghost gun at her. The artifact's twin curse triggers based on the weight difference between user and target, merely aiming activates it, no shot needed. Since Lian Ziqiang, being female, weighed less, the curse didn't ignore 50% defense, instead it siphoned 30% of her speed. Thus 45 speed points were stolen from her. Luo Fan gained those 45, jumping to 145. Then, at the crucial moment, Gale Acceleration's double multiplier pushed him to 290. 290 versus 105, nearly triple the speed, so naturally he dominated. Brother Lian, aren't you going to introduce me? Seeing the Supreme Convoy leader applaud and praise, clearly satisfied, Luo Fan didn't speak to him directly but called to Lian Ziqiang. She was the middlewoman, he wouldn't bypass her. He'd give her face, he understood these social graces. The second prophecy sequence. Luo Fan, let me introduce you. Although Luo Fan's display of strength had left Lian Ziqiang a little shaken, her naturally straightforward nature soon settled her thoughts. She introduced him, this is Changhu, leader of the Supreme Convoy. Brother who once saved my life, I owe him everything. Brother who, this is Luo Fan from Hope Convoy, the one I told you about. With him around, we still have a shot at hunting the Animerecap. Changhu wore a smile, he'd seen Luo Fan's strength moments earlier. He extended his hand. Luo Fan, nice to meet you. My son's specialization advancement is in your hands this time. Dear readers, remember our domain, find Taiwan novels on Taiwan Novel Network, excitement awaits. Luo Fan shook the offered hand and nodded. No need for courtesy, I'm just paid to solve problems. His words were a reminder, he was here for the ghost artifacts. Straight to the point, I like dealing with people like you. Though he looked carefree, Changhu was astute. Understanding Luo Fan's hint, he continued, I heard from Ziqiang that you're an assassination sequencer. I do happen to have 2 ghost artifacts you should find useful. Care to take a look? As he spoke, Changhu signaled a companion. Moments later, 2 artifacts were brought over. One was a cloak, slightly tattered in appearance, purely stylistic, not damaged. The other was a short sword, barely 30 centimeters long, its edge densely lined with fine serrations. Information on both artifacts arrived with them. Luo Fan glanced over, their effects looked solid. Still, he wouldn't rest easy until his own treasure appraisal system verified the details. Luo Fan, these two artifacts are on loan for now. Slay the nightmare cat you and they're yours as payment. Although promised only after success, Chenghu generously allowed their immediate use to boost Luo Fan's power. Alright, brother Hu, I won't stand on ceremony. Luo Fan nodded and stowed the two artifacts. By the way, brother Hu, you keep quite a collection to assassination artifacts at hand? Noticing the sky hadn't yet darkened, no time to hunt anomalies, Luo Fan chatted casually. Let's eat first, we can talk over lunch. Chenghu checked the sky almost noon and invited Luo Fan to dine. Luo Fan sat. The spread was generous, fresh vegetables, fierce beast meat, steaming white rice. A meal like this would have been decent even before the apocalypse. Luo Fan took the chance to observe Supreme Convoy, over 100 members. Chenghu briefly explained, 20 plus sequencers, half already specialized. Luo Fan marveled inwardly, 20 plus sequencers, over 10 specialized, by far the largest group he'd encountered, brimming with talent. Curious, he asked, normally anomalies hunt humans by scent, so how could Supreme Convoy track the nightmare cat you instead? Mainly because we have a prophecy sequencer whose skill can trace and locate targets, Chenghu answered with a laugh. Impressive. Luo Fan gave a genuine thumbs up. This seemed to be the first prophecy sequencer he'd met besides Zhao Chunfeng, and already specialized at that. Supreme Convoy also had an artisan specialist. Hearing this, Luo Fan's eyes lit up as he produced a pair of feelers. Brother, could you help? These feelers enhance perception. Can you craft them into a suitable ghost artifact? Don't worry, I'll pay the fee. The feelers were the ones taken from the abnormality tide leader. As materials, Luo Fan had already appraised them once he had spare cash. Previously, the Gale Wolf hide had shown usable for boots to boost movement speed. These feelers, the appraisal said, could heighten a person's perception. For a demon hunter, stronger perception meant huge advantages in tracking and evasion. Sure, no problem. Examining the material, the artisan specialist nodded and said he'd need roughly 7 or 8 hours. Luo Fan produced 2 second-tier ghost crystals, one for crafting, the other as fee and partial material cost. He spent the afternoon at Supreme Convoy, chatting and swapping intel with Chenghu. Of course, he met Chenghu's son, Cheng Biao, a 13 or 14-year-old who seemed a bit of a spoiled brat. Luo Fan didn't care about the boy's temperament, he was just a client. Once the job ended and payment collected, he'd head back to Hope Convoy. After parting this time, who knew if they'd ever meet again? Around 6 in the evening, the sky darkened and a cold wind brushed Luo Fan's cheeks. He raised a hand, a snowflake melted quickly on his fingertip. Snow? Luo Fan looked up, tiny flakes drifted in the chilly wind. Light, but the snow signaled winter had truly arrived. Luo Fan, let's move, Chenghu called. Chenghu and son, Lian Ziqiang, and Supreme Convoy's prophecy specialist, about 7 or 8 in total, were ready. Naturally, Luo Fan and Cheng Biao formed the hunting pair. Chenghu and the others would protect the prophecy sequencer while locating the nightmare catchu. Luo Fan studied the specialist. The prophecy sequencer held a geomancer-like compass, muttering an incantation. The needle had spun wildly. When the chant ended, it slowly stilled, pointing in one direction. Following the compass, they advanced 3+ hours, about 20 kilometers, until the sequencer raised a hand for halt. Another 2 kilometers ahead lies our target, he said, compass in hand. Right, let's go. Too many would alert their quarry. Luo Fan beckoned Cheng Biao, and the two crept forward softly. Ziqiang. Watching Luo Fan and his son disappear into the night, Chenghu spoke casually, I heard an interesting tidbit today. Not long ago, a rule-type anomaly in Lin City was dealt with by someone named Luo Fan. We're not far from Lin City, hardly a coincidence, is it? The ghost gun has been countered? Luo Fan moved forward with Lingshu step, his footfalls feather-light as he probed the darkness. Cheng Biao likewise used Lingshu step, trailing behind Luo Fan. But compared with Luo Fan, Cheng Biao's Lingshu step lagged far behind, both in noise and nimbleness. He's assassination sequence too? Glancing at Cheng Biao, Luo Fan understood. No wonder the promotion requirement was to team kill a nightmare catyu. It sounded exactly like an assassination sequence trial. Brother Luo, are you confident you can kill that nightmare catyu? Cheng Biao trotted beside him, too young and restless for the silence. My dad tried twice to trap the thing, surround it first, then let me partner up with anyone to finish it off. Both attempts failed. They say its speed is insane. If we blow it this time, will I be stuck forever, never able to advance to specialized sequence? Luo Fan halted, turned his head, and gave Cheng Biao an irritated look. Brother Luo, why stop? Are we there? Cheng Biao glanced around, puzzled. He scanned the area, searching for any sign of the nightmare catyu. After 2 ambushes by your father, that aberration is on high alert. Keep babbling and our success rate drops, Luo Fan said wearily. At once Cheng Biao slapped a hand over his mouth. Not the brightest, but his hunger for promotion burned. Every hope now rested on Luo Fan. Luo Fan sighed. Wasn't assassination sequence supposed to be silent? This chatterbox hardly fit. Worse, tonight's hunt carried extreme danger for him. Triple shot could slay a second-tier aberration, yet it was his only threat against that tier. Specialized sequence LV13, barely equal to a first-tier aberration. If triple shot missed, his only option would be to flee. And with the nightmare catyu's freakish speed, escape might be impossible. He glanced at Cheng Biao. If all went smoothly, great. If not, the kid could draw aggro while he vanished. With Cheng Biao as bait, he should still escape under stealth. They walked another 10-odd minutes before Luo Fan stopped again. Ahead lay a huge beast on the ground, a palm-sized black cat-like aberration gnawed at its flesh. The fallen beast was porker big. The black cat looked like a newborn kitten. In pre-apocalypse days that kitten wouldn't even be weaned. Yet the tiny cat had devoured half the beast without swelling an inch. Luo Fan muttered silently, did the thing's stomach open into another dimension? He hid in shadow 200 meters away, moonlight giving him a clear view. The kitten-sized cat bore a third eye on its forehead, now shut, and 2 tails behind it. Brother Luo, that's it. Aren't you going to shoot? After 10 minutes the beast was almost gone, Cheng Biao whispered, unable to wait. Luo Fan frowned, shot him a displeased glare, but stayed silent. Dead weight. Cheng Biao felt like pure dead weight. Luo Fan could accept low level and weakness, not weakness plus idiocy. As the saying goes, fear not godlike foes, only pig-like allies. In Luo Fan's eyes Cheng Biao was that pig. Were his father not chief of supreme convoy, the kid would have died long ago. To Luo Fan, this nightmare catyu looked tougher than any second tier he'd met. With only 1 shot, he had to know every detail before firing. Against a hulking bruiser, triple shot plus 50% defense ignore would cripple or kill. But a tiny speed type? 1 miss spelled disaster. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't pull the trigger. A demon hunter needed patience above all. Blared at, Cheng Biao swallowed his anger and kept quiet. Soon the nightmare catyu polished off the entire beast. Swish! A viper burst from the earth and struck at the cat. The snake's lunge was so fast even Luo Fan barely registered it. Yet in a blur the nightmare catyu's fangs sank into the viper's vitals. That speed just now. Hand already on his ghost gun, Luo Fan's heart sank. He let go. He was shaken. The cat's reflexes had terrified him. He hadn't even traced its movement before the serpent lay defeated, motion elegant and deadly. Setting strength aside, that reaction might have hit sonic speed. No wonder Supreme Convoy, with over 10 specialized sequences, had failed twice. A hunter must weigh himself against his prey, else he becomes the hunted. That speed planted seeds of retreat in Luo Fan's mind. Once his ghost gun aimed, its curse would steal 30% of the target's speed. Did that mean the theft happened before the shot, just by aiming? Like earlier that day, he'd aimed the ghost artifact at Lian Ziqiang without firing and still sapped 30% of her speed. So aiming at the nightmare catyu would alert it, scare the snake? Even minus 30% speed, Luo Fan had no hope of hitting, none at all. the nightmare cat you almost perfectly countered his ghost gun. What now? Luo Fan's mind raced for a plan. Luo Fan's way of thinking, can it really be done like this? Up to now, with his twin curse of the ghost gun, Luo Fan had always faced targets bigger than himself, so the effect that triggered was the one that ignored 50% of their defense. This time, against the nightmare catchu, Luo Fan felt his ghost gun was being hard countered. After all, the curse activated the moment he simply aimed, stealing 30% of the target's speed, no different from beating the grass and startling the snake. What's worse, the cat was ridiculously fast. Even after losing 30% of its speed, Luo Fan still had no confidence he could land a hit. If he startled it and then missed, wouldn't his triple shot skill be rendered useless? He couldn't possibly rely on the double eyebow to kill this second-tier aberration, could he? The double eyebao's attack power was simply too low. Back when he'd faced a freshly promoted second-tier skeleton abnormality, he'd barely managed to kill it, whereas this cat was a top-tier second-tier. To put it simply, it was the same as with second-tier sequencers. A LV-21 was a second-tier sequencer, and so was at LV-30, but could their strength possibly be the same? That skeleton had surely been a LV-21 second-tier aberration, whereas this cat, Luo Fan reckoned, was at least LV-28. To slay a second-tier aberration, Luo Fan's main method lay with the ghost gun. But now the gun seemed countered and useless. Did he still have a way to kill it? Luo Fan thought rapidly. As a hunter, while you should use your strongest weapon to hunt your prey, does that mean you can't hunt without it? A faint spark flashed in Luo Fan's mind. He gestured for Chang Biao beside him to pull back, then used Lingshu step to slowly widen the distance. Chang Biao was bewildered, but he followed Luo Fan's retreat. Thus the two of them withdrew several hundred meters, opening up a safe gap. Brother Luo, why didn't you fire? Chang Biao couldn't help asking. That cat's too fast and its reactions are terrifying. I'm not absolutely sure I can hit it, Luo Fan replied, shaking his head. So we just give up? Why not try? What if it works? Chang Biao protested. Hearing this, Chang Biao looked as if he couldn't accept it. You're quitting without even trying? Luo Fan rolled his eyes. Did it ever occur to you what happens if we fire and miss? Consequences? Chang Biao stared, puzzled. I'm only a first-tier sequencer. Once we miss, we'll have to run for our lives. If we flee, who's faster, you or me? And will the cat chase you first or me? Luo Fan countered. Chang Biao was left speechless. Imagining the cat's terrifying speed hunting them, Chang Biao shuddered. So, Brother Luo, we're giving up just like that? Understanding why Luo Fan hadn't fired, Chang Biao asked in disappointment. No, I have another idea. That prophecy sequence specialist in your supreme convoy, he can use a compass to locate the cat, right? Why does he only act at night and not in daylight? Luo Fan asked Chang Biao. I know this, Uncle Zhang said when he uses the compass to track aberrations, it locks onto their aura. In daylight the aura disperses under the sun, so the skill can only locate beasts, not aberrations. Though unsure why Luo Fan asked, Chang Biao answered frankly. So that was it. Hearing this, Luo Fan saw the light. Head back and rendezvous with your dad, then have the compass lock onto my aura. I'll use my invisibility to tail the cat and see where it rests after dawn. Once we know its resting spot, hunting it by day will be child's play, Luo Fan explained his plan. Indeed, aberrations don't vanish by day, they hide. Just like when Luo Fan first awakened, the eerie doll had hidden in the shop's shadows, not disappeared. If he could pinpoint the nightmare cat-used daytime lair, killing it later would be 100 times easier. That was Luo Fan's idea. Great plan, Brother Luo, count on you. Chang Biao's eyes lit up, he turned and hurried to find his father. Without Chang Biao as baggage, Luo Fan felt much safer. He donned the invisibility cloak, vanishing from sight, and crept toward the nightmare catchu. As a member of the demon hunter sequence, he was a hunter by vocation. He wouldn't fire, but stealthily tailing the prey, he believed, would greatly boost his safety margin. So, to hunt doesn't always mean a head-on attack. Exploiting timing, terrain, and every factor available, only then do you deserve to call yourself a hunter. After swallowing the snake that had attacked it, the nightmare cat moved off, and Luo Fan quietly followed. At full sprint he could never keep up, but the cat wouldn't bother racing for no reason. Tailing it from 300 to 500 meters, he could manage just fine. After half the night, Luo Fan realized the nightmare cat was practically a foodie. It had successfully hunted and devoured 6 or 7 beasts. Yet the palm-sized kitten showed no change in size despite devouring so much. Leaving aside how Luo Fan's distant tailing of the cat was going. On the other side, Cheng was bewildered to see his son return alone. Upon hearing that Luo Fan had withheld fire for lack of certainty and was instead tailing the cat to find its lair for a daytime strike. Smart, excellent plan. If he can track the nightmare cat, it'll be the safest approach, Cheng praised, face brightening. Beside him, Lian Zicheng's mouth twitched, her expression odd. She too had stealth and invisibility. She could have tailed the nightmare cat herself, yet it had never crossed her mind? Was this the difference between Shadow Assassin and Demon Hunter sequence? Her reflex was assassination. Luo Fan, unable to kill, chose to track and wait. Was that the divergence? In any case, Lian Zicheng refused to admit she was less clever than Luo Fan. She concluded it must be the differing sequences shaping their mindsets. The prophecy sequence specialist raised his compass, locking onto Luo Fan's aura. By following the needle's shift, he could tell Luo Fan's direction and thus the cat's. So Luo Fan tailed it the whole night. Near dawn, exhausted from maintaining absolute focus, he finally saw the cat head in one fixed direction. It moved in a straight line, not deviating in the slightest. Luo Fan's spirit surged. Such straight-line travel wasn't hunting, it was heading home. Judging by the time, dawn was almost here. The aberration was finally returning to its nest? A helpless and bizarre situation. Luo, the dogskin plaster, Fan. The nightmare cat, a top-tier second-tier aberration, could reach the speed of sound. With that kind of speed, it was practically invincible among second tiers, barring a few special ability types. After all, with such extreme velocity it could hit you at will while you couldn't lay a finger on it. And if it ever chose to flee, who could stop something moving at the speed of sound? Only because Luo Fan himself was extremely fast, boosted by his wolf hide boots and the cape Cheng had given him, plus an invisibility cloak to hide his presence. Had he been able to tail the creature all night? Any other sequencer would likely have lost it or been spotted long ago. Nerves taut, Luo Fan endured until the nightmare cat finished hunting and headed back to its lair. He activated Lingshu Step, stacked the speed buffs from boots and cloak, and sprinted straight after the cat. After a short dash, the cat slammed on the brakes and glanced back. Luo Fan froze, holding his breath. From over 300 meters away, it had sensed him mid-sprint? The cat scanned the empty night, head tilted, clearly puzzled. It had felt something on its tail, yet saw nothing. Was it imagining things? Had it been deeper night, the cat would have searched thoroughly. But dawn was near, it lacked the time. With a flicker it shot forward as a black blur. Damn, it's still suspicious. Watching the cat accelerate like a black lightning bolt, Luo Fan's heart sank. If it went full sonic, he'd never catch up and a whole night's stalking would be wasted. He yanked off his invisibility cloak, no longer caring about exposure. Then he raised his ghost gun, sighting on the streaking silhouette. The moment the nightmare cat was locked in his scope, its speed plummeted. A 30% movement steal if the cat had been doing 300 meters per second. It was now barely 200 meters per second. That stolen 100 meters per second now surged through Luo Fan's own limbs. The boost would last 120 seconds. He stowed the ghost artifact and strode after the cat. Under Lingshu Step, Luo Fan's base speed was already about 100 meters per second. Add the stolen 100 meters per second from the cat, plus the boots and cloak, and he matched or even slightly outpaced the nightmare cat. He was now a fraction faster. The cat's 7 or 800 meter lead shrank, 750 m, 720 m, 670 m, 620 m. He was reeling it in. Feeling its speed gutted and seeing Luo Fan discard his cloak, the nightmare cat finally spotted its pursuer. At full sprint 2 kilometers took barely 10 seconds. Having dashed the distance yet still unable to shake him, the cat braked hard, spun, and glared. It crouched, baring fangs, its black silk fur bristled, and the third eye on its forehead glowed cerulean, about to open. Luo Fan skidded to a stop, shoes carving twin furrows in the dirt. He flipped his wrist and the short sword Chung who had given him appeared. He crouched, eyes locked on the cat. A top second-tier aberration would crush him in a straight fight. But dawn was minutes away, the cat couldn't spare the time to kill him, he only had to stall. Luckily, while the speed steal lasted, he was the quicker one. That made him safe for the moment. Seeing Luo Fan halt, the cat grew frantic, it couldn't afford to wait. Luo Fan couldn't. Whoosh, with no attack coming from Luo Fan, the cat lunged like lightning. Luo Fan never intended to fight, a light tap of his foot sent him darting backward, widening the gap. After several seconds of futile chasing, the cat stopped again. Sorry, you run your race, I'll run mine. Let's not get in each other's way. Luo Fan beamed, addressing the cat regardless of whether it understood. When it retreats, I advance, when it advances, I retreat. He carried the tactic through to the letter. Me-oh-oh. A shrill feline shriek of pure rage. The nightmare cat, undefeated in speed, felt true frustration for the first time. Its proud velocity had been crippled, yet this infuriating human, faster, untouchable, refusing to fight, clung like glue. Dawn was seconds away, if it didn't reach its lair it would die for sure. This dogskin plaster of a man left it utterly helpless. Outwardly Luo Fan looked calm, as if everything were under control. Inside, though, he was tense. The speed steal lasted only 120 seconds, he couldn't stall forever. Whoosh! Realizing it couldn't catch him, the cat hesitated, then spun and sprinted back toward its lair. Luo Fan followed once more. In moments they covered 7 or 8 kilometers, racing from the plains into a suburban park where the cat flashed like black lightning into a patch of grass. Luo Fan braked hard, heart-sinking. The nightmare cat was tiny, no larger than a kitten. Now that it had vanished into the grass, had it fled or was it lying in ambush? A top second-tier aberration could kill him in one sneak attack, charging in blindly would be suicidal. Yet if he held back and it escaped? After coming this far, would he let the final step slip and waste the entire chase? He hesitated less than a second, then gritted his teeth and plunged into the grass after it. Eyes, tracking, bow. Swish! Just as Luo Fan rushed into the bushes, a streak of black light immediately appeared before his eyes. It was the nightmare cat. It was indeed hiding in the bushes, waiting to ambush him when he charged in, rather than blindly relying on the cover of the bushes to retreat back to its lair. However, although he had been attacked by the nightmare cat, Luo Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. All of this was already within Luo Fan's expectations. After all, putting himself in its shoes, if he were the nightmare cat, would he foolishly lead a human pursuer back home? Of course, it would resolve the human along the way before returning home with greater peace of mind, right? Therefore, it would also lie low in the bushes and wait. If the human pursued, it would ambush him. If it waited for a moment and he didn't follow, then it would use the cover of the bushes to leave. The nightmare cat's speed was indeed fast. Although 30% of its movement speed had been stolen, its speed still reached over 200 meters per second. However, while its speed was fast, Luo Fan's speed was even faster. Just as the nightmare cat's attack was about to land on Luo Fan, the wolf-hide boots on his feet glowed slightly, and the ability gale acceleration instantly activated. Luo Fan's movement speed was already slightly faster than the cat's. Now, with the effective gale acceleration triggered, his movement speed instantly doubled for 5 seconds. The cat only felt a blur before its eyes, and then the human in front of it immediately vanished. Cat? It had always been known for its speed, usually, others facing its attacks couldn't see them clearly at all. But now, had the boomerang hit itself? The human in front of it actually completely crushed its speed? Using the power of gale acceleration, Luo Fan instantly dodged the nightmare cat Yu's attack. Before it even landed, the short sword in his hand fiercely stabbed the nightmare cat Yu's body. The short sword stabbing the nightmare cat Yu felt like an ordinary person scratching cowhide with a small knife. The stab didn't penetrate at all. Luo Fan's pupils slightly contracted. The assassination sequence was known for high burst damage. With the short sword in his hand and the attack power increase provided by the quick kill cloak given by Changhu, a single stab couldn't even break the nightmare cat Yu's defense? As expected of a second-tier top-level anomaly? Even though speed was its greatest strength, was its defense actually this terrifying? Or was it ultimately because his sequence level was too low? Although shocked inwardly, Luo Fan reacted extremely quickly. He flipped his wrist, turning the blade into the hilt, and then lightly tapped the head of the landing Katyu. The sap skill activated, immediately causing the Katyu to fall into a stunned state. After stunning the Katyu, Luo Fan immediately held the short sword in his mouth and simultaneously took the double eye bow out of his warehouse. Space. His full power attack just now couldn't break its defense. Luo Fan wasn't even sure if his ghost gun triple shot could kill the Katyu. Furthermore, the content of his mission wasn't to execute the nightmare Katyu, but to kill it by teaming up with Chang Biao. Since Chang Biao wasn't nearby right now, it didn't count as teaming up. Therefore, the double-eye bao was a safer bet. Although given the level gap between Luo Fan and the Katyu, the sap skill couldn't even stun it for a full second. But since they were so close, the double-eye bao locking onto the Katyu was instantaneous. Recovering from the sap stun, the Katyu saw Luo Fan's bow and arrow pointed at it. Its body arched, and it immediately turned into a bolt of lightning, diving back into the bushes. The bow was like a thunderclap, the string startling. Luo Fan, having locked onto the Katyu, shot the arrow from his bow. The effective shooting range of the double-eye bow was not far, naturally falling far short of a sniper rifle, and the Katyu's movement speed reached over 200 meters per second. This meant that the speed of the arrow shot out was even slower than the Katyu's running speed. However, the double-eye bow's 100% hit rate effect came with a built-in tracking feature. Luo Fan could see the arrow flying through the air. Although its speed couldn't catch up to the Katyu, it remained firmly locked onto it, tracking it. Seeing this, Luo Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. While he was indeed afraid of the Katyu hiding in the bushes and launching a sudden attack, having this arrow flying in the air to lock and mark it meant there was naturally no problem. The time limit for the speed theft was almost up, and Luo Fan was about to fall into the side effects state of gale acceleration. By then, the Katyu would have run who knows how far away. But Luo Fan stepped out and chased in the direction of the arrow. If he couldn't catch the Katyu, could he still not catch the marked arrow? Before long, the Katyu had shaken off the arrow by several hundred meters, but the arrow remained completely locked onto the Katyu's figure, pursuing it in its direction. Although the killing power isn't great, this function is still very useful. Using the double-eye bow, a weapon, as a tracking tool, Luo Fan silently gave himself a thumbs up. Hunters, don't they usually have hounds to help track prey? Without a hound, having an arrow that can perform the corresponding function is also good. After chasing for a little longer, Luo Fan felt his speed suddenly drop significantly. This was the time limit for the ghost gun's speed theft expiring. The nightmare Katyu, thousands of meters away, suddenly saw its speed soar dramatically, instantly jumping from over 200 meters per second to over 300 meters per second. Feeling its speed completely restored, the nightmare Katyu was overjoyed. Its figure was like a black bolt of lightning, quickly opening up a distance of 2,000 or 3,000 meters. Luo Fan couldn't see the Katyu anymore, but following the direction of the arrow, Luo Fan acted completely like a hunter who had locked onto his prey, showing no panic whatsoever. Thus, with the movement amplification from the quick kill cloak, the movement amplification from the wolf hide boots, and the amplification from Lingshu step, Luo Fan was still able to keep up with the shot arrow. After chasing for a few minutes like this, Luo Fan saw the arrow flying in mid-air suddenly dive down, accompanied by the frightened and angry shriek of the nightmare Katyu. Luo Fan arrived at a small hillside. On the hillside was a hole covered by vines. The entrance was only about the size of a wash basin, and blocked by the vines. Ordinary people wouldn't notice it at all. If his arrow hadn't just shot into this hole, Luo Fan wouldn't have noticed it either. Finally here? So the nightmare cat Yu's lair was hidden right here. Having found the lair, Luo Fan remained vigilant against the cat Yu rushing out. But looking around, after chasing for so long, dawn was breaking, and a ray of morning light had already pierced the night sky, which allowed Luo Fan to completely relax. Having kept his nerves taut for so long, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Fan sat down on the ground, guarding the entrance of the lair, while opening his warehouse space to buy a box of pure milk and taking out a few pieces of chocolate from the warehouse space. He was indeed hungry. He needed to eat something to tide him over. After about another hour, the sun was completely high in the sky. Finally, Luo Fan saw Cheng Hu and the others catching up, guided by the prophecy sequence compass. Luo Fan stood up and waved. It was over. Success was assured. Attack, double-crossing. Brother Luo, you've worked hard. Where is the nightmare cat Yu's lair? Cheng Hu walked over and asked. The lair is right here. It was indeed hard work, but as the saying goes, if you take people's money, you eliminate disaster for them. Luo Fan pointed to the entrance, covered by vines not far away, and said to Cheng Hu, remember the domain name of this site. Taiwan Novel Network is super convenient. Enjoy Mongolian Tugrik Korean 1 Laotian Kip Nigerian Naira.o anytime. Good. Cheng Hu nodded, then waved to his son, Chang Biao, who was standing nearby. Chang Biao walked up to his father. Gentlemen, please step back a bit, Cheng Hu then said to Luo Fan and the others. Chang Biao's specialized sequence advancement condition was to team up with someone to hunt a nightmare cat Yu and obtain its materials. Teaming up with Luo Fan was one way, but now that success was assured, teaming up with his own father was the same. Luo Fan and the others understood the implication upon hearing this and retreated far away, over 1,000 meters distant. From afar, Luo Fan could see Cheng Hu's body suddenly growing much larger, like a giant, at least 7 or 8 meters tall. He then took out a weapon and fiercely stabbed it into the ground. Judging by his movements, he was clearly trying to dig out the nightmare cat Yu hidden in the underground lair. Luo Fan, hello. At that moment, a greeting sounded from the side. Hello. Luo Fan turned his head to look. The man greeting him was robustly built, and since he was brought along by Cheng Hu, he was clearly a specialized sequence member of the Supreme Convoy. We owe you for this nightmare cat Yu today. You truly are a master. Lian Ziqiang was right to introduce you, the man said, giving Luo Fan a thumbs up in praise. Luo Fan merely smiled slightly at the praise, remaining silent. Oh, right, I remember seeing your name before. Previously, Master Wenhao posted something, later calling out a person named Luo Fan, wanting to be friends. I also remember the matter about the rule-type anomaly in Lin City. Later, a Luo Fan replied, saying he had solved that rule-type anomaly. There were even thank you replies from several convoys below, confirming that it was indeed solved, and they had gathered quite a bit of supplies in Lin City. That Luo Fan must be you, brother, the man asked Luo Fan in a conversational tone. Just a fortunate coincidence. Luo Fan nodded slightly, not denying it. Since the other party had asked, they clearly already had this suspicion. Maintaining a calm expression, Luo Fan secretly activated Lingshu Step. At the same time, the gale acceleration effect of the wolf hide boots was primed and ready. So, Brother Luo, you have a rule-type ghost crystal in your possession, the man continued, asking curiously. With this topic, several sequencers from the Supreme Convoy looked over. The 5 characters rule-type ghost crystal seemed to possess some inexplicable magic. Before Luo Fan could speak, Lian Ziqiang's face sank, and she sharply rebuked the man who had spoken. He Chang, you've crossed the line. Hearing Lian Ziqiang's reprimand, the man named He Chang smiled and explained, I didn't mean anything else, I was just curious. As his voice fell, the man suddenly erupted and attacked, forming his hand into a claw shape and drawing toward Luo Fan. A terrifying suction force appeared. However, the prepared Luo Fan activated gale acceleration. His figure was as fast as lightning, covering a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. "He Chang, what are you doing?" Lin Zichong reacted quickly as well. She raised her hand, and email piercers instantly appeared in her grasp. However, almost simultaneously, the dirt beneath Lin Zichong's feet broke open, and several vines rapidly spread out, wrapping around her end, restraining her, making her immobile. Having put distance between them, Luo Fan immediately covered himself with the invisibility cloak. After concealing his figure, he quickly changed position. His expression was grim. He took out the ghost gun and locked onto He Chang. "Brother Luo, I was just joking," He Chang shouted, seeing that his attack missed. Double consecutive shot. Luo Fan responded to He Chang with a loud shout, after which two physical bullets shot toward He Chang. The already wary He Chang immediately dodged with a sidestep. Bang bang! The two bullets barely grazed He Chang's body before hitting a nearby rock. Seeing the damage the two bullets inflicted on the rock, He Chang felt a slight sense of relief. The attack power was indeed strong, but he should be able to block it. After all, he had the effect of Overlord Body and a defensive ghost artifact. His mind raced, and He Chang reacted quickly, charging toward the direction from which the sniper rifle was fired. He violently pushed off the ground with his leg, causing the dirt to explode into a basin-sized pit. He charged toward Luo Fan's hidden position with the momentum of a fierce tiger. Luo Fan immediately shifted his pistol. In the state of Lingshu step, his footsteps were virtually silent. After putting dozens of meters between them again, Luo Fan waited for a moment, locked onto He Chang with the ghost gun, and shouted loudly once more. Double consecutive shot. Bang bang. Another two consecutive gunshots rang out. This time, He Chang did not dodge. He lunged directly toward the direction of Luo Fan's voice. As for the incoming bullets, he simply raised his arm. Clang clang. He Chang had an arm guard on his arm. The first bullet hit the arm guard and was blocked. The second bullet, with double the attack power, only barely managed to pierce the arm guard's defense, embedding itself in the arm guard. At the same time, He Chang arrived at the spot where Luo Fan had shouted and slammed his fist hard into the ground. A rumbling tremor quickly spread out. The effect of the invisibility cloak fails when subjected to an attack. Luo Fan's body was shaken, and he was immediately revealed from his invisible state. Simultaneously, he was thrown flying and spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air. He Chang, stop right now. Luo Fan is my brother, Lin Zichong shouted loudly while struggling frantically against her restraints. Then, she shouted at another sequencer nearby, Lin Jiadan, let me go. He, the consecutive shot skill is indeed powerful. The second bullet even deals double damage? But my defensive ghost artifact is pretty good too. More importantly, the condition for casting his skill seems to require him to shout it out? Having injured Luo Fan and successfully blocked his consecutive shot, He Chang couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Looking confident, he lunged toward Luo Fan again. Take advantage of your weakness to finish you off. Luo Fan endured his injuries and quickly retreated to create distance while utilizing Lingshu step. He Chang was fast, like a fierce tiger. Luo Fan was fast, moving like a nimble cat. Under He Chang's assault, Luo Fan could only rapidly distance himself, but blood kept dripping from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the longer this dragged on, the worse Luo Fan's situation would become. Got you. Having closed in on Luo Fan, He Chang suddenly raised his hand from a distance again. A powerful suction force appeared, causing Luo Fan's body to be uncontrollably drawn toward his palm. Gale acceleration. Luo Fan activated the effect of the wolf hide boots again, doubling his speed, and immediately opened up 100 meters of distance. Then, kneeling on one knee, he quickly took out the magazine and swapped in a new one. The number 9 immediately lit up on the gun body. Oomph, just struggling desperately. Seeing Luo Fan create distance, He Chang charged toward him again. Heavy footsteps sounded, kicking up countless clods of dirt, like a speeding dump truck crashing forward. Double consecutive shot. Luo Fan knelt on one knee on the ground, aimed the ghost gun locked onto Yi Chang, shouted loudly again, and pulled the trigger. Wasn't it supposed to be a double shot? What's with this third bullet? Humph, you've exhausted your tricks. Hearing Luo Fan shout again, Yi Chang curled his lips into a sneer of disdain. In the end, Luo Fan's attack power only relied on his gun. His own sequence level was merely a first-tier specialized sequence. As for himself, he was at LV-22 second-tier sequence. Bang! The bullet fired this time was not a physical bullet, but a crystal energy bullet converted from a ghost crystal. A dazzling beam of light struck, making Yi Chang's heart tighten slightly. Why was this bullet different? But Yi Chang decisively raised his arm and blocked his body. The first skill bullet landed on the arm guard, directly shooting a hole through it, leaving it dripping with blood. Yi Chang was robust, and his weight was naturally greater than Luo Fan's. Therefore, the effect triggered when targeted by the ghost gun was 50% defense penetration. This is impossible, the first bullet actually. His arm hurt. Yi Chang looked down and saw that his ghost artifact had actually been pierced through. He was greatly alarmed, and the sneer of disdain on his face froze as cold sweat instantly burst out all over his body. Triple shot, 3 shots in 1 second. The second bullet appeared again, landing on Yi Chang's arm. With double damage, this second bullet directly shot off Yi Chang's arm, and the ghost artifact was completely pierced and destroyed. It wasn't over yet. The third bullet arrived. Without the defense provided by the ghost artifact on his arm, this crystal energy bullet, dealing 4 times the damage, struck Yi Chang's chest. With a boom. Everyone saw a hole the size of a bowl being blown open directly in Yi Chang's chest, with fragments of internal organs and bones mixed with flesh, splattering outwards. The overlord body effect of the second-tier specialized sequence was like paper in front of this 4 times damage crystal energy bullet with 50% defense penetration. Looking down at the bowl-sized hole in his chest, which was clear from front to back, Yi Chang's face was filled with disbelief. Wait, didn't this guy shout double consecutive shot? What was with those 3 bullets just now? Carrying this question, Yi Chang's body fell straight down, and at the same time, his consciousness rapidly plummeted, sinking into endless darkness. After shooting and killing Yi Chang, Luo Fan immediately turned his muzzle toward the other sequencers. Since he had started, Luo Fan naturally wouldn't hold back. Deeply understanding the importance of the prophecy sequence to a convoy, not to mention a prophecy sequence that had advanced to specialization, Luo Fan aimed his gun at the specialized sequence holding the compass. Besides, if they truly threw caution to the wind and started killing, this guy could pinpoint his location, so he naturally had to be dealt with. First, Luo Fan, wait. Let's talk this out. Changhu, who was not far away, clearly noticed the situation here. Seeing Luo Fan use triple shot to directly kill the second-tier sequencer of his convoy, and now aiming at the prophecy sequence specialization, he immediately shouted loudly, rushing over like a tyrannosaurus. However, since he had already started, would Luo Fan stop just because of a shout from him? Luo Fan immediately pulled the trigger and fired. Another crystal energy bullet shot out. Buzz. A shield suddenly appeared on the body of this prophecy specialization sequence. Was it a support sequence shield? Under the effect of the crystal energy bullet, the shield was immediately pierced. It seemed the prophecy sequencer's build was similar to Luo Fan's, but Luo Fan didn't feel the effect of a 30% increase in movement speed. He figured the triggered effect was still the 50% defense penetration. After all, since the effect was calculated based on weight, even if he was 1 pound, or even 1 liang, heavier than Luo Fan, the triggered effect would remain the same. The moment Luo Fan's gun pointed at him, this prophecy specialization sequence instinctively dodged. Although he didn't have many combat skills, a specialized sequence still possessed strong physical fitness. The shield was pierced, and the crystal energy bullet continued its trajectory, failing to hit his chest but instead piercing a hole through his shoulder blade area. Seeing this, Luo Fan silently sighed. It was already too late to continue aiming at the prophecy specialization sequence. Sensing movement beneath his feet, Luo Fan immediately jumped back to create distance. Countless vines suddenly appeared. This was the skill that had just restrained Lian Ziqiang. Having grabbed nothing, Luo Fan immediately pulled the invisibility cloak on his body, re-entering stealth mode. Although the prophecy sequence's compass could still pinpoint his location, being invisible was still useful nonetheless. Because the skill was used to restrain Luo Fan, the vines on Lian Ziqiang's body receded. At this moment, Lian Ziqiang, holding a pair of ame piercers, directly blocked the charging Cheng Hu. Brother Hu! Striking a battle pose, Lian Ziqiang stared intently at Cheng Hu. Ziqiang, move aside. He killed He Chang, and my supreme convoy absolutely cannot let him go. Cheng Hu said to Lian Ziqiang with a grim face. Brother Hu, you saved my life, so this life of mine belongs to you. You can take it back whenever you want. But Luo Fan is the one I called for help. If you want to touch him, I won't allow it. I, Lian Ziqiang, can die for you, but I cannot live for you. Staring at Cheng Hu, Lian Ziqiang said with a resolute expression. Looking at Lian Ziqiang blocking him, Cheng Hu's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Although Lian Ziqiang was only a first-tier sequence, her assassination sequence granted her the ability of stealth. Being stared at by her felt like being watched by a poisonous snake in the darkness. And Luo Fan? He was even more terrifying. His movement speed could track a nightmare catch you all night long, and even Cheng Hu himself wasn't confident he could block his sniper rifle. More importantly, this guy also possessed the ability to become invisible. Facing two such masters of invisibility, relying only on the few people he had here. Biaozi, watch out. Just as Cheng Hu was deep in thought, the prophecy sequence holding the compass suddenly shouted, interrupting Cheng Hu's train of thought. Cheng Hu charged over from the Nightmare Cat's location at an extremely fast speed. Cheng Biao followed behind, but as a basic sequence, his speed was naturally slow. At this moment, Luo Fan revealed his figure, appearing before Cheng Biao like a ghost or phantom, his short sword held against Cheng Biao's neck. The blade pressed against his neck, and a smear of blood appeared. Dad! Feeling Luo Fan's blade pressing against his neck, Cheng Biao's face was filled with terror as he called out to Cheng Hu. Well, if Cheng Hu had been hesitating just moments ago, now that he saw Luo Fan had captured his son, Cheng Hu had no intention of hesitating further. Brother Luo Fan, it's a misunderstanding, all of this is a misunderstanding. Everything that happened just now was He Chang's personal action, and I only saw you kill my companion, so I was momentarily overcome by rage. Chang. Who spoke to Luo Fan? Cheng Hu, you think one word, misunderstanding, is enough? Luo Fan said coldly, showing absolutely no respect for the other party. I am willing to compensate. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Hu gritted his teeth and took an item out of his mustard seed pouch. Weird egg. Cheng Hu took out an egg. This egg looked about the size of an egg, completely dark, and light seemed to flow perpetually across its surface. What is that thing? Luo Fan wondered inwardly, looking at the egg in Cheng Hu's hand. Seemingly noticing Luo Fan's confusion, Cheng Hu explained, this egg was left behind after that nightmare cat you died. It should be incubating a nightmare cat you cub. Cats, whose young are born from eggs. Is that scientific? Hearing Cheng Hu's words, Luo Fan instinctively wanted to retort. However, the cat you is a strange entity, so anything seems possible? At the same time, Luo Fan had a sudden realization. Last night, he had tracked the nightmare cat you for the entire night, watching it either hunting or on its way to hunt, consuming over a dozen fierce beasts in one night. He originally thought the cat you was purely a glutton, but now it seemed it had a baby in its belly? Is that why it ate so much? Strange entities are indeed very dangerous, but if one were to raise a strange entity that hasn't been born yet, would that truly be feasible? Moreover, although he had already fallen out with the Supreme Convoy, the He Chang he just killed was a second-tier sequencer whose ability was countered by the ghost gun, which was why he was able to kill him using deception. If he were to act now, he didn't know how many other second tiers were among Cheng-Hu and his people. Furthermore, their convoy had artisans of the specialized sequence, and they were almost completely armed with ghost artifacts. It would be extremely unwise for him to fight against such odds. Even if he were to make a move, he should wait until he had grown stronger, at least reaching the second tier, before defeating them one by one. As a hunter, one must be patient. For now, his primary goal was self-preservation. Besides, the relationship between himself and the Supreme Convoy was that of enemies, not sworn enemies. Enemies are like prey, dealing with them requires careful consideration, patience, and no unnecessary risks. Only sworn enemies require one to disregard all costs, even risking one's life to destroy the opponent. Moreover, in this double-crossing operation, the other party didn't gain any advantage. Instead, they lost a second-tier sequencer to him. Brother Lien, please accept that strange egg for me. Also, the ghost artifact the convoy is making for me, and the nightmare cat use ghost crystal you promised me, please send them to the Hope Convoy. Later. As for this guy, I'll trouble him to come with me. Once Brother Lien sends the items over to me, I'll let him go back. After pondering for a moment, Luo Fan said this to Lien Zicheng and Cheng-Hu. Well, all right. Cheng-Hu was silent for a moment. With his son in the other party's hands, he had no other choice. With the matter settled, Luo Fan quickly departed, taking Cheng Biao with him. After traveling several kilometers, Luo Fan released the other party. You already know the situation, so come with me. Don't think about running away. The nightmare cat you couldn't escape my grasp. Do you think you can run faster than the nightmare cat you? Luo Fan said, letting Cheng Biao go. Making things straightforward. I understand. Facing life and death, Cheng Biao nodded, looking docile. Although he hadn't managed to advance to specialization, he was still assassination sequence LV-10, so Cheng Biao's speed wasn't slow. The two hurried toward the Hope Convoy. On the way, Luo Fan opened his maul and focused on the treasure appraisal function. Last night, while chasing the nightmare Catyu, he signed in again for 1,500 yuan, bringing his balance up to over 5,000. The cloak and dagger Cheng-Hu originally gave him were only deposits, and Luo Fan hadn't appraised them. Now that both ghost artifacts belonged to him, Luo Fan naturally wanted to appraise them clearly. He first looked at the cloak. The appraisal fee was 560. Luo Fan chose to appraise it, and soon, the corresponding appraisal result appeared before him. Quick Kill Cloak. After putting on this cloak, speed continuously increases as moving distance increases, up to a limit of 15% of one's own movement speed, and amplifies the damage of the next close quarters attack. The speed amplification is lost after the attack. Side effect, requires feeding 30 gene of fierce beast meat daily, otherwise there will be a certain backlash effect. Rating, 40. Looking at the appraisal result before him, Luo Fan nodded silently. It was similar to the ghost artifact information Cheng-Hu and his group had provided. As long as he wore it, his movement speed would gradually increase to the 15% limit, and it would also amplify his next attack. Simply put, it balanced speed and attack power, making it quite practical for him. However, thinking about how he stabbed the nightmare Catyu with a sword in this state and couldn't break its defense, Luo Fan also knew that the degree of attack power amplification was not high. Furthermore, a rating of 40 was sufficient explanation. Was it mainly the movement speed effect that boosted the score? After that, Luo Fan looked at the other dagger. The appraisal fee for this dagger was as high as 1,200. This caused Luo Fan to raise an eyebrow, and he naturally chose to appraise it. Afterward, the corresponding appraisal result appeared before him. Cursed blood-sucking dagger, slightly increases attack speed, significantly increases the damage caused by one's own attacks, and converts a certain percentage of the damage into a healing recovery effect for oneself. Side effect, if used for more than 10 minutes daily, sanity will continuously decrease with usage time. Rating, 85. Looking at the dagger's rating, Luo Fan was delighted. What a treasure! 85 points, the gap between it and his ghost gun wasn't large. He just had to be careful about the side effect. Using it for more than 10 minutes would continuously reduce his sanity? However, battles for assassination-type sequences are all high agility and high burst, so they shouldn't easily turn into a protracted battle, right? Luo Fan was very satisfied with these two ghost artifacts. Besides these two ghost artifacts, there was also a second-tier strange crystal, a strange egg, and a ghost artifact made from his own tentacles that increased perception. Overall, this business deal was indeed very dangerous, stemming not only from strange entities but also from people. However, the rewards were truly abundant. High risk brings high reward. The Hope Convoy's traveling speed was never fast. After all, they only needed to avoid being caught by powerful strange entities and fierce beasts. Running fast increases fuel consumption, right? Therefore, Luo Fan and Chang Biao, both of the assassination sequence, traveled for most of the day and successfully caught up with the Hope Convoy in the afternoon. Soon after, Lian Ziqiang also rode Luo Fan's motorcycle and arrived at the Hope Convoy. Luo Fan, I'm sorry. Lian Ziqiang handed the strange egg, the second-tier nightmare cat use ghost crystal, and a hat-shaped ghost artifact made from the two tentacles over to Luo Fan, apologizing with a look full of guilt. Brother Lian, why are you apologizing to me? Did I lose anything? Taking the items from Lian Ziqiang's hand, Luo Fan said with a teasing expression, on the contrary, I should actually be thanking you. My haul this time was huge. If you have this kind of business again next time, remember to contact me. Of course, if you truly feel guilty, I'll let you yao me. Remember, yao is 2 characters. Alright, now, take off your pants. Lian Ziqiang nodded, and as she spoke, she immediately reached out to pull down Luo Fan's pants. Luo Fan. Lian Ziqiang's reaction was completely outside of Luo Fan's expectations. This is broad daylight, isn't it inappropriate? Luo Fan reflexively reached out to protect his pants. I gave you a chance, but you're useless, Lian Ziqiang pouted, looking down on him. As she spoke, she waved to Chang Biao nearby, then turned and left the Hope Convoy. This girl is really fierce. He had originally intended to tease her verbally, but unexpectedly, it seemed he was the one who was teased. Watching Lian Ziqiang's departing figure, Luo Fan shook his head, feeling half amused, half frustrated. However, the sense of restraint caused by Lian Ziqiang's initial guilt toward him had completely vanished. Their relationship remained the same. Although he was almost double-crossed today, Luo Fan naturally held no blame towards Lian Ziqiang, as she had taken out her weapon and stood in front of Chang Hu at the time. As for whether this was a deliberate stance put on by Lian Ziqiang, was she actually still working with Chang Hu? This possibility wasn't non-existent, but Luo Fan reserved judgment on the matter. After all, one shouldn't overthink everything to the point of obsessiveness. Otherwise, what in this world would be worth believing? However, Luo Fan wouldn't forget that Lian Ziqiang had shouted that she owed Chang Hu a life debt and would even die for him. It seemed that if he sought revenge against the Supreme Convoy in the future, he would have to avoid her, preferably choosing a time when she wouldn't know about it. Shaking his head, Luo Fan temporarily suppressed these chaotic thoughts, then looked at the strange egg and the hat-shaped ghost artifact in his hands, and opened his treasure appraisal function. What will be the outcome of the Supreme Racing Team's divination regarding the Destroyer of Hope Racing Team? First, Luo Fan used the treasure appraisal function on the hat he crafted using 2 strange tentacles. The appraisal fee was 1120. This made Luo Fan secretly delighted. The higher the appraisal fee, the higher the quality of the ghost artifact, so Luo Fan was always happy when the fee was high. Without hesitation, after paying the appraisal fee, the appraisal result quickly appeared before Luo Fan's eyes. Farsight Fluctuation Cap, forged using perception tentacles as material. When worn, it can extend spiritual power to sense distant locations. The specific sensing distance depends on one's spiritual power. Side effect: for every minute of use, an extra 10 minutes of sleep is required. Ghost Artifact Rating, 80. Looking at the information before him, Luo Fan was overjoyed. The function of this hat was indeed very suitable for him. His ghost gun sniping had an effective range of 800 meters, and using triple shot, the range far exceeded 800 meters. In the dark night, even though he was a demon hunter sequencer, he couldn't clearly see prey 1,000 meters away. Therefore, eyesight was actually a very important factor limiting the use of his ghost gun. But now, with this farsight fluctuation cap, the situation was different. Could he possess the ability of spiritual power scan? From now on, when aiming at prey, he wouldn't really need to use his naked eyes, right? Spiritual power scan would suffice. A rating as high as 80 points? Luo Fan couldn't wait to put the hat on his head. Sure enough, Luo Fan felt his spiritual power spreading out through the hat. First, he covered the surroundings with spiritual power. Centered on his body, his spiritual power rapidly spread out like ripples. Luo Fan could sense that his spiritual power could cover about 100 meters around him. This coverage area was not large. After all, he was only a specialization in the assassination sequence, not the spell sequence. He supposed his spiritual power could only reach this extent. Following that, Luo Fan concentrated his spiritual power, no longer spreading it out over an area, but letting it extend out in a beam shape. 300 meters, 600 meters, 900 meters. As his spiritual power spread out in a beam shape, Luo Fan could feel the distance rapidly increasing in a specific direction. When it reached its limit, Luo Fan estimated that the detection distance of his spiritual power was about 1,500 meters. What a good item! It could be used not only when aiming with the ghost gun but also as a means of long-distance reconnaissance at certain times. Thinking about it now, he already had quite a few ghost artifacts on him. He had the ghost gun as his main weapon, the double-eye bow as a secondary weapon, the cursed blood-sucking dagger as another secondary weapon. Followed by the invisibility cloak, gale boots, snake-scale armor, quick-kill cloak, and now this hat. He already had 8 ghost artifacts accompanying him. Of course, the blood blade was already a ghost artifact Luo Fan had phased out. Calculating this way, even if he wasn't armed to the teeth, he certainly had a full set of equipment. Moreover, this entire set of equipment was highly compatible with him. The main thing was that this trip to the Supreme Convoy had yielded 3 ghost artifacts, which was indeed a fruitful harvest. But just as Luo Fan was testing the function of the hat, a sudden laugh rang out. Luo Fan opened his eyes and retracted his beam-shaped spiritual power, only to see Zhao Chunfeng staring at him and laughing. Tilting his head slightly, Luo Fan didn't quite understand why he was laughing. I saw you from far away just now and thought it was a large cockroach fierce beast. I didn't expect it to be you when I walked closer, Zhao Chunfeng explained, seeing the confusion in Luo Fan's eyes. Hearing this, Luo Fan's face immediately darkened. Fine, he admitted that wearing a hat with 2 long tentacles sticking out like antennae did indeed make him look like a cockroach. However, saying it out loud was not good. Alright, Luo Fan, you went out for a day this time. Was the harvest plentiful? Seeing Luo Fan's face darken, Zhao Chunfeng stopped teasing him and spoke with a degree of seriousness. It was indeed a plentiful harvest. I obtained 3 ghost artifacts, and also this. Luo Fan nodded, took off his hat, and simultaneously took out the nightmare cat Yu's egg. The egg, only the size of an egg, was clearly no ordinary item. What is this? Zhao Chunfeng asked, looking at the egg in Luo Fan's hand. It's the aberration egg of a second-tier aberration, the nightmare cat Yu, Luo Fan replied. Aberration egg? This can hatch an aberration? Zhao Chunfeng exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I plan to hatch it and see. Adult cat Yus are difficult to deal with, but newly born ones shouldn't be much trouble. If I can raise it, that would be great. If not, killing it later won't be too late. Luo Fan presented his idea. I don't have any ideas about raising an aberration, but don't you have a master friend? Zhao Chunfeng gave Luo Fan a suggestion. Ha! That makes sense. Hearing this, Luo Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Regarding the research on aberrations, the master is definitely an authority. Since he is a friend, perhaps he should ask him? After a brief chat with Zhao Chunfeng, Luo Fan returned to the small truck. Seeing Luo Fan return, and Xiao Ran immediately ran over. Luo Fan bent down and picked her up. Morong Xian also came forward, looking at Luo Fan with gentle, watery eyes. "You're back? Did everything go smoothly?" "Yes, there were slight setbacks, but everything went smoothly." Facing Morong Xian's gentle, watery eyes, Luo Fan felt a little unaccustomed, but he still nodded. After a brief chat with Morong Xian and comforting Xiao Ran, Luo Fan then placed the aberration egg onto the treasure appraisal function. Since he decided to hatch it, how exactly should he go about it? Naturally, he needed to appraise it. Ever since he advanced to the specialized sequence, Luo Fan felt that the treasure appraisal function unlocked in the mall was truly practical. Take his hat, for example. Even if an artisan forged it himself, the specific effects and side effects would be unknown. The specific effects and side effects of a ghost artifact usually require the sequencer to use it for a period of time before they can slowly figure them out. Even with his ghost gun, making incorrect conclusions was commonplace. But with the treasure appraisal function, he didn't have to worry about these things. The appraisal fee for the aberration egg was as high as 1600 yuan, which made Luo Fan raise his eyebrows slightly. He then paid the appraisal fee, and the corresponding appraisal result appeared before Luo Fan's eyes. Nightmare cat use egg, an aberration egg conceived by a nightmare catchu. It can be hatched by soaking it in fierce beast blood and allowing it to absorb it. The specific hatching progress depends on the quality of the fierce beast blood. Alright, the hatching condition is soaking it in fierce beast blood. Does that mean the higher the quality of the fierce beast, the faster the hatching? Today, appraising the quick kill cloak cost 560, the dagger cost 1200, the hat cost 1120, and this aberration egg cost 1600. He looked at his balance. Out of the original balance of over 5,000, only over 600 yuan remained. Luo Fan secretly shook his head inside. The 1,500 sign-in gold is indeed a lot, but his spending is also increasing. Putting aside Luo Fan's situation for now. On the other side, at the Supreme Convoy, Chung, whose face was gloomy as he said to his convoy's prophecy sequencer, "Do a divination. If our Supreme Convoy goes to destroy the so-called Hope Convoy, what will be the result?" The Nightmare Cat's third eye. Following Chang Hu's words, the Supreme Convoy's prophecy sequence took out 3 ancient copper coins and shook them inside a tortoise shell. Next, he scattered the copper coins in his hand. Based on the position and the heads or tails of the copper coins, he interpreted the message he sought. Led by Chang Hu, a dozen or so specialized sequences gathered together, meticulously waiting for the prophecy sequence user to interpret the results. He Chang, a dignified second-tier sequencer and the third most important figure in the Supreme Convoy, had been killed, so the entire Supreme Convoy naturally held a grudge. Now was the perfect opportunity to take advantage of this chance and perform a thorough divination. After interpreting for about a few minutes, the prophecy sequence user put away both the copper coins and the tortoise shell. What's the result? Seeing the man's actions, Chang Hu asked. Based on the divination reading, if our Supreme Convoy goes to war with the Hope Convoy, we could almost completely wipe them out. He elaborated on the divination reading he had interpreted. Almost? Chang Hu looked at the man searchingly. If they could wipe them out, they could wipe them out. What did almost mean? Simply put, it's a 4-6 split. The Hope Convoy would be almost completely annihilated, but we would probably only have a few survivors left in our convoy. Among us, over 20 sequencers, the final divination reading shows that only about 3 or 2 people would survive. Hiss. Hearing that the final divination result was like this, the sequencers of the Supreme Convoy all gasped, looking at each other with expressions of disbelief. What was that about wiping out the enemy? This was practically mutual destruction, wasn't it? Didn't Lian Zichun say before that the Hope Convoy wasn't strong? Just a month ago, they didn't even have a specialized sequence. Chang Hu frowned slightly, finding it hard to comprehend. If they didn't have a specialized sequence a month ago, even if they grew quickly, they should still be insignificant compared to his Supreme Convoy. But the final divination reading suggested near mutual destruction? Leader, in short, this is the meaning of the divination reading we interpreted. The specialized sequence user of the prophecy system replied. Since that's the case, then let's put the matter of the Hope Convoy aside for now. Given a situation of near mutual destruction, even if he wanted to stubbornly launch an attack on the Hope Convoy, the others likely wouldn't agree. So Chang Hu had no choice but to comply. Truthfully, the responsibility for this conflict lies mainly with He Chang himself. The other sequencers nearby nodded in agreement, shifting all the blame onto He Chang. Setting aside the situation of the Supreme Convoy for now. As for the Hope Convoy, after Luo Fan had properly appraised everything that needed to be appraised, he pulled out his mobile phone. Looking at the battery indicator on the mobile phone, which showed only a small portion remaining, his thoughts stirred, and his own power surged. Fourth. After about 10 minutes, the battery indicator on the mobile phone was full. Charging the mobile phone used the sequencer's own energy, which was very convenient. Luo Fan then opened his friends list, went to Master Wenhao's chat window, and typed a message about hatching the ghost egg, asking the master if he had any advice. However, just as he was about to send the message, Luo Fan's heart stirred slightly. He deleted the message and typed a new line of text. Master, are you there? Did you forget something? The tone of the message carried a hint of reproach. The master's reply was quick, he sent a question mark. When we made the transaction that day, I remember stating 2 requirements, right? Did you forget one of them? Regarding the rule-type ghost crystal I obtained in Lin City, shouldn't you, Master, have publicly declared on the forum that the anomaly is now in your possession? Last night, someone attacked me because of the rule-type ghost crystal situation, and I almost lost my life. Luo Fan felt that by taking the initiative in this chat, he would be more justified in asking about the ghost egg later, right? I apologize, that was my oversight. My research on that rule-type ghost crystal has already concluded. I was planning to issue an announcement these past couple of days, and specifically thank you in the announcement for providing the rule-type ghost crystal. I didn't expect that being late by just 2 days would cause you to encounter danger. If you need it, how about I issue the announcement right now? The master's attitude in admitting his mistake was very good, and he stated that he hadn't forgotten Luo Fan's request, but rather planned to mention it specifically in the announcement. Looking at the master's reply, Luo Fan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed about his overbearing tone of reproach. No need, the matter is already over. Being 2 days late is fine. It just so happens that I have a small matter I need to ask you about today, Master. It's about the ghost egg. If one obtains a ghost egg and hatches it to raise the anomaly, are there any precautions one should take? Luo Fan naturally guided the conversation toward the ghost egg. You obtained a ghost egg? What type is it? Theoretically speaking, hatching an anomaly and raising it yourself to become your assistant is indeed feasible. However, there are 2 difficulties. First, there is the hatching of the ghost egg. Every anomaly has different conditions required for hatching, so finding the exact hatching conditions for a ghost egg is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Second, different anomalies have different habits. If some anomalies are naturally man-eaters, or if their other characteristics make them unsuitable for raising, then raising them will only bring trouble upon yourself. The master then elaborated to Luo Fan on the various things that needed attention when hatching and raising anomalies. The first difficulty was not a problem for him. Possessing the treasure appraisal system, he could easily know the hatching conditions of the ghost egg. Luo Fan silently praised the treasure appraisal function unlocked in his mall once again. Although the appraisal fees were generally not low, it was genuinely useful. As for the second point, Master, what I obtained is a nightmarecat use ghost egg. I happen to know exactly how this ghost egg can be hatched. Do you know anything about this young anomaly, Master? After a moment of hesitation, Luo Fan explained the situation to the master. The nightmare catchu, on the surface, appears to be a physical anomaly, one of the 3 major categories of anomalies. Extreme speed is its greatest characteristic. But in reality, it belongs to the category of special anomalies. The fundamental reason for this lies in the nightmare cat's third eye on its forehead. Looking at the master's reply, Luo Fan's heart stirred. When he was tracking the nightmare cat, he had never actually seen it open its third eye, he only knew that it existed. What was so special about this third eye? Rose, we need to think of a way to catch the thief. As far as I know, there are 2 records concerning the nightmare cat's third eye. The first time involved a third-tier nightmare cat. Its third eye could release terrifying flames, burning another third-tier fierce beast to death. The other record states that the nightmare cat's third eye could cause people to fall into an illusion. In these 2 records, the abilities of the nightmare cat's third eye were not the same, and were even completely unrelated. However, there is one common point: both records involved a nightmare cat that had reached the 3rd tier. There are no records of other 2nd tier or lower nightmare cat opening a third eye. Therefore, whether the nightmare cat can open its eye and gain other abilities upon advancing to the 3rd tier, or if the cat must open its eye and gain a unique ability before it can advance to the 3rd tier, the exact causality still requires thorough investigation later on. The master simply explains some of his knowledge about the nightmare cat to Luo Fan. So that's how it is. Seeing the information provided by the master, Luo Fan suddenly understood. No wonder he hadn't seen the nightmare cat's third eye open, and no wonder the master said the nightmare cat could actually be categorized as a special ghost artifact. Understood. Thank you, master, for clearing up my confusion. Luo Fan thanked the master. When your cat hatches, if it advances to the 3rd tier, let me know what the causality is then. After the master sent this reply, the 2 of them ended their communication. After casually browsing the posts on the Sequencer forum and catching up on some current hot topics, Luo Fan got out of the vehicle and wandered around the Hope Convoy. The Hope Convoy usually consisted of 30 or 40 people. Luo Fan remembered that during its peak, before his awakening, it had reached around 100 people. But now, even including himself and the 8 sequencers, the convoy only had a dozen or so people left. This caused Luo Fan to sigh silently. Although Luo Fan didn't have any personal relationships with those survivors, he still felt quite regretful that people from the same convoy had successively died for various reasons. Luo Fan came to Niu Dagong's bus, chatted briefly, and learned that the convoy could stay for another dozen hours. Luo Fan nodded silently. Looking at the sky, the sun was already setting in the west. The cold wind blew, causing Luo Fan to instinctively tighten his clothes. However, while watching the sunset, Luo Fan suddenly felt a slight stir in his heart. At the edge of the sunset, he saw 2 figures walking side by side. Luo Fan squinted and looked closely. It was Rose and Ace. Brother Niu, I've only been gone for less than 2 days, yet Ace and Rose's relationship seems to have heated up even more. They're actually strolling and chatting together this evening? Luo Fan asked Niu Dagong curiously. It seems Rose really likes Ace and is treating him quite well. With her proactively making a move, how could Ace resist Rose's temptation? Niu Dagong nodded. Ace had been staying on his bus these days, so naturally, he could tell that Rose was actively pursuing Ace. Treating him quite well? Hearing this, Luo Fan looked questioningly at Niu Dagong. Luo Fan could also tell that she was actively pursuing Ace. But what did he mean by saying Rose was treating Ace very well? Rose has a money rat, as you know. Just yesterday, Rose gave the money rat to Ace. And at this point, Niu Dagong revealed a smile that all men understood and said, furthermore, last night, Ace didn't return to the bus to rest. He stayed the night in Rose's van. Luo Fan? Hearing Niu Dagong's words, Luo Fan's eyes widened, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Even though Rose had risked her life several times recently to protect in Xiaoran, which slightly improved Luo Fan's impression of her. In reality, Luo Fan had always had some reservations about Rose. Therefore, Luo Fan inwardly disapproved of her relationship with Ace. He thought she was a calculating woman who could trick an innocent big boy like Ace out of his very underpants. But what? Rose actually let Ace stay the night in her van? She even gave her beloved money rat to Ace? This was truly unexpected for Luo Fan. A green tea bitch who strings along an honest simp would definitely not offer any substantial benefits. But did Rose really let Ace eat the meat? Could it be that my initial impression of her was wrong, and I've misjudged her? Luo Fan muttered to himself after a moment of thought, feeling a little self-doubt. Luo Fan, what are you thinking about? Nyo De Gang asked, having heard Luo Fan muttering softly but unable to make out the words clearly. Oh, nothing much. I just didn't expect Ace and Rose to actually get together, Luo Fan replied, shaking his head. Seeing Ace and Rose walk away into the sunset, Luo Fan's heart stirred slightly, and he immediately bid farewell to Nyo Da Gang. However, Luo Fan, having left the bus, did not return to his small truck. Instead, he slipped on the invisibility cloak when no one was paying attention. Cough, cough. After using the ghost gun to shoot and kill Yi Chang, the second-tier sequencer, his ghost artifact had entered cooldown again. Rose and Ace happened to be absent, making this the perfect opportunity to sneak onto the van. Luo Fan, invisible, arrived in front of the van and looked around. No one was paying attention to him. The Hope convoy had fewer people now, so sneaking around was less likely to attract unwanted eyes. He reached out, grabbed the van's door handle, and quietly tried to open it. However, Luo Fan pulled hard, but the van door didn't budge. Luo Fan instinctively tried again with more force. Crack! The van's plastic door handle immediately cracked, but the door remained tightly shut. Rose, there aren't many people left in the convoy, so why suddenly lock the door? Could it be that she really took it to heart that I stole 2 pairs of her panties last time? Realizing the van door was locked, Luo Fan silently complained to himself. However, Luo Fan immediately realized that it probably wasn't about the panties. Ace was also staying in the van now, so perhaps the space in the van was relatively more private? Was that why she locked the door? However, seeing that he had broken the plastic door handle, Luo Fan's expression turned sour. This thing was probably about to break anyway, right? But for it to break in his hands, was his luck really that bad? Shaking his head, Luo Fan glanced over. Ace and Rose were already returning from a distance, so Luo Fan immediately slipped away. Did our van get robbed? 2 or 3 minutes later, Rose returned, naturally saw the broken door handle, and frowned slightly. This was definitely a robbery attempt, there was no mistake. Who could it be? It seems I need to figure out a way to catch this thief. I need to collect a few more for Xian. I have a lead on the fuel issue. If we continue in this direction for about 2 more days, we will get a fuel resupply. With our current fuel reserves, 2 days of travel should be enough. However, tomorrow on the road, we will encounter some trouble. Zhao Chunfeng roughly explained the fuel collection itinerary to Luo Fan and the others. Trouble? During the day or night? Luo Fan asked. During the day it would be fierce beasts, at night, it would most likely be the bazaar. Daytime. Zhao Chunfeng gave a definite answer. Alright then. Hearing this, Luo Fan nodded, having a general idea in his mind. Okay, if everyone has no questions, let's depart. After briefly explaining the situation, Zhao Chunfeng clapped his hands, signaling everyone to set off. Wait, brother Zhao, there's one more thing. However, Luo Fan suddenly spoke up, calling out to Zhao Chunfeng. What is it? Zhao Chunfeng looked at Luo Fan with an inquiring gaze. I'd like you to divine whether our Hope Convoy and the Supreme Convoy will clash soon. This trip, our Hope Convoy and the Supreme Convoy have essentially torn all pretense of cordiality. Moreover, the Supreme Convoy has many powerhouses, over 20 sequencers, and more than 10 specializations. Among them, there are at least 2 second-tier sequencers. This time, I killed one of their second-tier sequencers. Luo Fan spoke, roughly explaining his visit to the Supreme Convoy to everyone. killed a second-tier sequencer directly? Hearing Luo Fan's words, the sequencers present all looked at Luo Fan in astonishment. As expected of our convoy's strongest. Rose sighed secretly in her heart. The man recognized by this deity is indeed strong. Ace also gave a thumbs up, praising him. Morong Xian didn't speak, but her gaze towards Luo Fan became even more gentle. Alright, I'll divine it. Zhao Chuanfeng's expression also grew a little more serious, and he nodded. Then, he took out his coin to divine. How is it? After Zhao Chunfeng finished interpreting, everyone looked at him nervously. More than 10 specialized sequences, that number felt heavy, and at least one more second-tier sequencer? In terms of lineup, the Supreme Convoy indeed had an overwhelming advantage over the Hope Convoy. No worries, from my divination results, it's impossible to encounter the Supreme Convoy for at least half a month. After a rough interpretation, Zhao Chunfeng shook his head. These words made everyone breathe a slight sigh of relief. Then, what about after half a month? Luo Fan followed up with a question. After half a month, it's a bit difficult for me to see that far now. Zhao Chunfeng replied. These words also made Luo Fan breathe a slight sigh of relief. So, it wasn't that they would definitely encounter the Supreme Convoy after half a month, but rather that Brother Zhao's divination could only see that far? He was indeed relieved, but at the same time, Luo Fan also had some doubts. Putting himself in their shoes, if he were the Supreme Convoy, and their strength far surpassed the other convoy, and the other convoy killed one of their companions, they couldn't possibly not seek revenge, right? Was Lian Zichong mediating? Or was it? After a brief thought, Luo Fan had an idea. It must be the Supreme Convoy's prophecy sequence, right? If they really were to fight, the Hope Convoy was indeed no match for the Supreme Convoy. However, with his stealth ability, he should still be able to escape. If the Hope Convoy were truly annihilated, he, as a lone wolf, would naturally seek revenge against the Supreme Convoy. With his current abilities, he could already use triple shot to snipe from 1,000 meters away. Not to mention how many Supreme Convoy members he could kill, even guerrilla tactics could wear down the Supreme Convoy. Because he could launch long-range snipes at any time from the shadows, they wouldn't get any rest. Luo Fan mentally simulated the battle between the two convoys, and the Supreme Convoy's prophecy sequence should also be able to divine this outcome. Right? In that case, when he killed Yi Chang, and attacked that prophecy sequence but failed to kill him, did it turn out to be a blessing in disguise? Instead? Otherwise, if the prophecy sequence were gone now, and both the Supreme Convoys Yi Chang and the prophecy sequence had died by his hand, the Supreme Convoy would definitely launch an all-out attack regardless of the cost, right? They traveled for a day, occasionally encountering fierce beasts, and even first-order fierce beasts, on the road. Luo Fan didn't even need to act, it was mainly Niu Dagong and Wu Xingyu working together to accumulate combat experience for Wu Xingyu, to help his sequence level rise quickly, reach LV10 early, and pass the novice stage. And anything in the convoy that needed repairs was brought to Morong Xian. For example, Rose asked Morong Xian to fix her car lock. In Morong Xian's words, Rose not only had her fix the door lock but also designed a small trap there, so that if an unsuspecting person tried to open her van door, she could catch the thief. Brother Luo, don't you think it's strange? Someone actually dared to steal Rose's things? Do we have such a bold thief in our convoy? Morong Xian said to Luo Fan in a casual, surprised tone. Not to mention the good atmosphere in the Hope Convoy, even in other convoys, ordinary people wouldn't dare to steal from sequencers, right? Listening to Morong Xian, Luo Fan rubbed his nose, feeling a little awkward. At the same time, he silently sighed in his heart. Indeed, had he aroused Rose's vigilance? She even designed a trap on the door lock? It seemed he couldn't steal Rose's panties anymore. Could he only steal Shen Shen's? But she only had one for changing, and besides, the same pair of panties could only be used once. Just as the convoy was moving along, Luo Fan suddenly lifted his eyelids slightly. He had Morong Xian drive, while he got out of the car and went to the SUV. Brother Zhao, I see a small town about 3 or 4 kilometers away. Should I go check it out alone? Passing by a town, but Zhao Chunfeng didn't let the convoy collect supplies, clearly indicating danger. But if he went alone using stealth, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? You're going alone? Let me see. Hearing Luo Fan's words, Zhao Chunfeng took out a coin and divined. It's fine, if you go alone, there won't be any problems. Soon, the divination result came out, and Zhao Chunfeng gave a definite answer. But you have the most supplies in our convoy, why do you suddenly want to go collect supplies alone? Zhao Chunfeng then asked, puzzled. It's to get a few more for Xian, Luo Fan replied casually. Mid-sentence, he realized he almost let it slip, and quickly added, isn't winter approaching? It's freezing cold, so of course, I'm going to collect some warm clothes and bedding for everyone. Apocalyptic phone update, loading new features? Although Luo Fan quickly corrected himself, Zhao Chunfeng still wore a teasing and joking smile. He then shook his head, feigning emotion. TSK, this convoy is truly becoming saturated with the stench of romance. I can't stand it. Fine. Listening to Brother Zhao, he had completely misunderstood, thinking Luo Fan was afraid Morong Xian was cold and had specifically gone to collect warm clothes and bedding for her. Although, essentially, he really was going to collect clothes for Morong Xian. But are panties the same as warm clothing? Of course, Luo Fan couldn't say that out loud to refute him. After a brief chat with Zhao Chunfeng and confirming everything was fine, Luo Fan left the convoy and headed toward a village in town a few kilometers away. Upon arriving at the edge of the village in town, Luo Fan did not rush inside. Instead, he took out his hat. Following that, his spiritual power, formed into a beam, probed into the town. This ghost artifact was quite useful, making reconnaissance very safe. Moreover, the side effect wasn't significant. For every minute of use, he just needed to add 10 minutes of sleep time when resting at night. The spiritual power, moving in a straight line, probed for about 1,500 meters, but found nothing noteworthy. Luo Fan then controlled his spiritual power to sweep toward the side. This feeling was somewhat similar to a windshield wiper on a car, sweeping a semicircle, which greatly expanded the detection range. Although it couldn't compare to area-wide detection, which could monitor a large region in real time, what was there to complain about when he could detect a larger area? After the beam of spiritual power swept around, Luo Fan quickly discovered something amiss within the town. More accurately, the town was indeed quite dangerous because it contained ferocious beasts, thousands, even tens of thousands, of them. There was one Tier 2 B-type ferocious beast, along with dozens of Tier 1 B-type elites. Accompanying them were thousands of regular B-types. These B-type ferocious beasts were large, each one looked about the size of a palm. If the Hope convoy came in here to collect supplies, wouldn't they all be devoured until not even bone fragments remained? Just thinking about thousands of B-types rushing over made Luo Fan himself feel his heart tremble and his skin crawl. Fortunately, he had the invisibility cloak. Sneaking in quietly should be fine. Luo Fan put the quick kill cloak over himself, then draped the invisibility cloak over that, and activated Lingshu step. His entire person immediately turned into an invisible shadow. At the same time, Luo Fan used his spiritual power scan to monitor the movements of the beast swarm from afar. Having just scanned a semicircle, Luo Fan had a general understanding of the town's layout. After entering the town, Luo Fan first went to a supermarket. Much of the food and water in the supermarket had been cleared out, perhaps having been looted at the very beginning of the apocalypse. However, on the second floor of the supermarket, items like underwear and bras were still intact. These were Luo Fan's targets. Luo Fan smiled and directly swept up all the underwear, estimating there were at least over 100 pairs. If Xian changed one every day, this would last him a long time. There were also bedding items on the second floor, which Luo Fan carefully folded and stuffed into his warehouse space. After advancing to the specialized sequence, his warehouse space was roughly the size of a van's cargo compartment. His storage capacity had greatly improved and could hold many things. Unlike ordinary people's mustard seed pouch, which was only the size of a backpack. Everything went smoothly. He also collected some useful items, such as toothpaste and shampoo. He currently used only 1 bar of soap, bought from the mall, for bathing and washing his hair. Since he had options, collecting a few bottles was worthwhile. After leaving the supermarket, Luo Fan continued onward. At this moment, Luo Fan actually wanted to slap himself twice. Back in Lin City, he had wanted to collect down jackets and similar items, but because it was spring and summer before the apocalypse broke out, the clothing stores only had thin clothes, so he came away empty-handed. But during his spiritual power skin just now, Luo Fan discovered that many houses contained large cotton quilts and down jackets. That's right. Who doesn't keep a few pieces of winter clothing stored away, waiting to be taken out next winter? Why did he only focus on specialty stores? Although the bedding and down jackets in residential homes were secondhand, it was the apocalypse who could afford to be picky? He had completely overlooked this point. He often neglected these common-sense details. Thus, after quietly searching a few households, Luo Fan stuffed in a large amount of winter bedding and clothing, completely filling his warehouse space. In the process, while taking a down jacket from a wardrobe, Luo Fan spotted several pairs of panties inside. Good heavens, there were lace ones and thongs. Luo Fan's eyes lit up. He picked up a lace pair and rubbed it against his ghost gun. However, after rubbing it for several minutes, his ghost gun showed no reaction, causing Luo Fan to frown slightly. Wearing something so flashy, was the owner not a beauty? Feeling helpless, Luo Fan tossed the panties in his hand onto the floor and casually took down 2 large cotton quilts from the top cabinet. When he took down the large cotton quilts, Luo Fan saw a photo album pressed underneath. This seems quite private? Hidden pressed beneath the quilts? Luo Fan curiously took it down to look, and then his expression drastically changed. This was a set of glamour photos. Inside the album was a rough man with thick stubble and abundant chest hair, yet he was wearing a bra and lace panties. Luo Fan now understood why rubbing the panties on the ghost gun got no reaction. He quickly threw the quilts he was holding onto the ground. Luo Fan opened the mall interface, bought 10 bottles of purified water in one go, unscrewed them all, and thoroughly washed his hands with soap. Even though he had scrubbed his hands raw, Luo Fan still felt that his hands were dirty and unclean. Shaking his head and suppressing his psychological discomfort, Luo Fan left the small town. He felt as if he had been attacked in that town, a spiritual attack. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that before leaving the town, Luo Fan also saw a gas station. However, Luo Fan only glanced at it from afar and didn't give it much thought. Thousands of B-type ferocious beasts, unless his squad had many specialized sequences capable of group AoE damage, like Ace. Otherwise, they were not something the current Hope convoy could provoke. Although Ace the Burst Mage was powerful, he alone couldn't withstand an attack from thousands of B-type ferocious beasts. It seemed that collecting fuel still had to rely on Zhao Chunfoam. The route he found for collecting fuel must be the optimal route after calculation. As expected, nothing happened. Luo Fan's Lingshu step in the invisible state did not alarm the bee swarm. After leaving, Luo Fan returned to the convoy. Upon returning to the convoy, Luo Fan took off the hat on his head and immediately felt an indescribable wave of exhaustion wash over him. The feeling was like staying up all night without sleeping. He had worn the hat for about 20 minutes while collecting supplies in the town. Based on the side effect, he needed at least 3 or 4 extra hours of sleep to replenish his spiritual power. Xian, you drive for now. Call me if anything happens. I'm going to sleep in the back compartment for a bit. I just collected a lot of down jackets and bedding. I'll trade them to everyone after I wake up. Luo Fan shook his head slightly, gave Morong Xian instructions, and immediately crawled into the cargo compartment. Although the vehicle was swaying, Luo Fan, being drowsy, quickly fell into a deep sleep. This sleep was very deep. He didn't know how much time had passed when Luo Fan was suddenly awakened by a vibrating sound. Of course, the small truck was constantly bumpy on the road, so it was naturally always vibrating. The vibration that woke Luo Fan was not from the vehicle, but from the mobile phone in his arms. The mobile phone vibrated? That had never happened before. Luo Fan pulled out the mobile phone to look at it, then abruptly sat upright. A line of text clearly appeared on the mobile phone screen. Doomsday Phone System Update complete. New functions have been loaded. Please check them yourself. Luo Fan's golden body of merit has begun to solidify. The Doomsday Phone, though called a mobile phone, is actually just a creation similar to a mobile phone. Because everyone was accustomed to mobile phones before the apocalypse, the creator made it in the style of a mobile phone. But in reality? This mobile phone's functions are very singular. It can simply connect to the sequencer forum, providing everyone with a means of communication. But now? This Doomsday Phone has actually updated its system and loaded new functions? Luo Fan perked up and carefully examined the mobile phone. Sure enough, in the sequencer forum, a new section had been added, a trading section. Trading? Seeing this, Luo Fan was puzzled. In the apocalypse, how could one trade on a mobile phone? Luo Fan carefully examined the functions of this section, and then he understood. The function of the trading section is very simple, similar to a pre-apocalypse express delivery system. As long as a trade is selected on the mobile phone, a delivery person will pick up the goods and deliver them to the buyer. However, the delivery person is not human, but an anomaly. In short, the foundation of this trading system lies in the existence of a celestial master sequence, who awakened a skill called the Five Ghosts Transport Technique, which can control anomalies to transfer items. This ability was loaded into the mobile phone's functions, presenting a model for express shopping and trading. However, there are a few rules for using this trading function. First, the qualification for trading needs to be exchanged with a ghost crystal. One ghost crystal grants one qualification for express delivery. Second, each person can only use it once a day at most. Furthermore, the weight of the trade cannot exceed a certain limit, otherwise, an additional delivery fee will be required. Each person can only use it once a day, this limits the number of transactions. And, it requires one ghost crystal per delivery? Does that mean it limits relatively valuable transactions? On one hand, it can earn more ghost crystals, and on the other hand, it actually limits the frequency of transactions. After reading the trading restrictions, Luo Fan muttered to himself. Indeed, even though it's the apocalypse, not to mention the entire world, just within the country, there are still tens of millions of people alive. And at least a few million sequencers, right? Among so many sequencers, those who own mobile phones, if not millions, then at least tens of thousands should exist. If the number of transactions were not limited, how could it cope? But no matter what, the mobile phone updating with such a function is a good thing for all sequencers under heaven. With such a major event occurring, Luo Fan pondered for a moment, then entered the forum section. Sure enough, regarding the Doomsday Phone's function update, posts in the section were popping up like mushrooms after rain. And pinned at the top was a post just made by Master Wenhao. Luo Fan first clicked on Master Wenhao's post to read it and understood what was going on. Simply put, Master Wenhao, in conjunction with the existence of the Celestial Master sequence, had researched for some time, which is why this function was launched. This function is currently still in trial operation, and the specific number of transactions and fees may be continuously adjusted in the future. Finally, at the bottom of the post, there was a line of information. Finally, special thanks to Comrade Luo Fan for providing the rule-type Ghost Crystal, which contributed to the mobile phone's update. Indeed, looking at the thanks to himself at the end of the post, Luo Fan felt a huge sense of honor enveloping him. At the same time, Luo Fan suddenly realized. No wonder Master Wenhao was so eager for a rule-type Ghost Crystal a few days ago. So, this Ghost Crystal was used for the mobile phone's updated express delivery function? Although this function has been launched, the price of one Ghost Crystal per delivery is very high. Master Wenhao will surely make a fortune in the future. But no matter what, this is still something that benefits all of humanity. Sure enough, Master Manhwa had said before that he would mention the clarification he promised him in his final announcement, and he indeed kept his word. After reading Master Manhwa's announcement post, Luo Fan then scrolled through the replies below. There were too many replies. Master Manhwa was simply the light of humanity. This trading function is too convenient. Master, 1 ghost crystal for 1 delivery is too expensive. I think 1 gene of fierce beast meat would be more appropriate. Upstairs, put a pillow under your head, you can have anything in your dreams. I think Master Manhwa is playing a big game. First, he published a post, Anomaly Hunting Human Behavior Pattern Theoretical Conjecture, letting everyone know that large human gatherings are more likely to attract anomaly attacks. This almost ruled out the possibility of people gathering for exchange meetings. Now, he's introducing this delivery fee. Isn't this the face of a true capitalist? It's like capitalists before the apocalypse shouting that MSG is bad just so their chicken essence could sell well, but in reality, the main ingredient of chicken essence is MSG. Just tell me if Master Manhwa's theory makes sense, and if this newly launched express delivery function is useful? That's the essence. Most of the replies below were praises for the master and the newly launched function. Of course, there were also some with ulterior motives or those who weren't very bright, holding other ideas. Think 1 ghost crystal per delivery is expensive? If you can't afford it, don't use it. Besides, even if it really dropped to 1 gene of fierce beast meat per delivery, these people would probably still ask why it isn't free. In addition, after reviewing some replies, although most of the topics focused on the new function, Luo Fan also saw some discussions about himself in these replies. Luo Fan? Is that the Luo Fan who previously killed the rule-type anomaly in Lin City? So, the rule-type ghost crystal he obtained was given to Master Manhwa. He's truly a good person. Although this apocalypse is a messed-up world, there are always some people patching things up, like Master Manhwa, and like Luo Fan. Yes, a few days ago, Luo Fan said that the anomalies in Lin City had been eliminated and we could go collect supplies. Our convoy went, and we made a good profit. Even in the apocalypse, there are still good people. Luo Fan's existence gives me a little hope for this world again. Luo Fan's mouth twitched slightly, his expression somewhat strange. Good person? He never expected that he would become a good person in everyone's mouths, even in the apocalypse. However, this feeling didn't seem bad either. In short, in this apocalypse, his golden body of merit has begun to condense preliminarily? With this golden body of merit, when interacting with others in the apocalypse in the future, their natural vigilance towards him would be greatly reduced, right? Then he would be able to. Luo Fan, am I reaping the benefits of this version update? Luo Fan shook his head, hurriedly flinging the stray thoughts out of his mind. What do you mean shady? Get a grip, I'm not shady at all. It's all Brother Zhao's fault, always calling me cunning and sly, even my own thoughts are starting to echo him. I'm pure of heart and mind, zero shade. Once he'd shoved those random notions aside, Luo Fan carefully browsed the trading section. The trading board was subdivided: weapons, armor, utility gear, materials, potions, and so on. With so many people owning a doomsday phone, the moment Luo Fan opened the tab, items flooded the screen. But because every delivery cost 1 ghost crystal, the goods were all high-end, most priced at 3 or 4 crystals and up. While fierce beast meat was the hard currency among sequencers, this marketplace ran on ghost crystals. Forging even a passable ghost artifact required at least 1 ghost crystal, and with the other materials the production cost usually topped 2 crystals. So ghost artifacts generally sold for 3 or 4 crystals, sometimes higher. He even saw some forged with second-tier strange crystals. Luo Fan scrolled around thinking, I want that, and second-tier strange artifacts especially, every single one looked irresistible. Still, he forced down the urge to splurge. He only owned 9 second-tier ghost crystals and 11 first-tier ones. Unless something truly essential popped up, he'd rather absorb them and push his sequence level, that was priority 1. BZZ. He closed a fist around a second-tier crystal and slowly absorbed it. In moments the stone crumbled to ash. At the same instant his aura pulsed, spilling out uncontrollably. Sequence level up, LV14. As expected, absorbing second-tier crystals is lightning fast. Feeling the boost to every stat, Luo Fan nodded in satisfaction. He flipped through the listings again, plenty of goodies, but nothing that made his wallet itch. Nothing to buy, so what about selling? What did he have on hand? Those spider demon human face materials? Probably not worth a single crystal's delivery fee. After weighing his options, apart from the moro fruit, only his greens and apples seemed saleable. Selling them in 100 gene lots should net a few crystals, right? Back at the exchange meeting, his greens had gone for 30 gene of fierce beast meat per gene, and apples for 60. Sales were blazing. 10 gene of apples would therefore fetch 600 gene of meat here. 100 gene equals 6,000 gene of meat. Roughly 1 ghost crystal per 1,000 gene of meat. Buying 100 gene of apples cost 1,000 sign-in gold in the mall. So 1,000 gold could turn into 6 crystals? Minus 1 crystal for delivery, that's still 5. Pretty sweet margin. Who'd have thought the humble greens and apples in his mall would become a goldmine after the Doomsday Phone update? Did I just ride the patch? He checked his balance, 1,500 gold from last night's check-in, total now above 2,100. He dropped 300 on 100 gene of small green vegetables and listed them as a trial batch. Apples were great but pricier. If he were the buyer, greens would feel safer. He priced the 100 gene at 4 crystals and, like any decent seller, covered the delivery fee himself. What reputable merchant doesn't? Raising the tag from 3 to 4 crystals? Pass the courier cost to the buyer, standard practice. Anyone who could stock 100 fresh gene in the apocalypse was rare. This was a seller's market. Agricultural planting sequencers, always on the move, could at best stay self-sufficient inside a convoy. Storing 100 fresh gene was no small feat. If not for the 100 gene delivery cap, he'd have listed several hundred, maximum profit. Within minutes of posting, his phone pinged, sale complete. Then, from thin air, several specters materialized. Instinctively he gripped his short sword, eyeing them. 5 oddly shaped ghosts, none too large, tore through space, clear spatial-type entities. They deposited 3 crystals, hoisted his 100 gene of greens, and vanished through another spatial rip. Done already? Faster than take out 5 ghosts transport technique rocks. Once they'd gone, he lowered his blade, inspected the 3 crystals, standard ones, no tricks. I'm rich. Clutching them, he felt instantly loaded. Sign-in gold only bought mall goods and treasure appraisal, it never helped his sequence level. But now the trading section let him swap produce for crystals. Crystals he could absorb to power up fast or craft ghost artifacts. The mall could finally aid his sequence growth. Had the phone linked trading to his personal strength? Effectively bridged mall and power? A crystal a day, steady income, sweet. 30 days, 90 crystals. Toss in the odd hunt, easy 100 plus per month. And if a big client ordered 1,000 gene lot? Delivery fee jumps, but so do profits. He shook his head, hopped out of the carriage, and slid into the passenger seat. Xian drove while he cradled in Xiaoran in his lap. Xiaoran, take these. Absorb them whenever you're free, tell me when you need more. He grandly placed 3 crystals in her hand. She accepted without question. Glancing at Xian behind the wheel, he recalled swiping her thing, and felt a twinge of guilt. Now flush with wealth, he fished out another crystal. Xian, here's one for you. Absorb it soon, hope you hit LV10 quickly. Chang, who was dumbfounded. Luo Fan had already given the strange crystal to the master? Supreme Convoy had pulled over to the roadside to rest at noon. Of course they knew the Doomsday Phones had updated and added a trading section. At first the convoy was delighted by the new trading board. After all, they had top-tier artisan sequencers and enough strength to slay most second-tier aberrations, With the trading function they could sell plenty of goods. But when Chang Hu read Master Wenhao's post, especially the last paragraph, his face froze. Even the joy of his son Chang Biao just advancing to specialization sequence with nightmare-catchu materials vanished instantly. So the rule-type aberration Luo Fan killed in Lin City, its ghost crystal had already been given to Master Wenhao? No wonder Master Wenhao took the initiative to send Luo Fan a friend request the other day. It must have been for this. So Yi Chang attacked Luo Fan for a rule-type ghost crystal that didn't even exist, wasting his effort and throwing his life away for nothing? Many in Supreme Convoy owned Doomsday phones, so naturally they all saw the thank you note to Luo Fan attached to the master's post. Several sequencers looked at Chang Hu with odd expressions. So for a non-existent rule-type ghost crystal they defended a long-range marksman powerhouse like Luo Fan? Though none of the sequencers said much, they all knew how terrible Chang Hu and Yi Chang's decision had been. Silently, Chang Hu's prestige in Supreme Convoy inevitably took a hit. F for me? In Hope Convoy, Morong Xian, behind the wheel, stared in shock at the ghost crystal Luo Fan held out to her. Hope Convoy's rule, each takes what they need, fair trade. For no reason Luo Fan was giving her a ghost crystal, did it carry some deeper meaning? Like a guy suddenly asking a pretty girl to the movies, was it really just about watching the film? What, you don't want it? Seeing her silent, Luo Fan rolled his eyes. I do, I accept. To Morong Xian this felt like a test, was he probing her feelings for him? Realizing that, how could she refuse? She happily took the ghost crystal, heart fluttering. Rumble. Suddenly a noise ahead. Luo Fan looked, a first-order fierce beast blocked the convoy. Niu Dagang had already charged out of the bus, shield in hand. The van stopped and Fire God Ace and Rose stepped out. Only a first-order beast, Luo Fan let Niu Dagang's team practice coordination and stayed out of it. The creature was strong, about LV-17 by sequence standards. But with the specialist's teamwork, plus in Xiaoran's holy light descent to weaken it, the fight ended in 3 minutes. Ace finished it with an explosive fireball that blew the beast apart. Is this the small trouble Brother Zhao said we'd meet today? A first-order beast is indeed just a small bother for Hope Convoy now, over in minutes. Of course if I acted it'd be even simpler, no need for crystal energy bullets, ordinary rounds would do. Watching the beast fall, Luo Fan muttered inwardly. With the roadblock gone, the convoy stopped so ordinary survivors could carve meat and dismantle the corpse. Luo Fan, you all know about the phone update? Sequencers gathered and Zhao Chunfeng spoke. Saw it. The function truly benefits mankind. Luo Fan nodded. I saw too. Luo Fan, you're famous now. Everyone calls you a great guy. Niu Dagang grinned, happy for him. Tisk tisk tisk, Zhao Chunfeng beside him clicked his tongue and shook his head. His look said, everyone thinks Luo Fan's a good man? They'll be suffering for a long time. Luo Fan caught the glance and knew exactly what Zhao meant. He was used to it, Zhao was basically his anti-fan. If Zhao ever stopped teasing him, then something would be wrong. After clearing the beast, Zhao suggested resting here today and leaving at dawn. Tomorrow's fuel collection window would be at high noon when the sun was strongest. Luo Fan and the others had no objection to Zhao Chunfeng's plan. Right, while we're at it, trade whatever you need. I've collected plenty of winter clothes and bedding. During the break they chatted about the new phone feature, then Luo Fan pulled coats and quilts from his warehouse space. Winter had arrived, the wind cut like knives. Sequencers were hardy, but ordinary survivors had it worse. Eyes lit up at the warm gear, those with means traded for a down jacket. Those short on goods swapped for at least a wool sweater. Same for quilts. Soon transactions slowed, the women's panties rose and the others picked a few, leaving over 100. Luo Fan gave them all to Morong Xian. He claimed he'd just collected them casually and tossing them would be wasteful, so they were hers. So many? How long will it take me to wear these? Morong Xian stared at the 100+ panties. But they were free and from Luo Fan, of course she'd take them, she happily stashed them away. Seeing her accept, Luo Fan felt pleased, he'd claimed it was random collecting, but this had been his goal all along. Here, Rose, a ghost crystal, thanks for looking after Xiaoran. If he hadn't given Morong Xin a crystal, he might have let it slide. But since he'd paid Morong for her panties with a crystal, and he'd swiped Rose's, he tossed her one too. With ghost crystals no longer scarce, this bought his peace of mind. Some people need to repay small debts to feel at ease. Luo Fan was one of them. Thanks, little brother Luo. Rose blinked at the unexpected gift but happily accepted it. Ace, here. Rose handed the crystal to Fire God Ace beside her. Your specialization sequence, this ghost crystal suits you. I'm still basic, fierce beast meat is enough for me. Luo Fan. Ace is calling for help. The air reeked of lovey-dovey sweetness, making Luo Fan purse his lips. At the same time, Luo Fan felt a pang of emotion. Rose really was treating Ace well. Not only had she given him the money rat, she'd even handed over this ghost crystal? He'd never have imagined that, in his mind, a calculating woman would sincerely devote herself to a man. So, because Ace is simple-minded, he's triggered the sincerity as the ultimate weapon mode? And that mode happens to be Rose's Achilles heel? Regardless of Luo Fan's musings, the convoy halted to rest for a day and a night. As usual, around midnight, Luo Fan, gripping a second-tier strange crystal in absorption, saw a prompt slide across the corner of his eye. He opened his eyes to look. Check-in successful, gained 2,000 sign-in gold. Balance, 3,850. Watching the notification, Luo Fan's lips curved in a smile. $2,000 a day? Even before the apocalypse, that would have been a fat paycheck. With that much, simple food and clothing alone would never use it up. Night passed uneventfully. The next morning Morong Xin boiled a pot of noodles. Deep winter, a big bowl of greens and pork noodles was pure bliss. He even drank an extra bowl of broth, feeling warm all over. When the time came, the Hope convoy set off again to gather gasoline. Hold up, Brother Zhao rose and I need to leave the convoy. Just as the Hope convoy was about to move out, Ace and Rose stepped forward, Ace speaking up. You too? Why leave the convoy? Zhao Chunfeng asked, puzzled. My money rat sniffed something good, we'll go check it out. Don't worry, we'll catch up, Ace said, cradling the money rat. Brother Zhao, divine whether their trip will be smooth, Luo Fan said, walking up. All right. Zhao Chunfeng nodded, pulled out his coin, and used his divination skill to see if Ace's treasure hunt would go smoothly. Reading the divination reading, he replied, danger within fortune, a sign of turning peril to peace. Be cautious and you'll be fine, what you seek should be obtainable. Great. Thanks, Brother Zhao, here's the divination fee. As a prophecy sequencer, divining for himself couldn't be for nothing. Ace produced a ghost crystal and offered it. Zhao Chunfeng didn't refuse and pocketed it. We'll wait at the next gas station until 5 p.m. Get back early, he emphasized. Relax, 9+ hours. We'll make it. Ace waved, climbed with Rose into the van, and veered off the Hope convoy's route. The Hope convoy continued toward the fuel collection point. En route, Zhao Chunfeng divined again, just to be sure, checking whether Rose and Ace's departure would affect the fuel run. The result, everything would go extremely smoothly. As expected, he mused at the outcome. If Luo Fan had left, the impact might have been huge. But only Ace and Rose, no big deal. After all, the Hope convoy's core combat power now rested on Luo Fan. Sure enough, no real danger appeared, just non-tiered beasts, which Wu Xingyu handled. The occasional tiered beast was taken care of by Niu Dagang. Luo Fan didn't even need to act, the convoy rolled smoothly into a gas station. It was a highway junction station from before the apocalypse. Thus, it lay outside any town center. Seeing plenty of fuel left, anyone with a sealed container filled it with gasoline. Inside the station's EasyGo store, shelves were stripped bare. Apparently other convoys couldn't carry away all the fuel, but the goods inside had been looted clean. Rough estimate, several vehicles carried oil drums, all filled, the convoy's tanks were topped off too. Added up, they'd collected about 8 or 900 liters. Not bad enough to keep the convoy rolling for 10 days to half a month. Refueling was quick, and the station gave them a decent rest while they waited for Ace and Rose. They'd agreed to wait until 5 p.m. Luo Fan enjoyed the rare downtime, doomscroll, doomphone in hand, browsing the sequencer forum. The trading section had been open a full day, more and more items were listed. Mainly ghost artifacts and precious materials. Idly flipping posts and listings felt like shopping online before the apocalypse. As usual, he listed 100 gene of small green vegetables and happily pocketed 3 ghost crystals. Hey, with this trading board, could I buy a few dozen pairs of beauties panties? After the sale, a sudden idea struck him. If I list a few dozen gene of veggies priced at 1 pair of second-hand beauties panties, plenty of people would trade, right? As long as I'm willing to pay the 1 ghost crystal courier fee. No. The thought had just popped up when he shook his head. Right, the sequencer forum required real names. Everyone knew when Master Wanhao posted. He'd replied under Lin City's thread, so Chung who knew he'd killed a rule-type anomaly and wanted his rule-type ghost crystal. He'd swiped panties precisely because the act was social death level embarrassing. If he traded openly on the phone, the whole world would know he's a perv who loves second-hand beauties panties, ultimate social death. After all, ever since the Master's post singled him out, his good guy rep had spread, he was now an apocalypse celebrity. Ding ding ding. While he aimlessly scrolled, a private message alert suddenly rang. He tapped it and shot to his feet. The PM was from Ace, only 2 words. Help! When disaster strikes, everyone flees for their own lives. A pool of water, so shallow it barely covered a person's instep. Inside the pool lay dozens of corpses, every mouth gaping as a root tendril plunged down each throat, madly siphoning nutrients from the bodies. All the tendrils belonged to a single tree standing at the pool's center. The tree looked small, barely 2 meters tall, and at its crown sat a crystal-clear fruit shaped like an apple, glowing faintly with a soft radiance. Following the money rat's directions, Ace and Rose arrived at the pool's edge. Seeing the strange tree, the miracle fruit, and the dozens of bodies feeding it, both of them paled. Ace, the treasure must be that miracle fruit, Rose said, the first to regain composure. Though the sight was shocking, she quickly calmed herself. Then let's grab the fruit and get out of here, this place screams danger, Ace replied, nodding eagerly. Why do people instinctively fear corpses? Because humans dread anything capable of killing them, seeing the dead triggers an existential warning encoded in our DNA. These dozens of bodies unnerved Ace as well. Knowing the prize was that fruit, the smart move was to seize it and leave immediately. Wait. Rose caught Ace's arm. The tree can't move, so why are there so many bodies here? Did they volunteer to become fertilizer? Only 2 possibilities, either everyone who tried to pick the fruit died and became nutrients. Or something else is killing people and dumping the bodies here. So stand guard while I go pick it. If there's danger, you can save me. If you're the one in trouble, I'm only basic sequence, I won't be able to help. Ace nodded at Rose's analysis. Yet under her logic, picking the fruit carried a 50% chance of death, and she still volunteered. Ace felt a surge of gratitude. Rose, let me do it, Ace said, gripping her hand. Be good and cover me, Rose replied with a warm smile, offering no further argument. Because Rose was older, her tone carried the gentle authority of a big sister next door. Okay, I won't let anything happen to you. Ace nodded, looking every inch the obedient little puppy. Rose stepped toward the pool, first cautiously tossing stones onto the water, the corpses, and the tree. When nothing reacted, she waded in. The water barely reached her instep as Rose stayed on high alert for any sudden movement. Ace raised a hand, an azure explosive fireball condensed in his palm. Ready to strike, he watched for any threat, poised to rescue her at a moment's notice. Roar! A furious roar erupted as a beast, part lion, part tiger, charged forward with a corpse dangling from its jaws. Spotting Rose reaching for the miracle fruit, the creature spat out the body and thundered toward her. Clearly, Rose's guess had been right. the bodies beneath the strange tree had been deliberately supplied by this fierce beast. Explosive fireball. Prepared, Ace immediately launched the massive azure sphere straight at the monster. Sensing the attack, the beast opened its mouth and exhaled a stream of frigid air. Ice met fire, the exploding fireball birthed a blinding cloud of steam. With Ace engaging the beast, Rose knew her limited strength would only hinder, so she sprinted to the small tree. The 2-meter sapling bore fruit within easy reach. Rose only had to rise on tiptoe. Seeing her intent, the beast grew frantic, abandoning Ace to charge Rose instead. Ace refused to yield, unleashing a sea of azure flames to bar the creature's path. On tiptoe, she quickly plucked the miracle fruit and tucked it into her mustard seed pouch. Fruit secured, she glanced back. Ace was flagging, clearly outmatched by the beast. After a brief hesitation, Rose sprinted toward the van. "Ace, hold on a moment, I'll drive over." At her words, Ace poured everything into trading explosive flames against the beast's icy breath. After several exchanges, Ace sensed the monster's power eclipsed his own. He was sequence level 13, this first-order fierce beast was near the tier's peak, probably on the cusp of advancing to second order. Still, Rose's plan made sense. Inside the van she could drive while he focused solely on attacking. If the beast refused to give up, it would have to sprint while simultaneously countering his fireballs. One side could attack with full concentration while the other had to run and fight. Maybe that could even the odds enough for an escape. Rumble. Rose, at sequence level 10, far outclassed an ordinary human. Reaching the van, she started the engine at once. Yet instead of driving to pick up Ace, she spun the wheel and sped off in the opposite direction. As the van raced away, she spotted Ace's doomsday phone on the passenger seat. Pausing only a second, she opened it and navigated to the private chat with Luo Fan, typing 2 words, "Help." The message sent, she hurled the doomsday phone out the window and floored the accelerator. Rose. Hands thrust forward, using explosive flame to counter the beast's icy breath, Ace stared in disbelief as the van disappeared without him. She abandoned him and ran? Impossible. There had to be another plan, there had to be. There must. My name is Rose, the deceptive enchantress. My name is Rose. Before the apocalypse broke out, I thought I was the pride of my family. Why? Because I was the only one who got into a Project 211 university. My good-for-nothing younger brother just idled his days away. Ever since we were kids, although my parents were both highly educated intellectuals, they always favored my little brother. Now that I had done well, surely they would value me a bit more, right? But I was wrong. After graduation I finally landed a job paying over $10,000 a month, yet my parents demanded I send most of my salary home every month to save for my brother's wedding. Did they ever stop to think what kind of life I had to live in a first-tier city on the little money left? Later, when the apocalypse erupted and anomalies attacked, my parents chose, between my brother and me, to let me draw the monster's attention so they could escape. For the first time I disobeyed them. I tricked them, and they were all killed by the anomaly. From afar I listened to their screams and curses as I wept, my tears bursting forth like a broken dam. Yet amid my grief, I felt an unexpected, almost exhilarating satisfaction. Afterward I struggled to survive in the apocalypse. Many tried to harm or violate me. I played along, escaped death several times, and successfully protected myself. Eventually I joined the Hope Convoy. This convoy was far better than others. I hid my looks beneath a cloak, traveled with them for more than a month without trouble, and enjoyed a rare stretch of peace. Because Money Rat was hunting for treasure, I learned the little depot where the convoy searched for fuel happened to be the very place I needed to explore, and I secretly rejoiced. While treasure hunting I found even more fuel inside the depot. I also stirred up conflict among the convoy members just to buy time so I could secure the treasure. Later I successfully awakened, my first real happiness since the apocalypse began. Now that I'm a sequencer, I can finally control my own fate, can't I? Unfortunately, Luo Fan saw through every scheme and wanted to kick me out. I knew I'd only just awakened my sequence and was still weak. I absolutely couldn't leave the convoy. So I sincerely apologized and even produced every moleflower petal I'd painstakingly collected. Perhaps because my apology seemed genuine, the convoy decided to give me another chance. Advancing in sequence rank requires real combat. In battle, the convoy's sequencers were willing to take me along and even give me a share of the spoils, something completely different from the other convoys I'd met. I was delighted and even resolved that if this convoy stayed as good as it was, I'd gladly remain with them forever. Later, when Nyo Dagang advanced to a specialized sequence, Luo Fan and the others were ready to help. That gave me hope. When I myself needed help to reach specialization in the future, surely they'd help me too? Hope Convoy truly is a humane convoy. While helping Nyo Dagang gather the materials for advancement, we ran into a rule-type anomaly. At first I thought I was doomed. I never imagined that Childan Xiaoran would sacrifice herself for Luo Fan. It shook me deeply. All my life, my parents included, everyone had schemed and exploited. Yet in this apocalypse I actually saw someone willing to protect another at the cost of her own life? Though she was just a child, to me she felt like a beam of light in the night. Before in Xiaoran of the Holy Light Angel sequence, I felt ashamed, as if I were a filthy person. Still, I adored her and couldn't help wanting to be close to her. During the convoy's battles, whenever in Xiaoran was in danger my body reacted before my mind, stepping forward to shield her. Risking my own safety to protect someone else? I told myself it was wrong. But looking at her pure, innocent little face, I felt it was all worthwhile. I used to believe I could stay in Hope Convoy forever and call it home. I was wrong. With help from the convoy's sequencers I fought, and soon my rank rose to level 10, revealing to me the requirement for advancing to specialization. Deception and betrayal. Only after someone trusts me, and I betray that trust, can I advance to a specialized sequence. And according to Luo Fan's theory, the deeper the trust, the greater the potential after betrayal, right? I still believe real power is what matters. I set my sights on Ace, a simple teenager who trusts people easily. Sure enough, once I made the first move, this naive boy fell for me effortlessly. To make him fall completely, I gave him everything I could, including the innocence I'd kept for more than 20 years. Later, when Money Rat found treasure in Ace was plunged into a life-or-death crisis, I knew it was time to close the net. I deceived him. Instead of driving to pick him up, I turned the vehicle and fled. On the road I used his doomsday phone to send Luo Fan a distress call. Partly to tie Luo Fan up with rescuing Ace, but maybe also because, after all these days together, I felt a tiny shred of real affection for Ace. Driving away, I fled. I knew Hope Convoy forbids internal strife and betrayal. They would surely hunt me down. This time, no apology would earn forgiveness. I can never return to Hope Convoy. What a pity, I could have stayed with Xiaoran forever. Still, the price was worth it. I successfully advanced to a specialized sequence. Deceptive Enchantress, level 11. I've only awakened the first skill of my specialized sequence, yet I already know its potential is immense. Back in Hope Convoy, Luo Fan read the private message Ace had sent him, paled in shock, jumped to his feet, and frantically replied, asking what had happened. But every message sank without a trace. Brother Zhao, something's wrong. Luo Fan, phone in hand, found Zhao Chunfeng with a grim expression and showed him the plea for help. Something wrong? That can't, being my divination said their treasure hunt shouldn't be too hard and they should come back with gains. Reading the message, Zhao Chunfeng was full of doubt. No time for that. Brother Zhao, divine quickly, which direction should I go to save him? Luo Fan urged. At once Zhao Chunfeng pulled out a steel coin to divine, then pointed in a direction, his face also changing. That way Ace is heading for a bloody calamity. V-room. Luo Fan twisted the throttle of his motorcycle to the limit, the wheels spun wildly, spraying mud, then shot off in the direction Zhao Chunfeng had indicated. Ace is dead. Thanks to the Demon Hunter sequence, Luo Fan's neural reaction speed was extremely fast. After all, when he tracked the nightmare Kachu before, he'd already adapted to speeds of over 200 meters per second, so this motorcycle's speed was nothing. Occasionally, vicious beasts on the road noticed the bike's noise and gave chase, but Luo Fan ignored them, keeping the throttle pinned, his heart heavy. He'd never claimed to be a good man, but he'd always believed he had principles. Inside Hope Convoy, Ace's existence held special meaning for Luo Fan. Why? Because Ace was already someone in the specialized sequence. In this apocalypse, wherever they went, specialized sequence users were talent, every convoy welcomed them. Yet Ace had joined Hope Convoy at his invitation. So Ace was someone he'd personally invited into the convoy. Though death was common in this apocalypse, if Ace died inside Hope Convoy, Luo Fan would feel guilty. The throttle was maxed, yet time still crawled, every second felt endless. He didn't know how long he'd raced, but following Zhao Chuanfeng's directions and using the ghost artifact hat on his head to channel his spiritual power forward in a beam, Luo Fan finally found Ace's trail. After all, a battle of ice and fire makes a big scene, the traces left behind were impossible to miss. Luo Fan arrived at the pond side, the place was already devastated by combat. A huge beast, lion-like and tiger-like, lay on the ground, charred from the inside out, clearly the work of Ace's flames. An Ace? He lay not far away, the ground beneath him coated in a layer of ice crystals. What shook Luo Fan most was that Ace's legs were completely gone, as if something had bitten them clean off. Ace, how are you? Surprisingly, Rose was nowhere to be seen, nor her van. Baffled, Luo Fan still rushed to Ace's side and called out. Cough, cough. Perhaps stirred by Luo Fan's voice, Ace stirred, coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Luo Fan before him, he looked relieved. Was it Rose who ran back to the convoy and told you to come save me? Don't talk yet. Here, drink this healing potion first. Luo Fan immediately pulled both healing potions from his warehouse space and poured them into Ace's mouth. Before leaving Hope Convoy to hunt freaks, Zhao Chunfeng had given him 3 potions for emergencies. He hadn't used any along the way, only drank one while escorting Chang Diao back from Supreme Convoy after getting injured. Now he emptied both remaining potions into Ace. No need. I know my injuries, it's useless. Watching Luo Fan pour the potions in, Ace shook his head. Luo Fan ignored him, forcing both potions down. Like aged ginseng sustaining life, color visibly returned to Ace's face after the 2 potions. Let's go. I'll take you back to the convoy, Xiao Ran will heal you. Luo Fan regretted it now, if he'd known Ace was this badly hurt, he'd have brought Xiao Ran along. Don't rush, Luo Fan. Tell me, was it Rose who ran back and told you to save me? Strapped to Luo Fan's back on the bike racing toward Hope Convoy, Ace clung to consciousness and asked. Yes, Rose was at the convoy and told me to come. Luo Fan hesitated, then nodded along. I knew it, relief filled Ace's voice. Stop talking, rest. We'll be there soon. Luo Fan twisted the throttle tighter. Luo Fan. I've always lied to you. My name isn't Ace. It's AI Ergu. I thought it sounded ugly, so I lied. Actually, in this apocalypse, meeting you, meeting Rose, meeting all of you. I'm really happy. I also know. I've always been pretty annoying, haven't I? Listening to Ace's weak, rambling words over his shoulder, Luo Fan felt something was wrong. Ace, stop. Once you're healed we'll talk properly. Luo Fan's throat felt blocked. Oh, okay. I'll stop, Ace whispered faintly. A few minutes later, a mosquito-thin voice sounded beside Luo Fan's ear, thank you. The words were so soft that only Luo Fan's sharp demon hunter senses caught them. After those 2 words, Ace's hand resting on Luo Fan's shoulder slipped limply down. At the same time, Luo Fan felt Ace's body slump, unable to stay upright. Screech! The motorcycle braked hard. Luo Fan felt no breath from Ace against his back, the chest had stopped rising. Ace, sleep now. Rest like I said, I'll take you home. After a moment of silence, Luo Fan restarted the bike, voice hoarse. This time the bike moved slowly, as if afraid of waking Ace. As dusk fell, Luo Fan's motorcycle rolled back into Hope Convoy. Zhao Chunfeng and the others were waiting anxiously. They rushed forward to lift Ace down. After checking, Zhao Chunfeng shook his head at Luo Fan, face grim. And Xiaoran kept casting healing, but the emerald starlight sank into Ace with no effect. Luo Fan, what happened? Where's Rose? Why didn't she come back? Niu Dagang asked, voice low. Yeah, where's Rose? Niu Dagang's question snapped Luo Fan back, his eyes narrowed, gaze turning cold. I'm asking you. Niu Dagang was puzzled. Wasn't Luo Fan the one who went to save Ace? Shouldn't he know? Brother Zhao, help me divine where Rose, Luo Fan began, then broke off, pulled out his doomsday phone, opened a private chat, and typed a message. You there? Urgent. Reply ASAP. The post-apocalyptic tycoon Luo Fan has arrived. Lian Ziqiang, what is it? Why the rush? Luo Fan, where is the Supreme Convoy right now? Lian Ziqiang, what are you trying to do? Luo Fan, don't misunderstand. I need the Supreme Convoy's help with something, or more accurately, a transaction. Silence. After a brief exchange, Lian Ziqiang fell silent. Obviously, Luo Fan and the Supreme Convoy had completely fallen out last time, almost resulting in a fight to the death. At this moment, Luo Fan suddenly asking for the convoy's whereabouts made it understandable that Lian Ziqiang reflexively thought Luo Fan wanted revenge. Luo Fan didn't say much. Although he was anxious, he waited patiently. It was clear that Lian Ziqiang wouldn't decide whether or not to meet him on her own. She must be consulting Chenghu. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long. About 2 minutes later, Lian Ziqiang replied, giving Luo Fan a coordinate. Having obtained the Supreme Convoy's coordinates, Luo Fan mounted his motorcycle again. Luo Fan, where are you going? Because of Ace's death, the atmosphere among the Hope Convoy members was heavy. Seeing Luo Fan suddenly get on his motorcycle, Zhao Chunfeng quickly asked. I'm going to find Rose. Luo Fan dropped this sentence, immediately started the ignition, and the motorcycle drove directly toward the Supreme Convoy's location. In the past, every time Luo Fan left alone, and Xiaoran would cling to his clothes, insisting she wanted to follow him. But this time, Xiaoran just watched him leave quietly, without intending to bother Luo Fan. The motorcycle throttle was still twisted hard, and Luo Fan could feel the chilling cold wind blowing against his face. However, no matter how cold the wind was, it couldn't extinguish the surging anger in Luo Fan's heart. Before Ace died, he asked Luo Fan if Rose had gone to the convoy to ask him to save him. Although Luo Fan had gone along with Ace's words, what was the truth? Rose hadn't returned to the Hope Convoy at all. It seemed that the SOS message on Ace's mobile phone must have been sent by Rose. But why did Rose completely disappear after sending a distress signal? Luo Fan felt there must be a major issue here. Could it be that when they were treasure hunting, they really found a peerless treasure? Did Rose harbor the intention of killing someone to claim the treasure for herself? In Luo Fan's view, this was highly likely. But the specifics still required finding her and getting a clear understanding. Moreover, Ace's death was highly likely related to Rose, otherwise, why would she be so terrified that she wouldn't dare return to the convoy? Originally, Luo Fan wanted Zhao Chunfeng to divine Rose's location, and then he would chase her. However, Rose knew him well, and she would definitely guess that he would pursue her. And Luo Fan also knew Rose well. If she guessed this, her escape route would certainly not be a straight line, but one that constantly changed direction. Unless he could keep Zhao Chunfeng by his side, divining every few minutes, it would be impossible to catch her by chasing in one direction. Furthermore, Zhao Chunfeng's divination ability might be usable twice, 3 times, or even 4 or 5 times a day. But definitely not dozens of times. Therefore, Luo Fan stopped speaking after only saying half of his thought to Zhao Chunfeng. And this time, Luo Fan was going to the Supreme Convoy mainly for the prophecy sequence specialized sequencer who held the compass. His compass not only searches for people but can also clearly point the way even when searching for ghosts. Therefore, having him take action was the most suitable way to find someone. As for the feud between himself and the Supreme Convoy? Simply put, he and the Supreme Convoy were merely enemies, not sworn foes. Enemies can weigh the pros and cons, and in certain crucial moments, they can even temporarily set aside differences and cooperate. Only sworn foes seek to eliminate the other party regardless of cost or consequence. Now, in Luo Fan's heart, the Supreme Convoy was just an enemy, Rose was the true sworn foe. Soon, Luo Fan arrived at the Supreme Convoy. Lian Ziqiang was there, and the sequencers of the Supreme Convoy were all staring at him. Facing the gaze of over 20 sequencers, Luo Fan parked his motorcycle directly in front of the Supreme Convoy. Little brother Luo Fan, I haven't seen you in a few days, and your demeanor remains impressive. May I ask what business you have with our convoy? Changhu greeted Luo Fan with a forced smile. Luo Fan, Lian Ziqiang also stepped forward a few paces, looking anxious. Although the total number of times she had met Luo Fan was less than 10, Lian Ziqiang and Luo Fan had a good relationship, and she believed she understood him quite well. Therefore, Lian Ziqiang could tell that Luo Fan's emotions were very unstable right now. It's fine, I'm not here to cause trouble. Luo Fan reassured Lian Ziqiang, who had approached him, with a glance. He then walked up to Changhu and said, Captain Chang, I am here today to discuss a business deal with your Supreme Convoy. Oh? Do tell. Changhu raised an eyebrow slightly and said to Luo Fan. I need this gentleman's sequence ability right now, so I want to hire him for 2 days to help me find someone. Luo Fan got straight to the point, pointing to the sequencer holding the compass nearby. Brother Luo, old Zhang is too important to my Supreme Convoy. Changhu frowned, showing reluctance, clearly preparing to refuse. The value of a prophecy sequence member to a convoy is immeasurable. During the last conflict, Luo Fan almost killed him, and Changhu still felt a wave of fear recalling it. Naturally, Changhu would not agree to let old Zhang leave with Luo Fan. Don't rush to refuse. I can give your Supreme Convoy 300 caddies of fresh green vegetables. Luo Fan spoke, addressing Changhu. According to his trading information on the trading platform, 300 caddies of small green vegetables were worth almost 10 ghost crystals. No, old Zhang is. Changhu's expression remained unchanged, and he still shook his head. 500 caddies. Luo Fan immediately spoke, not waiting for Changhu to finish his sentence. This number made Changhu hesitate slightly, but he still shook his head. I apologize, brother Luo. 800 caddies. Luo Fan still didn't give Changhu a chance to finish, speaking again and raising the price significantly. Visibly, Changhu's expression was tempted. A full 800 caddies of fresh small green vegetables? This would be enough for the Supreme Convoy to eat for a long time. In this apocalypse, fresh vegetables and fruit were even rarer than fierce beast meat. However, thinking about old Zhang's importance to the Supreme Convoy, Changhu found it difficult to choose. I will give you another 200 caddies of fresh apples, making it a total of 1,000 caddies. Luo Fan continued, acting completely like an apocalypse tycoon. Having said this, Luo Fan paused slightly, then added, Captain Chang, this is my final offer. I hope you consider it carefully. Then, how can you guarantee old Zhang's safety? You should know the importance of a prophecy sequence member to a convoy. Luo Fan's extravagance finally loosened Changhu's tone. We meet again, Rose. Although 100 caddies of small green vegetables could be sold by Luo Fan for 4 ghost crystals on the trading block, even 1,000 caddies would only be 40 ghost crystals. Given the strength of the Supreme Convoy, while the temptation was present, it wasn't enough for them to gamble the life of a specialized sequence from the prophecy sequence. However, in the hearts of the Supreme Convoy members, these 800 caddies of vegetables and 200 caddies of apples were far more precious than ghost crystals. Therefore, Changhu was moved, and the other sequencers in the Supreme Convoy had no objections either. As long as they could find a way to preserve the life of the prophecy sequence, this deal could definitely be made. Even the prophecy sequence himself, holding the compass, opened his mouth but found himself speechless. He also understood that the supreme convoy truly needed the 800 caddies of vegetables and 200 caddies of apples. So, Captain Chang, what do you think would make you feel secure? Luo Fan did not answer directly, but instead threw the question back to Chung Hu. How about I personally go with you? Chung Hu pondered briefly and offered his suggestion. Let Brother Lien go instead. However, Luo Fan offered a different idea. Chang Hu was the leader of the Supreme Convoy and his second-tier sequencer. When he dealt with the nightmare Kachu earlier, Luo Fan had personally witnessed his colossal, skyscraper-like figure. If he were by his side, the safety of the prophecy sequence would certainly be assured, but Luo Fan would have to worry about his own safety. That works too. Hearing Luo Fan's suggestion, Chung Hu nodded, agreeing that having Lien Zicheng as a liaison seemed to be a compromise. Luo Fan, Supreme Convoy, First-Tier Compass Geomancer, Zhang Cheng. The terms of the deal were finalized. The prophecy sequence, holding the compass, spoke up and formally introduced himself. Hello, Hope Convoy, First-Tier Hunter, Luo Fan. Luo Fan replied in kind. Although revealing Demon Hunter wouldn't be a big deal, as the effect of the skill was the biggest secret, knowing the sequence name wouldn't cause much harm. However, Luo Fan played it safe. What if he encountered some strange sequence or ghost artifact in the future that could target him based on his sequence name? Better safe than sorry. Hunter? Hearing Luo Fan's sequence name, Cheng Hu and the others secretly pondered it. The hunter sequence seemed to roughly indicate what kind of fighting style he used. Hunting rifle? And the style he used when sparring with Lien Zicheng earlier was indeed quite similar. Lien Zicheng, who was nearby, knew Luo Fan's demon hunter sequence. Hearing him only mention the hunter sequence now, she subtly glanced at him. Thinking back to his triple shot skill, which he had lied about being double consecutive shot. Well, Luo Fan introducing his sequence this way was very Luo Fan. After a simple self-introduction, Luo Fan had Zhang Qing ride the same motorcycle as him, which would make it easier to track Rose. As for Lien Zicheng, she borrowed a motorcycle from the Supreme Convoy. Luo Fan, when I search for people, for strangers I can only use divination methods to determine a general direction, Zhang Qing said, sitting on Luo Fan's motorcycle. You can only use the basic sequence's divination skill? Can't you use the compass? Hearing this, Luo Fan stopped preparing to start the motorcycle and asked curiously. Using the compass requires a prerequisite. It's best to use something the target has used as a medium. Previously, we were able to lock onto the nightmare Kachu because we had surrounded and hunted it, and we had some of its fallen fur as a medium. Also, the reason I could lock onto you is that you gave me a lot of materials and ghost crystals. These passed through your hands and were contaminated with your aura, Zhang Qing explained. His explanation was indeed very reasonable. But why didn't he say this earlier? Well, on second thought, Luo Fan had kept his triple shot skill hidden even from his partners in the Hope Convoy. It was reasonable that Zhang Qing, facing an outsider, wouldn't fully reveal the conditions for using his skill initially. So, to use the compass skill to lock onto Rose, he would need something she had used as a medium? But she drove the entire van away. Wait, he actually did have something. After a brief thought, Luo Fan suddenly remembered the panties he had stolen from the van earlier. He had originally wondered if they could be reused after cleaning the gun barrel, so he tossed them in a corner of his warehouse space and hadn't thrown them away. Since 2 pairs of panties didn't take up much space, he had forgotten about them. Now they could be put to good use? Machem, let's go first. Seeing the hundreds of people in the Supreme Convoy staring at them, Luo Fan first started the motorcycle and drove forward a distance. Only then did he take out a pair of panties from his warehouse space. Use this. Looking at the pair of panties in Luo Fan's hand, black lace-edged ones, no less, Zhang Qing's expression grew strange, and then he showed the look that all men understood. Luo Fan, were you abandoned by a beauty? Distraught by love, are you chasing after her? Seeing Luo Fan take out what was clearly a woman's pair of panties, Lin Zicheng asked in surprise. In her impression, Luo Fan shouldn't be the type of person to be troubled by romantic matters. Could it be? Looks can be deceiving? However, carrying a woman's used panties on him seemed like something only a devoted lover would do. Or perhaps a pervert? Facing Lin Zicheng's questioning, Luo Fan forced himself to remain calm, strictly managed his expression, showed no unusual reaction, and had no time to explain everything. Taking the lace panties Luo Fan handed over as a medium, Zhang Cheng held the compass and chanted what sounded like complicated incantations under his breath. Moments later, the pointer on the compass began to spin, then slowly stabilized, pointing in one direction. Luo Fan twisted the throttle again and sped off in the direction indicated by the compass pointer. It was roughly as Luo Fan had expected. Rose's van had sped along the road, even changing direction 7 or 8 times mid-route. After chasing for more than 10 hours, until dawn broke, Luo Fan finally spotted the van abandoned by the roadside. He opened the door and checked. Had Rose abandoned the entire van, taking only some necessary survival materials? Or had the fuel run out after fleeing so quickly for so long? After all, the fuel consumption of the van while desperately fleeing was completely different from the consumption when traveling with the Hope Convoy, where survivors could keep up on foot during migration. The compass still locked onto Rose's location. Without the van, Luo Fan rode the motorcycle at high speed for about another hour. Finally, Luo Fan saw Rose's figure. The motorcycle performed a tail whip maneuver and stopped crosswise right in front of Rose. Looking at Rose's disbelieving eyes, Luo Fan's gaze was cold. "We meet again, Rose." Zhao Chuanfun's promotion trial. Seeing Luo Fan appear before her, Rose's pupils sharply contracted, then she shook her head and gave a bitter laugh. "I can't believe that even after I've gone to such lengths, you still caught up to me." Yes, she had known Luo Fan would hunt her down, so she intentionally used Ace's mobile phone to send Luo Fan a distress message, precisely to use Ace to stall Luo Fan. And then? She had changed directions several times in a van to escape, until the van ran out of its last drop of fuel, and then she fled on foot for so long. Logically, she should have escaped over 100 kilometers away, having already overestimated Luo Fan's abilities as much as possible, but unexpectedly, Luo Fan still caught up. "Luo Fan, you two talk slowly?" Lin Zicheng said to Luo Fan, thinking that Luo Fan carrying someone else's intimate panties meant their relationship must be very close. Luo Fan, of course, understood the meaning of Lin Zicheng's expression, but he had no intention of explaining right now, so he just nodded slightly. Afterward, Lin Zicheng took Zhang Cheng, and the two walked far away, several hundred meters distant. "Why?" Luo Fan raised his hand, took out his double eyebrow, and simultaneously stared at Rose as he asked. Luo Fan felt that the special effects of the double eyebrow were more suitable for killing Rose, who had just become teared. Rose glanced at the double eyebrow Luo Fan had taken out, and gave a bitter smile. "It's come to this, do these questions still have any meaning? You seem to have misunderstood one thing." "Now I am the butcher, and you are the fish," Luo Fan said coldly. "Because the promotion condition for my specialized sequence is deception and betrayal. Only by making others trust me, and then betraying them, can I successfully advance in the specialized sequence. Although I lost the gamble, I wasn't wrong. If a person doesn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. If your promotion condition, Luo Fan, was this, would you not choose to advance?" "I don't believe it." Since Luo Fan wanted to know, Rose had no intention of hiding it and loudly explained the reason for her betrayal of Ace. Yes, although she knew what she did was wrong, Rose did not regret it. In fact, in Rose's view, she was just unlucky that her promotion condition happened to be like this. If this promotion condition belonged to Luo Fan, Rose believed that Luo Fan would also make the same choice as her. "You did it just for that?" Hearing that this was Rose's reason for betraying Ace, Luo Fan suddenly understood. After a moment of silence, he stared at Rose with a mix of pity, sorrow, and anger. "Just for that?" "Luo Fan, Don't tell me that if your promotion requirement was this, you would give up on promoting? Luo Fan's words seemed to provoke Rose. Since she was going to die anyway, Rose loudly asked Luo Fan. That's right, if my promotion condition was also betrayal and deception, I would indeed choose a target to complete it, Luo Fan nodded. Aren't you the same? Rose sneered inwardly at Luo Fan's answer. However, I would not choose companions from the Hope Convoy as targets. Instead, I would seek out enemy convoys, or existences similar to the Luo family town convoy, to use as stepping stones for my promotion. Furthermore, for my promotion, I would deceive everyone in the convoy, saying that I betrayed the convoy to join another convoy, thereby achieving a double deception and betrayal effect. Why didn't you choose that? Instead, you chose to deceive Ace? Is it because you couldn't think of that? I don't think so. You felt that gaining Ace's trust was the easiest, simply following the principle of proximity. If you went to another convoy, it wouldn't be so easy to gain others' trust, and you might even be bullied by people from other convoys. If you had hesitated for a few more days, not wanting to harm your convoy companions, you could have thought of such a promotion method, but you didn't. Ultimately, you are still selfish and willing to harm anyone. Luo Fan's words directly exposed the filthiest, most unspeakable dark thoughts in Rose's heart, bringing them completely into the open. Rose. Luo Fan's words, his choice, stunned Rose completely. So, there was another way to choose? This made Rose suddenly recall something Niu Dagang had said. She had told Niu Dagang that Luo Fan had actually deceived his convoy companions, which was bad. Niu Dagang had reflexively replied, Luo Fan only deceives us, he doesn't harm us. At this moment, reflexively recalling Niu Dagang's words, Rose suddenly felt a deep realization. Although Luo Fan also deceived people like herself, was this the biggest difference between her and Luo Fan? Luo Fan. With a thud, seeing Luo Fan had already drawn his bow and nocked an arrow, Rose immediately knelt before Luo Fan, repeatedly kowtowing and apologizing. I was wrong, Luo Fan, I know I was wrong. Please give me one last chance. I should have told all of you about the promotion condition. I should have let you help me think of a way to deal with the promotion. Luo Fan, I was wrong. I'll go apologize to Ace, I can definitely get Ace's forgiveness. Kneeling before Luo Fan, Rose frantically kowtowed and apologized, begging for Luo Fan's forgiveness. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die. And apologize to Ace in person? I promised you, Ace is already dead. I'll personally send you to meet him right now. Luo Fan's voice was cold as he drew back the bowstring. Hearing that Ace was dead, Rose's face stiffened. If Ace were still alive, as long as the victim could forgive her, she might not have to die. However, according to Luo Fan, Ace was already dead? Rose's expression froze, then she immediately got up and ran frantically into the distance. Run? Can you escape in front of me? Facing his sniping, she still dared to turn and flee for her life? In Luo Fan's eyes, this was nothing but a dying struggle. Drawing the bowstring, the double eyes on the bow quickly locked onto Rose's figure, and at the same time, the triple shot skill was activated. 3 shots in 1 second, 3 arrows quickly flew out. The first arrow struck Rose's back, penetrating 3 points into her flesh. The second arrow directly pierced through Rose's chest, the arrowhead passing clean through. Immediately followed by the third arrow, which completely blasted a teacup-sized blood hole through Rose's chest, front to back, utterly pulverizing the location of her heart. Even an ordinary second-tier fierce beast might not be able to withstand being hit by a triple shot, let alone a mage who had just been promoted to the specialized sequence. Luo Fan even took 2 steps forward, looking at Rose's wound to confirm if she was truly dead. Hope Convoy. Zhao Chunfeng looked at Ace's corpse, his expression low and puzzled. He had clearly divined before setting off that Ace and Rose seizing the treasure would be a divination reading of auspicious within danger, so why? Rose was missing, and Ace was also dead? Did his divination reading make a mistake, thus causing Ace's death? Although he didn't know what exactly happened, Zhao Chunfeng began to doubt his own divination reading. Did his divination reading go wrong? And thus led to Ace's death? This caused a strong sense of guilt to emerge in Zhao Chuanfeng's heart. Buzz. Just then, an invisible ripple suddenly appeared, enveloping Zhao Chuanfeng's entire body. Immediately afterward, Zhao Chuanfeng's figure disappeared without any warning. Niu Dagang and the others nearby, seeing Zhao Chuanfeng's inexplicable disappearance, rushed over, completely bewildered by what had happened. But Zhao Chunfeng himself knew that after half a year, his promotion trial had finally begun. Time travel. Everyone, when their sequence level reaches LV10, will know what their promotion conditions are. Just like Rosa's condition is deception and betrayal, she is promoted to the deceptive enchantress sequence. Luo Fan's promotion condition is to hunt anomalies of a higher sequence level than himself alone. He is promoted to the demon hunter sequence. And Xiaoran's condition is to sacrifice for love. She is promoted to the holy light angel sequence. Zhao Chunfeng once chatted with Luo Fan, saying that he had raised his sequence level to LV10 in half a month, but then he was stuck at this level for several months. At that time, Luo Fan also asked Zhao Chunfeng what the promotion condition for his specialization sequence was. Zhao Chunfeng was elusive at the time and did not say. In reality, Zhao Chunfeng dared not say, especially not to Luo Fan. His promotion conditions were actually divided into two parts. The first part was the death of a companion, causing him to feel guilt. How could he tell his companions this? Simply put, he would have to cause a companion's death to complete it, right? Otherwise, how could he feel guilty because of a companion's death? If he said this, wouldn't everyone guard against him? Once this rift of trust was created, it would be difficult to repair. Zhao Chunfeng originally thought that he would never have the chance to be promoted to a specialization sequence in this lifetime. After all, if you could be cruel enough to harm a teammate to death, how much guilt could you truly feel? Conversely, if you couldn't be cruel like himself, it would be impossible to trigger the promotion conditions for a specialization sequence. This was like in Xiaoran's Holy Light Angel sequence promotion, which required sacrificing for love, originally also a dead end. If you sacrificed, even if you could be promoted, but you died from the sacrifice, would the promotion have any meaning? If you didn't sacrifice, you would never be promoted in this lifetime, which would also originally be a dead end. Zhao Chunfeng also didn't expect that the divination reading he gave was auspicious amidst danger, and there would be no problems. For this divination reading, Ace even gave him a ghost crystal as payment. However, Ace died after going treasure hunting according to his divination reading. This made Zhao Chunfeng doubt his own divination ability and also feel very guilty about Ace's death. Therefore, the first part of the promotion conditions was met. After satisfying the first part of the promotion conditions, the second part, which is the true core of the promotion conditions, would then begin. That was the trial. Only by passing the promotion trial would he truly complete the promotion. In Zhao Chuanfeng's view, his promotion conditions and in Xiaoran's were really similar, both being dead ends and both divided into two parts. His first prerequisite was guilt, and the second part was the trial. And in Xiaoran's first prerequisite was love, and the second part was sacrifice. What was the trial? Zhao Chunfeng didn't know, but as a wave of fluctuations enveloped him, Zhao Chunfeng only felt his vision blur, and when he reappeared, he was already by a pond. The battle here was extremely fierce. Ace's hands spewed explosive flames, fighting against a fierce beast that could exhale a cold current from its mouth. The powers of ice and fire were mutually restrictive. And the level of this fierce beast was clearly above Ace's, so Zhao Chunfeng could see that Ace's power was being suppressed by this fierce beast. Rose, nearby, was holding a strange fruit and running towards the van, intending to start the van to pick up Ace and have him hold on for a while. Seeing this, Zhao Chunfeng was puzzled, thinking that the fruit in Rose's hand must be the treasure they were looking for. They had indeed successfully obtained the fruit. Now, they just needed to find a way to escape the pursuit of this fierce beast, right? With a van, and Ace not completely without a fighting chance against this fierce beast, why did Ace die? Did something else happen along the way? Then, under Zhao Chuanfeng's gaze, Rose drove the van and simply fled, leaving Ace alone to distract the fierce beast. Rose, she actually Seeing the truth was like this, Zhao Chuanfeng's face changed drastically, feeling incredulous. These days, Rose and Ace's relationship had been inseparable, warming up rapidly, which everyone in the convoy had seen. However, at the crucial moment, Rose actually abandoned Ace and ran away by herself? At this moment, a sense of realization arose in Zhao Chuanfeng's heart, and he knew what his assessment content was. His prerequisite for starting the assessment was feeling guilty about Ace's death. So, his assessment content was also very simple: to save Ace's life. Although he already knew his assessment content, Zhao Chuanfeng's face fell. He was only a prophecy sequence LV10, how could he save Ace? This level of battle, even for a combat sequence, would require a specialization sequence to intervene, right? Could he, a basic sequence prophecy LV10, intervene? But Zhao Chunfeng also understood that he must intervene. He had waited almost half a year for this assessment to begin. If this assessment failed, he didn't know how long he would have to wait for the next opportunity. Moreover, knowing that Ace was going to die, would he really just stand by and watch? Zhao Chunfeng couldn't do it. My specialization sequence promotion can actually allow me to travel through time? To go back to the past and save those destined to die? If I pass this assessment, my specialization sequence must be very strong, perhaps even comparable to the sequences Luo Fan and the others gained by killing rule-type anomalies. At the same time, thinking that his current assessment content was actually time travel, Zhao Chunfeng became even more focused. It seemed he would have to gamble his life. After only a second or two of thought, Zhao Chunfeng made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Then he took out his pistol. This was his only means of attack. Although a pistol's damage to a fierce beast in a battle of this level was limited, it could still be effective if the timing was precise. Zhao Chunfeng silently performed a divination reading, pouring all his essence, energy, and spirit into this single divination to ascertain the most suitable moment to fire. Just like when he encountered the Luo family town convoy, he performed a divination and, at the crucial moment, shot the first-order fierce beast. Black Bear. Although that overloaded calculation had left him incapacitated for 2 days to recuperate his mental energy. But this time, for his specialization sequence promotion and to save Ace, even becoming incapacitated would be completely worth it. Countless pieces of information converged in his mind, then were analyzed thread by thread. Zhao Chuanfeng's mind was completely immersed in his divination calculations. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Chunfeng accurately seized that ray of light. Ace, hold on, I'm coming to help you. Seeing that Ace was already in dire straits, with both legs bitten off by the fierce beast, Zhao Chunfeng shouted loudly. Apparently hearing Zhao Chuanfeng's voice, Ace looked back and, upon seeing Zhao Chunfeng, clearly showed a look of astonishment. But the will to survive between life and death made Ace condense his last explosive flames and blast them towards the fierce beast. The fierce beast also exhaled a chilling cold current to meet it. Bang! At this critical moment, Zhao Chuanfeng's gun fired, and the bullet directly struck the fierce beast's eye. Fate Warlock Sequence. Even if a second-tier fierce beast is not of the defensive type, its physical defense is still very high. It's almost impossible for ordinary firearms to break through a second-tier fierce beast's defense. However, eyes are almost a common weakness for all living creatures. At the crucial moment, this bullet directly hit the fierce beast's eye, piercing through the eyeball. A mournful roar echoed, and the cold air spewing from the fierce beast's mouth abruptly ceased. At the same time, Fire God Ace's azure explosive flames surged back, engulfing the fierce beast's entire body. As a specialized sequence LV14, and a spell-type specialized sequence at that, Fire God Ace's explosive flame damage was incredibly exaggerated. After the flames engulfed the fierce beast, a series of dense explosions even rang out within the flames. A moment later, Fire God Ace's strength was completely exhausted, and he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. As the flames dissipated, the fierce beast also collapsed, charred black, emitting wisps of smoke. The smell of roasted meat mixed with burnt fur permeated the air. Buzz. As this fierce beast was killed, and Fire God Ace lay severely injured and exhausted on the ground, Zhao Chunfeng felt an uncontrollable aura emanating from his body. Vaguely, the world in his eyes seemed different. A realization rose in his heart. Zhao Chunfeng understood that he had passed the assessment and successfully advanced. Destiny Warlock Sequence, LV11. It had been so long since the apocalypse broke out, and he had been stuck at LV10 for so long. Now, he had finally successfully advanced in his specialization sequence. Zhao Chunfeng should indeed be very happy. But at this moment, he couldn't care about his specialization sequence advancement and quickly ran towards Fire God Ace. Arriving in front of Fire God Ace, seeing that both his legs were gone and his injuries were very serious, Zhao Chunfeng hurriedly carried him on his back. At the same time, he asked Fire God Ace for the direction of the Hope Convoy. Although he had advanced in his specialization sequence, the previous divination was an overload, harming his spiritual power. Temporarily, Zhao Chunfeng could no longer use his divination skill. That way. Fire God Ace, carried on Zhao Chunfeng's back, spoke in a very weak voice due to his injuries, but still pointed a direction to Zhao Chunfeng. Taking steps, Zhao Chunfeng headed towards the Hope Convoy. At the same time, Fire God Ace, on his back, spoke, saying, "Brother Zhao, why are you here? Why isn't Luo Fan here?" In Fire God Ace's opinion, Rose had just run away, and Zhao Chunfeng had arrived immediately afterward. He must have divined his danger and rushed over to rescue him, right? But if he was truly here to save him, shouldn't it be Luo Fan? At the very least, it should be Niu Dagong. Buzz. Zhao Chunfeng opened his mouth, about to answer, when suddenly, a familiar fluctuation appeared, enveloping Zhao Chunfeng's entire body. Zhao Chunfeng immediately put down Fire God Ace from his back. "Fire God Ace, you wait here. Luo Fan will come to save you later. I'll wait for you to return at the Hope Convoy. Hold on." Putting Fire God Ace on the ground, Zhao Chunfeng said to him urgently. Then, Zhao Chunfeng's figure flickered and completely disappeared. His vision blurred, and Zhao Chunfeng found himself back at the Hope Convoy. "Old Zhao, what just happened? Spatial ability?" As Zhao Chunfeng returned, Niu Dagong hurriedly came forward, asking in surprise. "Fire God Ace? How is he? Is he alive?" Zhao Chunfeng didn't answer Niu Dagong's question but instead eagerly asked about Fire God Ace's condition. During the previous assessment, he traveled through time and successfully saved Fire God Ace from the fierce beast. At this moment, Fire God Ace should be alive, right? Fire God Ace? He? Niu Dagong looked bewildered by Zhao Chunfeng's question, clearly not understanding what he meant. Without waiting for Niu Dagong's answer, Zhao Chunfeng hurriedly ran to Fire God Ace's side. It was still a corpse, missing both legs and devoid of breath, laid before Zhao Chunfeng. How could this be? Didn't I save him? He passed the assessment, and he did successfully save Fire God Ace, but Fire God Ace didn't come back to life? What was going on? Did Fire God Ace not hold on until Luo Fan found him after he left and put him down? Or was it that the assessment just now wasn't truly traveling through time back to the past? Zhao Chunfeng's mind stirred, and he took out his pistol, removed the magazine, and counted the bullets inside. 1, 2, 3, 4. How could this be? I remember I had 4 bullets. After shooting the fierce beast in the eye, there should have been 3 bullets left. Why are there still 4? Discovering that the bullets in his pistol hadn't decreased at all, Zhao Chunfeng's expression turned very grim. So, what? The assessment just now wasn't actually traveling through time, or even a real scene? Was it just an illusion-like existence? This caused Zhao Chunfeng's heart to sink. He had originally thought he truly traveled through time and changed Fire God Ace's fate of death. He didn't expect it to be just an illusionary assessment? But no matter if he passed this assessment or if he could save Fire God Ace was destined to die. So what was the meaning of this assessment? Zhao Chunfeng couldn't help but complain about the existence of this advancement assessment in his heart. Regardless of Zhao Chunfeng's situation. On the other side, after Luo Fan shot Rose, he retrieved all 3 arrows. After confirming repeatedly that Rose had a teacup-sized hole in her chest, her heart pierced, and she was undoubtedly dead, Luo Fan then took the mustard seed pouch from Rose's waist before riding his motorcycle back. Luo Fan, the small green vegetables and apples you promised. Seeing Luo Fan turn to leave, Zheng Qing hurriedly called out. I'll have someone deliver the items. After they're delivered, have Brother Lian contact you. Luo Fan left this faint remark and then turned to leave. Without any intention of interacting with the Supreme Convoy, Luo Fan rode his motorcycle at full speed to a location about 2 kilometers east of the Supreme Convoy's coordinates. He had been tracking Rose all night yesterday, and naturally, he signed in for another 2,000 yuan on the way, bringing his mall balance to over 5,500 yuan. Luo Fan opened the mall and directly bought 800 jin of small green vegetables at 3 yuan per jin, spending 2,400 yuan. He also bought 200 jin of apples at 10 yuan per jin, spending 2,000 yuan. He checked his balance, 1,150 yuan. He put away his mall, and at the same time, sent a message to Lian Ziqian using his doomsday phone, informing her of the location of the small green vegetables and apples. Only then did he start his motorcycle and return to the Hope Convoy. Luo Fan, when you saved Fire Goddess, was it by the pond, or on the road about 500 meters away from the pond? Also, was one eye of that dead fierce beast blind? Seeing Luo Fan return, Zhao Chunfeng still asked Luo Fan, unwilling to give up. Chenghu judged that Luo Fan was deeply in love with Rose. Luo Fan? Hearing what Zhao Chunfeng said, Luo Fan was full of questions and stared blankly at him. Luo Fan, after you left, I activated the promotion assessment for the specialized sequence. The content of the assessment was for me to save Ace. I went to the edge of a pond and saw Ace fighting a fierce beast. I also saw Rose grab a miracle fruit they found, abandon Ace, and drive the van away alone. I overspent my spiritual power for divination, fired a shot, and hit the fierce beast's eye at a critical moment. Originally, I should have carried Ace back, but the time limit arrived, and I was forcibly returned, having only carried Ace for a few hundred meters. I thought I had traveled through time and space to save Ace, but after I returned, Ace was still dead. Zhao Chunfeng understood the meaning behind Luo Fan's bewildered expression and proceeded to explain the situation to him. You are correct, Rose did betray Ace and drove the van away. However, when I found Ace, he was lying by the pond, and the fierce beast's eyes. Let me think, I don't recall seeing the fierce beast's eyes shot through. Therefore, your assessment experience must have been a replication of the scene of Ace's death used as an illusion, not actual time travel. Understanding Zhao Chunfeng's meaning, Luo Fan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Alas! Although Zhao Chunfeng had already guessed the truth based on the remaining bullets in his firearms, hearing Luo Fan confirmed that the assessment content was merely an illusion still made Zhao Chunfeng sigh involuntarily. So what? The content of the assessment was for him to save Ace, but regardless of whether he passed, Ace could not be resurrected. Was this heaven making him realize that the dead cannot be brought back to life? Making him cherish life and cherish his comrades? Rose, what happened to her? After silently sighing with emotion, Zhao Chunfeng then asked Luo Fan. She has already been killed by me, Luo Fan replied. Yes, she certainly deserves to die. Hearing Luo Fan say he killed Rose, Zhao Chunfeng nodded, fully agreeing with Luo Fan's action. By the way, Brother Zhao, did you pass the assessment? Are you also in a specialized sequence now? Luo Fan then asked Zhao Chunfeng. That's right, the Destiny Warlock sequence. But unfortunately, although the assessment was an illusion, the damage caused to my spiritual power by the overloaded divination is real. Therefore, my divination ability will be unusable for the next roughly 30 hours, Zhao Chunfeng nodded and said. Worthy of a specialized sequence. Before, Brother Zhao, when you overloaded your calculations, you needed 2 full days to recuperate. This time it only takes 30 hours, it's already significantly reduced. Hearing what Zhao Chunfeng said, Luo Fan nodded knowingly. Everything that needed to be said was said, and everything that needed to be done was done. Looking at Ace's corpse, Luo Fan was silent for a moment and said, "Brother Zhao, let's cremate Ace's body, shall we? In this screwed-up apocalypse, with anomalies and fierce beasts running rampant, even if we bury him, I'm afraid he'll be completely devoured by fierce beasts." As for Rose's corpse, Luo Fan left her exposed in the wilderness, intending for her to be fed to the fierce beasts to vent his hatred. Yes, that's appropriate. Hearing Luo Fan's suggestion, Zhao Chunfeng nodded. Following this, the convoy members gathered some dead branches and similar items, sprinkled some gasoline on them, and placed Ace's fragmented body on top. A fire blazed fiercely, quickly consuming Ace's corpse. The Hope convoy continued its journey. Morongxian was still driving, while Luo Fan sat on the roof, holding the ghost gun, his expression cold. Although Zhao Chuanfeng's divination ability was temporarily unusable, it was better for the convoy to move than to stay put. The Hope convoy moved forward, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive, with few people speaking. After all, Rose's betrayal, coupled with Ace's death, was a significant blow to the Hope convoy. Especially Ace's death, losing a level 14 magic-type specialized sequence meant the overall strength of the Hope convoy had dropped slightly. This was not good news. A bird flew across the air not far from the Hope convoy. With a bang, a sniper rifle bullet struck it, and the bird's body exploded into fragments of flesh. A fierce beast appeared, observing the Hope convoy from hundreds of meters away. Another bullet struck it, eliminating it. Luo Fan was in a very bad mood. Holding the ghost gun, any living thing that passed near the Hope convoy was met with a bullet. This killing intent seemed to lower the atmosphere across the entire Hope convoy, regardless of the situation with the Hope convoy. On the other side, Lian Ziqiang and Zhang Cheng had returned to the Supreme Convoy. The convoy had already brought back all 800 caddies of small green vegetables and 200 caddies of apples. There's really this much? Does the Hope convoy have a powerful agriculture sequence specialized sequence? Looking at the fresh, dewy small green vegetables and apples, which looked as if they had just been picked, Zhang Qing exclaimed in admiration. "Ziqiang, take as many apples and small green vegetables as you want, as much as you can carry." Cheng Hu looked at Lian Ziqiang beside him and said, "Grandly. All right, then I won't be polite." Hearing this, Lian Ziqiang, behaving gracefully, opened her mustard seed pouch and packed several caddies of small green vegetables and several caddies of apples inside. Although she had a good relationship with the Supreme Convoy, Lian Ziqiang was, after all, a solo traveler, so she couldn't eat too much by herself. Furthermore, since the mustard seed pouch was only the size of a backpack, it naturally couldn't hold much. Only the apples could last longer, so she packed a few extra. "Old Zhang, what are the specifics?" Seeing Lian Ziqiang go to pack the small green vegetables and apples, Cheng Hu asked Zhang Qing for the specific details. Zhang Cheng naturally didn't hide anything, recounting to Cheng Hu how Luo Fan had tracked Rose all the way and then shot her dead. Oh? Love turning into hatred? Carrying Rose's personal undergarments with him, the two were definitely in a relationship. Moreover, to kill her, he was willing to give up 800 caddies of small green vegetables and 200 caddies of apples. This is profound hatred born of deep love. Yanxiu, doesn't your specialized sequence allow you to refine a person's corpse into a human puppet? Doesn't it look almost identical to a real person? Let's go find Rose's body and refine her into a puppet. She might be quite useful later. With a thoughtful look between his brows, Cheng Hu then spoke to a woman beside him. Leaving aside the situation with the Supreme Convoy for now, after traveling for most of the day, the convoy stopped to rest, and Morongxian began preparing lunch. Without Zhao Chuanfeng's divination, the Hope convoy planned to rest for the afternoon and travel continuously through the night. While everyone was preparing lunch, Luo Fan took out Rose's mustard seed pouch. Opening the mustard seed pouch, he found survival-related supplies inside. Among them, an apple-sized miracle fruit was taken out by Luo Fan. This was the treasure Rose and Ace had gone to find. Activating the treasure appraisal function in his mall, Luo Fan appraised it to see what use this item had. "Cheng Hu, we've got the trump card to deal with Luo Fan." He suddenly stood up. Luo Fan activated his treasure appraisal function, originally intending to appraise the specific details of this strange fruit. However, the appraisal fee displayed by the treasure appraisal function was actually as high as 4,600. One must know that the appraisal fee for an 85 rated hat using the treasure appraisal function was only 1,120. The appraisal fee for my only rule-type ghost artifact was only 5,800. The appraisal fee for this fruit is actually as high as 4,600? This is not far off from the price of my rule-type ghost artifact, right? Did Rose and Fire God Ace really find something good? Logically speaking, this fruit should be edible. Since the appraisal fee is so high, it must be effective upon consumption, right? But since I have the treasure appraisal function, I don't mind waiting a couple of days. I should decide after checking the fruit's specific information. After all, if the effects are similar to the Maro fruit, I would have nowhere to cry if I ate it. Luo Fan placed this strange fruit into his package space, and then, he took out a palm-sized rat with money patterns on its body from his mustard seed pouch. It was precisely the money rat. The warehouse space cannot store living creatures and is Luo Fan's exclusive private storage space. However, the mustard seed pouch is different. Aside from the spatial changes, it is no different from an ordinary backpack. Therefore, just like an ordinary person can put the money rat into a backpack, the money rat can also be placed in the mustard seed pouch. Moreover, just as an ordinary backpack can be picked up by others, allowing them to obtain the contents, the mustard seed pouch is the same. After all, the mustard seed pouches held by Rose and Neo Dagon were originally obtained by Luo Fan through looting the bodies of 2 sequencers when he eliminated a rule-type anomaly. Now, they have returned to Luo Fan's hands. Soon, lunch was ready, and Morong Xian gently brought it over to Luo Fan. And Xiaoran didn't speak, quietly holding her own lunch and eating close to Luo Fan. Xian, there's something. While eating lunch, Luo Fan suddenly spoke to Morong Xian. What is it? Morong Xian put down her bowl and chopsticks and looked seriously at Luo Fan. Among the clothes I found for you, there are many pairs of underwear. Change one every day, or even several times a day, and hand the used ones over to me. Luo Fan said with a calm expression. Morong Xian? The request Luo Fan made left Morong Xian completely stunned, and at the same time, her cheeks flushed hot. For a man to make such a request to a woman, is this really appropriate? Moreover, shouldn't such a private topic be discussed quietly between the two of them? Preferably when the mood is right. How could he say such things so calmly in broad daylight, with someone else right beside them? What? Are you unwilling? Seeing that Morong Xian hadn't answered for a long time, Luo Fan looked at her. I am willing. Glancing at Xiaoran beside her, who was still quietly eating lunch and not looking at her, Morong Xian's cheeks grew even hotter, but she still nodded. Xian, don't misunderstand. I actually. Luo Fan felt he should explain. He wasn't a pervert, it was only because of the ghost artifact. You don't need to say anything. I can accept everything. However, before Luo Fan could finish speaking, Morong Xian spoke to him as if she had mustered immense courage. Then, she turned and ran off. Luo Fan? Watching Morong Xian's retreating figure, Luo Fan tilted his head slightly. Did her words just now imply something? Luo Fan shook his head, tossing aside these chaotic thoughts. Brother Zhao's divination will be unusable for the next day and night. How could I have the time to think about these things? I must pay attention to danger with utmost vigilance. Without Zhao Chuanfeng's divination ability, the convoy is truly migrating aimlessly, potentially encountering danger at any moment, or even foolishly rushing into an anomaly's nest. This feeling made Luo Fan very insecure. Therefore, it is precisely at this time that one feels the importance of the prophecy sequence. Leaving aside the situation of the Hope convoy for now. On the other side, Rose's corpse, which had been exposed in the wilderness for a long time, suddenly turned into a faint shadow and vanished. Then, a completely unharmed Rose appeared. To deceive Luo Fan, I really suffered a huge loss this time. A wry smile appeared on Rose's face. At the same time, Rose cautiously looked around, feeling as if Luo Fan could jump out at any moment. The deceptive enchantress sequence, my newly awakened exclusive skill is clone. When the clone appears, my true body is invisible, and I can control the clone with my own consciousness. Furthermore, I can independently choose how much power to allocate to the clone to fight on behalf of the true body. The correct usage of this skill was originally for the clone to be given no power, allowing it to attract firepower while the true body escaped using invisibility. However, Rose was well aware of Luo Fan's cunning and meticulousness. If I had done that, Luo Fan might have noticed that the clone had no power at all. Rose didn't dare gamble on even that small possibility. Therefore, to completely deceive Luo Fan, Rose transferred all her power to the clone. The power the clone possessed was her entire strength. Moreover, she gave Luo Fan her mustard seed pouch and all her items, precisely to make him completely believe that he had killed her true self. Then, when the clone was killed, the power she had allocated to it was completely lost with the clone's death. Right now, although I am a specialized sequence, I possess the attributes of an ordinary person. I can't even use the most basic flying missile skill. It's like a game character who has skills but zero mana, unable to cast any abilities. Although I successfully deceived Luo Fan, I am now no different from an ordinary person. Wandering alone? Any fierce beast could kill me, right? No, I must quickly find a convoy, and then have that convoy protect me and provide an environment for growth. I need to at least get through this growth period. Ha! Someone's coming? Just as Rose was contemplating how to find a convoy and figure out a way to grow stronger again, her mind stirred slightly. A car arrived in front of Rose, and 4 people subsequently got out. They were Changhu, Changbiao, Zheng Qing, who held a compass, and Lin Yanxiu, the specialized sequencer from the Supreme Convoy. You're actually not dead? Zhang Qing, holding the compass, looked at Rose in surprise. It seems Luo Fan's feelings for you truly run deep. Despite paying such a huge price, he still couldn't bring himself to really kill you. Changhu, however, grinned, looking like he had completely seen through the truth. Who are you people? Rose shrank back, adopting a look of fear and apprehension. Coupled with her mature, older sister demeanor, it created a starkly contrasting, pitiful image. Supreme Convoy, Changhu. Changhu's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing Rose's appearance, and he spoke. I am from Hope, I am a lone traveler, Rose. Supreme Convoy? Luo Fan had mentioned before that he had fallen out with the Supreme Convoy and even asked Zhao Chunfeng to divine whether they would fight a convoy battle. However, the person pursuing me yesterday included the one holding the compass. So, to hunt me down, Luo Fan actually teamed up with the Supreme Convoy? His murderous intent toward me is too strong. Miss Rose, since you are now a lone traveler, would you be willing to join our Supreme Convoy? Chung, who took the opportunity to extend an invitation. Cheng, who had originally planned to have Yanxiu create a human puppet out of Rose's corpse, but since Rose was alive, it was even better. Then, I shall rely on Captain Cheng Hu and you all for support. Although it sounded like an invitation, Cheng Hu's eyes conveyed a sense that refusal was not an option. Rose thought for a moment, not daring to refuse, and could only nod reluctantly. Success! Seeing Rose clearly unwilling yet forced to agree because she dared not refuse, Cheng Hu couldn't help but let his lips curl up. A woman deeply loved by Luo Fan is now in my hands. Haven't I grasped a trump card to deal with Luo Fan? This round is secured. The entire convoy was wiped out, the rules are bizarre. Night fell. A bus was parked in the suburbs, and 4 people, all sequencers, got off. After getting off the bus, the 4 people divided their tasks clearly, some prepared food, others arranged tables and chairs. One of the young men said, "I'll go pick up some dead branches nearby for a fire. It's deep winter, and we're not luxurious enough to run the bus's air conditioning." His 3 companions nodded upon hearing this. After a brief instruction, the young man went to look for dead branches to use as firewood. He walked about 200 to 300 meters, picked up a dozen branches of woody thickness, and was about to turn back when suddenly, a glittering light under the moonlight caught his attention. What is that? The man walked forward 2 steps out of curiosity, then his expression turned to wild joy. The glittering, reflective object on the ground was actually a ghost crystal? This was even luckier than finding a cheat code on the road before the apocalypse, wasn't it? The man immediately dropped the branches in his hand, picked up the ghost crystal, and examined it. Yes, it was indeed a ghost crystal. Walking along the road, he actually found a ghost crystal? Was today his lucky day? Happily putting the ghost crystal into his pocket, the man was about to pick up the branches on the ground again. Suddenly, the corner of his eye caught another gleam of light. Following the light, the man was somewhat stunned. It was, surprisingly, another ghost crystal? The man immediately stepped forward 7 or 8 paces, picked up this ghost crystal as well, and at the same time, curiously looked around at other places. Having picked up 2 ghost crystals in a row, were there perhaps more around? Sure enough, after searching for a moment, he found a third one under a tree not far away. The man immediately rushed over and picked up this third ghost crystal. Am I not dreaming? Having picked up 3 ghost crystals in a row, the man secretly muttered to himself. Before the apocalypse, the most money he ever found was a 10 yuan banknote. After the apocalypse, he actually picked up several ghost crystals in a row? This situation of finding money with just a few steps seemed like something he only dreamed about before. Hello there, little brother, I see you've picked up several ghost crystals. Would you like to buy some good things from me? Just then, a cackling sound suddenly rang out behind the man. The man decisively turned around, looking behind him. Behind the man stood a tall, slender figure, wearing a tattered gray-black robe, with long hair, carrying a gray-brown tattered sack on its back. Its eyes were blood-red under the moonlight, and its skin was like that of a terrifying dried corpse. It was currently staring at the man, grinning, a smile that looked eerie and terrifying. An anomaly that can speak. Looking at the figure standing behind him, the young man's face showed a horrified expression. About 20 minutes later, the young man's companion walked over, grumbling and complaining that it took him so long to pick up some firewood. What's that? The grumbling companion's eyes suddenly lit up as he saw a ghost crystal on the ground not far away. He immediately happily walked over and picked it up. Before he could even be happy, he suddenly noticed another one just a few steps away. Sign-in successful, received 2,000 yuan. Current balance, 3,148 yuan. The Hope convoy rested until dusk, then continued their journey. After traveling for half the night, the corresponding notification flashed across Luo Fan's vision. Luo Fan's expression remained unchanged, despite noticing the notification in his vision. After all, Luo Fan was already accustomed to the 2,000 yuan sign-in gold every day. Luo Fan, as usual, sat on the roof of the small truck, gripping his ghost gun. Any fierce beasts or anomalies that passed by the Hope convoy were instantly killed by a single shot from Luo Fan. For Luo Fan, untiered fierce beasts and anomalies were merely moving targets for shooting practice. Thus, after half a night of travel, Zhao Chuanfeng's SUV stopped. Everyone has been traveling for over 6 hours and is very tired. Let's rest for half an hour before continuing, and then rest again after daybreak, Uncle Li announced loudly. The Hope convoy now only had a dozen or so people left, but only Luo Fan and a few other sequencers had vehicles to ride in. The remaining 7 or 8 ordinary survivors could only walk. Those in vehicles were fine, but those who had been walking for over 6 hours were truly exhausted and needed to rest. Hearing Uncle Li's words, these few walking survivors cheered and sat down on the ground. Morong Xian and the others took this opportunity to make some food. Everyone needed to replenish their energy, as they had been traveling for over 6 hours and indeed needed a good meal. Niu Dagang and Zhao Chunfeng came over to Luo Fan's small truck, saying they wanted to share a meal, and kept chatting with Luo Fan. Luo Fan understood that they saw he was in a bad mood, so they were trying their best to keep him company and cheer him up. Actually, Luo Fan, regarding Ace's matter, I'm the one who should feel most guilty. You feel responsible because you brought Ace, and he was harmed by Rose. However, after I passed the specialized sequence assessment, I realized that Ace could actually be considered to have been killed by me. Perhaps seeing that he and Niu Dagong chatting with Luo Fan wasn't having much effect, Zhao Chunfeng suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Luo Fan asked, looking at him in confusion. I remember at the time, when Ace and Rose went treasure hunting, you asked me to divine the outcome of their trip. If only I had divined in the direction you suggested at the time. But I, instead, divined not the fortune or misfortune of their departure, but whether their treasure hunt would be smooth. At the time, it seemed like the same meaning, but looking back now, the direction of my divination was wrong. Zhao Chunfeng said this, his expression also full of guilt. This, Brother Zhao, this isn't your fault. Seeing Zhao Chunfeng's guilty expression, Luo Fan, in turn, comforted him. Brother Zhao, Brother Niu, Brother Luo, there's a situation. Luo Fan and the other sequencers were chatting together when suddenly, a survivor jogged over. What's the situation? Luo Fan and the others looked at him. I was just about to go pick up some branches for a fire, and I saw a bus ahead, about 1,000 meters away. The bus's headlights are still on, the survivor said. Is it another survivor convoy? Hearing this, Luo Fan got up and followed the survivor, passing through the obstruction of several large trees, and looked in the direction he pointed. Sure enough, under the moonlight, about 1,000 meters away, a bus was parked, and its headlights were still on, making it very conspicuous. Luo Fan's thoughts stirred slightly. He took out his ghost artifact hat, put it on his head, and then directed his spiritual power in a concentrated beam towards the bus. With this ghost artifact hat, he didn't need to personally walk over to check, using a spiritual power scan to investigate was very practical. A bizarre attack based on rules. In the darkness, the bus with its headlights on was like a bright beacon. Luo Fan's spiritual power quickly reached the vehicle. From the feedback of Luo Fan's spiritual power scan, he could clearly tell the bus was simply parked, with no trace of battle anywhere. Beside the bus stood a small table and 4 chairs, and on the table were fresh plates of fierce beast meat prepared as ingredients. Yet there wasn't a single person around the bus, a situation that felt utterly eerie. After a quick sweep confirmed no one was there, Luo Fan's expression turned grave and he pulled off his cap. Luo Fan, what's the situation? At that moment Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagong came over, asking curiously. Luo Fan didn't hide anything, he described the bizarre state of the bus to them. An intact bus? Luo Fan, that would suit you perfectly, a bus is way better than your small truck, just a bit thirstier for fuel, Niu Dagong said excitedly. No. My advice, don't go near it, leave right now. He knew Niu Dagong had a point, a whole bus would make storage and living far easier, no more sleeping on car seats. But Luo Fan understood even better that such an uncanny scene demanded they keep their distance and run. Like in pre-apocalypse horror films, people hear ghosts, don't flee, but stupidly go to check and get killed. Wasn't that pure IQ drop? If there had been clear battle scars, Luo Fan could accept that the bus's sequencers fought ghouls or fierce beasts and were wiped out. After the creatures ate, they'd leave, and taking the bus might be feasible. But with 0 traces of combat, the situation was too terrifying, why not run? Wasn't approaching suicide? Without Zhao Chunfeng's divination, caution came first. Right, I agree with Luo Fan, Zhao Chunfeng said, nodding beside him. A convoy gone without even a fight? It had to be some special type ghoul. Fine, I'll listen. Seeing both Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng vote to flee, Niu Dagong nodded. He knew his brain wasn't the brightest, obeying the smart ones was best. Everyone, we're pulling out. After a brief talk confirming escape, Zhao Chunfeng called out. As for Wu Xingyu and Morong Xian? Both were basic sequence and still being cared for, so they had little say in decisions. They'd thought they could rest another half hour, but suddenly it was time to go. The survivors tensed yet voiced no complaint, knowing night was for fleeing, they packed and moved. Did Captain Zhao divine danger again? Damn, this apocalypse ace with his specialization still died. Run, now. Li Fei, a veteran of 2 months with the Hope Convoy, had seen numbers drop from 40 to 7 or 8, and knew how to stay alive. Just as Li Fei packed to leave, a gleam caught the corner of his eye. Curious, he stepped closer and joyfully picked up a ghost crystal. Is this a ghost crystal? Great, this one can be traded for 1,000 gene of fierce beast meat. I'm rich? Filthy rich. Certain it was indeed a ghost crystal, Li Fei was overjoyed. The Hope Convoy's rule, even sequencers wouldn't rob ordinary folk, everything was fair exchange. With 1,000 gene of fierce beast meat, how long could he eat? Wait, what's that? As he tucked the first crystal away, another familiar glint flickered. Another ghost crystal? What lucky day was this? Afraid someone might compete, Li Fei rushed over and pocketed the second crystal. Then he swept his gaze around. 2 crystals already, might as well hunt for a third. Sure enough, about 6 meters away in the grass lay a third crystal. Xiaoran, get in. What are you staring at? Back in his small truck, Luo Fan noticed Xiaoran still outside, gazing fixedly, and asked. That person, she pointed in a direction. Following her finger, Luo Fan spotted a survivor acting oddly. With only 7 or 8 ordinary survivors left, Luo Fan recognized everyone. This man was a veteran. He should have long since learned how to survive. Yet while everyone else packed to flee, this guy wandered away, head down, searching for something. What could be more important than escaping? Then Luo Fan saw the man bend and pick up a ghost crystal. Lucky bastard, found a ghost crystal just lying there, Luo Fan muttered, thanks to his demon hunter perception. Not one, already the third, and Xiaoran corrected. What? 3. Luo Fan's face changed. 1 crystal might be luck. But 3 at once? That wasn't luck. Especially with an entire convoy vanished without a trace nearby. A chill shot down Luo Fan's spine. Everyone run, now, he shouted. His sudden yell in the silent night startled the whole Hope Convoy. But it was too late. Close to the convoy, a ghastly figure materialized, eyeing them with an eerie grin. Hello there, it rasped cheerfully, greeting Luo Fan's group. A talking ghoul. Rule type. Chang Biao, she likes me? I think I'm in love. In the Supreme Convoy, Rose swiftly absorbed a ghost crystal she held in her hand. Because she had reached the level of a specialized sequence but had lost all her power, Rose was absorbing ghost crystals purely to restore her strength, not to increase it. Her body was like a sponge, rapidly absorbing the energy contained within the ghost crystal. Rose, what's the situation with the Hope Convoy? Chang Hu asked Rose in a casual, conversational tone. Writing this, I hope readers remember our domain name. Taiwan novels are the first choice for enjoyment at any time. Zhang Qing, Yanxiu, and the other sequencers nearby also looked at Rose. Zhang Qing's previous divination indicated that if the Supreme Convoy and the Hope Convoy went to war, both would suffer heavy losses. Now, they could get a complete understanding of the Hope Convoy's situation directly from Rose. The leader of the Hope Convoy is Zhao Chunfeng, and he has a basic prophecy sequence. Facing Changhu's inquiry, Rose had no intention of hiding anything and roughly explained the sequences and abilities of Zhao Chunfeng and the others. To Changhu. Currently, the Hope Convoy only has 3 specialized sequences? And they're all just first tier? Dad, now is a good time to wipe out the Hope Convoy, Cheng Biao said, his eyes gleaming. Being captured as a hostage by Luo Fan before was a great humiliation in Cheng Biao's heart. Now, he had also used animerecap materials to complete his specialization promotion and was a core member of the Supreme Convoy. If he didn't wipe out the Hope Convoy, it would feel like a permanent stain on his record within the Supreme Convoy. Annihilate the Hope Convoy? Hearing Cheng Biao's words, Rose's eyes narrowed slightly, then she spoke to Changhu, Leader, there's someone quite special in the Hope Convoy, that support in Xiaoran. Her specialization sequence was obtained by slaying a special type anomaly, so her future growth potential should be very high. If we can bring her into the Supreme Convoy, it would greatly help the convoy's overall strength. Besides, she's just a 7 or 8-year-old girl. It shouldn't be difficult to subdue her. Rule type anomaly. Hearing Rose's words, the hearts of the Supreme Convoy members grew cold. These 5 words could make no sequencer remain calm. They never expected that someone in the Hope Convoy had slain a rule-type anomaly and advanced to a specialized sequence? Then, their growth potential was indeed extraordinary. Dad, precisely because of this, we need to nip it in the bud, Chang Biao, though astonished by Xiaoran's path to advancement, immediately became even more resolute in his determination to eliminate Xiaoran as well. Biaoer's words make some sense, Chenghu nodded slightly, clearly swayed by his son's suggestion. Hearing that Chenghu had made a decision, Rose said no more, merely glancing at Cheng Biao subtly, a glint of coldness in her eyes. Old Zhang, divine again. What would be the consequences if our Supreme Convoy were to go to war with the Hope Convoy now? Now that Rose was in their convoy and the specialized sequencer race was dead, with one side gaining and the other losing, the power gap between the Supreme Convoy and the Hope Convoy had further widened. Chenghu wanted to see what the situation was like now. Hearing Chenghu's words, Zheng Cheng nodded, took out his tortoise shell, and threw 3 copper coins into it, beginning his divination. By the way, Rose, what is your specialized sequence? And what skills have you awakened? While Zhang Qing was divining, Chenghu asked Rose. Chenghu's question made Rose instinctively recall Luo Fan introducing her skills in the Hope Convoy earlier. Mimicking him, Rose replied, my specialized sequence is called the deceptive sorceress. My first awakened specialization skill is a self-preservation skill, clone technique. Its effect is also very simple, it creates an physical clone that stands still to attract the enemy's attention, while I can become invisible. To save myself. The ghost crystal she was absorbing completely turned to powder. Rose, having recovered a bit of her strength, then demonstrated her clone technique. Indeed, an indistinguishable Rose appeared, standing still. Beside it, the real, invisible Rose slowly revealed her form. Then, after a moment, Rose waved her hand, and her physical clone slowly faded into nothingness. Deceptive sorceress, huh? It seems your future skills will lean towards unique types. Perhaps your combat power isn't strong, but your utility should be very high, and your growth potential is great. This skill is indeed very useful for self-preservation. Hearing Rose's answer and seeing her personally demonstrate the skill, Chenghu nodded and gave his assessment. Sorceress, huh? This woman certainly looks enchanting. Cheng Biao, standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow, a look of desire in his eyes as he gazed at Rose's voluptuous, mature figure and her older sister aura. Seemingly sensing Cheng Biao's gaze, Rose followed his line of sight, then offered a slight smile. Does she perhaps like me? Although it was just a faint smile, watching Rose's smile, Cheng Biao felt his heart skip a beat, and this thought reflexively popped into his mind. One of life's 3 great illusions, she's interested in me. For a moment, Cheng Biao felt as if he had fallen in love. Leader, the situation is very bad. According to the divination reading, if our convoy really makes a move against the Hope Convoy, the final result will be the annihilation of our convoy. At this moment, Zhang Qing, after interpreting the divination reading, spoke to Chenghu. You didn't divine incorrectly, did you? Chenghu said, somewhat incredulous. That's right, the overall strength of the Hope Convoy had decreased, and Rose had joined the Supreme Convoy. With one side gaining and the other losing, the outcome of a war would actually be worse? This completely defied common sense. But, that's what the divination reading shows. Zhang Qing's face also showed confusion, but he still trusted his divination reading more. Chenghu fell silent, facing the interpreted divination reading. Regardless of the Supreme Convoy's situation, on the other side, at the Hope Convoy, as the anomaly carrying a cloth sack appeared out of thin air and Even spoke, Luo Fan and everyone else's hearts completely sank. Cheng-Hu fell silent, facing the interpreted divination reading. Regardless of the Supreme Convoy's situation, on the other side, at the Hope Convoy, as the anomaly carrying a cloth sack appeared out of thin air and even spoke, Luo Fan and everyone else's hearts completely sank. An anomaly that can speak? Isn't this a rule-type anomaly? Old Zhao's divination ability had only just failed a short while ago, and the convoy had already encountered a rule-type anomaly? This was simply too unlucky. With the appearance of the rule-type anomaly, the Hope Convoy was completely trapped, caught within its rules. The rule-type anomaly carrying the cloth sack had a chilling smile on its face as it scanned everyone in the Hope Convoy. Don't rush, everyone, we'll go one by one. As it spoke, the rule-type anomaly set down the cloth sack it was carrying and began to pull things out of it. A bizarre, rule-based game of chaotic killing. The rule-type anomaly first walked in front of the man who had picked up 3 ghost crystals. At the same time, it placed the cloth bag from its back onto the ground, squatted down, and rummaged through the bag. Save me, save me. Seeing the rule-type anomaly staring at him, the man who had picked up the 3 ghost crystals shivered, immediately wetting himself out of fear, and then pleaded with Luo Fan and the others for help with eyes full of desperation. However, Luo Fan and the others remained indifferent to the man's pleas. It was a rule-type anomaly, who would dare rush forward to save him? Besides, if he hadn't greedily picked up the ghost crystals on the ground, would he have attracted this rule-type anomaly? Even people who hadn't downloaded anti-fraud apps before the apocalypse knew not to casually pick up things like golden bracelets seen on the road, let alone 3 golden bracelets? If you don't fall for the trap, who will? In Luo Fan's heart, the man deserved his fate. However, what was hard to accept was that, judging by the words of the rule-type anomaly, its target seemed to be not just an individual, but the entire Hope Convoy. Regardless of what Luo Fan was thinking, the rule-type anomaly lowered its head, pulled a tattered, ancient book from the cloth bag, and handed it to the man, saying, "This book of mine is an excellent treasure that can amplify the effects of any spell-type ability. This book is worth 20 ghost crystals, absolutely worth the price, wouldn't you agree?" "Why yes, it's worth 20 ghost crystals." Terrified, how could the man dare to contradict the entity? He nodded his agreement tremblingly. The anomaly, having received its answer, smiled even wider, making it look even more unsettling. It continued, "That's good. I've sold it to you for 20 ghost crystals. Pay up." "I won't buy it." Hearing that the book cost 20 ghost crystals, the man immediately shook his head. He wasn't a sequencer, so why would he buy this book? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he wanted to buy it, he couldn't possibly produce 20 ghost crystals. Won't buy it? Receiving the man's answer, the aura around the anomaly changed, and a terrifying atmosphere immediately spread out. "Wait, I'll buy it. But I don't have 20 ghost crystals right now, I only have these 3 ghost crystals." Caught between life and death, the man completely broke down. Holding the 3 ghost crystals he had just picked up, he spoke to the anomaly. It's fine. If you don't have enough money, you can use collateral." The anomaly raised its hand and handed the book to the man. The smile on its face became even more radiant, yet somehow, it also looked even more terrifying. "Collateral? What do I have that can be used as collateral?" Hearing this, the man looked at the anomaly, somewhat stunned. The anomaly did not answer. It merely raised its hand and tore. A scream arose as one of the man's arms was ripped off directly. The anomaly opened its mouth, and the arm immediately fell into it. After chewing for a moment, it said, "This arm tastes average. It's only worth 1 ghost crystal. You still owe me 16. Following that, the other arm and both legs were also ripped off and swallowed by the anomaly. The man, having lost all 4 limbs, lay on the ground like a human swine, his mouth open, his face twisted in utter pain, yet he was too hurt to even scream anymore. After swallowing all 4 limbs, the anomaly stated that the limbs were only worth 5 ghost crystals combined, and 12 were still owed. Next, the anomaly twisted off the man's head. The head quickly shrank in its hand until it was the size of an orange. It tossed it into its mouth, chewed a few times, and shook its head. This head is only worth 3 ghost crystals. You still owe 9. Finally, it tossed the torso into its mouth. The anomaly shook its head urgently, indicating the torso was only worth 3 ghost crystals, leaving a debt of 6. But the man had been completely eaten. What about the remaining 6 ghost crystals? The anomaly suddenly reached out and grabbed again. A phantom shadow suddenly appeared, taking the exact form of the man who had just been dismembered. The semi-phantom shadow struggled violently in the anomaly's hand, but how could it possibly break free? Then, the anomaly opened its mouth again, stuffing the man's soul inside. It chewed carefully, its crimson eyes narrowing, clearly enjoying the meal immensely. The soul is worth 10 ghost crystals. Not bad. Here's your change of 4 ghost crystals. After finishing the meal, the anomaly casually tossed 4 ghost crystals onto the ground. Then, slightly tilting its head, it looked at the book and the 4 ghost crystals on the ground, squatted down again, and picked them all up. My luck is truly good. These things have become ownerless. They are all mine now. Uttering a chilling yet joyful laugh, the anomaly placed the book and the ghost crystals back into its cloth bag. It was terrifying. Everyone in the Hope Convoy had just witnessed a living survivor being torn apart alive by the rule-type anomaly, his soul even swallowed by it. Every single person watched the rule-type anomaly with extreme horror. Having completed one transaction and profited greatly, the rule-type anomaly showed no intention of leaving. Instead, it looked toward the other members of the Hope Convoy. Seeing the anomaly's gaze sweep over them, everyone uniformly took a step back. Carrying the cloth bag, the rule-type anomaly walked over. Although it seemed to be strolling slowly, it was actually using a technique like shrinking the ground into an inch, arriving in front of Wu Xingyu in the blink of an eye. Repeating its previous action, it squatted down and pulled out the same book from the cloth bag. This book of mine is an excellent treasure that can amplify the effects of any spell-type ability. This book is worth 20 ghost crystals, absolutely worth the price, wouldn't you agree? The anomaly asked, staring into Wu Xingyu's terrified eyes. No, it is not worth 20 ghost crystals. Having just witnessed how the previous man died, Wu Xingyu quickly shook his head. Not worth it? You dare say it's not worth 20 ghost crystals? What part of it isn't worth it? You are slandering my treasure. A terrifying aura once again emanated from the rule-type anomaly. This was the prelude to an attack. Save me. Wu Xingyu broke down, shouting toward Luo Fan and the others. However, the rule-type anomaly reached out and grabbed Wu Xingyu. Then, Wu Xingyu's body rapidly shrank, and the anomaly opened its mouth, making him perfectly bite-sized. Accompanied by a short, horrifying scream, Wu Xingyu was immediately chewed up and swallowed by the anomaly. Stop! Niu Dagong, standing nearby, roared in anger. Grabbing his shield, he charged toward the anomaly with an overwhelming momentum. However, Niu Dagong's full-force attack had no effect on the rule-type anomaly. Completely ignoring Niu Dagong, the rule-type anomaly's gaze then fell upon An Xiaoran, who was standing beside him. It then walked up to An Xiaoran and repeated its previous action. This book of mine is an excellent treasure that can amplify the effects of any spell-type ability. This book is worth 20 ghost crystals, absolutely worth the price, wouldn't you agree? Holding the book, the anomaly questioned An Xiaoran. A battle of wits. Fear, the emotion of fear permeated the entire Hope Convoy. First, a survivor who had picked up a ghost crystal nodded, admitting the book was worth 20 ghost crystals, but because he couldn't afford the ghost crystals to buy it, he was ripped apart and devoured, unable to escape even with his soul. The anomaly did not leave after devouring the person. Instead, it set its sights on the sequencer Wu Xingyu. A dignified sequencer was also immediately eaten just for denying that the book was worth 20 ghost crystals. Whether you admitted it or denied it, it seemed you were going to die either way? If the power of rules hadn't enveloped the entire area, preventing everyone from leaving, they would have scattered like birds and beasts long ago. It's just that, currently, this rule-type anomaly's ability seems almost unsolvable. One book costs 20 ghost crystals, and more importantly, that strange cloth sack is huge. Who knows how many other things are inside? After reading Wu Xingyu, the anomaly's next target was actually in Xiaoran. This caused looks of unbearable sympathy to appear on the faces of everyone in the Hope Convoy. Such a well-behaved and quiet little girl, who was also of the Holy Light Angel sequence, wherever she went, if anyone was injured or uncomfortable, she would proactively step forward and cast a healing spell. In terms of prestige, Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng of the Hope Convoy held high authority. But in terms of favorability, and Xiaoran was definitely in a league of her own. Luo Fan watched as this rule-type anomaly targeted in Xiaoran, and his expression instantly changed. Without hesitation, he immediately took out 2 second-tier strange crystals and handed them to Xiaoran. Currently, he had 13 first-order Gui Jing and 9 second-tier strange crystals on hand. No matter what, he had to save Xiaoran's life first. In terms of ghost crystal wealth, the entire convoy combined couldn't compare to him. The rule-type anomaly did not stop Luo Fan from giving the ghost crystals to Xiaoran. Moreover, 2 second-tier strange crystals were worth 20 first-order Gui Jing, and the rule-type anomaly clearly recognized this exchange rate. Therefore, after Xiaoran nodded and replied that the book was worth 20 ghost crystals, the rule-type anomaly accepted the 2 second-tier strange crystals and actually handed the book to Xiaoran. However, this was not the end. After putting away the 2 rule-type ghost crystals, the anomaly squatted down again and pulled out a short but bright dagger from its cloth sack. This dagger of mine was forged from the ghost crystal and materials of a special second-tier anomaly. It possesses the characteristic of being able to sever everything, and it is worth 100 ghost crystals. It is absolutely worth the price, don't you agree? The rule-type anomaly presented the dagger to Xiaoran and asked. Boom! The anomaly's words struck down like a clap of thunder, leaving Luo Fan completely dumbfounded. He could still manage 20 ghost crystals, but 100 ghost crystals? He couldn't possibly afford that. Even the entire Hope Convoy probably couldn't afford it, could they? What should he do? Could Xiaoran not be saved? This wasn't just a question of whether Xiaoran could be saved, was it? Everyone in the Hope Convoy was currently within the rule-type anomaly's domain. If they couldn't break its rules, the entire Hope Convoy would die here today. Luo Fan's mind raced, quickly considering everything. Every word the anomaly had spoken, and everyone's reactions, flashed through his mind as he searched for a way to break the rule. Rule-type anomalies were indeed terrifyingly powerful, but their strength primarily stemmed from their deep familiarity with their own rules, allowing them to use those rules to kill. However, shouldn't there be a way to counter all rules? The previous 2 rule-type anomalies were defeated purely by luck, but luck can strike once or twice, not a third time, right? Silence. At this moment, everyone in the Hope Convoy was utterly silent, unable to mourn Wu Xingyu's death. All eyes were fixed on Luo Fan. If you were talking about who in the convoy was the smartest, or had the most tricks up their sleeve, it was definitely Luo Fan. Therefore, for this rule-type anomaly that required wit to solve, everyone placed their hope in Luo Fan. This dagger is worth 100 ghost crystals, absolutely worth the price, don't you agree? After waiting for a moment and not receiving Xiaoran's reply, the rule-type anomaly asked again. Simultaneously, the aura around it surged, becoming terrifying, clearly signaling its readiness to strike. Listen, my little sister is naive. Are you trying to defraud her by selling her this item? Amidst his frantic thoughts, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Luo Fan. He had an idea, and he spoke to the anomaly. Without waiting for the anomaly to answer, Luo Fan continued, just because you say it's worth 100 ghost crystals, does that make it worth 100 ghost crystals? I want to examine the goods first, is that allowed? Hearing Luo Fan interject, the anomaly's blood-red gaze turned towards him. After a few moments of silence, the anomaly nodded slightly and said, aloud. As it spoke, the terrifying aura that had been spreading from the anomaly slowly subsided. It seemed that, at least temporarily, this rule-type anomaly would not attack. Just as I thought. Feeling that the anomaly had no intention of striking, Luo Fan's heart relaxed slightly. The rule-type anomaly's target was the entire Hope convoy, and it hadn't stopped him from giving in Shaoran 2 second-tier ghost crystals just now. This showed that he could intervene in the transaction, and the anomaly could not prevent him from requesting to examine the goods. Holding the dagger in his hand, Luo Fan nodded as he inspected it, all the while thinking to himself. If he nodded and admitted its value, the anomaly would force him to buy it. If he couldn't afford the price, he would have to use his body, or even his soul, as payment. More importantly, even if he bought the first item, it would bring out a second one. Who knew if there would be a third or a fourth? Unless one was truly a super tycoon with endless ghost crystals to squander, death was certain. Therefore, the solution to break the situation could not be to admit the price of the ghost artifact. But if he didn't admit it, should he deny it? Wu Xingyu denied it, and he was swallowed immediately, without even a chance to be dismembered. It seemed that whether he admitted it or denied it, death was inevitable. Ha! Wait, that's not right. Your time is running out. Look carefully and answer quickly. At this moment, the rule-type anomaly, having waited a long time, seemed to have run out of patience and urged him to hurry. It'll be just a moment. Luo Fan replied casually, then pulled up his maul, opened the treasure appraisal function, and chose to try appraising the short dagger in his hand. Soon, the treasure appraisal function displayed the appraisal fee, 2,880 yuan. Hiss. Seeing this appraisal fee, Luo Fan gasped inwardly. The Farsight fluctuation cap, rated 80, only cost 1,120 for appraisal. Although the ghost gun, rated 108 plus C, cost 5,800 for appraisal, that was mainly due to its rule-type focus. Now, the appraisal fee for this short dagger actually reached 2,880 yuan? That was more than double the appraisal fee for the Farsight fluctuation cap. However, Luo Fan was not stingy. Luckily, his maul balance was 3,150, which was just enough. Luo Fan paid the 2,880 yuan appraisal fee, and soon, the information about the short dagger appeared before him. Having broken the deadlock, should Luo Fan continue? Short blade of the lifespan curse, forged from the ghost crystal of a tier 2 special type anomaly fused with precious materials. It possesses extreme sharpness. Almost no anomaly, fierce beast, or even ghost artifact below tier 3 can withstand its cutting. Side effect: each use reduces the user's lifespan by 1 year. Ghost artifact rating, 180. Seeing the information that appeared before him, Luo Fan's face revealed astonishment. The ghost artifact rating is actually as high as 180? This is the highest rated ghost artifact Luo Fan has ever seen. Of course, the ghost gun's 108 plus C rank is not counted, since without rule-type abilities, the ghost gun's rating would only be 108 points. Judging from its effect, this short blade is indeed very powerful. Below tier 3, almost no fierce beast or anomaly can withstand a single cut. It can slice through anything? Even ghost artifacts can't block it? However, the cost of use is too high. One cut means a reduction of 1 year of life. Of course, even so, its power cannot be denied. After all, when facing a life or death crisis, this short blade can truly turn the tide, right? Use it and lose a year of life, or don't use it and die at the hands of the anomaly or fierce beast. Many people know how to choose. How about it? This dagger of mine is worth 100 ghost crystals. It's absolutely worth the price. Have you finished looking? The rule-type anomaly spoke again, its aura slowly surging, and a terrifying pressure weighed on everyone's hearts. Not worth it. Facing the anomaly's inquiry, Luo Fan shook his head and gave a definite answer. Not worth it? You actually said it's not worth 20 ghost crystals? Where is it not worth it? You are slandering my treasure. As Luo Fan's words fell, the terrifying aura on the anomaly completely erupted, exactly the same as when Wu Xingyu had answered just moments before. Because it doesn't have the characteristic of cutting through everything, it's only effective against those below tier 3. You are engaging in false description, Luo Fan replied to the rule type anomaly. Previously, when Wu Xingyu said the book wasn't worth 20 ghost crystals, the anomaly asked why it wasn't worth it, and Wu Xingyu was killed because he couldn't answer. Therefore, in Luo Fan's view, the key to breaking the stalemate lay in this point. You can say it's worth it, but then you have to buy it after stating so. You can also say it's not worth it, but you have to clearly explain why it's not worth it. The terrifying aura paused. The anomaly, which was angrily about to strike, froze completely upon hearing Luo Fan's words. Luo Fan did not speak, he just stared earnestly at the anomaly. Even if it can only deal with those below tier 3, it is still worth 100 ghost crystals. After a moment of silence, the terrifying aura surrounding the rule type anomaly dissipated, but it added this sentence. True, judging solely by its function, it is indeed worth 100 ghost crystals. However, why didn't you mention its side effect? Every time it is used, it reduces lifespan by 1 year. This side effect is a bit too terrifying. Therefore, in my opinion, it is absolutely not worth 100 ghost crystals. Luo Fan, looking completely confident, spoke to the rule type anomaly. When valuing a ghost artifact, you can't just look at its function, you also have to consider the cost of its use, taking a comprehensive view. In Luo Fan's view, this short blade was indeed powerful, but the cost of using it was too great. Just like when the master gave him the ghost gun back then, why did he also give an invisibility cloak as a bonus? It was because the side effect of needing a half-month cooldown after one use was too severe, and he himself felt bad about it. If the master had known that the real side effect was simply wiping the barrel with a beautiful woman's panties, he definitely wouldn't have used the invisibility cloak as a bonus. It fell silent again. The rule type anomaly was once again silent in the face of Luo Fan's words. Clearly, Luo Fan had fully revealed the short blade side effect, arguing that it was not worth 100 ghost crystals, which was completely irrefutable. Alright, you have a point. It is indeed not worth 100 ghost crystals. After a moment of silence, the rule type anomaly put the short blade back into its cloth bag. You all may leave. The stalemate was broken by Luo Fan. The anomaly, looking very reluctant, spoke to Luo Fan. Luo Fan, you are amazing. That's great. We're saved. This is truly wonderful. Everyone in the Hope Convoy had been nervously watching Luo Fan solo against the rule type anomaly. Hearing that the anomaly conceded and they could leave, everyone cheered. Luo Fan, your mind truly is the sharpest, Niu Dagung said, giving Luo Fan a thumbs up in praise. Sure enough, you're a kid with 800 tricks up your sleeve. In our convoy, only you could defeat a rule-type anomaly, Zhao Chunfeng said, looking like he had survived a great calamity, patting Luo Fan on the shoulder. Any man would understand the weight of that gesture. Morong Shen cried tears of joy, her heart filled with lingering fear, but her eyes were shining as she stared intently at Luo Fan. In her eyes, Luo Fan seemed as if he were standing in the light. Everyone in the Hope Convoy looked at Luo Fan with gratitude and joy. Rule-type anomalies. Everyone had heard of the terror of rule-type anomalies, which could wipe out a convoy in an instant. They were the most terrifying type of anomaly. Who would have thought that the convoy could encounter a rule-type anomaly and still survive? Although one survivor and one sequencer died, achieving this outcome after encountering a rule-type anomaly was already a blessing from heaven. Phew! Luo Fan also quietly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. As always, the ability of this rule-type anomaly was practically a guaranteed kill for ordinary people. After all, the way to break the stalemate was to deny the value of the ghost artifact presented by the opponent, and you had to articulate clearly and substantially why the ghost artifact was not worth the price. Only then was the stalemate broken. However, the true function of a ghost artifact might be discovered through testing, but what about the side effects? Many are unknown. Just like this short blade, if you truly cut something and lost a year of your lifespan, could you realize it immediately? Even an artisan sequence holder who forges their own ghost artifact cannot know its true side effects. Otherwise, the master wouldn't have mistakenly assumed the 15-day natural cooldown was the side effect of the ghost gun that day. Therefore, unless one possesses an ability like his treasure appraisal function, which can quickly identify the side effects of a ghost artifact, encountering this rule-type anomaly would always be a fatal situation. This is already the second time I've relied on my system's ability to break the stalemate set by a rule-type anomaly, Luo Fan secretly mused in his heart. Although it didn't directly increase his strength, his system's function seems truly powerful. Let's go, Luo Fan. We need to leave quickly. Luo Fan was still sighing with emotion, but Zhao Chunfeng and the others naturally wanted to hurry and leave once they knew they could. Seeing Luo Fan standing motionless for a long time, Zhao Chunfeng asked, No rush yet. However, Luo Fan shook his head in response to Zhao Chunfeng's shout. He composed himself, his eyes holding a hint of coldness as he looked at the rule-type anomaly before him. Our transaction isn't over yet. Shall we continue? The third rule-based anomaly to be killed. What is poison to you is honey to me. Although rule-type anomalies are terrifying, this wasn't Luo Fan's first encounter, so he knew a thing or two about fighting them. The most frightening part of a rule-type anomaly is that it ignores power levels, forcibly drags you into the rule domain it masters, and then defeats you with the power of those rules. Within the rules, the anomaly will mislead and conceal, but one thing is certain, it cannot violate the rule power itself. Therefore, when humans get a chance to kill it, it will feel fear. Take the first anomaly holding a bomb balloon, or the second one who made everyone split the bill for a group dinner. From Luo Fan's perspective, although he had broken the deadlock, the rule-type anomaly indicated he could leave. But would a rule-type anomaly be so kind? Would it let you walk away willingly? Like the woman anomaly of the AA dinner, she asked if everyone was full, and if so, they could go. Was she really kind enough to let them leave? No, she was just afraid that if things went on, she herself might die. Likewise, the anomaly before them indicated they could leave, and Luo Fan instantly realized it feared death, which was why it wanted them gone. More importantly, Zhao Chunfeng and the others were preparing to leave, yet the anomaly itself didn't move. Did that mean it was now trapped within the rules and couldn't leave on its own? Would it only be able to go once the Hope convoy had departed? So, had the tables turned? If that was the case, why should he be polite? What? It's not over? Continue? Zhao Chunfeng and the others, mid-exit, stared at Luo Fan in astonishment. The rule-type anomaly had said everyone could leave, yet instead of running, he wanted to press on? Hearing Luo Fan insist on continuing, the anomaly fell silent, then swept its gaze over the Hope convoy and asked in a chilling voice, How about you? Won't any of you leave? You all want to continue? Zhao Chunfeng's brows knit in thought, he said nothing. Though he always griped that Luo Fan was sly and cunning, basically a troll, those words were praise in disguise, since Luo Fan wouldn't go, Zhao Chunfeng chose to trust him. And Niu Dagong? He had no objections. Niu Dagong knew his brain wasn't the sharpest, but he clung to one truth, Luo Fan's mind worked, just follow Luo Fan and he'd be fine. As for In Xiaoran, she trusted Luo Fan without question. Morong Xian glanced around, with several specialized sequencers silent, a basic sequence like her had no place to speak. Luo Fan, brother Luo, this is a rule-type anomaly, since it said. Seeing the sequencers stay quiet, a nearby survivor spoke up in panic. Bang! Before the man could finish, Luo Fan drew his ghost gun, a shot rang out, a hole appeared in the survivor's head, and he collapsed in disbelief. Anyone else disagree with my decision? Luo Fan asked coldly, ghost gun in hand, scanning the remaining survivors. When facing a rule-type anomaly, no amount of caution is excessive. At a moment like this, a survivor still dared contradict him? Why keep such a man alive for the new year? If he opposed Luo Fan now, next time he might land the entire convoy in mortal danger. The other survivors, shocked by the ruthless kill, shook their heads in unison, no one voiced another objection. By now everyone understood, pressing on was indeed dangerous and could mean death. But objecting meant instant death. Good, shall we continue? After removing the internal descent, Luo Fan turned to the anomaly. Its crimson eyes locked on Luo Fan, the creepy smile gone from its face. Then, let's continue. After a long pause it spoke reluctantly to Luo Fan, now it's your turn. Luo Fan's heart leapt. After a moment's thought he held out his ghost gun. This ghost artifact of mine is built on an 88-style sniper rifle fused with the power of a rule-type ghost crystal. It packs solid firepower. I've used it to gun down multiple rank 2 beasts in ghost crystals. More importantly, it carries 2 distinct rule-type abilities. It's worth 3,000 ghost crystals, wouldn't you agree? At his words the anomaly nearly shrieked, 3,000? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Really? The raw attack alone doesn't justify that price, but 2 rule effects are priceless. If you claim it's not worth 3,000 ghost crystals, tell me why not. Luo Fan wasn't surprised, he pressed the anomaly for an answer. When the anomaly introduced its dagger it had boasted it could cut through anything, yet in truth it only worked on beings below rank 3. So Luo Fan likewise bragged that his ghost gun possessed 2 rule effects without specifying them, hardly a lie. Silence. The anomaly had no retort, it had to explain exactly why the gun wasn't worth the price. I need to examine your ghost artifact, it finally said. By all means. Within the rules, Luo Fan couldn't refuse. The anomaly took the ghost gun and studied it carefully, then hastily declared, your gun's rule class is only C rank, a C rank rule tops out at 1,000 ghost crystals, it cannot be worth 3,000. Its words made Luo Fan raise an eyebrow, he silently noted, C rank rule, max value 1,000 ghost crystals. And it could determine the rule grade just by inspection, impressive. He pushed the thought aside, now wasn't the time to daydream. A ghost artifact's price isn't just about performance, its side effects matter. My ghost gun's side effects are negligible, practically none. Therefore an almost side effect-free artifact is worth 3,000 ghost crystals. Luo Fan shifted the focus of value to the weapon's side effects. Silence again. The rule-type anomaly was completely stumped by his argument. What were the ghost gun side effects? It couldn't tell. You're running out of time, Luo Fan grinned as he reminded the silent anomaly. Absorbing rule-based strange crystals. The anomaly's famous line, Luo Fan's ghost gun wasn't worth 3,000 ghost crystals, yet it couldn't name a single side effect to back the claim. Invisible rule power suddenly descended, proving Luo Fan's words true, the ghost gun side effects were practically non-existent. In terror, the rule-type anomaly disintegrated into dust. Only a rule-type ghost crystal was left behind, sparkling brilliantly. VZZZT. With the death of this rule-type anomaly, Luo Fan felt his aura surge completely out of control, it was the sensation of a breakthrough. Luo Fan understood that after all that mental effort in battling wits, slaying this rule-type anomaly had raised his sequence level once again. Demon Hunter Sequence, LV-15. Although this was the third rule-type anomaly he'd seen die, this time Luo Fan felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. The first rule-type anomaly had died because of Xiaoran's sacrifice, she had technically been the one to kill it, so Luo Fan naturally felt no achievement. The second rule-type anomaly did die by his hand, but he'd had no real clue how to crack its rules, his malfunction had simply happened to fall outside the anomaly's ban range. Killing that second one had been 100% luck. This rule-type anomaly was different. In the end he'd still relied on his Maul's appraisal, but the key was that he'd seen through the creature's essence, the appraisal had merely been a tool. Credit could be split 50-50 between his own strategy and the appraisal function. Otherwise, even if someone else had the appraisal skill, without grasping the anomaly's rule they'd still fail. So exterminating this rule-type anomaly filled Luo Fan with satisfaction. Perhaps that was why, just days after reaching LV-14, his sequence rank had jumped straight to LV-15. LV-15? Nice level. Luo Fan picked up the ghost crystal the anomaly had left, nodding inwardly. If he absorbed this rule-type crystal now, then at LV16 the skill he awakened would be a rule-type divine ability. Getting a rule-type crystal at exactly LV15, everything had lined up perfectly. Pity that when the anomaly died, not only did its body turn to dust, its cloth pouch vanished with it. Gaining a rule-type crystal was great, but thinking of that pouch, likely stuffed with wondrous ghost artifacts, Luo Fan shook his head in regret. His 2 second-tier ghost crystals had also been stashed inside and disappeared along with it. Luo Fan, amazing, you actually wiped the anomaly out. Zhao Chunfeng exclaimed, looking delighted. Strong. Niu Dagong was succinct, simply giving Luo Fan a big thumbs up. Seeing Luo Fan really destroy the rule-type ghost crystal, everyone in the Hope Convoy breathed easy, gazing at him with awe and respect. After traveling with the Hope Convoy for so long, these survivors had heard of rule-type anomalies and knew how terrifying they were. Almost anyone who met one died. The 2 earlier deaths, whether you affirmed or denied the book's value, had left everyone hopeless, convinced the convoy would be wiped out today. No one expected Luo Fan to step in, turn the tide, and actually slay the rule-type anomaly. To Zhao Chunfeng and Niu Dagong's praise, Luo Fan merely smiled, saying nothing. Shame we lost 2 more Wu Xingyus among them, Niu Dagong sighed, joy tempered by the memory. Morong Xian had been resting in Luo Fan's pickup while Wu Xingyu stayed on Niu Dagong's minibus. After days together they'd become friends. Now we're down to just 11 people, Zhao Chunfeng tallied, shaking his head helplessly. Only 5 sequencers remained, Zhao Chunfeng, Niu Dagong, Luo Fan, and Xiaoran, and Morong Xian. The rest were ordinary survivors, Uncle Li plus 5 others. The Hope Convoy had never been this small. Wait here. I'll check that coach. If it's usable, I'll switch vehicles, Luo Fan said while the convoy brooded in silence. They'd known the coach was there but hadn't dared approach. The whole team that owned it had died mysteriously, too horrifying. Now that the rule-type anomaly was dead it should be safe, so Luo Fan walked over to inspect the coach. It was large, converted from a pre-apocalypse long-distance bus. Plenty of space inside, and lots of supplies, 300 to 400 liters of gasoline, drinking water, rice, flour, instant noodles, and more. There was even a freezer stocked with fierce beast meat. After a quick look he realized it wasn't really a convoy, just the single coach, apparently lived in by about 3 to 5 people. Satisfied, Luo Fan fired it up and drove back to the Hope Convoy. He transferred the cargo from his pickup, discarding what wasn't needed, and kept the 2 bunks already inside the coach. Those beds were what he valued most. With them, he'd never have to sleep in the driver's seat again. After the rule-type ordeal everyone felt drained, facing such an anomaly consumed huge amounts of mental energy. With a rule-type anomaly dead, the area should be safe for a while, so the Hope Convoy halted to rest. Niu Dagong volunteered for night watch. Luo Fan took 1 bunk himself. The young girl and Xiaoran shared the other with Morong Xian. Lying on the mattress latex, surprisingly, only about 1.2 meters wide, he stretched luxuriously. A simple stretch and he felt comfortable from head to toe. After a few minutes he removed his snake scale armor and smeared it with ferocious beast blood. The armor's side effect, daily application of beast blood for maintenance or it would degrade. With the leftover blood he filled a small cup and submerged the egg-sized nightmare cat yu egg inside. When would the cat yu hatch? He looked forward to finding out. Done, he lay back, saw only 200 plus mall credits left, and shook his head ruefully. His daily sign-in gold was generous, yet he could never save, expenses popped up everywhere. After a sigh he closed the mall page, took out the rule-type ghost crystal, and quietly absorbed it. Strands of power and rule within the crystal flowed into his limbs and bones. As Luo Fan closed his eyes to absorb the rule-type crystal, a figure quietly slipped onto his bed. The Fate Sorcerer's first skill. Luo Fan opened his eyes and felt the small figure curled up in his arms. Without even looking he knew who it was. Smiling faintly, he gently patted in Xiaoran's back, closed his eyes again, and kept absorbing the rule-type ghost crystal with 1 hand. The night passed without a word. They slept until the sun was high in the sky. When Luo Fan opened the door and stepped out, his face showed utter astonishment. The world outside had turned pure white. So it snowed. All night? Gazing at the silver-clad landscape, Luo Fan felt a rare calm. Standing beside him, and Xiaoran also gazed quietly at the pristine world. The other survivors were collecting snow in containers, much easier than gathering rainwater on rainy days. "Everyone, we move out in 1 hour," Uncle Li called, rallying the Hope convoy. Although daylight kept the specters at bay, staying too long in one place risked beast attacks. Powerful beasts could be every bit as deadly as specters, so migration was safer. Unless Zhao Chunfeng regained his divination ability and confirmed a safe, prolonged stay. No one objected. They prepared food. Before marching, especially for the walkers, refueling was vital. At Zhao Chunfeng's invitation, Luo Fan's group sat together, boiling a huge pot of vegetable and pork noodles. Each got a big bowl. The hot broth left everyone warm and content. "Lao Zhao, we've got 3 vehicles now, my minibus and Luo Fan's coach. 11 people total. We can all board, right?" Niu Dagang asked Zhao Chunfeng and Luo Fan. Pausing, Niu Dagang glanced at the small panel van Luo Fan had abandoned. "Of course, if that one joins us, we'd have even more room." Rather than replying, Zhao Chunfeng looked to Luo Fan. "Luo Fan, what do you think?" "No." Luo Fan shook his head decisively. He turned to Brother Niu. "Brother Niu, I know what you mean. But one more vehicle means higher fuel consumption. Sure, we could squeeze these survivors aboard, but have you thought ahead? Will our convoy always be just those 5 survivors? Won't our numbers grow? What if dozens more join later? Where will they sit? People fear inequality more than scarcity. If later arrivals can't board while these can, how will they feel? Or do we kick these people out then? Better never to let them on in the first place." I agree with Luo Fan. We have plenty of specialized sequences, but who knows what stronger specters await. Gangzi, don't forget why those walkers exist, Zhao Chunfeng added, backing Luo Fan. Just a suggestion. I'm no long-term thinker. If you've got your reasons, of course we'll follow them, Niu Dagang said, dropping the matter. Though he found it a pity, Niu Dagang didn't insist, accepting Luo Fan and Zhao Chunfeng's decision. Brother Niu, you're a good man. Luo Fan nodded slightly. He understood Niu Dagang's nature, willing to help when possible, but sometimes needed reminding of limits. A small interlude. After eating, the convoy started. Morong Xian drove again. Luo Fan sat atop the coach, facing wind and snow. Niu Dagang had a woman drive for him. Luo Fan voiced no objection. Thus Zhao Chunfeng's SUV led, Luo Fan's coach followed, and Niu Dagang's minibus brought up the rear, 4 survivors walking behind. That was the Hope convoy's current lineup. They drove slowly. The 4 walkers trailed the bus, which shielded them from the oncoming wind and snow. Luo Fan held his ghost gun, silently counting magazines, 4 in warehouse space plus the 1 loaded, 46 bullets left. He opened the trading zone, listed 50 caddies of small green vegetables, asking 200 rounds of Type 88 sniper rifle ammo in exchange. He generously added that he'd cover the delivery fee. After waiting half a day without a deal, he wasn't worried. If the ammo trade failed, he'd cancel and swap for ghost crystals. Perched on the roof, ghost gun in hand, he kept practicing marksmanship, shooting any living thing near the convoy. Days of training had sharpened his aim. Even firing from a moving rooftop, hits within 200 or 300 meters rarely strayed more than 10 centimeters. Progress of that degree proved useful. By evening he'd emptied 2 more magazines. As dusk fell and the sun set, the air split. Several specters appeared before Luo Fan, bringing the 200 rounds he needed. Luo Fan promptly paid a ghost crystal for delivery, spent 150 of his 270 remaining credits to buy 50 caddies of fresh small green vegetables, and had the specters take them away. With the 5 ghosts transport technique, ghost crystal and vegetables in tow, the specters vanished. Did I just mess up? Stowing the 200 rounds, Luo Fan watched the specters tear through the air and twitched, realizing he'd blundered over common sense again. 50 caddies of vegetables for 200 bullets. Anyone stocked with ammo would gladly trade. So why had the deal taken a whole day? Hello, he'd spent the entire daylight on an open rooftop. The core of the delivery was the five ghosts transport technique. The couriers were specters. How could specters show up in broad daylight outdoors? Had he stayed inside the bus, the trade might have finished long ago. He shook his head, silently scolding himself for constantly tripping over obvious facts. Luo Fan, Gangzi, come here, my specialized sequence skill is back online. The convoy halted, and Zhao Chuanfeng's words rang out. 30, not 3 hours had passed. Zhao Chuanfeng's ability had returned, and more importantly, the first skill of his Destiny Warlock class was usable. Again. Luo Fan's brows rose in interest. He leapt down from the coach and strode toward Zhao Chuanfeng's SUV. What? The Rose is still alive? Luo Fan and Niu Dagang both came before Zhao Chunfeng, while Xiaoran naturally followed silently behind Luo Fan. Zhao Chunfeng was quite sentimental. He set up a small induction cooker and brewed a pot of tea. After Luo Fan and the others sat down, he poured each of them a cup. Brother Zhao, this is quite atmospheric, Luo Fan said in surprise, picking up his teacup. Seriously, we are escaping the apocalypse, but with you doing this, there's absolutely no atmosphere of apocalyptic escape. As he spoke, Luo Fan took a sip, then frowned slightly. It's just that the tea is a bit too low grade, it completely fails to match this refined atmosphere. If you don't want to drink it, then don't, Zhao Chunfeng retorted irritably to Luo Fan, raising his eyelids. Writing up to this point, I hope readers remember our domain name. Read Taiwan novels on Taiwan Novel Network, twcan.com, read as you please. I can't tell if this tea is good or not, but this cup is too small, Niu Dagang said, shaking his head after taking a sip from the small teacup. Casting pearls before swine. Zhao Chunfeng gave Niu Dagang an unceremonious evaluation. As for Xiaoran, she sat silently leaning against Luo Fan, neither speaking nor showing any intention of drinking tea. Luo Fan opened the mall page, bought a carton of pure milk, and handed it to her. And Xiaoran accepted it with both hands, a smile on her face. Brother Zhao, weren't we going to talk about your new skill? Luo Fan steered the conversation back to the main topic. For the convoy, the existence of the prophecy sequence is extremely important, and naturally, the skills gained after advancing to a specialized sequence are also crucial. Brother Zhao's sequence is Destiny Warlock? Luo Fan was curious about what kind of style a Destiny Warlock possesses. Actually, the effect of this skill of mine isn't huge, but it's not small either. Getting down to business, Zhao Chunfeng poured himself another cup of tea and explained, the first skill of my specialized sequence is called Peep. Peep? That name clearly isn't proper, but it suits you well, Brother Zhao. Luo Fan raised an eyebrow, not missing the chance to mock the other party. After all, he had always treated Luo Fan in a similar manner. You're talking nonsense. My peep doesn't mean conventional peeping, rather, it allows me to glimpse fragments of destiny. Simply put, the divination skill is linear, performing divination based on the direction I have specified. But peep is partial, it allows me to personally see a certain fragment. Take the matter of Rose and Ace, for example. The direction I divined was whether they could successfully obtain the treasure, and the result only concerned that aspect. I couldn't know that Ace was betrayed by Rose. But if my peep skill had seen what happened at the time, I would have seen everything, and Ace's death wouldn't have occurred. Zhao Chunfeng spoke, explaining to Luo Fan the function of peep and its difference from the skill of divination. So, functionally speaking, the peep skill is considered an advanced version of the divination skill, right? Luo Fan said, realizing the truth after hearing Zhao Chuanfeng's explanation. You could say that, but it's not absolute. Zhao Chunfeng first nodded, but then immediately shook his head, saying, I should say, each has its own strengths. More importantly, combining the skills of peep and divination is what makes things truly foolproof. Furthermore, my peep skill is a passive skill, not an active skill. Passive skill? Does that mean it's similar to a prophet in many films and television works, passively able to see scenes of the future? Although it's a passive skill, being able to clearly see future scenes still makes this skill extremely powerful. After all, the divination skill requires you to first set a direction, making it easy to miss things, isn't that right? Still using Ace's situation as an example, we never considered that Rose would suddenly betray Ace without warning, so we didn't think to divine in that direction. But if the peep skill had seen this fragment, we would have known immediately, thus preventing this kind of event from happening, Zhao Chunfeng continued to explain. Old Zhao makes sense. Although peep is only a passive skill, passive skills have their own advantages, Niu Dagong nodded, expressing agreement with Zhao Chunfeng's explanation. The logic is sound, but brother Zhao, you seem a bit off today. Although Luo Fan agreed with Zhao Chunfeng's words, he stared at the other man with a strange expression. Off? What could possibly be off about me? Zhao Chunfeng asked, putting down his teacup. Why have you kept using Ace and Rose's situation as an example today? Luo Fan questioned, staring at Zhao Chunfeng. His mood had been poor these past few days. Only when they encountered the rule-type anomaly and he focused all his attention on dealing with it did his emotions slightly dissipate. Just 2 days ago, brother Zhao and brother Niu were still trying to find ways to comfort him. Yet today, he repeatedly used the matter of Rose and Ace as an example, which made Luo Fan feel that Zhao Chunfeng was acting unusually. Luo Fan has a point. Old Zhao, your behavior is indeed a bit unusual. If Luo Fan hadn't mentioned it, Niu Dagong wouldn't have noticed, but once Luo Fan brought it up, Niu Dagong also reacted and looked at Zhao Chunfeng with an inquiring gaze. Alright, you guy, you really are sharp-witted to notice something was off so quickly. Being stared at so seriously by both Luo Fan and Niu Dagong, Zhao Chunfeng shook his head helplessly. Without answering directly, Zhao Chunfeng looked at Luo Fan and asked, Luo Fan, do you think Ace could still be resurrected? Resurrected? His body was burned to ashes by us. How could there possibly be any chance of resurrection later? Luo Fan shook his head decisively. Then, Luo Fan reacted, saying, Wait, brother Zhao, you don't mean that the peep skill saw Ace being resurrected in the future, do you? Not exactly. If I had really seen that, why would I ask you? I would just tell you directly. The reason I brought this up is because I thought about what happened with the rule-type anomaly last night. After eating people, it was also able to capture and consume their souls. That is to say, besides the physical body, humans definitely have souls, right? So I was thinking, Ace's physical body is indeed dead, but what about his soul? There are so many strange sequences in the world, and countless bizarre ghost artifacts and skills. Who knows if there will be a way in the future to summon Ace's soul and resurrect him? Zhao Chunfeng explained. Maybe there really is such hope. Hearing Zhao Chunfeng's words, Luo Fan also felt a sliver of hope, which wasn't a bad thing. Also, there's something about Rose. After carefully observing Luo Fan and seeing that his emotions were relatively stable, Zhao Chunfeng continued, My peep skill didn't show me Ace, but it showed me Rose. Furthermore, I performed a divination just when I called you guys over, and I confirmed that Rose is still alive. Identify the mysterious book. Luo Fan shot to his feet, murderous intent rolling off him in waves. The dead of winter weather was already bitterly cold, yet even the slow-witted Niu Dagong shivered as the temperature seemed to plummet another notch. Rose, where is she? Luo Fan's voice was ice as he spoke to Zhao Chunfeng. In his heart he was baffled. After killing Rose he'd triple-checked she was dead, knowing her promotion condition was deception and betrayal and fearing her skill might be uncannily treacherous. He'd even taken her mustard seed pouch and money rat, so how could Zhao Chunfeng now claim she still lived? Her skill was clearly far more insidious than he'd imagined. This time he would grind her bones to ash and carry that ash on his person, inspecting it daily. No, that still wasn't safe enough. He'd have brother Zhao cast a daily divination to locate Rose and confirm her death. A single lapse had now left him paranoid, no amount of caution seemed excessive. Luo Fan, calm down. Don't you want to know what future Rose I peeped it looks like? Zhao Chunfeng had deliberately cited Ace and Rose as examples. Seeing Luo Fan's tepid reaction, he'd assumed Luo Fan had largely come to terms with Ace's death. Now, confronted by this fury, Zhao Chunfeng gave a wry internal laugh and tried to placate him. Brother Zhao, what exactly did you see? Luo Fan reined in his killing intent and asked. I saw Rose risk everything to save Xiao Ran's life. Without her, Xiao Ran would die, Zhao Chunfeng replied. At those words Luo Fan's aura faltered, he glanced at Xiao Ran, fell silent, and his murderous air subsided. Luo Fan, I understand you want to kill Rose to avenge Ace. I'm the convoy's leader, I too long to slice the traitor into pieces. Yet through all her lies and betrayals, you must admit, her care for Xiao Ran is genuine. Each time Xiao Ran was in peril, Rose threw herself into the fray. Remember, she's only basic sequence, and she only ever does this for Xiao Ran. Her devotion can't be faked, no one gambles their life again and again as a bluff, right? Seeing Luo Fan remain silent, Zhao Chunfeng pressed on. Luo Fan offered no reply, he had no counter-argument. Indeed, Zhao Chunfeng was right, Rose had repeatedly risked her life for Xiao Ran, and Luo Fan had witnessed it. That could not be pretense. So if, in some future moment, Rose leapt out to take a fatal blow meant for Xiao Ran, he could believe it. Therefore, if he killed Rose now, would Xiao Ran later lack that shield? If Ace can be revived, great, if not, must we sacrifice Xiao Ran just to slay Rose? If Rose does block a death blow for Xiao Ran and dies in the process, perfect. If she survives even that, you can still kill her, what do you say? Seeing Luo Fan still wordless, Zhao Chunfeng proposed a compromise. Yeah, Luo Fan, I'm no genius, but Rose deserves death, yet isn't Xiao Ran's life worth more? If you can't let go of Ace, let's look for a way to resurrect him later, Niu Degang chimed in after some thought. Xiao Ran, Luo Fan turned to Xiao Ran. Brother Luo Fan, I'm not afraid to die. And Xiao Ran's clear eyes locked on him, her tone was calm, her words anything but. Morong Xian, pained, hugged the girl and pleaded silently, Luo Fan. Sighing at Xiao Ran's resolve, and convinced by everyone's reasoning, Luo Fan fell silent. Unconsciously, Xiao Ran had become precious to them all. He remembered when the rule-type anomaly had targeted her and he had stepped forward without hesitation. With Zhao Chunfeng's Destiny Warlock first skill explained and the matter of Rose settled, the convoy would rest for 10 hours. The long break was welcome. Unable to sit still, Luo Fan took his ghost gun and went to drill marksmanship. He'd traded for 200 rounds, enough to last a good while. The Doomsday Phone's update had added trading, a boon to Luo Fan. Whether selling produce for ghost crystals or buying ammo for practice, the function proved invaluable. After hours of training, moving targets and, with his ghost artifact hat focusing his spiritual power into a beam to spot targets a kilometer away, he practiced extreme range sniping. When satisfied, he returned to the convoy and collapsed onto a bed, pure bliss. After so long, a Real bed felt like luxury in the apocalypse. He stowed the ghost gun, clutched a rule-type ghost crystal, and absorbed its pulsing light. Nearby, the nightmare cat egg soaked in second-tier fierce beast blood, sipping it drop by drop. Unnoticed, the eerie egg gave a faint tremor. Some time later, Xiao Ran crept onto Luo Fan's bed and curled against him. Luo Fan smiled and drew the girl close. Check-in successful, 2,500 yuan obtained, balance 2,617 yuan. The midnight prompt slid across his vision as usual. Xiao Ran? Where's that book? Let me take a look. Just over 2,600 yuan wasn't enough to appraise the miracle fruit in Rose's pouch, but it should cover the ghost tome bought for 2 second-tier ghost crystals. Chang Biao is dead. Inside the Supreme Convoy, Rose held a second-tier ghost crystal and absorbed it, her entire mind submerged in the process. Suddenly, the aura around Rose began to fluctuate uncontrollably. Sequence level up, Deceptive Enchantress Sequence, LV. 12. As expected, absorbing a second-tier ghost crystal really speeds up sequence advancement. In just a few short days her sequence had risen a level, delight blossomed across Rose's face. Rose, at that moment a silhouette slipped through the night like a ghost and appeared before her. Seeing the newcomer, an undetectable chill flashed in Rose's eyes. But it lasted only an instant. Rose immediately showed a radiant smile, her voice bewitching, Brother Biao. That single call made Cheng Biao feel his bones melt. Rose, I've got something good that should suit you perfectly. Chang Biao, eager to show off, presented a pair of short boots. These are crafted from a second-tier fierce beast's materials and a ghost crystal. They give explosive bursts of speed when it matters, and the side effects are mild. With these your self-protection will jump a notch. I don't want them. Rose pushed the boots away, her fingers brushing Chang Biao's hand ever so lightly. Brother Biao, you're a scout sequence, you need speed more than I do. Keep these for yourself. If you got hurt because you lacked this bit of speed, my heart would ache. You know I'm a scout, so I'm already fast, these boots would only be icing on the cake for me. For you they're a lifeline. If you refuse, you're slapping my face. Such a thoughtful little sister made Chang Biao feel he'd met the best girl in the world, of course he'd give her every treasure he had. Then, thank you, Brother Biao. Seeing he'd gone this far, Rose reluctantly nodded and accepted the boots. Watching her take them, Chang Biao chuckled with glee. Oh, Brother Biao, I heard Lian Ziqiang will visit our convoy tomorrow, she asked casually, already wearing her new boots. Yes. She's a lone wanderer, so she often trades supplies with us, Chang Biao replied with a nod. Brother Biao, about a kilometer east of our convoy there's a small grove. Tonight, will you walk with me and, well, chat? Delighted with her new footwear, Rose blushed, eyes lowered, and shyly extended the invitation. Sure. Rose was asking him to slip into the grove with her? Chang Biao's eyes lit up, his whole body burning with anticipation. After they parted, Chang Biao kept his gaze fixed on Rose. Seeing her sneak out of camp toward the grove, he waited each second in eternity, then, when no one was looking, shadowed her as a silent silhouette. This kid. Though Chang Biao tried to be stealthy, as a second-tier sequencer Chung who noticed everything. Watching his son and Rose head for the grove one after another, Chung Hu simply shook his head with a smile. She's clever, using my son as a springboard to get close to me and secure her place in the supreme convoy. Fine, if it makes Biao happy, let her be. With me keeping everything in check, she won't stir up any real trouble. Inside the grove, Chang Biao stared at the blade piercing his chest, then at Rose, disbelief flooding his eyes. Rose, he gasped, unwilling to close his eyes. But Rose met his dying question with icy silence. She yanked her dagger free, took his mustard seed pouch, mounted the motorcycle she'd hidden earlier, and roared away into the night. Because Lian Ziqiang was coming tomorrow, Rose knew she had to leave. If Lian Ziqiang saw her, hero Luo Fan would learn she was still alive. Originally Rose had planned a quiet departure, she joined the supreme convoy only to recover while weakened. But Chang Biao had crossed the line, he insisted that if the supreme convoy ever clashed with the Hope convoy, even in Shaoran must be wiped out. Anyone who posed a threat to Shaoran had to be eliminated before she left. She didn't even pause to check what was inside Chang Biao's pouch, every second of flight meant another second of life. Once the supreme convoy learned Chang Biao was dead, Zhang Chang would use the compass to track her. Each extra second of escape increased her odds of survival. At the Hope convoy, Luo Fan took the book from Shaoran, he'd paid the rule-type anomaly 2 whole second-tier ghost crystals for it. He opened the mall's treasure appraisal function and raised an eyebrow. The appraisal fee showed 800 yuan. His own Gale boots, crafted by Gung Dali of the elite squad from second-tier Gale Wolf Hide, scored 52 as a ghost artifact and it cost 880 to appraise. This ghost book only asked 800? Judging by the fee, its score should be close to the Gale boots. After all, his boots used second-tier Gale Wolf Pelt plus a second-tier Ghost Crystal. If the book's score was similar, then 20 Ghost Crystals wasn't an unfair price. So the anomaly wasn't a swindler? He'd assumed the creature was shady in the book low grade, looked like he'd misjudged it. Deadly drawbacks aside, its goods were worth every crystal. Now Luo Fan felt a pang of regret. The rule-type anomaly had also offered a dagger for 100 ghost crystals. Able to kill anomalies and beasts below 3rd tier and even slice through ghost artifacts, 100 crystals didn't sound expensive. Sadly he hadn't had the crystals, otherwise buying the blade first would have been perfect. Shaking his head, Luo Fan cast the stray thoughts aside. After paying the 800 yuan fee, the appraisal result of the ghost book appeared before him. The elite squad was wiped out? Amplification Tome, a book whose pages are weird entity hide, inscribed with peculiar runes. It can noticeably boost any spell type skill. Drawback, must be kept on your person at least 10 hours a day and nourished with your own energy, or it may backlash. Ghost Artifact Rating, 50. Reading the appraisal, Luo Fan's brows lifted slightly. Sure enough, the fee alone had told him the quality of this grimoire. More importantly, the side effect wasn't severe, just carry it daily and feed it your own power. Xiaoran, keep this book on you from now on and nourish it with your energy, it suits you perfectly. With the results in, Luo Fan handed the tome back to Xiaoran and reminded her. Got it, big brother Luo Fan. And Xiaoran hugged the book and nodded obediently. Curled in Luo Fan's arms, she let him hold her while she slept clutching the book. Smiling, Luo Fan checked his balance, still over 1,800. He first spent 150 yuan on 50 gene of small green vegetables, then 500 yuan on 50 gene of apples. This time he bundled the apples and greens together and listed them on the trade board. For pricing, 50 gene of greens would go for 2 ghost crystals. 50 gene of apples? He'd try 5 ghost crystals, so the bundle was listed at 7 ghost crystals. As always, shipping included. Luo Fan silently praised himself, what an honest merchant. Before he could close his eyes, a weird entity tore through space to complete the deal. 650 yuan spent, 6 ghost crystals gained, not bad. Clutching the rule-type ghost crystal, Luo Fan quietly absorbed its energy and, more precious still, the threads of law within, inching ever closer to. Sequence Level 16. He slept without knowing how long. Half awake, Luo Fan heard commotion outside. His eyes snapped open. Through the window he saw distant flashes of movement heading this way. Luo Fan roused in Xiaoran and Morong Xian, then vaulted onto the bus roof. By now Niu Dagang and Zhao Chunfeng had also climbed out, clearly alerted. Luo Fan slapped his ghost artifact hat on, sending a focused beam of spiritual power toward the disturbance. Ghost gun slung across his back, blood-sucking dagger in hand. As he closed in, his spiritual power finally picked up the source, 3 weird entities on the hunt. 3 aberrations, each different, were pursuing prey. The leader was massive, the other 2 were blurs of speed, like phantom shadows. 3 people were being chased, acquaintances, members of the elite squad. Ah! A scream rang out as Gung Dali was caught by a shadow, fell, and the colossal aberration's palm smashed down, flattening him. Second-tier aberration? Luo Fan drew a sharp breath, unslung his ghost gun, and locked onto the hulking creature with spiritual power scan. The marksmanship he'd drilled these days wasn't wasted. Once locked, he triggered triple shot. Bang bang bang. 3 crystal energy bullets streaked out, slamming into the behemoth's head. In the night the rounds blazed like meteors, punching clean through its skull. Not done yet. After downing the second-tier aberration, Luo Fan combined scope and spiritual power to lock onto one of the shadow types. These 2 speedsters hadn't reached second tier, but they were top tier among first tier. With the lock came a lightness, 30% speed boost now coursed through him. Quick kill cloak flared, Lingshu step activated, his speed in the darkness surged another notch. Targeting the shadow slowed by 30%, Luo Fan overtook it effortlessly, ramming the blood-sucking dagger through its skull and twisting. The remaining shadow sensed him and lunged. Gale boots kicked in. Within 5 seconds his speed doubled. He vanished in a flicker, reappearing behind the creature in the blink of an eye. Again the blood-sucking blade stabbed home. The second aberration was exterminated. At level 15, decked in ghost artifacts and wielding the assassination sequence's high agility and burst, Luo Fan was in another league. Against mere first-tier speed types, the outcome was instant annihilation. From sniping the second tier a kilometer away to slaughtering 2 first tier up close, the whole sequence lasted under a minute. With a flourish he sheathed the dagger at his waist. 2 first-order ghost crystals and 1 second-tier ghost crystal clinked into his pocket. Old Han, what happened to you guys? Luo Fan greeted the battered Han Shanzhong. So strong. Luo Fan, you've gotten even stronger. Watching the effortless wipeout, Han Shanzhong was stunned. Last time Luo Fan's long-range shots were deadly, but tonight's combo of sniping and close quarters was terrifying. Han Shanzhong, himself an assassination sequencer, felt dwarfed. He too walked the path of shadows, yet the gap seemed enormous. Luo Fan offered no reply, only glanced at Gung Dali's flattened corpse and sighed. Such a handy artisan sequencer, killed just like that, a real waste. Come on, my convoy's nearby, let's rest first. Luo Fan invited Han Shanzhong. He led Han and the sole surviving female sequencer of the elite convoy back to Hope Convoy. Niu Daigang and Xiaoran had already moved out to meet him, so they all returned together. Brother Zhao, your divination's off. Didn't you say 10 hours of rest? Luo Fan ribbed Zhao Chunfeng. Actually, his divination was right, those aberrations were troublesome for us, but for you it was nothing. Han Shanzhong answered before Zhao could. Luo Fan was stumped, the explanation did make sense. Old Han, what exactly went down? Letting the divination matter drop, Luo Fan poured them water and asked once they'd calmed. Shocking. Hopefully, the team can kill 3 rule devils in a row? Don't even mention it. To put it simply, it was a battle of gods, and mortals suffered. From a distance, I saw signs of a battle, and I thought there might be an opportunity to gain something, so our squad members discussed it and decided to get closer to take a look. Who would have thought? As he spoke, Han Shanzhong's face still showed an unconcealed look of fear. What exactly did you see? A battle of gods? Brother Niu, who was next to him, clearly couldn't stand the suspenseful talk and couldn't help but press for an answer. Let me tell you. The woman who had escaped with Han Shanzhong took over the conversation, saying, simply put, a powerful individual was fighting with a powerful weird entity, causing all the surrounding weird entities to riot and flee. Our luck was pretty bad, 2 second-tier aberrations and several first-tier weird entities ran towards us. As you can see, only Brother Han and I are left from our squad. By the end of her words, the woman's face also showed helplessness and sorrow. A powerful weird entity and a person fighting, causing all the surrounding weird entities to flee for their lives? What level of weird entity was that? And what level of sequencer? Even second-tier aberrations were fleeing? Then it was likely a weird entity of the 3rd tier or higher, right? And someone capable of fighting a 3rd-tier abnormality, could it be a 3rd-tier sequencer? Hiss, a 3rd-tier sequencer, doesn't that mean they've already reached LV31 or higher? It's only been half a year since the apocalypse broke out, and someone has already reached this level? It really was a battle of gods. Luo Fan also nodded, his expression solemn. His own sequence level was only LV15. Relying on his triple shot skill, plus a rule-type ghost artifact, he could kill second-tier aberrations beyond his level, which was already the pinnacle. A 3rd-tier abnormality? Just thinking about it made him shudder. One must know, he found it difficult to deal with even a 2nd-tier nightmare Katyu. After roughly understanding what happened from Han Shanzhong and his companion, although Zhao Chuanfeng's divination indicated no danger, the Hope Convoy still set off, as a wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. They traveled for half the night, and when dawn broke after covering dozens of miles, the convoy finally set up camp again. After traveling for most of the night and setting up camp, Luo Fan prepared a sumptuous breakfast and invited Zhao Chunfeng, Han Shanzhong, and all the sequencers to join them for a meal. Wow, Luo Fan, you're really living it up. Zhao Chunfeng exclaimed, eyes wide, at the breakfast Luo Fan had prepared. It was no wonder Zhao Chunfeng was so surprised, Luo Fan's breakfast was indeed too lavish. Noodles, a large pot of actual mixed noodles. And fried poached eggs. Good heavens, in the apocalypse, finding fresh eggs was even rarer than fresh vegetables, wasn't it? After all, if one was lucky enough to encounter a pre-apocalypse vegetable patch that hadn't been destroyed by weird entities and fierce beasts, it was still possible to get some fresh vegetables. But fresh eggs? They were practically extinct in the apocalypse. There was also a large basin of stir-fried vegetables. Besides that, there was a basin of fish head tofu soup, and a large plate of sliced apples? Looking at the lavish breakfast Luo Fan had prepared, Han Shanzhong couldn't help but swallow. Does the Hope Convoy eat this well? Everyone, sit down and eat. This meal is a celebration. Luo Fan gestured for everyone to sit down. A celebration? What are we celebrating? Hearing this, Han Shanzhong looked at Luo Fan, somewhat bewildered. It was the apocalypse, was there anything worth celebrating? Moreover, looking at the members of the Hope Convoy, Rose and Ace, whom he had seen before, were gone. The reason for this was obviously self-explanatory. We're celebrating that we killed a rule bizarre entity last night. Luo Fan said frankly. A rule bizarre entity? You actually encountered a rule bizarre entity the night before last? And even counter-killed it? Hearing Luo Fan, Han Shanzhong exclaimed. It wasn't that he was being overly sensitive, it was just that rule bizarre entities were truly terrifying. The weird entity he saw from afar last night was strong enough, wasn't it? At least a third-tier abnormality. But in terms of threat level, rule bizarre entities were even above third-tier abnormalities, right? After all, even a third-tier abnormality could be dealt with if one was strong enough, but rule bizarre entities couldn't be handled by sheer power alone. Watching a sequencer fight a third-tier abnormality last night was already awe-inspiring, and even the aftershocks of that battle led to the annihilation of the elite squad by a few second-tier aberrations. He didn't expect that the true expert was right in front of him? The Hope Convoy even eliminated a rule bizarre entity? Old Han, calm down, don't be surprised. The rule bizarre entity we encountered last night was already the third one our convoy has encountered this past month. Seeing Han Shanzhong's surprised look, Luo Fan waved his hand and said. This is so Versailles. Encountering 3 rule bizarre entities within a month, and the Hope Convoy was still alive and well? This was certainly shocking, but Luo Fan's demeanor made Han Shanzhong's mouth twitch. Really? You're not bragging, are you? 3 rule bizarre entities in a month? The woman beside Han Shanzhong looked at Luo Fan with some suspicion. Actually, Luo Fan is telling the truth. This month, our convoy has already killed 3 rule bizarre entities. Niu Dagong, unable to stand Luo Fan being questioned, was the first to speak. Up for Luo Fan. Alright, Feifei, Luo Fan doesn't seem like someone who likes to brag. Han Shanzhong called out to his companion, then looked at Luo Fan with an apologetic expression. Luo Fan, it's not that Feifei doubts you, it's just that encountering 3 rule bizarre entities in a month and your convoy still being fine is truly unbelievable. So, does that mean your convoy now has 3 rule-type ghost crystals? Do you know what prices rule-type ghost crystals are fetching on the trading board now? Although we obtained 3 rule-type ghost crystals, we've already used them. The first one was used for Brother Nio's promotion to a specialized sequence, the second was traded to Master Wen Hao, and as for the one obtained the night before last, I've already absorbed it. Luo Fan explained the whereabouts of the 3 rule-type ghost crystals. To be honest, I, the captain of this convoy, am the worst. As Luo Fan finished speaking, Zhao Chunfeng also chimed in, sighing with emotion. What about Di Gang? He was promoted to a specialized sequence using a rule-type ghost artifact as material. Luo Fan and Xiao Ran, both were promoted to specialized sequences by killing rule bizarre entities. Only I am just an unremarkable prophecy sequence specialization. Han Shanzhong. Listening to Zhao Chunfeng, Han Shanzhong's mouth twitched almost painfully. Prophecy sequence, even the basic series, was extremely precious, let alone a specialized sequence. If the elite squad had a prophecy sequence, they wouldn't have been annihilated last night, would they? And Luo Fan and Xiaoran and Niu Dagong, their promotions to specialized sequences were all related to rule bizarre entities? Either promoted by killing rule bizarre entities or by using rule-type ghost crystals? What kind of divine convoy is this, exactly? By the way, old Han, your elite squad has been wiped out, leaving only you and Lin Feifei. What are your plans next? Feeling that the time was right, Luo Fan asked Han Shanzhong in a casual tone. Nyo Dagang, so I'm actually the type who appears foolish but is actually wise? Originally, Han Shanzhong had been a bit puzzled. When they first contacted the Hope Convoy, both sides had been on guard the whole time right up to the trade. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of the convoy captain, Zhao Chunfeng. Just because they fought side by side in that park, now they were being wined and dined like this, and the convoy even spilled the beans about killing 3 rule-type anomalies in a row? That 180-degree flip was way too abrupt. But once Luo Fan asked about his future plans, Han Shanzhong suddenly saw the light. Everything Luo Fan had done was to showcase the Hope Convoy's strength, then extend an olive branch. And truth be told, humans are social creatures. If he and Lin Feifei left the Hope Convoy, they'd still look for another convoy to join. Compared with other convoys, the Hope Convoy looked solid in strength and atmosphere. Remember this site's domained massive trove of Taiwanese novels waiting for you. More importantly, this convoy had a prophecy-type specialized sequence, like having a human GPS in the fog. Still, even if Han Shanzhong wanted to say yes, he wasn't going to make it easy. After all, what comes too easily is never valued. The future? We'll take it step by step. If we run into a convoy that fits, Feifei and I might join. Of course, if things line up, I could rebuild the elite convoy. Han Shanzhong answered after a moment's thought. In this apocalypse, finding a convoy that suits you isn't easy. I know. Let fate decide. Maybe I'll meet a few good people and rebuild the elite squad. Luo Fan's meaning, I've shown you the Hope Convoy's strength. If you want in, say it yourself. Girls aren't chaste, they're attracted. Han Shanzhong's meaning? Simple, if you want me, go ahead and ask, sincerely. Otherwise it'd look like 2 specialized sequences begging to tag along. Their talk turned into mutual probing, mutual tug-of-war. Feels like pre-apocalypse dating. Neither side wants to confess first. Watching the 2 spar, Zhao Chunfeng's lips curled in amusement, silently roasting that their chat felt twisted. But the more twisted it got, the less he had to step in. Perfect. Let them twist, he'd just enjoy the show. Good food, good drink, and a show. Why not enjoy life in the apocalypse? Beside them, Lin Feifei slurped noodles, forked a bite of small green vegetables, then bit her fried egg. Delicious. As for the tug-of-war? She'd figured it out too, but couldn't be bothered to interrupt. Let the 2 smart guys wrangle on their own. Han Shanzhong. Nyo Dagang, who'd been clueless about their back and forth, suddenly caught a whiff of the subtext. You're looking for a convoy to join our Hope. Convoy's pretty great, have you considered us? Silence. With that one line, Nyo Dagang yanked away the fig leaf. The table went quiet. Did I say something wrong? Nyo Dagang blinked, bewildered, looking at Luo Fan and the rest. No, brother Nyo, you're a genius today. I'd never even thought of that. What do you say, old Han? Luo Fan gave Nyo Dagang a big thumbs up, praising his quick wit, then turned to Han Shanzhong. After all that fencing, a staircase had finally rolled right to his feet. Han Shanzhong feigned sudden realization. Come to think of it, I hadn't considered it either. Brother Nyo Dagang's sharp. I do think your Hope Convoy's pretty good. If you folks don't mind, Feifei and I will be in your care from now on. Finally, he'd laid out this lavish breakfast and even bragged about killing 3 rule-type anomalies just to hear those words. Luo Fan beamed, extending his hand. Old Han, from today you're one of us. We support each other in this convoy. Great mutual support. Han Shanzhong clasped Luo Fan's hand. With that, Han Shanzhong and Lin Feifei officially joined the Hope Convoy. The atmosphere turned warmer and livelier. Seeing his suggestion bring them aboard, Nyo Dagang felt pretty proud. No matter how clever Luo Fan and the rest were, sometimes they weren't as quick as his spur-of-the-moment idea. Guess he was pretty sharp too. Could it be he was a hidden genius type? After a breakfast that left everyone stuffed, they opened up about sequences and skills. Zhao Chunfeng, Destiny Warlock Sequence, LV11, Skills, Divination, Astrometry, Peeping. Nyo Dagang, Shield Warrior Sequence, LV13, Skills, Heavy Strike, Unyielding, Block. and Xiaoran Holy Light Angel Sequence, LV13, Skills, Healing, Shield, Holy Light Descends. Miss Xiaoran's Holy Light Descends left a deep impression, an incredibly potent skill, worthy of a specialized sequence promoted by slaying a rule-type anomaly, Han Shanzhong remarked. During that abnormality tide, her Holy Light Descends had boosted his overall strength massively, he still remembered it vividly. Next up, the Demon Hunter Sequence, LV15, Skills, Sap, Lingshu Step, Triple Shot, Luo Fan introduced himself. Brother Luo's Triple Shot makes me concede defeat, also a specialized sequence forged by killing a rule-type anomaly. An angel and a demon hunter, those names alone scream extraordinary, Han Shanzhong added. I'm Artisan Sequence, LV5, so far only repair, Morong Xian said. Once the Hope Convoy members had laid their cards out, Han Shanzhong formally introduced himself. Han Shanzhong, Gale Stalker Sequence, LV18, Skills, Sap, Lingshu Step, Gale Sword Dance, Gale Sword Flash. Sword Dance lets me slash dozens of strikes in seconds, Sword Flash is an instant burst of speed plus one ultra-damaging sword. He gave a detailed rundown of his specialized sequence skills. Finally, Luo Fan looked to Lin Feifei, her skills had left a deep imprint on him. Lin Feifei, Undead Walker Sequence, LV15, Skills, Flying Missile, Fire Ring, Corpse Revival, she said. Feifei, could you explain Corpse Revival in detail? Luo Fan asked, clearly intrigued. Zheng Qing of the Supreme Racing Team is also dead. In the middle of a barren field, Rose's face was ashen. Two men blocked her path. Zheng Cheng held his compass, its needle locked firmly onto Rose's figure. Beside him stood a burly man of about 30. After spending several days in the Supreme Convoy, Rose naturally recognized the pair. Zhang Qing, the compass-wielding diviner of the Supreme Convoy, and Xiaoman LV20 warrior sequence, the one most likely to break through into the second-tier specialized sequence. At this point I hope readers will jot down our domain, .com, the top choice for chasing Taiwanese novels, super reliable. I never imagined you'd both come after me, Rose said with a bitter smile. Zheng Qing could pin her down completely, and Xiaoman, half a step from becoming a second-tier sequencer, was far beyond her ability to handle. Because your clone can mislead, I'm here as insurance so you can't fake death and escape again, Zheng Qing said coldly. He had personally watched Luo Fan kill Rose only for her to feign death, luckily his skill countered her clone. Rose, why? Why kill Chang Biao and betray the Supreme Convoy for no reason? Xiaoman demanded, voice icy. Chang Biao's death enraged the convoy, but more than that, it left them baffled. Rose had been fine in the convoy these past days, why run? Because tomorrow Lian Ziqiang will arrive. Once she's here, Luo Fan will know I'm alive, so I have to flee, Rose answered. Luo Fan's just one man, why fear him? Xiaoman found it hard to understand. I know his sniping better than you. If he wants me dead he needn't clash with the convoy, he'll simply wait in the shadows and pick me off. Who can guard against a thief every single day? I won't stay and risk a bullet from nowhere, Rose shook her head. At the mention of Luo Fan, instinctive dread surfaced in her heart. Yes, Luo Fan was only a first-tier sequencer, yet to Rose he felt more dangerous than many second-tiers. If you're that scared, why don't we just wipe out the Hope Convoy? Xiaoman still couldn't grasp it. First, if you could have crushed the Hope Convoy, you'd have done it long ago. Second, though Luo Fan nearly killed me, I don't hate him. If I were in his shoes, I'd hunt me too. So whether you strike at the Hope Convoy is your business. I only want to stay far away and never meet them again. Rose kept shaking her head. If you wanted to run, just run. Why kill Chang Biao? You knew the captain might not bother chasing a mere deserter, but murder his son and he'll spare no expense for revenge. By now Xiaoman understood much, only this final point eluded him. Rose had answered every question except this last one. Enough, Xiaoman. Stop being so curious. Grab her and let the captain deal with her. Tired of Xiaoman's chatter, Zheng Qing cut in. Rose was of the deceptive enchantress sequence, he'd seen Luo Fan kill her only for her to fake death. Zheng Qing feared the longer they delayed, the greater the risk. At his words, Chow Man nodded, lunged, and shot toward Rose at lightning speed. Though a melee specialized sequence, his movement rivaled the assassin-style Lingshu step. It was the warrior sequence skill, Qinggong. Seeing him pounce, Rose paled, her boots flared, her speed spiked, and she dodged his strike in an instant. She raised her hand, a flying missile formed and hurtled toward Zhang Qing. Rose knew that while Chow Man was strong, Zhang Cheng, whose skill countered hers, posed the real threat. As long as he lived, escape was impossible. The flash dodge boots on her feet are Chang Biao's, they give a burst of speed. Don't close in, crush her from range. Zhang Qing stumbled aside, barely evading the missile, and shouted to Chow Man. Hearing him, Chow Man raised his hand, mighty force gathered, a dragon's roar echoing. Warrior sequence's second skill, dragon subduing palm. Yet Rose didn't dodge, she simply stood motionless. Watch out, she's used doppelganger, what we see is only her clone. Spotting the anomaly, Zhang Qing locked onto her real body with his compass and pointed Chow Man toward it. He rotated his body, arm always tracking Rose's true position. Following his finger, Chow Man unleashed dragon-shaped palm strikes. They slammed into the ground, erupting in a chain of blasts. Focused on the hidden real body, neither noticed the motionless clone behind them move. It raised its hand, a missile compressed and blasted toward Zhang Qing. A scream rang out. Though merely a basic spell sequence skill, the missile, boosted by her specialization, packed devastating force. The full power shot smashed into Zhang Qing, sending him flying, barely breathing, his compass shattered. Zhang Qing, she's not a clone, she's the real one? Turning to see the supposedly inert decoy strike, Chow Man was both shocked and furious. How? Zhang Qing's eyes glazed over in disbelief before his consciousness sank into darkness. His compass had locked the real body, why had the clone attacked? Sure enough, that sneaky Luo Fan's trick works wonders, Rose's hidden real self mused. She had hidden the clone's true power, claiming it was only an immobile bait. In fact, the clone could move and even receive a share of her power to fight in her stead. At the crucial moment they'd ignored the clone, letting it score the kill. She had copied the tactic straight from Luo Fan. Seeing Chow Man charge the clone, Rose cancelled the skill to avoid the backlash. Her real body reappeared hundreds of meters away, sprinting off, the clone faded to nothing. Without Zhang Qing, even Chow Man, close to second tier, posed no threat. Her skills let her toy with any melee sequencer who tried to stop her. Indeed, watching what he thought was her real body vanish into thin air, Chow Man stood dumbfounded. Meanwhile, at the Hope Convoy, Lin Feifei, at Luo Fan's request, was detailing the traits of her corpse revival skill. Identify the extraordinary fruit. My corpse revival skill is exactly what it sounds like. I can make corpses stand up and fight for me. Of course, there are a few restrictions. First, the corpse's sequence rank while alive can't be higher than mine. Second, I can only revive one corpse at the moment. Since she'd already decided to join the Hope Convoy in full sincerity, Lin Feifei didn't hide her skills effects. Can the revived corpse use the abilities it had while alive? Despite the limitations, Luo Fan still saw great potential and asked. Yes. Lin Feifei nodded. Then, if we kill a beast or even an aberration with a special ability and keep the corpse, we can use it indefinitely? In theory, yes. It's winter lately, so corpses should keep for a while, but I've never tried it. Lin Feifei agreed after a moment's thought. Lastly, your sequence has amazing prospects. Undead Walker, your future abilities will all revolve around the undead. Right now you control corpses, who knows, maybe later you'll command the souls of the dead. Luo Fan added. At those words, Zhao Chunfeng instantly grasped Luo Fan's meaning, his eyes lighting up. Not long ago they'd discussed that humans have souls, perhaps Ace's soul could one day be summoned and revived. Now the Hope Convoy had recruited an undead walker, maybe their dream could really come true? Well, no one can say what'll happen later, what you described is indeed possible. She hadn't even considered her sequence's future skills, yet Luo Fan was already envisioning them for her? Feeling odd, Lin Feifei still nodded along. After everyone had explained their sequences and skills, a basic trust was established. The Hope convoy set off again, following the direction indicated by Zhao Chuanfeng's SUV. When he had a spare moment, Luo Fan asked Morong Xian to set up a temporary seat on the roof of the bus for his gun training. With Han Shanzhong and Lin Feifei joining, the Hope convoy's overall strength had jumped, adding 2 specialized sequence combatants. Most importantly, with the convoy's power increased, Zhao Chuanfeng's divinations now showed noticeably more safe routes. Ordinary first-tier beasts and aberrations they occasionally met were no longer a threat. Even many second-tier beasts and aberrations only cost the convoy a bit of extra effort. As long as Luo Fan's group cooperated, special-type aberrations with tricky abilities weren't much trouble. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. During those 2 days the Hope convoy slew 1 second-tier aberration, 1 second-tier beast, and 7 or 8 first-tier aberrations and beasts. Everyone received some good loot according to contribution. That night, Luo Fan lay on his bed as usual, silently absorbing a ghost crystal until it finally dissipated. Luo Fan opened his eyes, joy on his face. After 4 or 5 days, he'd finally fully absorbed this rule-type ghost crystal. More importantly, the energy within left him just a step away from level 16. Barring accidents, he'd break through within 2 or 3 days and gain the Demon Hunter sequence's second skill. Beep beep, suddenly his doomsday phone chimed with a private message. Luo Fan took it out and saw the message was from Lian Zichong. Luo Fan, I've got news, Rose, the one you killed, is actually still alive. Luo Fan wasn't surprised, he'd already heard from Zhao Chunfeng a few days earlier, but how did Lian Zichong know? Brother Lian, how did you find out? Because Rose has been recuperating in the Supreme Convoy, I only learned today when I came here to trade supplies. So, Brother Lian, did you see her? Didn't see her. That Rose is ruthless, she actually killed Cheng Biao and defected from the Supreme Convoy. Brother who sent Zhang Qing and Xiao Man to hunt her down. You know Zhang Qing, you probably don't know Xiao Man, he's about to break through to second-tier sequence. But late at night, those two still haven't returned, the mood in the Supreme Convoy isn't good. Reading Lian Zichong's rapid-fire messages, Luo Fan raised an eyebrow, a sneer curling his lips. Who'd have thought Rose hadn't died and the Supreme Convoy actually dared to shelter her? In Luo Fan's mind, Rose was a viper, a scorpion, a black widow. The Supreme Convoy dared take her in? Tired of living comfortably? Damn it, Cheng Biao died by Rose's hand? Cheng Hu must be going mad. After all, to help his son advance to specialized sequence, Cheng Hu had paid Luo Fan a fortune to hunt the nightmare cat, he doted on his boy. A powerhouse on the verge of second tier plus Zhang Qing's compass positioning, Rose shouldn't be able to escape, right? Still, judging from Brother Zhao's peep skill, Rose probably wouldn't die at their hands. Whatever, dog eat dog. Whether Rose lived or died, Luo Fan could accept it now. Dead was fine, alive, she could block a fatal calamity for Xiaoran. Got it. Thanks for the info, Brother Lian. Luo Fan casually replied. But after sending that message, he received no reply for 2 or 3 minutes, and he frowned in puzzlement. What now, chatting with girls online and they vanish mid-conversation? He really hated texting women, they'd disappear without warning. Yet just as he pocketed the doomsday phone, it beeped again. Luo Fan, Xiao Man messaged brother who Rose not only escaped but also killed Zhang Qing. Clearly, Lian Zichong had been silent because the Supreme Convoy was in chaos over Zhang Qing's death. Seeing the message, Luo Fan shot upright, feeling as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Seriously? The Supreme Convoy's prophecy-type compass geomancer sequence had been killed by Rose? That was an unexpected delight. Truly a Black Widow-level monster, the Supreme Convoy was in for a world of pain. Reminder, 2,500 yuan checked in, balance 7,217 yuan. Just then a notification slid past the corner of Luo Fan's eye. Seeing the balance, Luo Fan opened his warehouse space, took out the miracle fruit from Rose's mustard seed pouch, and activated his treasure. Appraisal function. Wisdom fruit, increases mental power dramatically. Before checking in, Luo Fan's mall balance was over 4,700 yuan, but the appraisal fee for the miracle fruit required 4,800 yuan, so Luo Fan waited an extra day. Of course, these past few days, Luo Fan spent 650 yuan daily to buy 50 caddies of small green vegetables and 50 caddies of apple, selling them together to earn 6 ghost crystal. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have needed to wait an extra day. Transactions can only be done once a day, but appraisals can be done anytime as long as there is enough money. Naturally, earning ghost crystal through transactions was more important. After spending 4,800 yuan, Luo Fan's balance dropped to over 2,400 yuan, and at the same time, the appraisal result for the miracle fruit appeared before Luo Fan's eyes. Wisdom fruit, a wisdom fruit from the wisdom tree. After consumption, it can increase spiritual power to a certain extent. The higher the base spiritual power, the smaller the increase. Furthermore, the effect will be better if outstanding personnel of the potion sequence use it to refine corresponding potions. This is a miracle fruit that can increase spiritual power. Seeing the appraisal result of the fruit before him, Luo Fan was delighted. The 4,800 yuan appraisal fee was enough to show how precious this fruit was. Originally, a fruit that can increase spiritual power should be most suitable for people in spell-type sequence. However, the special effect of this fruit is that the higher the base spiritual power, the smaller the increase. So what does this mean? Those with lower base spiritual power will see a greater increase, right? For example, Brother Nyo's melee sequence or his own assassination sequence can both be considered physical output types, and their base spiritual power is inherently not high. Therefore, is this fruit actually most suitable for him? Unlike Brother Nyo's melee sequence, which has little requirement for spiritual power, his own demon hunter sequence requires spiritual power for long-range sniping, right? If he eats it, the cost-performance ratio will be the highest. As for finding a potion master to refine the wisdom fruit into a potion, he didn't know how long that would take, so it was better to secure the benefit now. After a brief thought, Luo Fan held the apple-shaped miracle fruit, opened his mouth, and bit into it directly. He didn't even spare the core, finishing the entire fruit without any waste. As the pulp entered his stomach, Luo Fan could feel a cool energy being absorbed, which then climbed up his spine, reaching deep into his brain. The feeling was incredible. His consciousness became clearer, like someone who had stayed up for 2 or 3 days finally getting a full night's sleep. Even his thoughts became much sharper. Calming his mind, Luo Fan carefully sensed the increase in his spiritual power. In this manner, after about an hour, the absorption of the wisdom fruit was finally complete, and his spiritual power had increased significantly. How much exactly did it increase? It was best to measure it using data. With a slight thought, Luo Fan took out his farsight fluctuation cap, put it on his head, and then extended his spiritual power in a beam. Luo Fan's spiritual power easily crossed the distance of 2,000 meters and continued to probe forward. 2,200 meters, 2,500 meters, 2,800 meters, 2,900 meters. Finally, Luo Fan's spiritual power detection reached its limit. Based on the distance perceived, his detection range reached about 3,000 meters. Good heavens, originally my spiritual power could only detect a distance of 1,500 meters at most. Now, the detection distance has almost completely doubled? Measuring the increase in his spiritual power using data, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on Luo Fan's face. With such a large increase in spiritual power, and his spiritual power detection range nearly doubling, the benefits were indescribable. Luo Fan was extremely satisfied with the effect of this wisdom fruit. Taking off the cap, Luo Fan lay on the bed, but due to his mood, he tossed and turned for a long time, unable to sleep. Spell sequence, prophecy sequence, support sequence, even artisan, potion, and agricultural planting sequence might all be related to spiritual power. After all, the skills of these sequence all resemble various miraculous spells. However, melee sequence and assassination sequence are both physical output types, clearly having low base spiritual power attributes. Therefore, the increase from this wisdom fruit must be significant for him. It's just that his sequence is Demon Hunter. Judging by the name, it means hunting demons. In that case, can purely physical output hunt all sorts of bizarre demons? Will his future skills also focus on the spell aspect? For example, attacks that come with special effects like seals? If that's the case, the effect of this wisdom fruit on him is simply inestimable. Of course, how his sequence develops in the future will only be known once his sequence level increases and he awakens more skills. Like this, after an unknown amount of time passed, Luo Fan finally drifted into a hazy sleep. In his dream, Luo Fan's sequence level was higher, and he had switched to a more powerful sniper rifle. Spiritual power detection allowed him to snipe targets from thousands of meters away. The feeling of sniping a ghost or fierce beast before they even noticed him made Luo Fan feel incredibly secure. After all, if you can snipe targets from a distance, who would want to rush up with a weapon for close quarters combat? He didn't know how long he slept until a sliver of sunlight slowly moved onto Luo Fan's face. Luo Fan reached out to shield his eyes and woke up. To be honest, he had tossed and turned for a long time last night before falling asleep, and he had been dreaming constantly. Logically, he should feel extremely tired upon waking up. But on the contrary, Luo Fan felt refreshed and energetic after waking up. So, is this also a benefit of having sufficiently high base spiritual power? Outside the vehicle, Morong Xian was already preparing breakfast. After Luo Fan got up and washed, he opened the mall and, as usual, bought a box of pure milk for Xiaoran. Following that, he got a small piece of fierce beast meat and tossed it to the nearby money rat. The money rat doesn't eat much while staying by his side, but if it ever discovers a treasure, it would be extremely valuable, making the effort of feeding it worthwhile. Then, in the cup nearby, the fierce beast blood in which the nightmare cat egg was soaking had completely vanished. That's strange. It absorbs a cup of fierce beast blood every day, but the egg shows no change at all. Luo Fan secretly muttered this complaint while refilling the cup with blood. However, considering how he secretly followed the adult nightmare cat before, which hunted many fierce beasts and ate at least 1,000 catties of meat in one night without its body size changing at all. Looking at it that way, perhaps there's nothing to be surprised about? After sighing inwardly, Luo Fan stepped off the bus. What Luo Fan didn't know was that after he stepped off the bus, the nightmare cat egg began to make cracking sounds, and cracks started to appear. Moreover, these cracks grew deeper and longer. Finally, a small, dark, fuzzy paw tore through a corner of the shell and reached out. Hatching! The adorable yet fierce nightmare cat. Money Rat was happily munching on a piece of fierce beast meat. Because it was only palm-sized, its appetite was equally small. Although a fierce beast, Money Rat's only special ability was sensing treasure, it had almost no combat strength. In this perilous apocalypse, it was perfectly content to be kept as a pet. Left alone in the wild, any random fierce beast that passed by could swallow it in one bite. Crunch, crunch. Just as it was enjoying its meal, its ears twitched. It seemed to hear a strange noise. It froze mid-chew and pricked its ears to listen. With no fighting power, it poured all its focus into perception. If danger came, at least it could flee for its life. After a while it heard nothing, decided it had imagined it, and went back to gnawing its meat. Crunch, crunch. Yet the faint sound came again. Once more it stopped eating and listened carefully. Another dozen breaths passed, still nothing. Its pea-sized eyes were full of bewilderment. Shrugging it off as a mistake, it returned its attention to the food. Crunch, crunch. Then the odd noise rang out again. This time Money Rat lifted its head, no longer in the mood to eat. It was certain something inside the huge cabin was off, something else was here. What on earth could it be? A moment later the faint rustling returned while it listened. The sound resembled a rodent like itself grinding its teeth in the dead of night. It seemed to come from the table. Scrambling up, Money Rat found the tabletop covered with odds and ends, but nothing alive. Crunch! Again the sound, this time it was sure it came from a cup on the table. It scurried over, stood on hind legs, hooked its tiny forepaws over the rim and peered inside. In the cup lay an egg the size of a hen's, now spiderwebbed with cracks that bulged as something inside tried to push out. Meanwhile the beast blood in the cup drained rapidly, apparently absorbed by the creature within. Was something about to hatch? Curious, Money Rat fixed its pea-green eyes on the egg. Though lacking combat power, it felt no fear. The egg weighed only half as much as itself, what threat could it pose? Among fierce beasts, barring special abilities, size usually equals strength. A hatchling half its own size was surely nothing to dread. At last a fluffy black claw tore a corner of the shell open. Once a breach was made, the occupant worked with purpose, clawing the gap wider. Soon a tiny pitch-black kitten squeezed out of the broken shell. Money Rat! At the sight of a kitten, its curiosity flipped to terror. Even though the cat was far smaller than itself, it was still a cat. The deep-rooted instinct of mouse before cat made every hair on Money Rat stand on end. At the same moment, the newly hatched animerecap spotted Money Rat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Pinned by that gaze, Money Rat shrieked in panic and bolted. Swish! The fleeing mouse instantly triggered the kitten's hunting instinct. An adult animerecap, though equally small, could bring down fierce beasts weighing hundreds of pounds. Money Rat leapt off the table and sprinted for its life. But faster still, a black blur pounced and pinned the mouse before it had gone far. Though less than a third of Money Rat's size, the kitten's claws sank firmly into its fur. Tiny fangs bit down. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In agony, Money Rat let out an even sharper scream. Xian Xian, this breakfast is great. Outside the bus a folding table held noodles, steamed buns, pure milk and a plate of stir-fried small green vegetables. A breakfast like this counted as luxury in the apocalypse, and Luo Fan did not stint his praise for Morong Xian. The flavor really was excellent. Glad you like it, Morong Xian replied with a gentle smile. And Xiaoran said nothing, contentedly sipping her box of milk. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At that moment Luo Fan heard Money Rat's shrill cries from inside the bus. What's wrong? Did a thief break in? He frowned at the sound. It reminded him of the first time he'd stolen Rose's panties in the van. Money Rat had squeaked then too. Still, no one in Hope Convoy would dare rob his bus, would they? Squeak, squeak. The squeals turned into high-pitched shrieks of pain. Luo Fan set down his bowl and went to look. He paused inside the cabin, expression odd. A palm-sized animerecap, adorably fierce, was pinning the much larger Money Rat beneath it. Soaked in beast blood all these days, the egg had finally hatched. Tom and Jerry. The Money Rat is a rat, no matter how you look at it. And the animerecap? It's a cat, no matter how you look at it. So, even if the size difference is huge, and it's just been born, is this bloodline suppression really that terrifying? Looking at the ferocious but cute animerecap, Luo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately reached out, pinched the back of the animerecap's neck with 2 fingers, and lifted it up. Wow, don't let the cat's small size fool you, its strength is immense. Even when lifted, its claws were still firmly gripping the Money Rat, so when Luo Fan picked up the animerecap, the Money Rat was lifted along with it. Alright, let it go. From now on, you two are companions. You are not allowed to do this again. Regardless of whether the animerecap understood him, Luo Fan separated the animerecap and the Money Rat. Morong Xian and Xiaoran naturally heard the commotion here, and the two rushed over. Seeing the animerecap, which looked like a stuffed toy, resting in Luo Fan's palm, both realized that the animerecap, soaked in ferocious beast blood, had finally hatched. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Money Rat was injured, its back was covered in claw marks and tooth marks, and blood was flowing out. It looked utterly miserable. At this moment, it stood up on its hind legs and squeaked at Luo Fan. Although he couldn't understand what it was saying, Luo Fan could roughly guess that it was filing a complaint, right? Emerald green starlight quickly spread and pulsed over the Money Rat's body. It was in Xiaoran's healing spell, cast upon the Money Rat. Visible to the naked eye, the wounds on the money rat quickly recovered. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Feeling the healing effect on its body, the money rat quickly climbed up in Xiaoran's pants, reached her shoulder, and affectionately rubbed its head against her cheek. After glancing at the money rat, Luo Fan held the nightmare catchu in one hand and curled the fingers of his other hand, preparing to flick it. He needed to give it a good lesson, lest the nightmare catchu hunt and eat the money rat one day when he wasn't paying attention. However, the catchu, lying in Luo Fan's palm, lowered its head and used its small tongue to constantly lick Luo Fan's palm, looking obedient and adorable. His curled finger couldn't bring itself to flick it. This kitten looked far too cute, didn't it? In the end, the finger Luo Fan had intended to flick with turned into a caress, and he stroked the nightmare catchu's head. The nightmare catchu also seemed to enjoy it greatly, squinting its eyes and tilting its head in cooperation. Alright, let's continue eating breakfast. The dispute between the pets was temporarily resolved just like that. Luo Fan called out to Morong Xian and in Xiaoran, and then walked out of the vehicle. Meow. However, just as Luo Fan stepped out of the carriage, the small, originally obedient and adorable nightmare catchu in his palm suddenly let out a sharp meow, immediately leaped out of Luo Fan's hand, and jumped back into the carriage, where it lowered its head to lick its fur. Its originally dark, velvety fur now looked scorched in many places. Seeing the nightmare catchu's appearance, Luo Fan froze, then patted his own head. He really tended to overlook many common sense issues. No matter how cute the nightmare catchu was, it wasn't a fierce beast, it was an aberration. Aberrations cannot be exposed to sunlight. Even the aberrations involved in the Five Ghosts transport technique on the trading section would not appear in sunlight. How could he have walked out of the carriage holding the newborn catchu? If the catchu's reaction had been a little slower, today, its birthday, would have become its death anniversary, right? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention just now. I'll be more careful next time, Luo Fan apologized awkwardly to the nightmare catchu. Then, he took out a piece of fierce beast meat, placed it on a plate, and handed it to the nightmare catchu inside the carriage. Although cats are mammals, this catchu is an aberration, and it was hatched from an egg, so it should be able to eat meat, right? After thinking for a moment, Luo Fan bought another box of pure milk, poured it into a bowl, and offered it to the catchu as well. Whether it chose to eat meat or drink milk, it had options. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The catchu stepped forward, sniffed it, and then drank the milk in large gulps. A box of 250 milliliters pure milk seemed to disappear into a bottomless pit, completely finished, not a drop remaining. And that wasn't all. The nightmare catchu also went to eat the fierce beast meat nearby, finishing about a pound of fierce beast meat completely. After eating so much, the tiny catchu circled once, jumped onto Luo Fan's bed, and then lay down to sleep on Luo Fan's soft pillow. Looking at the sleeping nightmare catchu, Luo Fan's mouth curved slightly upward. It seemed this newborn catchu really liked him. Was it because it knew he had used ferocious beast blood to soak and hatch it? Was it sleeping on his pillow because his scent was on the bed? Furthermore, for any animal to fall asleep peacefully in front of you is a sign of trust. Otherwise, if it felt threatened by you, how could it sleep soundly in your presence? Shaking his head, this was Luo Fan's first time raising an aberration. In any case, he would raise it and see, surely it would be helpful to him in the future? Luo Fan still vividly remembered the speed of the adult nightmare catchu, a second-tier aberration, which was comparable to the speed of sound. After eating breakfast and resting for a while, the Hope convoy continued its journey. Zhao Chuanfeng's divination was no longer purely about avoiding fierce beasts and aberrations. Wherever a first-order fierce beast was located, he would actively steer the convoy toward it. Even second-tier fierce beasts or aberrations that they could handle without much trouble, the Hope convoy would no longer avoid. It seemed the balance of offense and defense had shifted. The Hope convoy was now actively hunting aberrations and fierce beasts below the second tier. As for Luo Fan, he still sat in his specialized seat on the roof. Any non-tiered fierce beast, even if it was several hundred meters away from the convoy, Luo Fan would shoot. Luo Fan's marksmanship was becoming increasingly proficient. He was now confident in hitting moving targets 300 or 400 meters away. Brother Zhao, wait a moment. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Luo Fan, who was watching for the appearance of fierce beasts, suddenly called out. Following that, the Hope convoy stopped. Luo Fan vaguely saw what looked like a person lying prone in the snow about 1,000 meters away. Unable to see clearly, Luo Fan put on his hat and extended his spiritual power to probe the area. Sure enough, there was a person lying in the snow, a woman wearing tattered armor and sporting ear-length short hair. Her injuries looked extremely severe, and she had fallen into a coma. A pool of blood beneath her had already frozen solid in the cold winter air. After thinking, Luo Fan explained the situation to Zhao Chunfeng, and the convoy headed toward the unconscious woman. And Xiaoran proactively stepped forward, and the healing spell landed on the woman, causing her wounds to recover slightly. Following that, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Who are you people? The woman's voice was hoarse and weak. Before asking about others' identities, shouldn't you state your own? Luo Fan countered. After a brief silence, the woman spoke, Air Force Unit, Zhang Shangnan. Third Order. Sequencer. The woman's words caused Luo Fan and the others to freeze momentarily. Air Force Unit? Is this the force I think it is? Does the national apparatus still exist? Luo Fan asked Zhang Shangnan in surprise. My injuries are severe, and I'm hungry and cold. Can you let me eat something and warm up first? Zhang Shangnan clearly didn't want to say much right now, asking Luo Fan. You know it's the apocalypse now, and resources for food, clothing, and utilities are extremely scarce. Luo Fan held out his hand, rubbing his thumb, index, and middle fingers together, making a universally understood gesture. Understanding what Luo Fan's gesture meant, Zhang Shangnan remained silent for a moment before saying somewhat helplessly, My mustard seed pouch was destroyed. As she spoke, Zhang Shangnan struggled to her feet and said, In any case, thank you for giving me a healing spell. Which convoy are you from? If I get the chance later, I will repay you. Unable to offer any reward, and having been needled by Luo Fan's words, Zhang Shangnan felt too embarrassed to ask for food and warmth, so she decided to say goodbye. A gentleman can be deceived by principle. Just because he had deliberately needled her with a couple of remarks, she was preparing to leave. Luo Fan already had 2 preliminary judgments about Zhang Shengnan's character. Repay? If you leave now, we won't know if you live or die, so how can you talk about repayment? How about this, you keep a tab for now. When your injuries stabilize, you can come back and settle the debt. Wait a moment. As Luo Fan spoke, he turned and went back inside the bus. A moment later, he returned with paper and a pen. Debt list. He handwrote a debt list on the paper, which also included a form for the other party to fill out. Name, affiliated faction, age, sequence, level. Below that was another line, effective healing spell, valued at 1 ghost crystal, currently owed. Here, take a look. If you have no objections, sign it. Luo Fan said, handing the paper and pen to her. 1 healing spell costs 1 ghost crystal? That expensive? Zhang Shangnan asked in surprise, looking at the record on Luo Fan's list. If you think it's expensive, we can injure you and return you to the severity of your wounds just now, Luo Fan replied. Zhang Shangnan. Look, is that something a human would say? Is this a case of a tiger being bullied by dogs in the plains, or a dragon being mocked by shrimp in shallow water? That's not right either. Since someone is providing help, it's only right to pay a small amount of ghost crystal. Thinking this way, Zhang Shangnan took the pen and signed the list. Luo Fan took the list and glanced at it, his pupils contracting slightly. In fact, the essence of Luo Fan asking Zhang Shangnan to fill out this list was not really to demand a ghost crystal, but to understand her. Information more precisely. What information was filled out on it? Name, Zhang Shangnan. Gender, female. Affiliated Faction, Air Force Unit. Sequence, Justice Knight. Sequence Level, LV31. Hiss, LV31? Third Tier Sequencer? Seeing this information, Luo Fan secretly gasped. This seemed to be the highest sequence level existence he had ever encountered, right? A second-tier sequencer was already an expert, a third-tier sequencer? This was the first time Luo Fan had seen one. It hasn't even been half a year since the apocalypse broke out. How did this woman manage to advance to a third-tier sequencer? Although startled internally, Luo Fan remained calm externally. He instructed Morong Xian to get some warm clothes for her to change into, and also to boil a large bowl of shredded pork, vegetables, and eggs. Noodles for her to eat and warm up. At the same time, he told In Xiaoran to cast the healing spell on Jiang Shangnan several more times to help her injuries recover quickly. Brother Luo Fan, my healing spell doesn't seem to have much effect on her, and Xiaoran said to Luo Fan after a moment of silence. My sequence level is relatively high, so the effectiveness of any skill is weakened, even the healing spell. Hearing In Xiaoran's words, Jiang Shangnan, who was nearby, offered an explanation. Stopping slightly after saying this, Jiang Shangnan continued, actually, it's quite impressive that your healing spell has this level of effect on me. Are you a second-tier support sequence? Even for boosting effects, will the efficacy be weakened if the sequence level gap is large? Hearing Jiang Shengnan's words, Luo Fan's heart stirred slightly. This was the first time he had heard this concept. I'm not. I'm only first tier, just LV13 sequence level. And Xiaoran shook her head to Jiang Shangnan, appearing very honest. Only LV13, yet the healing spell effect is so strong? What sequence are you exactly? Hearing In Xiaoran, Jiang Shangnan raised her eyebrows slightly and asked In Xiaoran in surprise. Miss Jiang, please sign here. At this moment, Luo Fan immediately presented the bill to Jiang Shangnan, interrupting her focus on In Xiaoran. Noodle soup, warm cotton clothes, and multiple healing spells, this package was calculated at the price of 3 ghost crystals. Of course, this was a bill that would continue to be owed. Looking at the price on the bill, Jiang Shangnan didn't say much this time and signed directly. Generous. Truly worthy of a third-tier sequencer. Seeing Jiang Shengnan's decisive action, Luo Fan gave a thumbs up and praised her. After Jiang Shangnan changed her clothes and finished eating, the Hope convoy continued its journey. However, the fact that the convoy had just picked up an injured person randomly from the roadside, who turned out to be a third-tier sequencer, made everyone in the convoy feel somewhat solemn. Brother Zhao, can you divine whether saving Jiang Shangnan will bring harm to us? Sitting on top of the bus as usual, Luo Fan took out his doomsday phone and sent a message to Zhao Chunfeng. Caution is always necessary. If she were only a first-tier or even a second-tier sequencer, saving her would be fine. But if a third-tier sequencer recovers from her injuries and decides to attack the Hope convoy? The consequences would be unimaginable. I've already divined it. No problem. Soon, a message came back from Zhao Chunfeng. Seeing this, Luo Fan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Setting aside Luo Fan on the roof communicating with Zhao Chunfeng using his doomsday phone. Inside the bus, Jiang Shangnan lay directly on Luo Fan's bed to rest. After all, she was a patient, why sit when you can lie down? However, inside Luo Fan's bus, Jiang Shangnan was somewhat bewildered. That palm-sized golden rat, wasn't that the legendary money rat? Wait, and that tiny cat, is that a nightmare cat you? This convoy actually raised a money rat, and also raised an aberration? Bang! Just as Jiang Shangnan was looking at the nightmare Catyu and the money rat in astonishment, a gunshot startled her. Miss Jiang, that's Luo Fan practicing shooting. Seeing Jiang Shengnan's startled look, Morong Xian explained. Nodding slightly, Jiang Shangnan remained silent and curiously poked her head out the window. Sure enough, she saw Luo Fan sitting in a dedicated seat on the roof, holding a completely different sniper rifle. However, looking at the sniper rifle in Luo Fan's hand, Jiang Shangnan first found it familiar, then realized what it was, and cried out in surprise. Wait, Luo Fan, isn't that a hybrid-powered Type 88 sniper rifle you have? How did you get it? Awakening, the demon hunter's second skill. Luo Fan? Hearing Jiang Shengnan's words, Luo Fan turned back, slightly confused. You recognize this gun? Didn't he trade for this gun from Master Wen Hao? She actually recognized it?
Writing this here, I hope readers remember our domain name.
To follow Taiwanese novels, go to kan.com. Super reliable. Of course I recognize it. I brought this gun back to the skybase. How did it end up in your hands? Or could there be two completely identical ghost artifacts in the world? Jiang Shengnan nodded first, then her expression showed a hint of doubt. First, she mentioned the Air Force unit, and then the skybase. This reminded Luo Fan that when he first added Master Wen Hao as a friend, Master Wen Hao called him a comrade? Could it be that Master Wen Hao and this Jiang Shengnan actually belonged to the same faction? And is it a governmental faction? This thought popped into Luo Fan's mind. If that was the case, everything seemed to make sense, didn't it?
I traded for this gun from Master Wen Hao.
Luo Fan replied, seeing no need to hide anything. You know Professor Wan? No wonder. Hearing Luo Fan's answer, Jiang Shengnan was surprised and then nodded in sudden realization. Professor Wan? You mean Master Wen Hao, right? Hearing Jiang Shengnan's words, Luo Fan suddenly understood.
Luo Fan flipped himself over, returning from the window into the carriage, and then asked, So, you and Master Wen Hao are? Professor Wen and I both belong to the skybase, Jiang Shengnan replied.
Oh my, you should have said so earlier.
Professor Wen and I have a great relationship, we often chat together.
If you had mentioned your connection to Professor Wen earlier, wouldn't we have been friends already?
Confirming from Jiang Shengnan that she and Master Wen Hao were indeed from the same faction, Luo Fan immediately displayed a warm smile.
So? Since we're all on the same side, what about that debt slip? Following Luo Fan's enthusiastic words, Jiang Shengnan prompted him.
As the saying goes, even close brothers settle accounts clearly.
Luo Fan answered straightforwardly, without hesitation. Nonsense.
Even though he greatly respected Master Wen Hao, he would never be vague when it came to securing his own interests. Besides, within the Hope Convoy, mutual assistance requires payment. For example, if Morong Xian helps repair something, Brother Zhao and Brother Niu pay her compensation. Another example, when AIC left previously, he asked Brother Zhao for a divination and paid the fortune-telling fee.
Luo Fan thought this way of interacting was quite good. There was no reason to settle accounts clearly internally but offer selfless contributions to outsiders, right? Jiang Shengnan. Seeing Luo Fan's enthusiasm, she had originally thought the debt slip could be forgotten.
It seemed she had overthought things.
My doomsday phone and mustard seed pouch were destroyed together. Since you have Professor Wen as a friend, could you lend me your phone so I can contact him? Jiang Shengnan asked Luo Fan to borrow his phone.
After saying this, she added, Don't worry, I will give you 2 ghost crystals as compensation for lending me your phone.
No problem. Since the other party proactively offered 2 ghost crystals as compensation, how could he refuse?
He immediately nodded, pulled out his doomsday phone, and thoughtfully opened the chat window between himself and Master Wen Hao. Taking the phone from Luo Fan's hand, Jiang Shengnan scrolled through the chat history between him and Master Wen Hao, confirming that it was indeed
the Professor Wen she knew.
Furthermore, she learned from the chat history that the rule-based ghost gun was indeed the result of a transaction between Professor Wen and him. Following that, Jiang Shengnan sent a message to Master Wen Hao's side and successfully got in touch with him. After all, Master Wen Hao was extremely famous on the Sequencer forum now, and too many people try to add him every day. If you just picked up a random phone and didn't have a private connection, contacting him would be very difficult.
Someone in this Hope Convoy just happened to have Professor Wen as a private friend? Jiang Shengnan felt incredibly lucky.
Thus, Jiang Shengnan held the phone, chatting with Master Wen Hao about who knows what. In any case, the conversation hadn't ended even after half an hour.
Luo Fan simply held a second-tier strange crystal and slowly absorbed it. He was practically one step away from LV16, so naturally, the sooner Luo Fan broke through, the better. For one thing, upon reaching LV16, he could awaken the second skill of the Demon Hunter sequence. Moreover, this skill would definitely be a divine ability with rule-based effects, which Luo Fan greatly anticipated. On the other hand, if he broke through to LV16 earlier, his sign-in gold would also increase to 3,000 yuan per day. TSK, this level of sign-in gold, even before the apocalypse, was the rhythm of 1,000,000 yuan annual salary. Just for eating and drinking, it was truly inexhaustible, completely inexhaustible. Finally, according to previous practice, if his sequence level reached LV16, although his warehouse space wouldn't increase, his mall should update once and add some more goods, right? With so many benefits and being just one step away, Luo Fan naturally seized every minute and second to improve. After chatting online with Master Wenhao for over an hour using Luo Fan's phone, Zhang Shengnan finally returned the Doomsday phone to Luo Fan. Luo Fan took the phone and glanced at it. Good heavens, she had deleted all the chat history with Master Wenhao, leaving him completely unaware of what the two had discussed. Luo Fan, I'm injured. Even with the healing spell, it will probably take 2 or 3 days to recover. So, how about I recuperate in your convoy for 2 days? Don't worry, I won't default on the accommodation and food expenses I owe. Zhang Shengnan said. No problem. Luo Fan nodded, agreeing readily for the sake of the ghost crystal compensation. By the way, you just mentioned the sky base? Strange beings and fierce beasts hunt humans living in groups. Do you actually have a base? Aren't you afraid of attracting powerful strange beings? Luo Fan asked Zhang Shengnan curiously, adopting a casual tone. Hearing Luo Fan ask about this, Zhang Shengnan hesitated slightly before saying, actually, although we call it a base, ours is constantly moving. You could call it a sky fortress. Hiss. Hearing this, Luo Fan drew a sharp breath. Good heavens, a sky fortress? Was that how the name Sky Base came about? Luo Fan wanted to ask a few more questions, but Zhang Shengnan was unwilling to disclose any more information. Luo Fan naturally understood that constantly digging for answers would be annoying, so he didn't press her further. Flipping over again, Luo Fan jumped onto the roof of the bus, holding his ghost gun and continuing to practice his marksmanship. Thus, when night fell, the Hope convoy stopped to rest. At the same time, the aura around Luo Fan suddenly fluctuated uncontrollably. Sequence level increased, Demon Hunter, LV16. A feeling of enlightenment arose from the depths of his heart. Luo Fan understood that the Demon Hunter's second skill had successfully awakened. Amazing skill, Death Immunity. A clear understanding rose in Luo Fan's heart, and he instinctively knew what his second skill was. As expected of a skill that has integrated rules, it's definitely a divine skill. After carefully experiencing the detailed information of his second skill, a smile appeared on Luo Fan's face. The Demon Hunter's second skill is called 3-color contract. Unfortunately, this skill is not for his own use, but a pet skill. First, bind a pet, which can be a fierce beast or a. Once bound, the other party becomes his battle pet and can assist him in combat. This is the contract part, and the 3 colors are the true function of the skill. Under the premise of binding a pet, the 3-color contract effect can be activated, specifically blue, red, and gold, and he can switch between them at will. In the blue contract state, when the pet attacks a target, each hit can reduce the opponent's movement speed by 1%, with a maximum limit of 30%. In other words, if he chooses the blue contract, as long as his pet hits the opponent 30 times, regardless of the damage, it can reduce the opponent's movement speed by 30%. This is a control effect, a soft control. Then there is the red contract state. In this state, if his pet attacks a target, each hit can reduce the opponent's defense by 1%, with a maximum limit of 60%. Similarly, regardless of the damage, as long as his pet hits the target 60 times, the opponent's defense will drop by 60%.
Good heavens, Luo Fan could already imagine it. If a monster larger than himself is attacked 60 times by his pet, reducing its defense by 60%, it
would only have 40% left.
Then, his ghost gun ignores another 50% of the defense.
So, the monster would only have 20% of its defense effect left?
This red contract and his ghost gun curse are a perfect match. Coupled with the triple shot's double damage effect, Luo Fan truly couldn't imagine what kind of monster could withstand his triple shot in this
state. Of course, the strongest is still the golden contract.
In the golden contract state, his pet hitting the target no longer provides per-hit bonus effects. However, as long as his pet successfully hits the target 100 times, he can gain the effect of death exemption once. Simply put, as long as his pet hits the target 100 times, an attack that would cause his death will be directly exempted. Of course, if the subsequent attacks are not enough to kill him, he will still be injured. What can be exempted are attacks that would kill him. Although this death exemption has prerequisites, it must be admitted that its utility is still very powerful. Being able to exempt death is, to some extent, like being given an extra life.
What more could one ask for? Moreover, the three-color contract, in its blue and red contract states, can respectively slow down and reduce the defense of the opponent, which
indeed aligns with the high agility and high-burst combat style of the assassination sequence. Overall, Luo Fan is very satisfied with the skill effect of this three-color contract. The most important value, of course, is the effect of death exemption. Luo Fan hopes he will never have to use this death exemption. But it's still the same saying, this kind of life-saving skill is for backup. You may not use it, but you can't not have it. So, for this three-color contract, do I need to contract a pet? And preferably a speed type, since the effects of the three-color contract are all triggered by attack speed. After thoroughly understanding the effects of the three-color contract, Luo Fan naturally began to think about contracting a battle pet.
An attack speed type battle pet? Either find a way to get one, or Luo Fan thought of the nightmare catyu. When he chased the nightmare catyu, the tier 2 nightmare catyu's almost sound speed movement left a deep impression on Luo Fan even now.
And most importantly, this nightmare catyu is close to him, which is very suitable. But it is, after all, a newly born, still in its infancy.
Is it really suitable to be a battle pet? Or rather, how long would it take for it to grow up?
This made Luo Fan hesitate again. Still feeling that the nightmare catyu's speed potential was high enough, and seeing that the sky outside had already darkened, Luo Fan held the
nightmare catyu in his palm and walked out of the convoy.
You guys prepare dinner first, I'm going for a stroll and to practice my marksmanship. Luo Fan casually instructed, then took the nightmare catyu
several hundred meters away from the Hope convoy.
Xiao Hei, try to see how fast you can run at full speed. Luo Fan placed the chick-sized catyu from his palm onto the ground and instructed it. The nightmare catyu tilted its head slightly, looking at Luo Fan, clearly not quite understanding what Luo Fan meant. Luo Fan thought for a moment and pulled out a piece of fierce beast meat from his warehouse space. The nightmare catyu's eyes immediately lit up. Then, Luo Fan quickly threw the piece of meat.
The nightmare catyu turned into a shadow, caught the meat in midair before it even landed, then landed on the ground and devoured it, finishing it quickly.
That speed just now was very fast, not much inferior to me even with Lingshu step activated. That's almost 100 meters per second movement speed. Staring specifically at the nightmare catyu's speed, Luo Fan nodded silently.
It's only in its infancy, yet it already has such fast movement speed?
It truly astonished Luo Fan.
Afterward, Luo Fan took out a few more pieces of meat and thoroughly tested it. Indeed, this nightmare catyu's speed should be around 100 meters per second. This speed is not inferior to his own. More importantly, this is only its infancy. When it grows to tier 1 or even tier 2, wouldn't that sound speed movement be even more impossible to guard against? It's decided, it's you.
After trying it, although the nightmare catyu's combat power is not strong yet, the three-color contract doesn't prioritize attack power but attack
speed.
Instead of looking for other unknown pets, Luo Fan felt that this nightmare catchu was the most suitable for him. Reaching out his hand, mysterious runic markings appeared in Luo Fan's palm, shimmering with blue, red, and gold light. Then, Luo Fan slowly merged this three-color contract into the nightmare catchu's body. The tiny catchu, trusting Luo Fan, showed no signs of resistance. Afterward, the three-color contract completely merged into the catchu's body. As the three-color contract fully integrated, Luo Fan felt a mysterious connection between his mind and the catchu. Not to say direct telepathy, but at least, they could sense each other's emotional fluctuations. Xiao Hei, show me your speed, full speed. Luo Fan gave the catchu the command again, relying on the contract's connection. Swish! This time, the catchu understood Luo Fan's meaning, moving extremely fast, transforming into a black shadow that quickly streaked past, making more. Then 10 turns within tens of meters in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Luo Fan's mind stirred slightly. The nightmare catchu's pupils changed accordingly, freely switching between blue, red, and gold. Perfect, this battle pet is indeed a very strong combat assistant. Hunters have hunting dogs to help them, and I, a demon hunter, also have a battle pet. Isn't that very reasonable? After a good try, Luo Fan was very satisfied with the effect of his second skill. Especially the death exemption of the golden contract, that's definitely a divine skill. A third-tier ferocious beast is attacking. Let's go, let's head back. Waving his hand, the nightmare catchu landed directly in Luo Fan's palm. Luo Fan gently stroked the catchu's head and said lovingly. There was nothing he could do. This catchu would be his battle pet and combat assistant from now on, so of course, he had to spoil it. The main thing was that it had just hatched not long ago and already became his battle pet. This gave Luo Fan a sense of guilt, feeling like he was employing child labor. When they returned to the convoy, dinner was already prepared. It was still a rich mix of meat and vegetables. As a patient, Jiang Shengnan naturally ate with Luo Fan. Sister Jiang, you are a third-tier sequencer. What exactly did you encounter? How did you get so badly injured? Luo Fan asked Jiang Shengnan while eating dinner. Indeed, besides Jiang Shengnan, the strongest sequencer he had met was probably Chang Hu of the Supreme Convoy, a top figure among the second tier. The power of his body's gigantic transformation at the time made him look like a giant. As a third-tier sequencer, Jiang Shengnan should naturally be stronger than Chang Hu. Yet, she was critically injured? This made Luo Fan extremely surprised. What kind of existence could injure a third-tier sequencer so severely? It wasn't that I encountered some powerful abnormality. More accurately, I went to hunt a third-tier abnormality. For my sequence level to advance to the third tier, I needed to hunt a third-tier abnormality alone. As you can see, although I succeeded, the consequences were severe. Even my mount was lost. Facing Luo Fan's inquiry, Jiang Shengnan shook her head helplessly, showing no intention of hiding anything. The assessment requirement for advancing to the third tier? Listening to Jiang Shengnan, Luo Fan understood. When a basic sequence advances to a specialized sequence, there are different requirements. Some are simple, some are difficult, and the harder the requirements, the higher the potential of the advanced sequence. For example, Xiaoran killed a rule-type anomaly and advanced to the Holy Light Angel sequence. He himself killed a rule-type anomaly and advanced to the Demon Hunter sequence. A specialized sequence is unique to an individual. Even if they later advance to the second tier or even third tier sequencer, the sequence will not change again. However, every advancement in sequence level is a critical juncture. Luo Fan had seen this mentioned on the sequencer forum. So, was Jiang Shengnan's advancement requirement to hunt a third tier abnormality alone? Although she succeeded, she lost her own mount, and she herself almost died because of it? Jiang Shengnan's sequence is Justice Knight. So, as a knight, having her own mount seems reasonable, doesn't it? Wait a minute. After chatting about Jiang Shengnan's situation, Luo Fan suddenly had a thought and asked, Sister Jiang, did your battle with the third tier abnormality happen 3 nights ago?
Yes, it was 3 nights ago. Why do you ask?
Hearing Luo Fan's question, Zhang Shangnan nodded and looked at him inquiringly.
Nothing. It's just about the details of your battle. I think it's better if you don't talk about it everywhere. Luo Fan advised, his expression a little strange. If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have bothered mentioning it.
In response to Luo Fan's reminder, Zhang Shangnan rolled her eyes and complained.
Grumpily. Luo Fan realized that the elite squad had suffered collateral damage. 3 nights ago, the elite squad saw a third-tier sequencer fighting a third-tier abnormality and went to check it out curiously? And then what?
The surrounding abnormalities and fierce beasts were all scared away, but the elite squad was almost wiped out.
He was the one who stepped in and saved them. At the time, Han Shanzhong had lamented, wondering what kind of powerful expert was fighting a third-tier abnormality. So? She was right in front of him? Was the person fighting the third-tier abnormality actually Zhang Shangnan? Although Zhang Shangnan didn't intentionally try to harm the elite squad, objectively speaking, the near annihilation of the elite squad was indeed related to her. Therefore, Luo Fan felt that since neither side was at fault, there was no need to deliberately bring it up and make everyone uncomfortable. Whoa.
Just as Luo Fan and Zhang Shangnan were chatting here, a strange whistling sound suddenly rang out. Then, Luo Fan quickly stood up. He saw a massive skeleton abnormality with many spikes on its head, and many skulls impaled on the spikes. This massive skeleton abnormality charged directly toward the Hope Convoy. After it got close to the Hope Convoy, all the skulls impaled on the spikes on the skeleton abnormality's head flew off.
This is a second-tier skeleton abnormality?
Looking at the abnormality, Luo Fan's heart stirred.
Luo Fan had encountered this type of abnormality before.
At that time, the abnormality had broken through during the battle, entering the second tier, which caused the Hope Convoy a lot of trouble. He didn't expect to encounter the same type of abnormality again.
And it was already second tier upon appearance? Swish! Han Shanzhong moved quickly. At LV-18, he drew his longsword and charged toward the skeleton abnormality. Xiao Ran! Luo Fan called out.
And Xiaoran understood Luo Fan's meaning, immediately raised her hand, and cast the Holy Light Descend skill. A holy light fell from the void, directly enveloping Han Shanzhong's figure, causing his entire body to glow brightly with holy light. At the same time, Niu Dagang also rushed out to help, holding his shield. Han Shanzhong's Swift Wind Assassin sequence and Niu Dagang's Shield Warrior sequence formed a perfect offense and defense. Coupled with Xiaoran's remote support, the three successfully held off this physical second-tier aberration. After fighting for 5 or 6 minutes, Niu Dagang used shield block to withstand the abnormality's impact, and Han Shanzhong finished it off with the Swift Wind, instant sword move, slicing off the skeleton abnormality's head with a single strike. They harvested 1 second-tier strange crystal, which was divided equally among Han Shanzhong, Niu Dagang, and Xiaoran according to their contributions. From start to finish, Luo Fan had no intention of helping. He watched Han Shanzhong and the others work together to destroy the second-tier aberration and nodded silently. The Hope Convoy truly was growing. That second-tier skeleton abnormality, which had broken through mid-battle before, had caused the Hope Convoy quite a bit of trouble. Now, an identical second-tier skeleton abnormality could be dealt with without him needing to intervene. The overall strength of the Hope Convoy had seen a visible improvement. And Xiaoran divided 3 ghost crystals and handed them to Luo Fan. Luo Fan casually accepted them. Originally, Luo Fan wanted to complain about Zhao Chuanfeng's divination ability. He had told the convoy to camp here, yet they encountered a second-tier aberration. Was his divination ability reliable or not? But seeing that the second-tier aberration was destroyed without him needing to act. Well, in that case, the second-tier aberration wasn't enough to cause any trouble for the Hope Convoy. Naturally, the divination results wouldn't indicate any trouble either. Dealing with this second-tier aberration seemed to be just a minor interlude. But not long after, another terrifying roar suddenly sounded. A massive brown bear abruptly appeared, charging straight toward the Hope convoy.
Fierce beast? And its third tier? Luo Fan stood up abruptly.